From Hollywood, California, the Lux Radio Theater presents Joan Crawford and Basil Rathbone in A Doll's House.
Lux presents Hollywood. It's your purchases of our products, Lux Toilet Soap and Lux Flakes, ladies and gentlemen, that make this program possible. For the splendid loyalty you show us, our sincere gratitude. Last week, we announced an offer of a beautiful compact. So many of the ladies in our audience have taken advantage of this offer, we are making it again tonight at the end of our program. So please listen carefully and have your pencils ready. Starred tonight are Joan Crawford, Basil Rathbone, Sam Jaffe, Netta Harrigan, and Vernon Steele in A Doll's House. As special guest, Miss Frances Manson, head of the story department of Samuel Goldwyn Productions. Our orchestra is conducted by Louis Silvers. And now, the producer of the Lux Radio Theater. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Cecil B. DeMille.
Greetings from Hollywood, ladies and gentlemen. Tonight's play is the work of one of the loneliest figures in literature, Henrik Ibsen. Poverty-stricken as a boy, Ibsen exiled himself for many years from his native Norway because of the lukewarm reception that country gave his plays. First produced many years ago, A Doll's House provoked a storm of angry criticism because the playwright dared express the belief that a happy marriage must have a foundation of truth, freedom, and intellectual companionship. Like all masterpieces, A Doll's House has a deathless quality and has brought fame to a score of world-renowned actresses, to which list we add tonight the name of Joan Crawford. And no one is less conscious of her success than Joan herself. She tackles each new job with the same I've-got-to-make-good attitude that she had when she first arrived here, fresh from a Schubert chorus. A Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer star, Joan is seen next in The Shining Hour and is heard tonight as Nora Helmer. Co-starred as Torvald Helmer, a part more sympathetic than his usual roles, is that master of glistening villainy, Basil Rathbone. One of Hollywood's more gentle and considerate citizens off the screen. This splendid actor is currently flaunting his darksome deviltry in The Adventures of Robin Hood and is with us this week straight from the set of Paramount's If I Were King. Sam Jaffe, who gave such a remarkable performance of the ancient llama in Lost Horizon, plays Krogstad, the same role which brought him unstinted praise when A Doll's House played on Broadway this season. Netta Harrigan plays Mrs. Linden, and Vernon Steele is Dr. Ronk. And now, the Lux Radio Theater presents Joan Crawford and Basil Rathbone in A Doll's House. The year is 1890. We're in a little town in Norway on a gray September afternoon. Along the windy street in a quiet section of the city, a young woman walks hurriedly, her long dress whipping out behind her, her face half buried in an old-fashioned muff. She glances frequently over her shoulder, as if to assure herself that she's not been noticed. Then she stops, and after a final nervous glance, darts quickly into a doorway.
Well?
It's I, Mrs. Helmer.
Oh. Come in, please. Sit down, Mrs. Helmer.
Thank you.
Wasn't it a little indiscreet of you? To come here, I mean.
Oh, I was very careful, Mr. Krogstad. I'm quite sure no one saw me.
I hope not.
Did you think it over, Mr. Krogstad? The matter we spoke of yesterday?
Yes. The lending of money, Mrs. Helmer, is a serious business.
Oh, I know it is.
It's even more serious when the loan is to be made to a wife without the consent or even knowledge of her husband.
Oh, but he mustn't know. He mustn't even dream that I've borrowed the money. That's why I came to you. You've known him at the bank.
Yes, at the bank and at school. But we were never very friendly.
Well, you worked with him. You must know how he feels about being in debt. He has a dread of it, Mr. Krogstad. He thinks debts are immoral, almost criminal. He'd never allow me to owe the butcher or the baker a single krona.
And now you wish to borrow a great many kroner.
Because he needs it. Oh, you know how ill he's been. And now the doctors say that he must go away to rest. A long rest in Italy. And if he doesn't go, he'll never be well again. I want to save my husband's life, Mr. Krogstad.
Mrs. Helmer, I wish I could help you.
Does that mean you won't? Oh, but I'll pay it back. I promise I will. I'll save and I could make money other ways. I'm very clever at copying.
Mrs. Helmer, is there anyone you could get to sponsor the loan?
Sponsor it?
To sign the note with you and act as surety. I mean a man, of course.
Well, I don't know. There's no one I'd like to ask for fear Torvald would find out. And...
Well, you have a father living.
My father? Oh, would he do?
If he'd sign the note with you, yeah.
Oh, then he will. I'm sure he will.
Very well.
Oh, thank you.
Now, here is the note.
Yes?
When you come back to me with the note signed by you here and your father's signature down here, I'll let you have the money.
Oh, how wonderful. It really isn't difficult at all, is it? Oh, I almost wish Torvald could know. Then perhaps he'd see how clever I really am. Oh, but he mustn't. All he must know is that we have money from somewhere and that we're going away to Italy.
Nora, come and sit down. Don't tire yourself out dancing like that. Now, sit down, Nora, please.
Oh, Torvald, isn't it wonderful? I feel as if I belonged here, as if I'd lived in Italy all my life. Oh, and now I've learned to dance the tarantella.
Yes, and you dance it beautifully, Nora.
Oh, it's so easy to dance here, where your heart is light. Aren't you glad I teased you until you brought me?
Very glad.
Oh, and the rest has been good for you, Torvald. So good.
Oh, nonsense. I never needed a rest.
Oh, no, of course you didn't. It was just for me, and I love you for it.
Well, you can hardly thank me. I could never afford a trip like this. It was strange, your father leaving you that money.
Strange, Torvald?
I always thought he was rather improvident. I was sure that he'd die quite penniless.
Well, he must have had some put away.
Yes. Nevertheless, it's almost gone, my dear. We'll have to be leaving for home soon.
Oh, I know. But I'm so anxious to see the children again. Ellen, you can put these flowers in water.
Oh, flowers, too, ma'am.
Oh, yes, Ellen, and so awfully expensive. Oh, did the Christmas tree come yet?
Yes, ma'am. I put it in the kitchen so the children wouldn't see it.
Is that you, Nora?
Oh, Torvald, I'm so glad you're home. Come and see all the presents I have. Look, Torvald.
You mean to say you've bought all these?
Oh, just a few little things for the children and Ellen and Anna and Dr. Ronk and...
I suppose you spent every penny I gave you.
Oh, no, I did have some left, and then I saw those heavenly roses.
Oh, but that's so extravagant.
Oh, I know,
dear.
Torvald, I know, but I just couldn't resist.
And what did you buy for yourself?
Oh, I don't need anything.
Nonsense. Tell me, what'd you like? Something useful, something sensible.
Well... If you really do want to give me something, you could give me money.
Now, Nora.
And then I could buy myself something, just what I needed.
But there's no Christmas spirit about cold, hard money.
Oh, yes, there is.
But you're so extravagant, Nora. On that trip to Italy last winter, we simply can't afford to go on throwing money about, you know.
Oh, but you'll be making lots of money now, and we could always get a little credit.
Credit? Nora, have you ever known me to borrow money?
No, but it ought to be easy enough now.
I want no creditors in my life, thank you. We've held out all these years without ever owing anyone a penny, and we're certainly not going to begin now at the last minute.
Yes, darling. Of course, you know best.
At the same time, we're not exactly paupers. Look, what do you think I've got here?
Oh, Torvald, money? Oh, 10, 20, 30, 40, 50.
Here, give that
oh,
back.
Oh, Torvald, darling, thank you. This will go a long way.
I should hope so. No one would believe how much it costs a man to keep a little thing like you.
A lady to see you, Mrs. Helmer.
A lady? Well, ask her to come in, Ellen.
Yes, ma'am.
Well, I must get back to the bank for a while.
Goodbye, darling. Come home early tonight.
I'll try.
This way, please.
Who is it, Ellen? Oh.
Nora.
How are you? You don't remember me, do you? No, I don't think I... Why, yes, Christine. Christina, is it really you?
It really is.
Christina. And to think I didn't even know you, but you're so changed.
Yes, I guess I am in 9 or 10 years.
Oh, good heavens, has it been as long as that? But what are you doing in town?
I arrived on the morning boat.
Oh, yes, to spend Christmas. How wonderful. Oh, what a thoughtless wretch I am. Oh, darling, how can you forgive me?
Forgive you?
Oh, Christina, I forgot that your husband...
Yes, my husband died 3 years ago.
Yes, I saw it in the papers, but, well, you know how it is. Did he leave you anything?
Nothing.
Not even any children?
No.
Nothing? Not anything?
Not even a regret.
Oh, darling, you must tell me the whole story. I never would have dreamed it. It must have been awful. And to be absolutely alone afterwards. Oh, you know, I have 2 of the sweetest children. Just wait till you see them. They're out with their nurse now, so there's nothing to disturb us, and you can tell me all about it.
No, dear. You tell me.
No, really, darling, I won't be selfish today. But I must tell you one thing. Have you heard of our wonderful luck?
No, what is it?
My husband has been appointed manager of the savings bank.
He has? Oh, how splendid.
It is. Oh, Christina, can you imagine how it makes you feel to have lots of money? Not only what you need, but just heaps of money.
Oh, Nora. Nora, you haven't changed a bit. You're still the same old spendthrift.
Oh, don't be ridiculous. I've had to work.
You worked? Oh, but why?
Well, Torvald was ill, you know, and of course you mustn't tell Christina.
Tell what?
Well, we needed money, and of course we didn't have any, so I went... So Torvald thinks we inherited the money from my father.
Nora, wasn't it a little rash of you?
But it saved his life.
But won't you tell him?
Oh, after a great many years, perhaps, when I'm not so young. Oh, don't laugh, Christina. I mean, when Torvald isn't so much in love with me. When it isn't fun for him any longer to see me skipping about and dressing up and acting. Well, then it might be good to have something in reserve.
Oh.
Now, what about you? What are you going to do, Christina?
Oh, I wish I knew, my dear. I'll have to find work, I suppose. I was wondering a while ago, Nora, if...
What, Christina?
Well, with your husband a bank official...
You mean he might be able to do something for you?
Well, I was hoping...
Oh, darling, that's a wonderful idea.
Nora, do you really suppose...
Oh, just you leave it all to me. I'll give you a note to him, and you go to the bank and see him. Oh, I know he'll give you the position if I ask.
Nora, you don't know how much this means to me.
Poor Christina. I'll write the note at once.
Let me go first. No, I want to see Mama. Ellen, make him let me. Where's Mama, Ellen?
Children, come in, darlings. Mama's here.
Mama, he threw a snowball and hit me. I did not. I hit him back.
Oh, my baby. Such cheeks. Darling, you've been out for hours. Aren't you frozen?
I'm warm. I saw a dog, Mama. He ran after a man and he growled. I saw the dog, too.
Oh, did you, my sweet?
And the man picked up a stick and the dog ran around biting people.
Really? Oh, I know he didn't bite you, though, did he, darling?
I'd like a dog.
I'll just take their coats, ma'am.
Oh, yes, Ellen.
Can we play now, Mama?
Of course, darling. Any single thing you want is Christmas Eve.
I want to play blind man's buff.
Blind man's buff? All right, now you know what you do first.
I know, Mama.
Oh.
It's a man, Mama.
What do you want, Mr. Crookstead?
You see, the door was open, and I thought...
My husband's not at home, Mr. Crookstead.
Yes, I know.
Children, go to Ellen.
Come on, Emmy. Wait for me.
What did you come here for? It isn't the first of the month, Mr. Crookstead.
It isn't that. I wanted to ask you something. An hour ago at the bank, a lady asked to see Mr. Helmer. She said she had a note from you.
Well?
Would you mind telling me if that lady was a Mrs. Linden?
Yes. Do you know her?
I haven't seen her for a great many years. Naturally, I was surprised when I heard her inquire for your husband.
It isn't surprising. She's going to be given a position at the bank.
She is?
Why, yes.
But how?
Well, you see, sometimes a little influence with the right people, Mr. Crookstead.
You mean you had something to do with it?
Well, naturally, I did what I could for my friend. Why?
Come now, Mrs. Helmer. You know very well whose job it is your friend is getting.
What are you talking about?
So I'm just to be thrown out, am I?
What?
Oh, you needn't pretend you didn't know.
How dare you talk like that to me? I didn't know. My husband doesn't tell me his business.
Mrs. Helmer, I must ask you to use your influence for me.
But I have no influence whatever.
But you just said you had,
That's
Mrs. Helmer.
quite different. If someone is to be hired, and if Mrs. Linden is capable, being an old friend of mine might help with my husband. But this, well, this is different. Do you expect me to be able to tell my husband what to do? I'm truly sorry for you.
Selma, I don't want your pity. I want your help. You really can't refuse me.
You're trying to frighten me, but I'm not afraid of you anymore. In a little while, I'll have paid off the note, and I'll be through with the whole business.
Please listen to me, Mrs. Selma. Try to understand that it's vital for me to keep my job at the bank.
I'm sorry, but really, I'm quite helpless.
I tell you, I've got to keep it, that's all. I've got children, and they're growing up. They need to have a father who's able to hold up his head in a respectable position. I tell you, my job at the bank is the only chance I've got to get anywhere.
I'm sorry, but I just can't listen.
You've got to listen.
Mr. Krogstad, you're threatening me.
I don't care what you call it.
Would you tell my husband I owe you money?
I don't know.
Why, you ought to be ashamed of yourself. When it's all my own secret, and I'm so proud of it. Why, if he heard about it that way, there's no telling how unpleasant it would be.
Unpleasant? Mrs. Selma, I'm afraid there are some things you don't understand very well. Let me make them clearer for you.
You needn't bother.
When your husband was ill, you came to me to borrow a sum of money. I promised to find you the money in exchange for a written agreement which I drew up. Your father was to sign this agreement.
Was to? He did sign it.
Did he, Mrs. Helmer?
Well, you know he did. Anyway, haven't I made my payments on time?
Mrs. Helmer, your father was very ill, wasn't he?
Yes, he was on his deathbed.
Tell me, Mrs. Helmer, do you happen to remember the day he died? The day of the month, I mean.
It was the 29th of September.
Ah, that's correct. But you see, I made a little investigation for myself, and I discovered a rather remarkable fact, which I can't quite explain.
What remarkable fact?
The remarkable fact is, or seems to be, that your father signed this paper 3 days after his death.
I don't understand.
Well, neither do I, Mrs. Helmer. Here your father dies on the 29th of September, and here he signs his name on October the 2nd. There's the date, don't you see? Now, isn't that remarkable? Perhaps you can explain it. Your father really did write his name here himself, didn't he?
No. No, I wrote it.
Do you realize what you're admitting? That was a very dangerous thing to do, Mrs. Helmer.
But why? You'll have your last payment in a few days.
Mrs. Helmer, you really don't seem to understand what you've done. Do you know, Mrs. Helmer, that I did something just about like that once, and it ruined me?
You mean you took a risk to save someone's life?
The law, Mrs. Helmer, takes no account of motives.
Then the law must be very bad.
Bad or not, if I take this paper to court, the law will condemn you exactly as it did me.
I don't believe it. As if I didn't have the right to save my father from worry when he was dying. As if anyone should tell me that I hadn't the right to save my husband's life. I don't know very much about law, and I don't want to if that's the way it is. But I'm certain they'd let you do that. Why, the idea of not knowing they would when you're a lawyer. You must be a very poor one.
Maybe I am. But I do understand something about this business you and I are in together. And now, Mrs. Helmer, you can do exactly as you please. But let me tell you this one thing. If I'm thrown off into the mud again, there'll be others to keep me company.
Go, Torvald.
No, not yet. It's Christmas Eve.
Well, I don't hear Nora persuading me.
Oh, what? Oh, yes, please say Dr. Wrong.
No. I have patients waiting for me in the morning. People are as sick on Christmas Day as any other day.
Then you must come again tomorrow.
I will, if I'm still alive.
Oh, what a way for a doctor to talk.
Good night.
Good night.
Good night, Doctor.
Well, I still have a little work to do before bed.
Oh, no, Torvald. I want you to talk with me.
Now, what would that be about? By the way, was anyone here this afternoon?
No, just Christina. You gave her the position, Torvald.
Oh, yes. Yes, but when I came home, I thought I saw Krogstad leaving the house.
Krogstad? Well, he really was here, but just for a minute.
Nora.
Well, it was just for a minute.
Nora, look at me. I'm very, very much surprised. Krogstad has been asking you to put in a good word for him, hasn't he?
Are you going to be angry with me?
And you were supposed to do it just as if you'd thought of it yourself.
Well, yes, but I...
No, Nora. And you could stoop to that, to speak to such a man, to make a promise and then to lie about it, to me. Now, you won't do that again, will you, dear? Will you? Well, we won't say any more about it.
Torvald, tell me, was it really something awful this Krogstad got into trouble over?
Oh, forgery, that's all. You know what that means.
But don't you think he might have been forced to do it?
Perhaps. And I'm not so hard-hearted as to condemn a man for a single slip.
Oh, no, of course not.
And a man can redeem his character if he admits his crime and takes his punishment.
Crime?
But Krogstad didn't. He dodged and used all kinds of tricks. He was disbarred, of course, but he should have been sent to jail.
But don't you think he had responsibilities, children? After all, he might have done it for their sake.
Yeah, that's the worst of it. It's like a poison, especially for the children.
How do you mean?
Oh, I've seen it time and time again. It's really amazing to see how criminal tendencies in children can be traced to lying parents. This Krogstad has been contaminating his children for years.
But how?
Oh, by his life of lies and deceit, of course. They're all drawn into it with him. Sad, isn't it? I can sympathize with you when you feel sorry for him. But you'll promise not to say any more about it. Well, I'm going to my study. I won't be long.
Oh, dear God.
Mrs. Helmer, the children want to come and say goodnight.
What?
The children. Shall I bring them in to you?
No. No, not now, Ellen.
So ends the first act of A Doll's House, starring Joan Crawford and Basil Rathbone. Before they return in the second act, we want to present to you in verse our own version of a few historical love affairs. We must admit we've improved on history a little, which is just another way of saying that you'll find our verse historically inaccurate. Anyway, we think you'll find it amusing. Our first subject is the devastating Helen of Troy.
Greek Helen of Troy had a way with a boy that caused the upheaval of nations. To buy her a cloak, Menelaus went broke, and an army went short on its rations. But her jewels counted not, her robes were but aught we've learned from historical data. We'll give you the dope. She used Lux toilet soap, and her face was what launched the regatta.
We jump now to colonial times and to the comely maiden, Priscilla.
Priscilla was fair and had smoothly brushed hair when John came to woo her for Standish. But she wanted John with no pro or con, why the idea of Miles was outlandish. She got her own way, and her confidence lay, not in clothes so demure and colonial. It's easy, why shucks. It's because she used Lux. It's a passport to things matrimonial.
And now we come to Miss 1938, in whom we're all most interested.
The girl of today wears a suit and beret. She ponders on color selection. But though fashions vary, they are still secondary compared with a lovely complexion. And she knows it still pays, as it did in past days, to keep her skin clear and attractive. And, of course, if she's clever, she'll do it forever with Lux, for its lather is active.
The famous beauties of history understood the relation between lovely skin and romance. The famous beauties of our own day, the lovely stars of Hollywood, understand it, too. 9 out of 10 of them used Lux toilet soap to protect their beauty. Its active lather removes dust, dirt, and stale cosmetics thoroughly. Guards against choked pores that cause cosmetic skin, dullness, tiny blemishes, enlarged pores. Protect the loveliness of your skin the easy Hollywood way. Use Lux toilet soap before you renew makeup, always before you go to bed. May I remind you that an important announcement comes at the end of our performance tonight. I suggest that the ladies have pencil and paper ready. Now, our producer.
Joan Crawford and Basil Rathbone continue in A Doll's House with Sam Jaffe and Netta Harrigan. Christmas Day finds Nora in a state close to hysteria. Under the influence of her husband's stern philosophy, she's fearful of contaminating her children with her presence. And so she's not seen them for almost 24 hours. Now, late in the afternoon, she knocks timidly at the door of her husband's study.
Come in. Well, Nora?
Am I disturbing you, Torvald?
Well, just a little, but, what do you want, dear?
Torvald, if I were to ask you for something, to beg you for something very prettily, would you do it?
Nora, You can't mean what you were hinting at yesterday.
Oh, yes, for my sake, Torval. You must let Krogstad keep his place in the bank.
My dear Nora, it's his place that I'm giving to your friend, Mrs.
Oh,
Linden.
yes, darling, and that's so good of you. But instead of Krogstad, couldn't you just dismiss some other clerk?
Dismiss some other clerk? What's the matter with you, Nora? Just because you were impulsive enough to promise to put in a good word for him, I'm to...
No, it's not that. It's not that I said anything to him. But it's for your own sake, Torvald. I'm so terribly afraid of him.
Why?
Well, I hear he's rather malicious, and there's no telling what he might say. That's why I beg you...
Yes, and the more you plead for him, the more you make it impossible for me to keep him on.
Oh, darling, please.
Now, there's no use going any further with this. The matter's closed. I've just sent a messenger out with a letter.
What letter?
A Krogstad's dismissal.
Oh, call it back again, Torvald. There's still time, for my sake, for your own. Oh, listen, please, Torvald. You don't know what might happen because of it.
Now, come, Nora. What do you expect me to do? Worry about being slandered or blackmailed by a wretched fellow like Krogstad? Really? I can forgive you only because I know it's proof of your love for me. And that's as it should be. Let what will happen when it comes to the pinch. I think you'll find my shoulders are broad enough to bear the burden.
No, you'll never do that. I won't let you.
Well, we'll do it together then. We'll share it. Man and wife. How would you like that? Now. Stop worrying. It's just your imagination. I'll tell you what. Take your tambourine and practice your tarantella.
Tarantella?
Yes. You're going to dance it at the Stenbogs' party tonight. You haven't forgotten, have you?
No, I remember.
Oh, Mrs. Helmer.
Is Dr. Ronkin?
Why, yes, come in.
Come in, Nora.
Thank you.
Well, sit down, Nora. I was just about to leave for your house.
Dr. Ronk, there's something I want to ask you. I'm not disturbing you, am I?
I always have time for you, Nora. I always will have. Just as long as I'm able.
As long as... What does that mean?
Does that frighten you?
Well, I think it's an odd expression, isn't it? Do you expect anything to happen?
Oh, something that's no surprise.
Is there something you've really discovered?
I've been auditing my life account, Nora.
Oh, you've discovered something about yourself.
Yes, and it looks as if I'm bankrupt. Before very long, my poor carcass will be rotting in the churchyard.
Oh, what a dreadful way to talk.
Dreadful? Well, it's a dreadful business. There's one final test to be made, and then we'll know exactly when disintegration sets in.
Oh, Dr. Rank.
As soon as I'm certain of the worst, I'll send you my visiting card, and then you'll know that really serious things have begun.
I won't listen. You know you're exaggerating. You just like to talk this way. You mustn't think of dying and leaving Torvald and me. You're our oldest friend.
Oh, you'll get over it. The absent is soon forgotten.
Do you think so?
People make fresh ties. Although I do hate to leave it all.
Oh, nonsense. You shan't leave us.
And without leaving behind as much as a little token of gratitude. Nothing but some space. The first person that comes along can fill that.
And just suppose if I were to ask you for...
For what?
For a great proof of your friendship. For a very, very great service.
Would you, for once, make me so happy?
Oh, but you don't know what it is.
Then tell me. Don't you trust me?
Oh, I do, Dr. Rank. It's something you must help me prevent. You know how really deeply Torvald loves me. He wouldn't hesitate a moment to give his very life for me.
Nora, do you think he's the only one?
What do you mean?
Who'd gladly give his life for you?
Oh.
I wanted to say it to you once, before I go away. I'll never find a better moment. Well, I've told you. Now you know you can trust me as you can trust no one else.
Dr. Rank.
Well?
How could you be so... Why did you say that? It was all so nice before.
Nora,
please.
I
can't tell you anything now.
You mustn't punish me, not that way. Let me help
you. No,
Nora.
you can't do anything for me now. Besides, it's not... Oh, I really don't want any help. I have to leave now. Goodbye, Dr. Rank.
Oh, I'm glad you've come home, ma'am. There's a man here to see you. Mr. Krogstad.
Here? Ellen, where's Mr. Helmer?
He's out, ma'am. Gone over to fetch Dr. Rank.
Oh.
Mr. Krogstad's in the library, ma'am.
Thank you, Ellen. What do you want here?
I want some information, Mrs. Helmer.
Be quick, then. What is it?
You know I've been dismissed.
I couldn't prevent it, Mr. Krogstad. I fought and I stood up for you, but it wasn't any use.
Oh. Is that all he cares for?
Oh, please, you won't tell. Think of my children.
Why should I? Did you and your husband think of mine? However, I've come to tell you that you needn't take this matter too seriously. I'm not going to use this information I've got. Not for the present, anyway.
Oh, Mr. Krogstad, I knew you wouldn't.
In fact, no one need know. It can remain just between us three.
Oh, no. My husband must never know.
Why? Are you ready to pay off the balance?
Well, no, not at the moment, but it won't be long before it's all paid and then...
I'm going to hold on to that note.
Why? What would you do with it?
Just keep it, Mrs. Helmer. Don't worry. No one else will ever know anything about it. So that if you had any desperate scheme in mind, put it right out of your head. We all think such things at first. I did too, Mrs. Helmer. But I didn't have the courage.
No, nor I.
No. You wouldn't have the courage either. Would you, Mrs. Helmer? It would be very foolish. Very, very foolish. Now, I've written a letter to your husband.
To my husband?
Sparing you as much as possible.
But he mustn't ever see it. Tear the letter up. I'll get the money somehow.
I'm sorry, Mrs. Helmer, but I think I've told you I don't want it.
Well, then what do you want?
I'll tell you what I want. I want to regain my foothold in the world. I want to get back to where I belong. I want to rise. And your husband shall help me.
No, he won't.
He will. I know him, Mrs. Helmer. He won't dare put up a fight. And when he and I are together there, you'll see. Yes, within a year, I shall be his right-hand man. It won't be Torvald Helmer. It'll be Niels Krogstad who runs the bank.
No.
No? Who will stop me?
Somebody who has the courage.
Oh, you can't frighten me. A petted, pampered creature like you?
Oh, you'll see. You'll see.
Under the ice, perhaps? Down in the cold, black water? The next spring to come up again ugly? Unrecognizable? No. People don't do that sort of thing, Mrs. Helmer. And anyway, what will be the use of it? I've got your husband in my pocket, no matter what you do.
Not after I'm gone. Not after
You forget. Your reputation is in my hands. You can think of that when you're planning to do something foolish. I'll drop this letter in the mailbox on my way out.
No, please.
I expect to hear from your husband very soon.
Christina.
What are you doing, my dear?
I'm trying to get the mailbox open.
But where's the key?
I haven't one. Christina, look. There's a letter in there, and it's from Krogstad.
Krogstad?
Yes, and now Torvald will know everything.
Oh, believe me, dear. It will really be best for both of you.
Oh, but you don't understand. I forged a name. I forged Papa's name.
Nora.
Listen, Christina. You must witness.
What is there to witness?
If anything should happen, if I should go out of my mind, if anything should happen so that I wouldn't be here.
Nora, you've lost control of yourself.
If anyone else should try to take the whole blame on himself, you are my witness that it was all my doing. No one else knew anything about it.
Nora.
Oh, I'm not out of my mind, Christina. I know what I'm saying. I did the whole thing. You will remember, won't you?
Of course I'll remember, but I don't know what you mean.
Oh, no. No, how could you? Because a very wonderful thing is going to happen. A miracle is going to come.
Miracle?
Yes, a very wonderful thing. But it's so terrible, too, Christina. Oh, it mustn't happen.
Don't, dear. I shall go to Krogstad right now and talk to him.
You? What can you do?
In the old days, he would have done anything for me.
Krogstad?
I knew him very well.
Nonsense. You must come tonight. No, I'd better not.
Oh, listen.
But everyone will
It's Torvald and Dr. Rand. They're coming up the stairs. Torvald mustn't see
Go
me.
inside. I'll try to find Krogstad.
heaven's name,
Don't
you
give up
talk
hope, Nora.
A miracle. It must happen. Oh, it must.
Come in, Ronk. And I still say you're quite mad.
Perhaps.
Well, Nora, home again?
Yes. How do you do, Dr. Rand?
Good evening, Nora.
Oh, what's the matter with you, Nora? You're quite upset. Have you been practicing too hard?
No, I haven't practiced at all yet.
But you'll have to.
Oh, yes, I must. I must practice a great deal. But, Torvald, I can't without you. I know I've forgotten everything.
Oh, well, when you've worked on it, it'll come back to you. Sit down, Ronk.
Where are you going, Torvald?
Just have a look at the mailbox.
Oh, no, don't do that.
Oh, why not?
Torvald, I'm sure there are no letters there.
Well, just let me look
Oh,
at
no,
it.
if you don't rehearse with me, I won't be able to dance tonight.
What? You're really as nervous as all that about it?
Terribly, Torval. Let's rehearse now. There's time before dinner. Sit down and play for me, and you can direct me. You know the way you used to do.
All right, all right. What a creature.
Play, Torval, play.
Slower, slower.
I can't do it any slower.
Not so violently, Nora.
But I must.
Oh, Nora, that will never do.
Oh, Torval, please, I told you I needed to practice.
Let me play for her. Perhaps we can do it slow.
Oh, yes, please. Now, look, Torval, sit here, and then you can watch me.
All right. Now try to calm yourself.
Yes, darling, I will. How's this, Torval? Is it better?
Nora, there's no need to dance as though it were a matter of life and death. Right, stop. This is all out of control. Stop, I say. Nora, I don't see how you could have forgotten everything that way.
But I told you I had. Oh, Torval, you must practice with me right up to the last minute. Promise, Torval.
Well, certainly, if you wish.
Well, you're to think of nothing but me. Not a letter, not a paper. You mustn't even look at the mailbox until after the party.
Very well, my dear. But you seem so overwrought. Now, let's all go in and we'll have dinner and then we can practice again later.
Thank you, Torval.
Come along, Rock.
Thanks.
7 o'clock. 5 hours until midnight. And the tarantella will be over. 5 hours to live.
Nora, are you coming?
Coming, Torval.
We pause for station identification. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Curtain falls on Act 2 of A Doll's House. Before we hear Joan Crawford and Basil Rathbone in Act 3, we spend this brief intermission with another personality from backstage Hollywood, Frances Manson, chief story editor of Samuel Goldwyn Productions. Miss Manson came here from Columbia University, where she taught short story writing and advertising. Today, she's one of that highly important group who, seeking for good motion picture stories, wade through the vast mass of material turned out by the world's authors. And now, Miss Manson, what's your story?
A complaint, Mr. DeMille. We've had a very definite lack of story material. If good stories were only half as plentiful around Hollywood as Lux soap, I'd be a lot happier. There's a cake of Lux in practically every dressing room in Hollywood, but there are only about 10 good motion picture ideas in every 1,100 stories. In spite of the fact that about half the letters that come to producers are from people claiming they have great ideas for film stories, we're still screaming for new material. Many of these unsolicited stories may be great, but every unknown writer who sends us one is certain of receiving it back promptly and unopened.
We can't give them a chance because we can't take a chance.
That's it. A lot of people think we're just waiting for the opportunity to steal their ideas. Obviously, that isn't true, and here's a typical example. We received a letter from a man who said, I have a great idea for Gary Cooper. Make him a cowboy in his next picture and let him fall in love with a society girl. Please send me a check for $1,000 immediately as I am going on my vacation next Tuesday.
I assume he went on his vacation without your assistance.
Right. You know as well as I do, Mr. DeMille, that such a vague suggestion doesn't mean very much. An idea like that is so obvious that it had already occurred dozens of times to writers at the studio and hundreds of times to people outside the studio. As a matter of fact, in reference to this particular case, Mr. Goldwyn had already started work on a picture called The Lady and the Cowboy with Gary Cooper and Merle Oberon. Imagine how embarrassing it would be if we read every manuscript we received. Without a doubt, a manuscript would be bound to contain an episode somewhere in it that might slightly resemble part of our movie script. And human nature being what it is, we would never convince the would-be author that we had not stolen his play and changed it around to suit ourselves. The safest plan for all concerned is the one we follow, namely not to open any manuscript which comes in unsolicited. This is the firmest rule in Hollywood.
Then what outlets are open to the would-be screenwriter, Miss Manson?
My advice is this. Prove your ability first, write for the magazines, for the book publishers, or the play producers. And we'll grab you without further delay. In other words, if you want to write for Hollywood, don't write for Hollywood until we ask you.
Well, what do you think of the ones we've already asked?
As a rule, the important screenwriters are quite as temperamental as actors. But at times you can't blame them because the producers they work for are temperamental, too.
Heresy, Miss Manson. That requires explanation.
I can recall one producer who summoned in his writers and said he wanted the scope of the story to be much bigger. This isn't big enough, he said. I want it to be great. I want it to be infinitesimal. And the producer was not Mr. Goldwyn. Then there's the producer who reluctantly agreed to read a certain writer's story. All right, he said, I'll read it with an open mind, but I may as well warn you, I think it's terrible.
But writers, in turn, are often something of a problem to producers. For instance, Robert Riskin has to write every line of a screenplay in longhand. S.K. Lauren has to go away and do his creating in a shack. Joe Swirling will spend weeks at wood carving and not write a single line, then suddenly appear, call for a dictaphone, and give forth a complete shooting script without having put a word down on paper.
Still, in my opinion, the screenwriter is entitled to every bit of individuality he cares to assert. The fact remains that he delivers the goods and contributes what, to me, is the most important phase of pictures, the story. Thank you.
Thank you, Miss Manson. Act 3 of A Doll's House, starring Joan Crawford and Basil Rathbone with Sam Jaffe and Netta Harrigan. Later the same night, with Christina gone to use her influence with Krogstad, Nora dances at the party. Faster and faster she whirls about the room, her cheeks 2 spots of crimson, her eyes burning, and then the tarantella ends.
Nora, come here.
Oh, Torvald, did I dance well?
You were magnificent, my dear. You remembered everything I told you. Come now. We must go home.
Oh, no, not yet, darling. Just a little longer.
But it's late, Nora, and you're tired.
Yes, I am tired.
Come along, dear. We'll say good night. So slowly, Nora. Let me help you.
I'm even more tired than I thought.
There we are. You see, I was perfectly right not to let you stay any longer.
Yes, darling. Everything you do is right. Torvald, what are you doing?
I want to clear out the mailbox.
So late, Torvald. Won't tomorrow do?
Look at all the letters that have collected. Why? What's this?
What?
Dr. Rank's visiting card. It was right on top. He must have just put it in tonight. I wonder what this means.
What is it?
This black cross over his name. What a ghastly idea. You'd think he was announcing his own death.
He is.
What? How do you know? Has he told you something?
That card is his farewell. He's going to shut himself up alone and die.
Oh, poor old Rank. Of course, I knew we couldn't hope to keep him long, but so soon. And to go off alone, like a wounded animal.
When one goes, it's best to go silently, don't you think?
I just can't realize that he's gone. He'd grown into our lives so. Oh, well, perhaps it's for the best, at least for him. And for us, too, because now we have to depend entirely on each other. Go in, dear. Oh, it's a relief to be home again. Come here, Nora, you enchanting creature.
Torvald, don't, please.
Why not? Oh, I know what it is. You have the tarantella still in your blood, and it makes you all the more tempting.
Read your letters, Torvald.
Oh, but a moment ago, you asked me to wait. Oh, my darling, I can't hold you close enough. You know, I wish sometimes that you were in some great trouble, so that I could do something really marvelous for you, risk my body and soul, everything.
Please, you must read your letters, Torvald.
What an insistent creature. Very well. Let me see. This is strange. A letter from Krogstad. I wonder if he's going to ask... What's this? Nora, do you know what's in this letter?
Yes.
He says that you're a forger. That you forged your father's name. Is it true?
I loved you, Torvald.
Answer me! Is it true?
It was all because I loved you.
Stop saying that.
Yes, it's true.
You fool! What have you done?
Torvald, you're not going to take this on yourself. You're not to try to save me.
Oh, don't be melodramatic. Do you understand what you've done?
Yes?
You've ruined my future. Do you know that? You've put me in the hands of a scoundrel. From now on, he can do whatever he likes with me. Demand what he chooses. Domineer over me as much as he likes, and I must submit to everything.
When I'm out of the world, you'll be free.
Out of the world? Oh, this is no time for fine phrases. What good would it do if you were out of the world? He blabbed the story just the same, and people might even suspect me of having been a part of it. Did you ever stop to think of that? They'd say that I was at the bottom of it, that I'd egged you on. And it's you I have to thank for all this. You whom I've petted and spoiled all our married life. Now do you understand what you've done to me?
Yes.
I just can't believe it. I've got to keep him quiet somehow. That's it. People simply mustn't find out that there's anything at all out of the way. Well, we'll make things look as though nothing had happened between us. And what can that be at this hour? What is it?
A letter for you, sir. Mr. Krogstad asked me to deliver it.
Krogstad, give it here. Oh, what more can he do to me now?
Torvald,
Be quiet. Why? What? Look. It's a promissory note. It's your note. He's returned it. I don't understand. What does he say? Returning your wife's note. I regret my actions in this matter. Mrs. Linden has convinced me that... Oh, Nora! Nora, thank God! I'm saved.
And I?
You too, yes, of course, darling. We're saved, Nora. It's all over. It's finished. I'll tear it up. I won't even look at it. The whole thing shall just disappear like a dream. Oh, Nora, these must have been terrible days for you.
Yes, they have been.
Yes, I see now. You did it because you loved me. It was just that you went about it in the wrong way, dear. You didn't have the experience to know how. But the next time, you see, dearest, you must come to me. You do realize that, don't you? Nora, you're not going to remember the things I said, are you? Why, the whole world seemed to be falling to pieces around me. It's all going to be forgotten. I forgive you.
Thank you for your forgiveness, Torvald.
Thank you. Is that all you have to say to me? Why do you look at me so strangely? Now, dear, you'd better go and get some sleep.
I shall not sleep tonight.
But it's late.
It's not so late. Sit down, Torvald.
Nora, what do you mean? Your face is so cold and set.
Sit down, Torvald.
Nora, you frighten me. I don't understand you.
That's just it. You don't understand me. And I've never understood you. Until tonight.
What do you mean?
Doesn't one thing strike you as strange as we sit here?
Nora, what are you talking about?
We've been married 8 years. Doesn't it occur to you that this is the first time we two have talked together seriously?
Oh, my dear child. What have you to do with serious things?
I've had a great injustice done me, Torvald. First by my father and then by you.
Your father and me?
Yes. When I was at home, Father used to tell me all his opinions, and I always agreed with them. He used to call me his doll child and play with me, just the way I played with my dolls. And then I came to live in your house.
Oh, what a way to talk about our marriage.
Well, I mean, I changed hands. From his to yours. And I heard your opinions and agreed with them. Or pretended to.
Nora.
I've been living here like a beggar by performing tricks for you. That's the way you would have it. You and my father are responsible. It's your fault my life has come to nothing.
Nora, haven't you been happy here?
No. Only merry. You've always been kind to me, but our house has been nothing but a nursery. I've been your doll wife, just as I used to be Father's doll child. And in the same way, my children have been my dolls. That's what our marriage has been, Torvald.
Well, perhaps there is some truth in what you say. But, Nora, from now on, it will be different.
Yes. Very different. I'm leaving you, Torvald.
What are you saying?
I can't stay with you.
You've lost your mind. I won't allow it.
I'll spend the night with Christina, and tomorrow I'm going home.
You mean that you propose to leave your home, your husband, and your children? And have you considered what people will say?
I don't care what they say. From now on, I must think things out for myself.
Oh, you talk like a child. Desert your home, you can't. These things are your duty, your sacred duty.
I have other duties equally sacred.
Name them.
My duties toward myself. Before all else, I'm a human being, just as much as you are. And if I'm not, then I must try to become one.
Nora, you're ill. I almost think that you're out of your senses.
I've never felt so clear or so certain.
Clear and certain enough to forsake your husband and children?
Yes.
Oh, then there's only one possible explanation. You don't love me anymore.
Yes, that's just it.
Nora.
I'm sorry, but I can't help it. I don't love you anymore.
You're clear and certain of that, too?
Yes.
And can you explain to me at what moment you ceased to love me?
Yes, I can. It was this evening when the miracle that I expected to happen didn't happen. It was then I saw that you were not the man I'd imagined.
I don't understand you.
For 8 years now, I've been waiting for a certain wonderful thing to happen between you and me. And I've been waiting patiently because I know that really wonderful things can't happen every day. And when I saw that this catastrophe was hanging over me, I said to myself, it's coming. The miracle is coming.
When was this?
Torvald, when Krogstad's letter was lying in the box, it never occurred to me that you'd think for a minute of submitting to that man's conditions. I was certain that you'd say to him, all right, tell everybody, publish it to the whole world. And I was certain that after that...
After that, what? When I'd covered my wife's name with shame and disgrace?
Oh, then I was sure you'd come forward and take the whole thing on yourself. You'd say, I'm the guilty one.
I? But Nora...
Oh, I'd never have accepted such a sacrifice. Of course not. But what would my word have been against yours? That was the miracle I hoped for and dreaded. And to prevent that, I wanted to die.
Nora, I would gladly work day and night for you. I'd bear any sorrows and want. But no man sacrifices his honor even for the woman he loves.
Millions of women have done it.
Oh, you talk like a child. You think like a child.
When you got over being frightened, not for me, but for yourself, and you knew there was nothing more to fear, then it was as if nothing had happened. I was your doll again, and you would take twice as much care of it in the future because I was so weak and fragile. Torvald, it burst on me in that moment that I'd been married for 8 years to a man I hardly knew.
But you're still my wife, now and always.
Torvald, when a wife leaves her husband's house, as I'm doing, I've heard that in the eyes of the law he's free from all duties to her. At all events, I release you from all duties to me. Here's your ring. Give me mine. Here are the keys. Tomorrow when I've left town, Christina will come and pack up the things I've brought from home. I'll have them sent after me.
Is everything over? Nora, will you never think of me again?
Torvald, I shall often think of you and the children and this house.
May I write to you, Nora?
No, never. You mustn't.
But I must send you...
No, I say.
Can I never be anything more than a stranger to you?
Perhaps. Someday. Oh, Torvald, for that the miracle would have to happen.
What's that?
Both of us would have to change so that... Oh, but I no longer believe in miracles.
Perhaps I do. Tell me, Nora.
So changed that our marriage would be real, with a real love to hold us together. Goodbye.
Nora, wait.
Goodbye, Torvald.
Nora! A miracle. Perhaps someday. Yes, that miracle will happen. It's got to happen.
And so we take our leave of Ibsen's play. A little later, Melville Ruick brings you the important announcement mentioned earlier tonight. But now, we meet the two principal tenants of A Doll's House, Joan Crawford and Basil Rathbone. Basil, you're such a scoundrel in pictures, so persistently. How did it feel to take off the whiskers and play a less villainous role?
Well, C.B., getting into A Doll's House was like getting out of a dog's house. I've played villains on the screen so long that every time the steam radiators hiss at my house, I take a bow. But what's particularly interesting to me is that I've never been a villain on the air.
I've often wondered, Basil, what type of letters the fans write to you men who put the menace in the movies.
Oh, I get a lot of letters, Joan. The only trouble is they all seem to have the same idea. They just hope that someday I'll get the thrashing I deserve.
But the more disliked you are by the audience, the better the producers like you.
Well, that's comforting anyway. I've been perforated by swords so many times, I now train on a bed of nails. Rather sad, don't you think? I never know just how to save my skin from lunging heroes.
Did you ever try Lux soap? 9 out of 10 stars protect their skin with it.
Yes, but Lux soap makes me look so completely lovely, Joan. I'd soon be out of work. Yes, I'd get to look like you, and that would... Oh, I mean... Well,
Oh, that's all right, Basil. I understand. And until I want to look like your partner in crime, I'm going to continue using Lux soap, because I don't think there's anything nicer for a lovely complexion. And now, having disposed of Basil's problem, Mr. DeMille, my sincere thanks for bringing that doll's house to the air and allowing me to play Nora. And my appreciation, too, to Mr. Rathbone and to Mr. Jaffe, who made a special trip from New York to be here. And to Miss Netta Harrigan, Mr. Steele, and all the others in our cast. Thank you, and good night.
Thank you, Joan. Good night, C.B.
Good night, Joan. Good night, Basil. There's another real treat in store for you next Monday night. In a moment, our producer, Mr. DeMille, will be back to tell you all about it. But while we are waiting, I want to tell you about our offer of a compact for the ladies. The response to this offer last week has been overwhelming, and it is repeated tonight so that no one need lose out. If you have not already sent for your genuine Van-style double compact, by all means do so tomorrow. Or if you have obtained one and want one or two more for a gift or for a bridge prize, you may have it now. It's difficult for a man to describe this compact and do it justice. All I can say is that it's swell.
Perhaps I could help you describe it.
Oh, would you please? Just tell the ladies in our audience how this compact appeals to you.
Well, this is really the sort of compact every woman wants. Thin and lightweight, a delicate horseshoe shape of graceful design, curved in the front and square at the back. And, of course, there's no advertising on it. The top is finished in gold effect and set in gleaming black enamel. The bottom richly tooled in a harmonizing pattern. It will remind you of a piece of fine old antique jewelry, and it's just as smart as it can be. The black and gold color combination makes it harmonize with any costume. It's a double compact with two compartments, one for loose powder and the other already filled with a cake of fine neutral shade rouge. And it's so easy to get rouge refills to match your own complexion. The clear, gleaming mirror is the full size of the cover. In many stores, this type of compact usually sells for $1.
Well, thank you very much, but this compact does not cost our listeners $1. For the time being, our Lux Toilet Soap friends can get it for 3 Lux Toilet Soap wrappers and only 25 cents in coin. Send for yours at once. Now, let me repeat that. You need only 3 Lux Toilet Soap wrappers and 25 cents in coin. Fold the coin into the wrappers and enclose in an envelope with a slip of paper on which your name and address is printed clearly. Don't send stamps. Address, Lux Toilet Soap. Box number 1, New York City. Your compact will be mailed to you promptly. This offer is good only in the United States. So, buy 3 cakes of Lux Toilet Soap tomorrow. Send 3 wrappers and only 25 cents in coin folded into them, together with a slip of paper with your name and address printed clearly, to Lux Toilet Soap, box number 1, New York City. This offer is good only in the United States. Mr. DeMille.
From the stern drama of A Doll's House, we turn next Monday night to the gay romance of Columbia's highly successful comedy, Theodora Goes Wild. Starring in the title role will be the same delightful comedienne whom you saw in the picture, Irene Dunn. And co-starred with Miss Dunn, the seasoned sensational comedy find, one of the most versatile stars in Hollywood, Cary Grant. Our sponsors, the makers of Lux Toilet Soap, join me in inviting you to be with us again next Monday night when the Lux Radio Theater presents Irene Dunn and Cary Grant in Theodora Goes Wild. This is Cecil B. DeMille saying good night to you from Hollywood.
Our cast tonight included Celeste Rush as Ellen, John Russell as Ivar Helmer, Jackie Horner as Emmy Helmer, Frank Nelson as a messenger, and Eleanor Mitchell as Leah. Louis Silvers appeared through courtesy of 20th Century Fox Studios, where he directed music for Josette. Your announcer has been Melville Ruick. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
California, the Lux Radio Theater presents Loretta Young and George Brent in The Girl from 10th Avenue.
Lux presents Hollywood. Once again, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Lux Radio Theater. The theater made possible by your loyal purchases of those fine products, Lux Toilet Soap and Lux Flakes. Tonight, Loretta Young and George Brent bring you a play of strange romance, a drama of clashing environments, the love story of a girl who lived on the wrong side of the tracks, and of a man whose wealth and social position stood between them. As special guest, our program also features Mrs. Emily Post, the most famous authority in the world on etiquette. Louis Silvers conducts our orchestra. And now, your host, the producer of the Lux Radio Theater. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Cecil B. DeMille.
Greetings from Hollywood, ladies and gentlemen. 3 years ago, when I made The Crusades, Loretta Young was starred as Berengaria, not the ocean liner, but Berengaria, wife of Richard the Lionheart, the only queen of England who never set foot on English soil. When the day to start the film arrived, there was no Miss Young. Marooned by a blizzard on the 14,000-foot heights of Mount Rainier, where she was making the call of the wild, her Hollywood arrival was delayed for weeks. I had hundreds of players on salary, so was forced to proceed without her and made the giant battle scenes. When Loretta finally arrived, I started back at the beginning of the picture. But unfortunately for me, the warfare had been so realistic that nearly all the players' costumes were ruined, so tattered and torn that not even Lux Flakes could restore them. And the call of the wild was a lullaby compared to the howl I made when I learned what Miss Young had unintentionally cost me. But all's well tonight, as she becomes Miriam Brady in The Girl from 10th Avenue. Born on a street called Hollywood in Salt Lake City, Loretta has spent most of her life in the town called Hollywood. Her new picture at 20th Century Fox is Four Men and a Prayer. George Brent, who plays Geoffrey Sherwood, is one of Hollywood's most valued importations from Ireland. George left the University of Dublin to join the famous Abbey Players. Since then, he's been a diamond miner, a stoker, a sheep herder, a blacksmith, and an actor on Broadway, with another youngster then destined for stardom, Clark Gable. Now a Warner Brothers star, Mr. Brent has reached new heights in his two latest films, Gold Is Where You Find It and Jezebel. Featured in our cast tonight are Beulah Bondi, one of the screen's finest character actresses, as Mrs. Martin, Mona Barry as Valentine, and Eric Snowden as John Marland. And now, the Lux Radio Theater presents Loretta Young and George Brent in The Girl from 10th Avenue. An invitation has been issued to the socially prominent of New York City. It reads, Mr. and Mrs. Martin French request the honor of your presence at the marriage of their daughter, Valentine, to Mr. John Marland at high noon, Tuesday, the 5th of April, at St. Thomas Church.
Are we almost ready, girl? Get in line.
Let me look at you, Valentine. Oh, you make a lovely bride, my dear.
Thank you, Father.
I'll second that motion.
So will I.
Oh, Tony, you...
How are you, Val?
So what are you two doing back here? We're going to start in a minute.
We wouldn't miss a word of it.
Best wishes, Val, and a lot of happiness. John Marland's a lucky guy.
Oh, thank you, Tony. By the way, where's Geoffrey? I haven't seen him yet.
Well, Geoffrey's not coming.
Not coming? Why not?
Well, that's a long story. It begins way back in 1804.
Shut up.
Yeah.
He can't come, Val. He has a pretty important case in court. In fact, it's the biggest case he's ever handled.
Oh, I see. Of course, that's much more important than my wedding.
We're ready, dear.
Oh, I'm coming, Father. You can start any time you want now.
I think Miss French is sore about something.
Yeah, wouldn't she just love to have Jeff here? Then she could twist that knife she put in his back.
Well, he isn't the first guy to get jilted.
Did you try to reach him?
I've been trying for a week. His butler doesn't know where he is. His office hasn't seen him for a month. He's on a case, all right. Bottle number 12.
Open the door.
there. Keep back there now and don't push. Hey, you. Now, where do you think you're going?
Daily press, officer. I want to get a close-up of the happy bride and groom coming out of the church door.
All right, okay. Go on. Now, the rest of you, I want you to keep back.
Excuse me. One side, please.
Ow! Hey, you, who do you think you're shoving? You stepped right on my foot.
Oh, I beg your pardon. I hope you'll forgive my awkwardness.
Huh? Oh, okay.
Thank you.
Gee, it's swell wedding, ain't it? Oh, I wished I was inside so I could see it.
You do, huh?
Uh-huh.
Want to hear what they're saying, huh?
Well, sure.
Well, I'll tell you. Two people are in there making important promises to each other and trying not to laugh. Valentine, do you take this social register parasite to be a lawful wedded toy, to hate, dishonor, and ignore since it brings material advantages, both social and financial? I do.
Say, listen, mister, you better pipe down. Everybody's looking.
Shut up! And I pronounce you man and wife, and a cockeyed credit of the country. Here comes the bride. Boom, boom, de boom.
Oh, why don't you get out of here? You're only going to get yourself in a jam. They'll run you in there.
Well, let him book me in a charge. Disorderly conduct. Name, please? Jeffrey Sherwood, Your Honor. Jeffrey Sherwood, the second, the third, the fourth,
Jeffrey Sherwood?
Well, just call me Jeff. Jeff the Jilter, that's me.
Say, listen, Mr. Sherwood, there's a reporter over there. They'll take a couple of nice pictures of you like this, and then they'll ship you off to Bellevue.
Huh?
Yeah.
Oh, am I being conspicuous?
Well, a little. You better skid around the corner.
Very well. Come on, young lady.
Never mind about me. You go along by yourself.
Oh, ditched again, huh?
All right, then. I'll go with you. Come on.
Boom, boom, de boom, 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 de boom.
Hey, haven't you boomed about enough of that?
Oh, do you mind?
Looking like a darn fool? Yes, I do.
Well, did the lady walking up the center aisle of that church look like a darn fool?
Why should she?
Exactly. She paraded up the center aisle with a man she didn't love. Now you're parading with a man you don't love. Very funny.
Yeah, I'm doubled over. Come on.
Where are we going now?
We're going to get you something to eat. I suppose you remember how to eat.
Uh-huh. Vaguely, yeah.
Bacon and eggs, French fries on the side.
Well, how do you feel now?
I feel thirsty. Waiter.
Yep, uh-huh.
1 quart champagne and 2 glasses.
Champagne? Say, where do you think you are, buddy? We ain't got that stuff.
All right. Send out and get it.
Huh? Oh, waiter, forget it, will you? Listen, Mr. Sherwood, I'm not celebrating with you.
Why not?
I'm going to drop you at a Turkish bath. You need a steam and a sleep.
Fine, so I can wake up around midnight and think.
Oh, you got to snap out of it sometime.
Sure, I'm going to snap out of it right now. You and I are going places, man.
Well, I am. I'm going to work.
Work?
Believe it or not, I do. This is my lunch hour. You're using it up. Say, I think I'll let you buy my lunch.
Oh, you're a model, huh?
Don't be funny. I sew on labels at $3 a day.
Well, you need a vacation.
I'll get plenty starting Saturday. They're laying a bunch of us off then.
All right, starting right now, you're showing labels on me until Saturday. Here, hey, wait a minute. Hey, here's $100 for a beginner, and there's plenty more where that came from.
I was waiting for something like that. Well, you can keep your money, Mr. Sherwood, and I'll buy my own lunch.
Here, now, wait a minute, please. Please, I didn't mean anything by it. Now, please, sit down. I just thought I could help you, that's all.
Well, you don't need to. I'm pretty good at taking care of myself.
Well, I wish you'd pass the secret along to me.
You could use it, all right. Say, how could you let a girl get you down like this anyway?
I only know it can be done.
Yeah.
But you'll stick with me, won't you? You see, I don't want to be alone for a while anyway.
Okay, I'll stick.
Good girl.
Hello, is this Bryant 70643? Well, I want to speak to a Mr. Hugh Williams. Oh, well, Mr. Williams, you're a friend of Mr. Jeffrey Sherwood's, ain't you? Yeah, I found your number in a little book he was carrying. I just want to tell you that he's all right. Yeah, he's fine. I've been with him all day. What's... Oh, no, you don't know me. My name's Brady, Miriam Brady. Say, is there any special place you'd like him delivered? Oh, well, wait a minute. What's that number? Oh... Yeah, okay, I got it. I'll try to get in there, only right now he's kind of set on hitting all the night spots. Yeah. Hey, I gotta hang up now. He's coming this way. Goodbye.
Sir, Circus, the Black Cat, the Half Moon Club, and the Hotsy Totsy Club. 4 more and we'll set a record.
One more, and I'm taking you home.
Ah, deserter, eh? You can't take it, huh?
Well, sure I can, but don't you see it's...
Hello, Jeff.
What? Say, listen.
I'm your old friend Hugh, remember? And this is Tony. We all used to go to school together.
Evening, Jeffrey.
What a nice, depressing sight you are. Go away.
Is that a nice way to treat the head of the 4th form? We're going to join the party.
How'd you find me?
Oh, that was easy. We just went into every nightclub in New York, and there you were.
Well, I guess you don't need me any longer, so I'll beat it.
No, you don't. Sit down. This is Miss...
How do you do?
Hello.
Well, what do you say, Jeff? Let's get out of here.
What do you mean, let's get out of here?
We're going home.
Home? Oh, no.
Oh, yes. Get a grip on him, Tony.
Right. Yeah, hey, let go.
All right.
Hey, now watch your step, boys. I haven't been in a fight in a restaurant since I cleaned out that place in New Haven.
Oh, it's no good, Hugh. You can't move him.
All right, let him go.
Thanks. Hello, boys.
Hi, Jeff. Sit down.
We'll all sit down.
Not me. I gotta get going.
Oh, no. Where you go, I go.
Jeff, do you mind if I speak to the lady for a while?
How long a while?
Oh, just for a minute. Will you come out here, miss?
I'll bring her right back, you hear?
Oh, sure. Come over here, please.
Well?
I suppose you're the girl who called me earlier this evening.
Yeah, that's right. I've been with him since around lunchtime. He's okay if you humor him a little.
You seem to be pretty successful at that.
Well, I guess I... Say, what's that supposed to mean?
Nothing. Where'd you meet him?
Outside of a church, and if you think it's been any picnic, you're crazy. You know, you can do me a big favor by taking him off my hands right now.
I guess you mean it all right. I'm sorry.
You better keep out of crowds till you can size people up right.
I said I was sorry.
Okay. I'll just sneak out. You'll be able to handle him all right if you take it easy.
I don't know. I'm afraid if we try, he'll tear the place down. I'll tell you what we'll do. You take care of him alone. If you deliver him safe and sound to that address I gave you, well, we'll make it all right with you.
Now, look, mister, I don't want anything. But he has got a big roll. You better get it off him.
I'm afraid I can't. But I'm glad you mentioned it.
Anyhow, you know.
Yes. Mm-hmm. Thank you, Miss, what was it?
Brady. I live at 234 East 16th. It's a sort of a working girls' club. Ring him up if you want. Gramercy 28249.
I don't think that'll be necessary. We'll take a chance on you, Miss Brady.
I'll take care of him. Well, what do you say now? Ain't it about time he was leaving?
Now, why don't you stop? You're getting to talk like my friends.
Oh, I was only thinking of you, mister. I'm having a grand time.
That's the girl.
Gee, I never expected to find myself in a joint like this.
You've been mighty sweet, Miriam. Keep me from going crazy all day.
Oh, that's all right, Jeff. I can call you Jeff, can I?
Sure. What time is it?
Oh, now, please.
Yeah, the boat left the dock a half an hour ago. They're on it now. Valentine French and John...
Oh, look, let's dance, huh? What do you say?
She's alone with him.
Oh, don't, will you? You've been getting along swell up until now. Now, don't go to pieces.
Oh, I can't help it.
Well, come on, we're having fun.
Don't leave me. I can't be alone.
I'm not going to leave you. I'm sticking. Look here, I got my arm around you, right around you in a public place, too. You're just like a poor little kid that wants to be petted, ain't you?
Oh, let's get out of here. Let's hit those other 4 places. Let's hit them all.
Sure, okay, come
and
on.
Don't let me down, will you? Don't let me down, Miriam.
I won't. Not for a minute.
Hello?
Good morning, sir. Desk clerk.
Yeah, well, what I want to know is what desk clerk? Where am I?
You're in the Lakewood Hotel, sir.
Well, that's very interesting. I don't suppose you could tell me how I got here, could you?
Yes, sir. You came late last night. Your wife brought you, sir.
Did you say my wife?
Yes, sir. She brought you about 3 o'clock.
Good morning.
Come in, please. Come over here. What happened last night? Did I marry you?
Yes.
Oh, the end of a perfect day.
Oh, I tried to talk you out of it. Honest, I did. But you kept insisting, and, well, I guess I was sort of crazy last night, too.
Well, that's fine.
Oh, I'm sorry. But you'll find the marriage license on the dresser, and there's a note I wrote to you this morning.
Note?
Yeah, it just says that last night when you married me, you didn't know what you was doing, and so I give up all claims to you. Gee, you're a lawyer. You can get an annulment, can't you?
Yeah, I guess so.
And your money's under the pillow. We didn't blow so much. I let you hand the court clerk $25 because you got him up at 2 a.m. You wanted to give him $100. And the taxi driver got $10 for being a witness, and the taxi bill was $16.50, and... Oh, well, here, you better count.
Yeah, well, let's avoid mathematics for a while, shall we?
Oh, I'm sorry, Mr. Sherwood.
And if you'll study our marriage license, you'll discover that my first name is Jeffrey.
Oh, well, I brought you some orange juice. Here, you better drink it.
Oh, thank you. Well, you've certainly been taking excellent care of me, Miriam.
Well, you needn't rub it in. Get rid of me any way you like. I don't want anything. Here, I don't even want this thing.
Did I buy you a wedding ring?
Yeah, from the court clerk. He keeps them for suckers like you.
Oh. Well, would you mind saving it? It's valuable as evidence.
No, I don't want any hold on you.
Well, then why did you go to all the trouble of marrying me?
I told you I was crazy. I felt sorry for you.
Yeah, I'm beginning to remember.
Gee, you were getting awful, brooding about those two on the boat. You said only I could keep it off your mind. And you kept begging me to stick to you, and, well, I got the dumb idea that you really needed me. So when you asked me to marry you, it sounded swell. And when we got here, you fell asleep crying in my arms. Well, I guess all I can say is I'm sorry.
Well, you probably kept me out of the river last night. Not that it makes much difference.
Well, you don't have to talk like that. This'll all be washed up in a few weeks. You'll have forgotten her, and me, too. I won't bother you. You better go back to New York where your friends can look after you.
You go if you like. I'll be quite comfortable here.
Oh, I get it. You want to stay here alone so you can carry on the way you did yesterday.
Oh, I'd be delighted to have you with me, but you'd be better off not. The day after tomorrow, you call on Mr. Howard Case, New York City Bank. He'll have something for you.
I told you I didn't want anything. This is the first time I've seen you as yourself, Mr. Sherwood, and now I can tell you. You can't take it.
I'm afraid I can't, so why bother?
Oh, no, I didn't mean that. Your nerves are all shot. You'd see it different. Get yourself into some kind of shape, and you'll realize you never really loved that Valentine dame.
Now, take
Why,
it easy.
listen, you were crying on my shoulder last night, but you didn't know what you were crying about, and that's straight. Well, you didn't know what you were crying for. You'd forgotten her.
So what?
Well, keep on crying if it makes you feel better. You'll come out of it. Cry all you want to.
On your shoulder?
Sure, if you like. Oh, I'll stay with you till you get normal again.
Well, what makes you think I ever want to be normal again?
Well, you can give yourself a chance, can't you? Listen, I'll tell you what. Let's get on a bus or something and go up to the Adirondacks. Oh, gee, it'd be swell up there now. We could get a cabin somewhere. Maybe on a lake. We could cook our own meals, and I wouldn't bother you. And in a few weeks, you'd be a new man.
Then what?
Well, then goodbye, same as here.
Oh, I couldn't do that.
But why not?
Well, because it isn't fair to you.
Well, don't worry about me.
Tell me honestly.
Huh?
Do you like me?
Well, I suppose I like you a little, or I wouldn't want to help you.
Well, you're my wife, remember?
Yeah. For a while, anyway. I'll stay with you while you need me, and then we quit. Friends.
All right, I'll do it. And I think it's pretty swell of you, too. And you won't regret it, Miriam.
No, I won't. I'm sure I won't.
And so ends the first act of tonight's production, The Girl from 10th Avenue, starring Loretta Young and George Brent. Before they return in the second act, we would like to bring you, in our brief intermission, a few excerpts from a unique kind of diary, a musical diary kept by a young lady named Jean, who is in love with a young man named Bill Brown. The diary opens with Jean tired at the end of a long day at the office.
It's almost time to go home. I'm tired, but I don't want to go to bed. I've been typing, filing, slaving all day long, and I'm really just about dead. But Bill is coming up tonight. Lucky I know what to do. A Lux toilet soap bath will set me right, make me feel as good as new.
An hour or so has elapsed, and Jean sings another song as she dresses after her bath, getting ready to go out with Bill.
Hi-ho, hi-ho, it sure is good to know you're fresh and sweet from head to toe. Hi-ho, 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 hi-ho. With Lux, it's just a snap. My Lux soap bath beats a beauty nap. Hi-ho, hi-ho.
Jean is singing the last song after she's returned from her date with Bill and is getting ready to go to bed.
I clean my face so thoroughly. No cosmetic skin for me. I use Lux toilet soap and then put out the lights and go to sleep. always scores. No danger then of choking pores. I use Lux toilet soap and then put out the lights and go to sleep. Bill asked me to be Mrs. Brown. He said he thought I was perfection. I laughed but did not turn him down. I owe my thanks to my complexion, so Mrs. Brown will also be careful of her skin, and she will use Lux toilet soap and then put out the lights and go to sleep.
Well, you've all guessed by this time that Jean is one of those clever girls who follow the lead of 9 out of 10 Hollywood stars. These smart girls use Lux toilet soap to protect their complexion, to guard against the choked pores that cause dullness, tiny blemishes, enlarged pores, cosmetic skin. They use this fine complexion soap as a bath soap, too, because its active lather ensures daintiness, leaves skin really fresh, delicately fragrant. Our producer, Mr. DeMille.
We continue with The Girl from 10th Avenue, starring Loretta Young and George Brent, with Beulah Bondi and Mona Barry. Two months have passed, and under Miriam's watchful eye, Jeffrey has settled down to a normal existence. And yet there's been no mention of divorce. And for the girl from 10th Avenue, the days rush by in waves of hope and happiness. In their modest apartment in lower New York, Jeffrey is working late at his desk. The door opens and Miriam enters quietly.
Jeff.
Oh, come in.
Jeff, I didn't want to disturb you, but there's somebody here to see you.
Who?
2 friends of yours. I think they said Tony and Hugh. They've been looking for you.
Oh, yes, I've been expecting them to show up. Why didn't you tell them I wasn't here?
Well, what good would that have done? You can't go on hiding from your friends forever. The only way is to go out and meet them and keep quiet about me. I don't care what they think.
But I do, Miriam. For your sake as well as my own.
Well, you better talk it over with them anyway. I'll go downstairs and return some books I borrowed from Mrs. Martin.
All right.
You can call me up when they've gone.
Come in.
Good evening, Mrs. Martin.
Well, hello, darling.
Mrs. Martin, I was wondering, can I visit with you while Jeffrey sees his friends?
May you? Oh, of course you may.
That's right, may I. I always forget.
Sit down, Miriam.
Thanks. Oh, and I brought the check for the rent, too.
Oh, there wasn't any hurry about that.
And here's some books you lent me. Gee, they were swell.
Swell?
Oh, I mean splendid.
That's better, dear. Much better.
Ah, you are sweet, Mrs. Martin. Lending me books and watching my speech for me. Gee, it can't be much fun for you.
Oh, I'll have my fun, all right. I'll have it the day that husband of yours wakes up and realizes that he can take you anywhere without diluting that blue blood of his.
I guess that'll be never.
It'll be sooner than you think. You're very pretty, Miriam, and you can wear clothes. That's one thing I learned in the theater, clothes. I'll never forget that little third act ensemble I wore in the last show. It was a green, or was it blue? Well, anyway, it had a little, Miriam, dear.
Oh, I'm sorry. What'd you say?
What's the matter?
Oh, I was just thinking. Here I am, 10th Avenue, trying to learn how to be Park. I wonder if you can do it. I wonder if anyone can learn how to be a lady.
Of course you can, dear. If you think it's important enough.
Oh, it is. It's very important to be like him, like his friends up there now. And I wonder what they're saying.
I wouldn't worry about that, my
dear. Got me on my feet, and, well, here I am. That's the whole fantastic story.
Oh, it's fantastic, all right. So what happens now?
Oh, I suppose we'll go on as we are for a while.
Falling for her?
Oh, my falling days are over. But she's amusing. She keeps my feet on the ground. I suppose I'd be under the daisies by now if it weren't for her.
Gratitude.
Maybe. But I want to keep her happy while I can.
Oh, it's only a matter of time, and you'll be sick of the sight of her.
Then she let me go without making any trouble. Of course, I'll see that she never wants for anything.
That's very touching. Oh, Jeff, why don't you use your head? You can't lead this kind of a life indefinitely, avoiding your friends, giving up everything that ever meant a darn to you. By the way, what about the firm? Do they know? They'd be enchanted with this setup.
Especially as my chief drag with them was my social connections. Well, I've resigned.
No.
My last act of bravado before I became a good citizen.
Resigned. Well, Why not? What's a little thing like a future?
Oh, I'm in oil right now.
Uh-huh.
I'm the New York representative for a couple of new gushers. A substantial bunch of money seems to be imminent. And just to prove to you boys that I'm not avoiding you, you'll find my office address on this card.
Thanks. I imagine this might interest Valentine.
I doubt it.
I suppose you know she's back from Europe.
No, I didn't.
Well, she rings up every day to ask if you've been heard from.
Why?
Anxious, I suppose.
Oh, is she? Well, maybe you better relieve her mind. You can get those letters off this afternoon, Miss Mansfield.
Yes, sir.
Well, Miriam, you won't step out to lunch with me?
Nope. I think a man's business hours should be his business hours, and his wife shouldn't butt in. Intrude.
Yes, I know, but when she brings his rubbers downtown because it looks like rain, I think she rates her lunch.
Do you really?
Mm-hmm.
All right, where shall we go? The Waldorf or the Ritz?
Well, I haven't got much time, Miriam. All right. Take you up on that.
Oh, don't worry, Jeff. I was only kidding. Make it Belmont Park some Saturday, huh? And watch me knock him over.
All right. Next Saturday. Today.
Just watch me strut across that lawn. Well, who is that ravishing brunette with Sherwood? Well, I never saw her before, but I do admire him as taste in women. Oh, rather.
Yes, Miss Mansfield.
Mrs. Marlin to see you, sir.
Mrs. Oh. I'll see her in just a moment.
Yes, sir.
I read in the paper where she got back from Europe. Well, I'll be going.
Oh, that's not necessary.
Why, she's here to see you. You don't want to put me on exhibition.
Ah, Miriam, don't talk like that.
I didn't mean to crack. I just meant if I'm not here, it'll be more comfortable all around. I'll go out through the other office. Goodbye, Jim.
Yes, Mr. Sherwood?
Show Mrs. Marland in.
Yes, sir.
Come in, Valentine.
How are you, Jeff? Surprised to see me?
Yes.
Well, I knew we were bound to meet somewhere, sooner or later. I thought it best to do it this way.
I don't see why we're bound to meet.
Well, we have so many mutual friends.
I never see them now.
Did you drop them all?
Most of them, completely.
Oh, I'm sorry. They were so fond of you. I heard of your marriage. Is that why you dropped us?
Not altogether, although my wife isn't a society girl.
No, so I heard. But there's no reason why you shouldn't see us. It's a pity to lose one's friends.
Valentine, I wish you hadn't come here. It's no satisfaction to either of us to meet like this.
You're very practical.
Well, so were you when you married Marland.
You're bitter, aren't you, Jeff? I don't suppose it would do any good to tell you I've been unhappy, too. I made a mistake, Jeff, a horrible mistake.
Oh, do you want my sympathy?
No, I want your friendship. Is that so much to ask after what we were to each other?
Oh, I can't help you. You've gone out of my world. You're Marland's wife now. And after what we've been to each other, I'm certainly not going to sink to being your confidant. I wish you hadn't come here.
Well, you've told me that already, Jeffrey. Well, it's time I was getting home anyway. Goodbye, Jeff. And if ever you think you could forgive me, you know where to find me, Jeff.
Hello?
Is Mrs. Geoffrey Sherwood there, please?
This is Mrs. Sherwood speaking.
Mrs. Sherwood, this is John Marland. I'd like very much to have a talk with you. It's rather important.
Why, yes, of course.
Will you meet me at the Municipal Art Galleries this afternoon at 2 o'clock?
2 o'clock? Yes, I'll be there, Mr. Marland. Sorry, Mr. Marland. I didn't know that you and your wife were separated. But I don't see
We've
how
been
that
living apart for a month. That's why I wanted to see you.
Oh. Well, Geoffrey has nothing to do with it, if that's what you're getting at. Not a thing.
Not deliberately, no. But indirectly, yes.
How do you get that way?
Mrs. Sherwood, I'm not looked upon as particularly brilliant, but I happen to know that Valentine is after your husband.
Now, listen, Mr. Marland. Nothing gets by me. I know Jeff's only seen her once since you married her. She came to his office once about 3 months ago. Now, I don't know what Jeff told her, but I can guess. Because she's never come back.
You don't know Valentine. Jeffrey's quick recovery was a harsh disappointment.
And he means to stay recovered. Why, what do you suppose he stays away from all the places that he and she used to go to for? On account of me? Don't be silly. I begged him to go without me. But he won't. It's so he won't meet her. Oh, he's on to her, all right.
Is he?
Yes.
Do you ever read the scandal column, Mrs. Sherwood?
Well, sure, sometimes.
Well, you must have missed this. Read it, please.
Why is a certain young social registrar who belongs to America's swankiest country clubs, playing around the municipal golf links. And with whom?
Your husband has taken to playing on the municipal links, hasn't he?
Well, if Jeff had met her, he'd have told me.
She's only been at it for a week. Give her time. Well, there's nothing I can do about it. It's entirely up to you, Mrs. Sherwood.
Yeah. Yeah, I'd let her have him if I thought he'd be happy.
He wouldn't be, any more than I've been. But somehow I can't bear the thought of losing her.
I know how it is.
Well, good luck.
Thanks. Want some more coffee, Jeff?
No, thanks. You're very quiet this evening. Tired?
Yeah, a little. You haven't said much yourself. Did you play golf today?
Yes.
Oh.
What did you do?
Oh, I went to see an art exhibition.
My, you're getting to be quite a highbrow, aren't you?
Yes. Jeff.
Yeah?
Did you know that Valentine and John Marlin have separated?
Why, yes, I did hear something about it.
You've been seeing her, haven't you, Jeff?
Yes, as a matter of fact, I happened to run into her on the golf course the other day. She told me all about herself and Marlin.
Oh.
It's almost out of her mind. You know, she had to talk to someone.
Yeah, and you were that someone.
Well, why not? After all, I'm one of Valentine's oldest friends.
Well, she certainly treated you like one.
Now, look here, let's not get onto a dangerous subject.
Oh, you're right. Your friends are none of my business. But when it comes to that woman, I can't take it.
Now, listen, Miriam, you and I might as well understand each other right now.
Yeah?
I'm going to call on Valentine tonight. She's pretty much alone in this row with Marlin. She's asked me for advice, and, well, the least I can do is give her what little help I can.
But her husband loves her, Jeff.
Perhaps.
Do you?
Now, Miriam, up until now, we've kept away from this subject very nicely.
But she's no good. She's a heel. Why, what did she do to you? She left you in the gutter, and because I picked you up, made a man out of you, she can't bear to keep her hands off of you. Why, she's nothing but a dirty...
Good night, Miriam.
Jeff, wait a minute. Jeff, come back, please.
Yes, Miriam?
Oh, Jeff, I'm sorry. Really, I am.
It's all right, Miriam.
Oh, I'm so sorry. Hello? Hello, is this Mrs. Marlin's house?
Yes, this is the Marlin residence.
Well, I'd like to speak to Mrs. Marlin, please.
Who is calling, please?
This is Mrs. Geoffrey Sherwood.
One moment, please.
Hello, dear.
Oh, come in, Mrs. Martin. I'm calling that woman. She'd been trying to see Jeff.
My dear, you...
Hello?
Wait a minute. Yes?
I'm sorry, madam, but Mrs. Marlin can't talk to you.
Oh, I get it. You mean she won't, huh? All right, then you can tell her this for me, that if she doesn't...
Give me that phone. You mustn't do that, Miriam. She'd only tell Jeff you were annoying her.
Oh, I'll annoy her, all right. I'm going out to her house, and I'm going to see her.
You'll never get any place that way, Miriam.
But she's running after Jeff. He'd have kept out of her way, and now she's running after him. But I'll stop that, Miss Marlin, if it kills me.
If you let yourself go haywire now, Miriam, you'll spoil everything.
I can't help it. I'm nearly crazy. Jeff's going to see her. She asked him to.
Very well. You want to frighten her off, but you can't do it, making a scene outside of her house. And that's just as far as you'd get.
Yeah, that's right. She'd love to throw it up to Jeff that he married a gutter snipe. All right, I'm learning. I've learned a lot, thanks to you. I can walk into the Waldorf and conduct myself like a lady just as good as she can. The Waldorf? Yeah, and why not? I'll give that dame a shock. Did you see tonight's papers? Oh, this is good. Wait a minute.
What are you up
Well,
to?
wait till I find something. I saw it a while ago. She's giving a luncheon at the Waldorf for about 10 of her lady friends. Some swell club or something. Here it is. And it's tomorrow.
Miriam, you won't make a scene there, I hope.
Scene? Nothing. Why, I'm going in there and get a table right next to hers. And I'm going to have a bellhop paging Mrs. Geoffrey Sherwood until it makes her ears ache. And maybe when she gets an eye full of Mrs. Geoffrey Sherwood, she'll come to realize I'll show up better in a divorce scandal than she expects. As a matter of fact, Mrs. Martin, when she and her friends are good and interested, I might go over and introduce myself.
Oh, good heavens.
You better come along, darling, and see the show.
Oh, my dear, I wouldn't miss it for the world.
We pause for station identification. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Loretta Young, George, Brent, and our all-star cast have concluded the second act of The Girl from 10th Avenue. They presently return in Act 3. Our play presents a conflict between two social classes. A girl of humble circumstances suddenly thrust into the realm of fashionable society. Just as first impressions are vitally important in our play tonight, so are they important in real life. For both business and social success depend to a large extent on good first impressions. Impressions which correct manners often make, or their absence mar. And so, as special guest, we bring you the country's most famous authority on manners and etiquette. A woman who appreciates not only the little niceties, but who realizes that true breeding means more on to the kind of human being you really are than upon any of the rules of good social behavior. And that perhaps explains why Emily Post is such a great personality. For a quarter of a century, one of Manhattan's charming hostesses, she's also a prolific author. Her books are used not only in thousands of homes and offices, but also in the movies, as handbooks of correct usage and as the last arbiter in matters of deportment. And so, speaking to you from New York City, as the guest of the Lux Radio Theater, Mrs. Emily Post.
The play tonight has been most interesting so far because the girl Miriam, although she's very crude, has qualities that really count. The ordinary girl in her place would be thinking of surface appearance only. Her thoughts would be centered on herself. All the time she'd be thinking, how do I look? What impression am I making? This type of person is defeated at the beginning. But behind Geoffrey's drinking, his weakness of character, Miriam has little by little become aware of the fineness that is another side of him, a fineness she's never hitherto encountered. And through this gradual discovery of quality in him, she's now conscious of her own shortcomings. Her deepening love for him is impelling her not only to make him the man he's capable of being, but into her own heart comes a longing to bridge the wide difference between her own lack of social advantages and those which have always been his. The question is, can she do this? I'm very anxious to hear the rest of the play to see how the problem is solved, because in generations past, a girl in such a situation in real life would have found herself facing an absolutely insurmountable barrier. But today, it's what you are, what you yourself have done, and all the greater credit to you who have gone far by your own effort. In the play, Miriam has made an almost superhuman effort to understand the mind and heart and point of view of this man she loves. And every effort she puts forth can be likened to a shoot sent upward by a growing plant whose roots at the same time go down deeper and deeper into the earth. If she were content to learn a smattering of the merely surface rules of etiquette, but to feel nothing of the motives beneath them, if she were thinking only of outward appearance, she would never be able to achieve success or the awareness of true value, which is always a hallmark of a person of quality.
Well, Mrs. Post, that is very encouraging indeed. But I wonder if you would give us just a few details of the most common faults in etiquette.
If you mean rudeness, there are two. The great American rudeness is the discourtesy of the hostess who serves herself first. After all, the dish of honor has been prepared for the guest of honor and not for the hostess to gouge a hole out of it herself. And the little American rudeness is putting Mrs. before your signature at the end of a letter. This is the same as saying, my social position is higher than yours.
Thank you, Mrs. Post.
Thank you. I've loved being on this program. You know, I always listen to it. And you know, Mr. DeMille, Lux has been in daily use in my own house for many, many years.
We're grateful, Mrs. Post, for your contributions to more gracious living. We're back now in Hollywood and about to hear Loretta Young, George Brent, Beulah Bondi, and Mona Barry in The Girl from 10th Avenue. It's the following afternoon. Determined to show herself off to Valentine Marland, Miriam has ordered a table in the Waldorf dining room, a table just across the aisle from Valentine's luncheon party. The Girl from 10th Avenue is very much the lady as she makes her entrance with Mrs. Martin.
Two, madame.
Yes, two, please. We've ordered a table.
Mrs. Geoffrey Sherwood is the name.
Yes, madame. This way, please.
Head way up, darling, and walk slowly.
How's this?
Splendid.
Hey, there she is.
Don't nudge, darling. Where?
There. Right over there near the palm. See her? She's the one with the awful hat.
Yes, I see her.
Oh, I guess this is a table you ordered, huh? But it's behind her. I ought to be facing her.
All the better. Tell the waiter it won't do. Oh. And be sure she hears you. Raise your voice, but just enough. And watch your grammar.
A couple of them are looking at us now.
What an entrance. Halfway across the room.
Why, Mrs. Martin, there's a man who wants to bow to you.
Where? Oh, just a Belmont tout. Ritz him.
Right here, madame.
Go ahead, darling.
Here? You mean this is the table?
Yes, madame.
Oh, but I've no intention of sitting behind this pillar. I said I wanted a very good table.
But, madame,
I telephoned this morning. Mrs. Geoffrey Sherwood.
I'm sorry, Mrs. Sherwood. Perhaps if I could move the table.
Yes, do, please, by all means. Put it on the other side of this party. There seems to be room.
At once, madame. Emile, Jack, move the table for Mrs. Sherwood.
Thank you very much.
Not at all, Mrs. Sherwood. There. Will you be seated? Emile, a menu.
Any luck yet?
I don't know. She glanced over here once. Oh, she's looking now. Quick. Wave at someone across the room.
Hello?
Oh.
What's the matter?
Miriam.
What?
Oh, you would pick an acquitted murderess.
Oh,
well, dear. Never mind. Just make conversation and get your name into it.
Yeah. Well, don't worry about that.
Well, here we go.
Oh, it was very amusing, Mrs. Martin.
Was it, my dear?
Yes, you see, we met on 5th Avenue just the other day, and he said to me, "Why, Mrs. Sherwood, how do you do?"
Oh, my dear, then he knew you were married.
But of course, darling. Why else would he have called me Mrs. Sherwood?
She got it that time.
Valentine?
Yes, she's looking over this way.
Yeah, I see her. And now that I'm getting a good look at her, she's not so hot.
Oh, mind your expressions, darling. We'll just sit here quietly and give her a very bad half hour.
She's impressed, all right. She knows now she's not taking on any tramp.
Oh, darling, you're under a terrific strain, so do confine yourself solely to pantomime.
I'd love to sock her on that stuck-up nose of hers. Look at her giving me the dagger eye. What a washout that one is.
Stop glaring at her like that.
I can't help it when I think of Jeff going to see her.
You're to frighten her off by appearing superior to it all. Isn't that the idea?
Well, I'm not feeling like that.
Well, you must feel it to look it. You must submerge yourself in the part. Now, remember, you're a lady well-bred and refined.
Yes, I'll remember. And since I've listened to those dames chatter, I think I can mix in all right.
Oh, no, you couldn't.
Listen, I can crack back at anything she could say to me. I'm going over and introduce myself.
Oh, Miriam, for heaven's sake, don't make a scene.
Now, listen, I can be just as Park Avenue as the rest of them.
Well, my husband has dieted and exercised until it's pathetic, but it hasn't made the slightest effect, so of course it must be glandular.
How do you do, Mrs. Marland?
Oh, I beg your pardon. I don't think we've met.
No, we haven't. I'm introducing myself. I'm Mrs. Geoffrey Sherwood.
Oh, are you really?
I thought since you and Jeff were such good friends, we ought to know each other.
Indeed?
Yes.
Well, perhaps you are not aware this is a private party, Mrs. Sherwood.
I think it's delightful. Waiter, bring me a chair, will you?
Will you go away, please?
Here you are, madam.
Thank you.
This is the most preposterous thing I've ever heard
If you
of.
talked to me on the phone last night, I wouldn't have come here. But I'm curious to know what you want of my husband after you threw him in the gutter for a richer man. Would you mind telling me?
Well, I'll have to go, I'm afraid.
If you do, my dear, I'll put this grapefruit smack in your face.
Oh.
You know, I'm awfully sorry I had to say that to you, but you're not sport enough to talk to me, and so I've got to make you. You know, when you got through with Jeff, he was ready to jump in the river. You'd probably have felt flattered if he had. Well, I put him on his feet again. Now, is there any reason why you can't leave him alone?
Perhaps he feels he belongs amongst his own kind of people, my dear.
When Jeff feels that way, he can go, and he knows it. But I don't intend to have him stolen from me, and especially by you.
You haven't the slightest idea what you're talking about.
Oh, yes, I have. He wouldn't have gone near you of his own accord. You looked him up, and then you played on his sympathy.
Why, you miserable little street
You need his help, do you? Because that good-natured husband of yours, whose money you're spending, abuses you?
Why, you horrid little blackmailing...
You wouldn't like to throw grapefruit, would you? You miss me, darling. You know, sometimes I do that, but I have a much better aim. Good afternoon, ladies.
Read all about it. Paper, society, women, and battle.
Mrs. Valentine Marlin, stage is free for all at the Waldorf. Paper.
Society woman hoils the grapefruit. She hoils the grapefruit. Here you are, paper.
Oh, hello, Jeff.
Hello. I suppose you've seen the paper.
Why, yes, I have.
Society women hurled grapefruit on the Waldorf grill. Very nice.
She made an awful fool of herself. But I'm sorry it had to get in the papers.
Yeah. It's too bad you had to do it, Miriam.
Me? Say, I didn't throw that grapefruit.
Well, does it make any difference?
What do you mean, does it make any difference?
Well, you went there to make a scene, didn't you?
I went there to ask her to leave my husband alone.
Well, you certainly picked a fine place.
Oh, I suppose I had no right in the Waldorf. Well, I want you to know that I conducted myself just as proper as anybody there. Why, look at that headline. Society Women Battle, and that includes me. They took me for a society woman, too. Say, she's the one that made a fool of herself. You can ask Mrs. Martin. I never even once raised my voice, and I... Oh, I suppose you've been talking it over with her.
Yes, I have.
Well, aren't you going to hear my side of it? I think you ought to before you get sore.
I'm not sore, Miriam. I've thought this thing over very carefully.
Yeah, with her.
Well, I can't see that matters.
You talked me over with her as if I was some sort of a freak in a sideshow. Well, how about talking her over with me? I might give you a few tips, too. No, but I'm in the wrong class, even if I don't sling grapefruit at people in public. Do you think that's fair, Jeff? Why don't you hear my side of it?
I do, Miriam. I'm not blaming you for what happened this afternoon.
I only wanted to ask her to leave you alone. Because I love you so much, and you are mine in a way.
I'm trying to tell you that I blame myself for everything. I did a very cruel thing in never letting you come into this bargain. My mind was numb, or I would have sent you away that morning.
Yeah, and finished up in the morgue.
To save hurting you like this, I wish I had.
Oh. So you're through with me, huh?
Oh, don't put it that way. We both knew it had to come sometime.
I guess I forgot.
Miriam, there's no other way out for either of us. We're too far apart in every way.
You let me go on loving you more and more.
Yes, I know. I couldn't bring myself to hurt you. I have a very deep affection for you, and I always will have. But 6 months or a year from now, you'll realize that this is the thing to do. Of course, you'll always be provided for, but even with that, I know that I can never repay you. I'm terribly sorry. I'm going over to the club for the time being.
Oh, you'll move out to the club like the perfect gentleman. Well, why don't you throw me out tonight? Out in the street where you pick me up.
Miriam, please.
No, your kind don't do it that way. Your kind ditch your women with dignity, don't you? You leave her the apartment with a check on the dresser, move out to the club.
Now, Miriam.
Well, you're not going to walk out of me. I'm going to spoil your act.
Now, listen, will you?
No, I won't listen. That's all I've done since I met you is listen to your hooey. And now I ate it up, and for what? So maybe I get to be taken out to the Waldorf for lunch. To make myself fit with a cut-rate gigolo like you. And that's what you are at heart, a gigolo. You don't take money from women, but you take something better. Something you haven't got, and that's nerve. Why, you can't even stand on your own feet. The minute a woman steps out from under you, you flop in the mud, and you lie there till another woman comes along and picks you up. And that's what I did. I guess I was lonely and I wanted a little love. I thought you wanted love, too. But you don't know what that means. And now that you're the big, strong, stuffed shirt again, the vulgar little fool who helped you out might cramp your style. He's embarrassed at the way she holds her fork, and so he's taking his topper and his dress suit and he's moving out of the club. Well, get this. You're not working out on me. No heel in the world can do that because I'm working out on you.
Miriam!
Well, I don't know, Mr. Sherwood. Right now, she's packing her grip. Well, I'll ask her. It's Jeffrey on the phone. He's at the club. He wants to speak to you.
No.
You really ought to, you know. It's only fair.
I said no. I don't want to talk with him.
All right, you little idiot. Hello, Mr. Sherwood. She won't talk to you. Reason? Well, I've reasoned with her till I'm blue in the face, but it's no use. Personally, Mr. Sherwood, I think you spoke your little piece at the wrong time. Good night. Poor boy. He sounded as if he might be drinking.
Yeah? Well, she could nurse him out of it this time. On grapefruit juice.
Well, for heaven's sake, Geoffrey, sit down. Pull your chin up, darling. What's the matter with you?
Oh, I've been trying to reach her all night. She won't even speak to me.
Well, I think that settles the whole thing beautifully, don't you? As a matter of fact, I don't see what you have to speak to her about anyway. What did you want to speak to her about?
What? Oh, well, I don't know. I just want to speak to her, that's all. After all, I do owe her something, you know.
Do you? Well, pay her off, darling, and consider yourself well out of it.
I'm sorry, Valentine, but it's not quite as casual as that. We're married. Maybe you don't think that's very important.
Well, you needn't raise your voice, Geoffrey.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Oh, darling, what's the matter with us? Why are you letting this thing annoy us? Come here. We're going to be happy, Geoffrey. After all this mix-up, things are going to straighten out at last. She'll get a divorce, and John's going to give me one. He's coming here this evening.
What for?
Well, talk things over. We have to make a few arrangements.
Well, did you tell him I was going to be here?
Of course not. Why should I?
Well, you knew I was going to be here.
Oh, darling, don't be so naive. Poor John, you know, I feel rather sorry for him. But it's rather amusing as a situation, I mean.
Yeah, well, Valentine, I don't like this.
Why not?
Well, because it isn't fair to your husband. John Marlin's in love with you, whether you like it or not. I don't see any reason for rubbing his nose in the dust.
Well, I think I know how to handle my affairs, Geoffrey.
Well, that still doesn't justify the...
I'm not in love with my husband. We're making plans to separate. It's no different from what you're doing, from that street gammon.
It's all the difference in the world. And don't call her a street gammon.
Are you defending her?
Yes, I am.
You sound as if you're in love with her.
Well, I am.
What?
Well, I said it, didn't I? I mean, you heard me, didn't you? And, I didn't know it. Well, I am in love with her.
Oh, all right, then. Go back to her, and I hope she throws you out again.
Well, thanks. I'm getting used to it by now.
Oh. Oh, sorry, Sherwood.
Hello, Marlin. Are you in love with your wife?
Why, yes.
Sorry, old man. Goodbye.
Valentine, what?
Oh,
what
John.
Did he... Valentine, look at me.
Oh, John, darling.
Who's out there? Who is it?
Shh. It's I, Mrs. Martin. I'm out here in the hall.
Why, Mr. Sherwood, what in the world are you doing sitting on the floor? It's 5 o'clock in the morning. Wouldn't you know about that?
Oh, sure. I know it. I was just waiting for Marion to open the door to get the milk. Then I'm going to force my way in.
Well, you're too late. She spent last night at a hotel. She's catching the morning train for Reno.
Reno? She can.
Great Lakes Limited, leaving on track 4. Great Lakes Limited.
Here you are, miss. On to Chicago and straight through to Reno.
Thank you.
You better hurry, miss.
Great Lakes
Here, quick, give me a ticket.
Yes, sir. Where to?
Chicago, Reno, Great Lakes Limited.
Sorry, sir, but you're too late. The gate's just closed.
It's what?
Take the next train, sir?
Yeah. No, forget it.
The Albany Special, leaving on track 6.
There your grip, miss?
Yes, Hotel Reno, please. And where can I send a wire?
Right over there, miss.
I want to send a wire, please.
Yes, ma'am?
It's going to Mrs. Henry J. Martin, 411 West 8th Street, New York. Arrive Reno. We'll write tonight. Have you seen Jeff?
Yes, and he's looking splendid.
Why, Geoffrey.
Hello, Miriam.
Well, how did you get here?
I flew. I've been waiting for you.
Well, what for?
Oh, just to say hello.
Well, hello, now goodbye.
Yeah, well, I've got a lot more than that to say. I've got so much to say it'll take the whole trip back.
But I'm not going back.
Oh, now, Miriam, look, you can't do this to me. I need you, Miriam.
But you've got Valentine now, Jeff, and I...
Yeah, but I hadn't.
Oh, I suppose she threw you over, huh?
Huh? Yeah, that's it. Yeah, she walked out on me again. Gone back to her husband. Oh, it's awful. I don't know which way to turn, Miriam. It's awful.
Yes, it is.
Yeah.
Oh, poor Jeff.
Yeah, now, you know, you helped me once.
Yeah.
You've got to help me again, or I'll go right into the gutter if you don't. Now, say you'll help me.
Oh, yes, I'll help you. Oh, darling, you're such a terrible liar, but I'll help you.
Oh, Miriam. Oh, darling.
we say goodbye to the girl from 10th Avenue and raise our curtain once again to bring back Loretta Young and George Brent as themselves. Both our stars left studio sound stages to be with us this week. Miss Young is playing the Empress Eugenie in Suez for 20th Century Fox, and Mr. Brent is starring in Racket Busters for Warner Brothers. Come to think of it, Loretta, isn't Suez your first historical costume picture since the Crusades?
Yes, I believe it is. And your mention of the Crusades brings back that episode you touched on earlier tonight when I held up your picture for several weeks. If you remember, all I said, or rather all you said when I finally arrived was, I don't know whether to kiss you or kill you. Have you made up your mind yet?
You're still very much alive, Loretta. And as for the other threat, well, it might be kind of rough for you, my lady.
Oh, I see you still remember that famous line from the Crusades.
Well, what's so famous about that?
In the picture, Loretta was keeping a midnight vigil on a battlefield when a sentry put his cloak around her, saying, it's kind of rough for you, my lady.
He was probably right.
Well, his intentions were. But kinda hardly fitted the 12th century. We didn't mind it so much in America, but when we showed the film in England, that speech brought such a laugh we had to cut it out. They tell me the English have adopted the phrase as a slang expression. And rapidly switching the subject, George, tell us, how are you and the airplanes doing these days?
Well, we've practically severed relations, Mr. DeMille. I haven't done any flying in months. Seems the studio would much prefers to see Brent on the ground. But I'm glad you brought up the topic because it gives me a chance to say a word on behalf of Airmail Week.
Oh, go ahead. A word very appropriate, George, right now.
Well, yesterday was the 20th anniversary of the first airmail route in the world. It ran between New York, Philadelphia, and Washington. And during the next 5 days, the country is observing National Airmail Week. And so for the Post Office Department, I'm glad to remind all our listeners that the remarkable developments in the airmail service today place the whole country in what might be called one postal neighborhood. Now, for 3 cents more, the 3,000 miles across the continent are reduced to almost a local route. And I think that's a pretty remarkable achievement. And we can't say too much for the men who made it possible.
And while we're in the boosting mood, Mr. DeMille, I'd like to say something about another national institution, Lux Soap. It's a grand complexion care and one that I use every day when I'm at the studio and at home. There's nothing finer, in my opinion, for a fresh, smooth complexion. I've enjoyed being here tonight tremendously. And to you, Mr. DeMille, and all of our listeners, my thanks and good night.
Good night, C.B.
Good night, Loretta. Good night. We steer our course next Monday night toward the rising sun, to Singapore, that distant island lying off the tip of the Malay Peninsula. Against this exotic background, in a land of steaming jungle and riotous color, our play is set. Backed by a distinguished record on stage and screen, its title is The Letter. Its author, W. Somerset Maugham. And starring in The Letter, making her first appearance since her return from England, you'll hear that beautiful and brilliant actress, Merle Oberon. And co-starred Walter Brennan, Ralph Forbes, and Nigel Bruce. Our sponsors, the makers of Lux Toilet Soap, join me in inviting you to be with us again next Monday night when the Lux Radio Theater presents Merle Oberon, Walter Huston, Ralph Forbes, and Nigel Bruce in The Letter. This is Cecil B. DeMille saying good night to you from Hollywood.
Louis Silvers appeared through courtesy of 20th Century Fox Studios, where he directed music for the new Jane Withers film, Rascals. Heard during tonight's performance was High Ho from Snow White and the Seven Dwarfs. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
From Hollywood, California, the Lux Radio Theater presents Jack Benny and Mary Livingston in 7 Keys to Baldpate.
Lux presents Hollywood. Tonight, the dauntless Jack Benny and the laconic Mary Livingston lead us into paths of peril and adventure. Laughs, chills, crooks, treasure, a damsel in distress, a mad hermit. This is only part of what Jack Benny encounters tonight in that grand comedy mystery by George M. Cohan, 7 Keys to Baldpate, adapted from the novel by Earl Durr Biggers. You'll hear also, as special guest, the world-renowned violinist Ephraim Zimbalist. Conducting our orchestra is Louis Silvers. Tonight's play is brought to you by the makers of Lux Flakes. Before I introduce our producer, let me remind you that it's thrifty to buy several big boxes of Lux Flakes at a time, so you'll always have it handy in bathroom and kitchen. Every box of Lux Flakes means longer life for your washable nice things, kind care for your hands. You're thrifty every time you use these gentler, finer flakes. And now, our producer. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Cecil B. DeMille.
Greetings from Hollywood, ladies and gentlemen. Before we raise our curtain, we wish to advise our listeners that if any important news bulletins on the European situation are received at the Columbia Broadcasting System headquarters, they'll be given you at the intermission during our program. Now to our play and personalities. When George M. Cohan adapted 7 Keys to Baldpate for the stage, he had no intention of starring in it. But just before the opening, he and the leading man met with an accident. The leading man was too seriously injured to go on, so Mr. Cohan, broken collarbone and all, stepped into the breach. When I related these facts to Mary Livingston, she threw back her head bravely and declared that if Mr. Cohan could carry on with such a handicap, she could carry on with Jack Benny. Mr. Benny is not, however, without some talent. He often entertains the guests at his home with his debonair violin playing and witty sayings. He's quite a familiar figure on the streets of Beverly Hills, whizzing past the admiring spectators in his flashy Maxwell town car. And I almost forgot. Mary always brings Jack to her radio program. And when she goes back on the air next Sunday, she'll once again try and have a place for him. For tonight, we've made a special treatment of 7 Keys to Baldpate, which finds Mr. Benny tackling one of the most difficult roles in his career, the role of Jack Benny. And Miss Livingston comes to you in her own interpretation of Mary Livingston. There's another character in our adaptation called Cecil B. DeMille. 1,400 actors in Hollywood have refused my generous bribes to play the part. So there's nothing left for me to do but to play myself. This being the case, my customary duties for the evening will be assumed in part by the highly capable Melville Ruick. And now we light the stage. It's curtain time and start time as the Lux Radio Theater presents Jack Benny and Mary Livingston in 7 Keys to Baldpate with Cecil B. DeMille. Mr. Ruick, will you set our scene?
On the lot at Paramount Studios in Hollywood, a building stands apart from the rest. On its door, the legend, Cecil B. DeMille Productions, Incorporated. The door has just opened, and C.B. himself strides quickly across the reception room toward his private office. A small army of assistants and secretaries hinder his progress with innumerable requests.
Good morning, Mr. DeMille.
Good morning.
Good morning, sir.
Morning,
Oh,
darling.
Mr. DeMille, I had that set
See
made
me
up
later,
now.
will you, Joe?
Hello, C.B. Here's that script you asked
Thanks,
for.
I'll read it tonight.
Mr. DeMille, would you see Mr. Nelson?
I can't see anyone this morning. Ask him to come
Mr.
back.
DeMille, there's a
Not
man
now,
out here.
Harry. Sorry. Or Bill, come into my office, will you?
Okay, C.B.
Well, Mr. DeMille, about
All
that
right,
set.
all right.
I
I'll take
want
care
you
of
to see it.
everything.
It's very
See me
important,
later.
really.
Sit down, Bill. Morning, Miss Cole.
Good morning, Mr. DeMille.
Anything happen?
Nothing much. Mr. Henry called about that script. Frank Donnelly has a new star for you, and, oh, yes, Mr. Benny called again.
Who?
Mr. Benny. Jack Benny.
What did he want?
The usual thing.
What did you tell him?
The usual thing. I said you were out to lunch.
I'm beginning to feel a little guilty about Jack.
What's it all about, C.B.?
Well, I was a little tired one night, and I half promised I'd make a picture with him.
No.
Yes. And he calls me up every once in a while to remind me of it.
Well, he isn't serious, is he?
And that's just the trouble. He gave me a long talk about how his soul is starved in comedy. He wants to branch out into drama, heavy acting parts.
Well, he must be crazy. What'd you tell him?
Well, I couldn't tell him the truth. It would have broken his heart, not to mention Paramount. So I just keep telling him I'm still looking for the right story. but it's becoming very embarrassing.
He seemed pretty discouraged this morning, Mr. DeMille. I really think you ought to call him. He said you could reach him at Mary Livingston's house.
Well, I'm not looking for trouble, but if he calls again, I suppose I'll have to speak to him.
Yes, Mary.
Jack, why don't you give that cigar box a rest? You've been scratching on it for the last 2 hours.
In the first place, it's not a cigar box. In the second place, I wasn't scratching. That was music, whether you like it or not.
Thanks for the choice.
Oh, well. If that's the way you feel, I'll put it away.
Oh, Jack, I didn't mean it like that. Gee, you certainly are getting cranky lately. Come over here to say hello, and every time I open my mouth, you get sore. What's the matter with you, anyway?
Oh, I don't know. I guess I'm in one of those moods again. I'm sorry, Mary. Gosh, why doesn't DeMille call?
Oh, so that's it. I knew there was a reason for that long jaw you're wearing.
I'm not wearing a long jaw.
You are, too.
Well, I saw it in Esquire. Gee, I've called DeMille about 20 times. I'll bet that secretary never gave him the message.
Jack, I hate to be a wet rag, but did you ever think that maybe Mr. DeMille doesn't want to speak to you?
Oh, don't be silly. What makes you say that?
Well, he certainly goes out to lunch at funny hours.
Well, that doesn't prove anything. He told me himself he wanted to make a picture with me, and he wasn't lying.
Yeah, I'll bet he looked you right square in the chest when he said it.
Oh, no, he didn't. Listen, Mary, Mr. DeMille knows how I feel about comedies. We're going to make a serious picture, something that'll give me a real chance. See, the only thing that's holding it up is the story, and we'll have one if I have to sit down and write it myself. I'll write something I can sink my teeth into. With my ideas, all I need is paper and pencil.
And teeth.
See, you don't give me credit for anything, do you?
Oh, Jack, why don't you come down to earth? You're a comedian. You made your name in comedy, and you ought to stick to it. This other stuff isn't for you.
What do you mean it isn't? I'm an actor, ain't I? Aren't I? First, lost, and always, I'm an actor. And here I am laying around wasting my talents because nobody will give me a chance. DeMille makes the Plainsman, and he uses Gary Cooper. Then he turns around and makes the Buccaneer and uses Frederick March. What they want with me at Paramount, I don't know.
If I were you, I wouldn't even ask.
That's so.
And I certainly wouldn't keep pestering Mr. DeMille all the time.
I'm not pestering him. He's just as anxious to do this as I am. I'll give him a ring right now. Hello? Give me Hollywood 06746, please. It's probably out, but I'll take a chance. Hello? Mr. DeMille's office? Well, this is Jack Benny speaking. Is Mr. DeMille back from lunch yet? Oh, he is? Well, can I speak to him? Thank you. There you are, Mary. Yeah, I told you he was just as anxious. Hello? Well, how are you, Mr. DeMille? This is Jack Benny. Oh, I'm pretty good. Say, listen, I just called... Mary? Oh, she's fine. She's fine. Say, Mr. DeMille, I've been thinking about that story. What's that? Why, no. No, I haven't got a cold. Well, maybe just a little cold. Look, Mr. DeMille, I've been thinking about that story. Huh? Oh, hot lemonade, huh? Yes, I'll do that. Say, Mr. DeMille, I've been thinking about... Quinine? Well, I don't think it's that bad. Oh, is that so? Uh-huh. Uh-huh. No sneezing. Uh-huh. Uh-huh.
Ask him what's good for falling hair.
Quiet. Uh-huh. Well, thanks, Mr. DeMille, but look, what I called you up about... Oh, it did, eh? Fixed you right up, huh? Well, thanks very much, Mr. DeMille. Yeah, goodbye. No, wait, what I wanted... Hello? Hello? Can you imagine that? We were cut off.
Good morning, Cecil B. DeMille Productions. I'm sorry, Mr. DeMille is in conference. Mr. DeMille is in conference. Call later, please.
I'm still not satisfied. Before I start casting a picture, I want to know that the story is right. And this story certainly isn't.
Well, it's a perfect part for Gary Cooper, Mr. DeMille.
And the character's all right, yes, but he doesn't do anything. What is it, Miss Cole?
I hate to disturb you, but Jack Benny is here.
Jack Benny? Didn't you tell him I was in a story conference?
Yes, sir, but it didn't do much good. He thinks it's about a story for him.
Oh, I was afraid of that. Well, send him in.
Yes, sir. Come in, Mr. Bennett.
Oh, thanks. But hello, CV. How are you?
No, I'll pull through. Sit down, Jack.
Thanks. You know Mary, don't you?
Of course I do. Glad to see you, Mary.
I just want you to know, Mr. DeMille, that I'm not here of my own free will. He dragged me.
Oh, stop it, Mary. You know, CV, Mary thinks I'm making a pest out of myself. You better tell her.
I don't think that's necessary.
Oh. Well, how's it going, CV? Miss Cole told me you were having a story conference. That sounds like pretty good news.
It might be if we had a story to confer about. Nothing doing yet, Jack.
Oh, I see. Well, that's too bad.
You know, Jack, I've been thinking. Here you and I have been stalling around, wasting all your time, and we're not getting any place. Maybe you ought to try some other producer.
What? You mean walk out on you? I'm not built that way, Mr. DeMille. I'm not a quitter. I'm the kind of an actor who sticks.
What?
I said sticks. Now, look, Mr. DeMille, I don't care what happens. I'm with you right to the end.
Well, that's very kind of you, Jack.
Yeah, I'm not going to let a little thing like a story lick us. Not if I have to write one myself.
Just like that, huh?
Well, sure, I can do it all right. After all, I've had some experience, you know.
Well, it'll take you quite a while. Say, maybe it's not such a bad idea at that.
Well, of course it isn't.
No. Now you run along and write that story, Jack, and I'll give you plenty of time to do it.
Okay.
Well, I'm going out to lunch. I'll see you in a couple of months.
What are you going to eat, a whale?
Mary. Now, look, CB. Now, look at here. I don't need a couple of months to write a story. When I get started on it, I'll probably knock it out in a couple of days. One day, if I'm in the mood. Well, what's the matter? You don't believe I can do it, huh?
A complete scenario in 24 hours? I don't believe anyone could do it.
Oh, you don't? All right, Mr. DeMille, I'll tell you what I'll do. I'll start a story tonight. If I finish it in 24 hours, will you produce it?
Well, it'd have to be good.
Oh, I'll take care of that. Will you produce it?
If it's a good story, why not? Now, I'll tell you something else. If you can write a complete and original story in 24 hours, I'll let you play the lead in it.
Mary, you heard that. You heard what he said.
You're letting yourself in for it, Mr. DeMille.
I don't think so. It's a mental and physical impossibility.
That's Jack, all right.
You'll find out, CB.
So will you, JB.
Well, all I need is a quiet place to work in. I may have to go out of town.
That's all right with me. Any place you want.
Okay. Now, let's see if I can...
As a matter of fact, Jack, if you really want a quiet place, you could use my place up on Baldpate.
Where?
Baldpate Mountain. It's an old house I picked up a couple of years ago. I've never lived there. And no one can bother you because no one else can get in.
Oh.
There's only one key in existence, and I'll give that to you.
Only one key, eh? Hey, that sounds great.
Here it is. Yeah, that's the only key to Baldpate.
Well, say, where is this place? I mean, how do I get there?
Well, it's on top of Baldpate Mountain, about 17 miles from the village of Baldpate. You'll probably have to cut your way through the snowdrifts, but once you get there, you'll love it. The only thing you'll hear is a couple of hoot owls and the moaning of the wind.
What, no radio?
No one ever goes near there. It's an ideal place to work.
All right, the bet's on. I'll go pack now, and I'll leave for Baldpate in an hour.
Good. But remember, Jack, a complete and original scenario in 24 hours.
Listen, Mr. DeMille, if I don't bring you back a complete and original story in 24 hours, my name ain't Jack Benny.
Confidentially, Mr. DeMille, it ain't.
Oh, come on.
Well, this is it, Mr. Benny. This is Baldpate. You got that key?
Right here. Say, it's kind of dark up this way, isn't it?
Yeah, sure is. Belinda and me is the caretakers of this place. But we don't get over more than 2 or 3 times a year.
If you ask me, that's 2 or 3 times too much.
Now, you hush, Belinda. Hush up. Go on in, Mr. Benny. I'll make a light for you. Ought to be an old oil lamp around here somewhere.
Well, hurry, Jed. It's black as pitch. Say, Mr. Benny, you ain't really set on staying here all night, are you?
I certainly am, Mrs. Waller.
Oh, but you don't have to stay, do you?
Well, in a way, why not?
Why not? Jed, he asked why not. I'll tell you why not, Mr. Benny.
Hush up, Belinda, hush up. No need to go worrying him with all those tales. Why, it's 20 years or more since old man Crummett passed away. I never did believe in ghosts anyway.
Say, who was this old Crummet?
He owned this place. May heaven help him.
But he's dead now. Dead and gone in his grave these 20 years.
In his grave when he ain't out of it.
Now, hush, Belinda, hush up.
Oh, it's all right, Mr. Waller. I'm not very much afraid of ghosts.
Oh, of course you ain't. Of course you ain't. I never would have believed a word of it myself. Except for what happened to the last feller that stayed here. Would you like to hear about it?
Well, not particularly.
Well, it was a night just like this. Black as a crow's feather, with the wind a-howling and a-moaning through the trees. Just like now. Yes, I guess that's why no one ever heard his screams. You see...
Here, stop it. I don't want to hear any more about it. I got a story to write here, and by heaven, I'll write it or my name ain't... Now get out of here, both of you. Go on, scat.
Then you set on staying, huh?
Yes, I'm set on staying, huh?
Come on then, Jed. We can go. Our conscience is clear.
Yep. Goodbye, mister. Goodbye.
Well, goodbye.
Let's see. The scene is in the library at night. The girl walks in, suddenly discovers... Yeah, that's it, I think. Who's that? Who's out there? Who's outside that door?
Hiya, Morgan. Gee, it's dark in here.
Who are you?
It's okay, Morgan. I'm Cookie Bland.
That's fine, but I'm not Morgan. How'd you get in here anyway?
Why, come through the door.
Yeah, I noticed that, but I happen to have the only key to that door.
Oh, is that so? What do you think this thing is, a crochet needle?
Oh, so you've got one, too. What are you doing here?
Ah, can the chatter. You know I was supposed to meet you here. You come for the dough, didn't you?
The dough?
Well, sure. Hey, you cracked the safe yet?
Why, no. Say, what is it?
Now, listen here, Morgan.
My name isn't Morgan. I'm Jack Benny.
What?
You heard me, Jack Benny.
Oh, I'm dealing with a screwball, huh?
Oh, listen, go away, will you? I've got a story to write. I'm right in the middle of a plot.
Yeah? Well, if you ain't Morgan, you're going to be in the middle of another kind of a plot. And it don't have no happy ending.
What are you talking about?
Stick 'em up, pal.
Stick 'em up?
Stick 'em up or I'll blow you through the wall. Hey, listen. What's that?
Somebody else is trying to get in. They told me there was only one key to this
Shut up. Look here, screwball. I'm going to hide in the next room, see? And you get him out of here. And don't mention nothing about me being here, see? Because if you do, it's curtains. You understand? Curtains.
Curtains.
Right.
Good evening.
Well, good evening. Who are you?
Who are you?
Now, I asked first.
Oh, never mind that. How did you get in here?
Well, no trouble at all. I had a key.
You lie. There is only one key to Baldpate, and I have it.
Well, it sure gets around. Now, listen, miss, I'm a very busy man. I came here to write...
What is your name?
My name is Jack Benny, I think.
Please, this is no time for jokes.
All right, then have it your own way. My name isn't Jack Benny, it's Morgan.
Morgan?
Yes, Morgan.
Put up your hands. Put them up.
Say, this is getting a little bit monotonous.
I am going to kill you, Mr. Morgan.
Hey, wait a minute. Don't shoot. I'm not Morgan. I only said that because the other fellow told me if I wasn't Morgan...
What other fellow?
Huh?
What other fellow? Are we someone else here?
Oh, no. It's a fellow I met last week. He's in the curtain business. But I'm not Morgan. You gotta believe me.
Very well. It is good for you that you spoke in time.
Well, thank you. Wow. Well, maybe you'll tell me what this is all about. I mean, why do you want to shoot Mr. Morgan?
Why? Because he is a beast. Because he is planning to rob me of my inheritance. Listen, do you know who I am? My name is Crummet. Rita Crummet.
Not one of the grave-walking Crummets.
No. I see someone has told you about my grandfather.
Yes, casually.
20 years ago, my grandfather died very mysteriously.
Hmm?
When he died, he left Oberon $100,000. No one ever received a penny of it. Do you know why?
He forgot to put stamps on the envelopes.
No one knew where it was. But recently, some new facts have come to light. facts which prove definitely that the money is still in existence. That it is buried here in this very house.
$100,000 in this house?
Yes, and it is all mine. All mine, do you hear?
Faintly.
But a man named Morgan knows of these too. He is planning to come here, to take the money, to rob me. Oh, you must help me.
Well, I'd like to, yes. But I have a story to write, and I've only got about 3 minutes.
Listen. Who is that?
I don't know, and don't introduce me.
Look, there is someone coming down these stairs. He is carrying a lantern.
Who's down there? Who's down there?
Shall we answer him?
Miss Crummett, did your grandfather carry a lantern?
Never.
Was he a tall, thin man, all bent over with a long gray beard?
No.
Then there's a stranger in the house.
Who's there, I say?
It's us.
What are you doing here? Who's that woman? I don't like women.
Now, just a minute, my friend. If you'll come out from behind that beard, I'd like to ask a couple of questions myself. I mean, how did you get in here?
I came through the back door.
There is no back door.
I made one.
It wasn't that funny.
I know who he is now. He is the hermit of Baldpate Mountain. He is crazy, a maniac.
Oh, so you're a hermit, eh?
Yes, I am. I live alone. But I don't like it. Get that woman out of here. I can't stand women. I hate women. I hate all women.
How about Hetty Lamar?
I don't like her either.
Boy, you are nuts.
Mr. Benny, please, do not joke with him.
Shh. They're coming. You hear the drums? Rat-a-tat, rat-a-tat. They're coming. Legions upon legions. Marching. Closer and closer. Legions upon legions. And they're all dead.
That man, I have heard of him. He is very dangerous. There's no telling what he will do. If he comes back, we must humor him.
Yeah, if I come back, humor me.
Oh, no, do not go, please. You must not leave me alone now.
Look, I came here to write a story.
Listen. There is someone at the door again. Someone is trying to get in.
It's about time somebody tried to get out.
I must not be seen here. I will be up in the attic. Do not breathe a word.
Hello, Jack.
Mary, you?
Who'd you expect, Corrigan?
Why not? How'd you open that door?
With a key, why?
That's ridiculous. Don't you know there's only 4 keys in existence?
Well, mine makes 5. I didn't want to disturb you, so when I came through the village, I borrowed it from the grocer.
A fine place that DeMille sent me to. Wait till I see him again. What'd you come up here for, anyway?
Well, don't look so annoyed. I got worried about you. I thought of you up here all alone, and, well, I thought you might like some company.
Company? Got more company now than a sweepstake winner. Mary, this is no place for you. You gotta leave right now.
What do you mean, leave? I just got here.
I know, but you gotta go. Now, don't ask questions, please.
Are you trying to get rid of me?
Oh, yes, I'm trying to get rid of you.
Why?
Mary, will you please do what I say?
Not until I know what's behind all this. What's going on here anyway?
There's nothing going on here. Nothing.
Well, boy meets girl.
Here, what's the matter now?
That man is trying to kill me. He's mad. Oh, you've got to help me. Stay near me. I can't stand it.
Here, now, stop. It's all right. I'll take care of you. Just calm yourself. Now, everything's going to be all right.
Oh, thank you.
Oh, Jack.
What?
Who's the foreigner?
Her name is Rita Crummett, and she's in a lot of trouble. I'm trying to help her out. Miss Crummett, this is Mary Livingston.
Oh, how do you do? I am very pleased to meet you.
I'll bet you are. So this is the story you were going to write, eh?
Well, I started to tell you.
I thought there was some reason why you wanted to get rid of me.
Now, listen, Mary.
Oh, don't try to make excuses.
Oh.
It's too bad I happened to come up here, isn't it? But I'm glad I did. Glad I found out about you before it's too late.
Mary, are you crazy? I never saw this woman before in my life.
Then what is she doing here?
I'll tell you what she's doing. She came here after $100,000.
Oh, bank night.
Now, look, Mary, this money was...
you can't pull the wool over my eyes. It's all off between us, Jack. This is the end. Take Miss Crumpet and go.
It's not Crumpet, it's Crummett.
Well, she certainly looks it.
Mary, look, this is silly. It's her money, and she came here to get it. Now, there's a man named Morgan who's trying to take it away from her, and there's a fellow named Cokie Bland who's hiding in the other room, and he's trying to get it.
All right, wise guy, stick him up.
Hey, now, wait a minute, Bland. Wait a second. I didn't mean to tell her, really. I didn't. It just slipped up.
Stick him up. Come on, all of you.
Now, look what you done, Mary. I hope you're satisfied.
I warned you not to squeal, didn't I?
Oh.
I warned you, pal. But you double-crossed me, see? And now I'm gonna lump your dumplings.
You're gonna what?
Lump your dumplings!
You're gonna lump my dumplings?
Jack, what does he mean?
I'm not sure, but if it's what I think it is, you better shake the mothballs out of your old black dress.
We return in just a moment to the second act of Seven Keys to Baldpate, starring Jack Benny, Mary Livingston, and Cecil B. DeMille. Now for a brief intermission, during which we overhear your friends, the Browning family. In their living room, Mr. Browning is discovered checking over the month's bills. Dot sits by the window sewing. Betty has the radio tuned in to Flatfoot Flugie, while Dad is vainly trying to add a column of figures.
26 and 43 is... Quiet. Isn't it enough that I have to pay the bills? Or do I have to add them up in a madhouse, too?
What bills, Dad?
What bills? These bills. What on earth does this family do with stockings?
We hang them up at Christmas and wait for Santa Claus.
Well, you're looking at Santa Claus right now. But I can't be Santa Claus on stockings much longer. In fact, I don't think I'll buy another pair until you tell me why you can't make them last.
Why, Dad, stockings just wear out. They pop runs and... Oh, Betty, if you'd only wash your stockings the way I told you. Yeah, Dot, I know. Every night in Lux. Don't forget the Lux. It does make a difference, Beth. My stockings last lots longer than yours. On account of this elasticity you're always talking about, I suppose. Stockings should stretch and then spring back.
Oh, I wish this budget would.
Honestly, Betty, it's dopey to wash stockings the way you do. Come on, be a good egg. Use Lux and help Dad out with the bill.
Is somebody in this family actually going to do something to help me? Mother, come quick. It's a miracle. That's what it is, a miracle.
Yes, the girl who wears the stockings and the man who pays the bills are both thankful for Lux Flakes. They cut down on costly runs and protect the beauty and fit of your stockings, too. Wash your stockings after every wearing in gentle Lux Flakes. To save money, buy the big box. We continue with Seven Keys to Baldpate, starring Jack Benny, Mary Livingston, and Cecil B. DeMille. A few minutes have passed. In the old house on Baldpate Mountain, the situation remains unchanged, and Jack is still unshot. Rita Crummett, Mary, and Jack are seated in a row against the wall. Bland covers them with an automatic.
And I don't want nobody to make any false moves, see? If anybody bats an eyelash, you know what.
You'll lump his dumplings.
Right.
Keep quiet, Mary.
Well, that's what he said he'd do, didn't he? He was going to lump your dumplings.
Well, you don't have to remind him of it.
Don't worry, screwball. I changed my mind about that. I'm going to wait here for Morgan.
Well, I can wait if you can.
Morgan is a beast.
Nobody asked you, sister.
He's trying to steal my money, but he won't. He won't, I tell you. I'll get that money tonight if it's the last thing I do.
You lay one finger on it, and I will be.
Hey, what is all this about money? What's everyone doing up here anyway?
Oh, she came up here for some money, and this guy came up ahead of her. I came up to write a story. You came to keep me company. Not one of us had sense enough to bring sandwiches.
Shut up.
Well, why don't you all go home and leave me alone?
Shut up, I tell you.
I won't shut up. You can't intimidate me. Anyway, not until Morgan gets here.
Well, maybe I won't wait for Morgan, see? Maybe I'll break the rules for once and let you have it right now.
Here, stop! Put that gun down. Put it down.
Everybody stay where you are. I've got you covered.
Look, it's the hermit.
Drop that gun. Drop me, I say!
Oh, nuts.
There, smarty pants.
Hey, Jack. Who's the guy with the long beard?
That's the hermit, Mary. Hiya, Hermie.
Wonder what he looks like.
I'm not going to get a lawnmower just for that.
Who's this woman? Why is she here?
Now, Hermie, control yourself. You certainly showed up at the right time. Where'd you get that gun?
That's none of your business. I heard what you said. Up here after old Crummett's money, huh? Well, you won't get it. None of you will get it.
Listen, look, I don't even want the money. All I want is to be left alone, that's all. And this guy here was going to shoot me.
Oh, he was, eh? Well, he won't.
There. You see, Mr. Bland?
But I'm going to shoot you myself.
What?
There, you see, Mr. Bland?
Quiet. Listen, Hermie, look, be reasonable. What did I ever do to you?
You brought these women here.
Oh, he did, eh?
I did not.
He did, too. Listen here, Jaime. I heard the whole thing. This dame came here for the dough, and this here guy promised he'd get it. There were a couple of crooks, and if I was you, I'd give it to him right now.
Hermie, don't listen to him. He's crazy.
He is, eh?
Sure he is. He's stark raving mad.
So am I. Shake, brother.
Shake.
Gosh.
Stop shaking, Jack. You're not in it.
Go on, Jaime. Let the rat have it.
Right now?
Sure, right now. Why not?
Hey, you keep out of this. If he wants to wait a little, that's his business.
Go on, Jaime. Give it to him.
No. We must wait.
That's right. We gotta wait for Morgan.
No, not for Morgan. We wait until midnight. I'll sit here and watch you squirm. Then when we hear the old village clock striking the hour, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11...
Stop! Hermie, you can't do that. You can't shoot a man down in cold blood. Why, you don't know me. You don't even know who I am. You can't do it, Hermie. I tell you, you can't do it.
Take up your hand. Come on. Up with them.
Now I know somebody's selling keys outside.
Put that gun down, Santa Claus. I'm taking charge here. Now, don't move. Anybody.
Brother, I don't know who you are, but you certainly are a lifesaver.
Yeah? Hello, Bland.
Hi, Morgan.
Morgan?
What are you laughing at?
Hello, Morgan.
Mary.
What's going on here, Bland?
Well, I don't know, boss. I come up here like you told me to, and I find this guy pounding on a typewriter, and this here dame walks in and she...
Rita. So you're here, eh?
Well, what of it?
You double-crossing little snake.
Say, you can't talk to Miss Crummett like that.
Crummett? That's a laugh. Do you know who this dame is?
If she's Miss America, I'll scream.
Quiet.
Her name is Nolan. Rita Nolan. She's the slickest little crook in the business.
What do you mean, crook? That money belongs to anyone who finds it.
Nobody will find it, because it's mine. Every penny of it mine.
Keep your mouth shut. Put up your hands, everybody.
Me too?
Yeah, you too. Keep them there, you hear?
Yes, sir.
Come here, Bland. I want to speak to you.
Okay, boss.
Rest of you sit tight. I got my eyes on all of you.
Phew. Gee, Mary, I guess we're in a tough spot. I wished I had a gun.
What for? You wouldn't shoot anybody.
No, but I could commit suicide. Mary. Hey, Mary. Don't make a move, but listen to me. We gotta get that gun away from Morgan. I got a plan.
What is it?
When Morgan comes over here and starts to talk, you look behind him, see? And then you yell, "Look out behind you." Then when he turns around, I'll grab his gun. How do you like that for an idea?
I think it's corny.
What do you mean, corny? Shh. Here he comes.
All right, Bland. Let's get after that dough. It's in the house somewhere. We've got to find it tonight. Here, you take the upstairs, and I'll search down here.
All right, Mary, remember the plan?
Oh, yes. Say, Mr. Morgan, will you come here a minute?
Huh? What do you want?
Personally, I don't think this is going to work, but look out behind you.
Huh? What?
Hey, give me that gun.
Why, you...
Stand right where you are, Mr. Morgan. Now put up your hands, everybody. You didn't think it would work, eh, Mary? Say, I guess I'm not a scenario writer for nothing. Everybody line up against that wall, see? I mastered this situation, see? I got you all in the palm of me hand. If anybody moves, I'll dump his lumplings.
The telephone.
Who had that phone connected?
I'll answer it.
Oh, no, you don't. Get away from that phone.
That call from
No, it isn't.
Stand back, all of you. I'll take care of this, see?
Be careful what you say, Jack. You can't tell who it might be.
Don't worry. I guess I can handle it. I guess.
Go ahead, Jack.
All right. Don't push me. Hello? Hello? What? No, madam, this is not Sam's Delicatessen. Can you imagine that? Now what are we going to do? Anyway, I've still got the gun. We're going to stay here until I can reach the police.
The police?
Yes, and we have to wait here all night.
Jack, why do we have to sit around waiting for the police?
Why? Because nobody knows we're here, because I'm not a mental telepathist, because we haven't got a shortwave radio.
Well, we have a telephone. Why don't we call them?
Well, I'd have thought of that, too. I'll call them right now. Now, don't move, anybody. Hello? Hello, operator. Give me the police department and hurry.
You're making a mistake there, buddy.
You don't say, huh? Well, you made a mistake when you walked in here and tried to push me around. Hello? Is this the Baldpate Village Police Station? Well, this is Jack Benny, and I'm up on Baldpate Mountain. Yes, Jack Benny. What do you mean, a gag? I tell you... What? All right, then you can be the King of Bulgaria. I'm still Jack Benny. The King of Bulgaria.
Let me talk to him, Jack.
Okay.
Now listen, Your Majesty.
Give me that phone. Now get this. I'm up here on Baldpate Mountain. I've got a... Yes. Yeah, I know that. Look, I know no one lives on Baldpate. That's why I'm here. No, I'm not crazy. Hello? Hello? Hello, listen. Hello? You beat that. He hung up. I'd like to go down there and stuff that phone down his throat.
Why don't you?
And let all these crooks walk out on me? Oh, no.
Don't worry about them. You leave the gun with me, and I'll keep school till you get back with the cops.
Now, don't be ridiculous. You couldn't handle this mob. All alone and everything.
Sure I could. If anybody tried to get out, I'll do that stuff with the dumplings. Give me the gun.
Oh, I don't like this. Suppose something happened.
Nothing's going to happen. Go ahead, Jack, and get back here as soon as you can.
Well, all right, but keep your eye on him. I'll be back in an hour, and I'll have the whole police force with me. Hey, open this door. Hey, what kind of a police station is this? Open up, will ya?
Hey, what goes on here?
Hey, let me in. Is this the Baldpate Village Police Station?
It ain't the morgue.
Well, you can't prove it by you. Where is everybody?
Oh, we close early on Mondays.
Oh, you do, eh? Well, I want to see the chief constable. Where is he?
Chief constable? You'll find him in cell number 6. He's playing draw poker with the 3 prisoners.
Playing with the prisoners? Isn't he taking a chance?
No, they're his cards.
Oh.
Just go right through that door. The chief is the guy without the stripes.
Thank you.
Okay, Chief, I'll raise that bid.
It'll cost you a dime to see him, Chief.
And it'll cost him another dime to see me.
Hey, say, Chief, can I interrupt you for a minute? I'm the guy that called you up about an hour ago from Baldpate Mountain.
Oh, yeah?
I came down here to tell you there's a gang of desperate crooks up there, and you got to do something about it.
Crooks, eh?
Yeah.
What do you got, Joe?
3 kings.
Hey, will you wait a minute? I just left them.
I got 3 aces.
Your pot, Chief.
Look, I just left them up there. They're being held by Mary Livingston. They're dangerous, Chief. You got to come right away.
Whose deal is it?
My deal, Chief.
Look, will you listen? One of them's going to kill me at 12 o'clock on the dot. He's a maniac. And if he misses me, there's 3 others who won't.
Well, I can't quit winners, can I?
Oh.
I'll open a new deck. Take out the 2s and 3s.
Look, Chief, I hate to be a kibitzer, but this is a matter of life and death.
Who opened?
You did.
I did not.
You did, too. Now, look, Chief, all I want is
10 cents blind, Joe.
I'll see that and raise it a dime.
Look, all I want is
Up a nickel.
All I want is
a nickel and 1 better.
Chief, it's a matter of life and death.
And a nickel again.
It's $100,000.
What? Well, that's too high for me. I pass. Wait a minute. What did you say?
$100,000 on Baldpate Mountain.
Well, what are we sitting around here for?
That's what I've been trying to tell you. There's a whole gang of crooks. They're after the money.
Not while Kennedy is chief constable. Can you show me the way?
Follow me.
Then let's go. I've kept this county clean of crooks for 10 years. And by heaven, it'll stay clean.
Now, come on.
Wait. Where's my holster?
Here it is, Chief, hanging on your chair. Hurry up.
Is my gun in it?
Yes, and 2 aces. Let's go.
We pause for station identification. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System. This is the Lux Radio Theater, ladies and gentlemen, brought to you with the good wishes of the makers of Lux Flakes. And now, before bringing you the 3rd act of our play, starring Jack Benny, Mary Livingston, and Cecil B. DeMille, we have a little intermission. During the week, one of the most distinguished violinists in the world, Mr. Ephraim Zimbalist, boarded a plane and headed west just to be with us tonight, a tribute for which we're most grateful. Due to the insidious machinations of Jack Benny, all violinists have fallen into a mild sort of disrepute, and especially a certain composition for the violin, written by Schubert. A composition spelt B, as in Benny, E-E. Like a knight of old, aglow with the fierce flame of vengeance, Mr. Zimbalist is here to right ancient wrongs, and to play the B with some regard for Mr. Schubert and the sensibilities of listening America. At last, Mr. Benny is cornered. Mr. Zimbalist, are you ready?
Thank you, Mr. Wick, but there's no hurry. Let him suffer for a while longer.
Well, why not? Oh, by the way, Mr. Zimbalist, what do you think of Jack as an actor?
I find a remarkable similarity, Mr. Wick, between Mr. Benny the actor and Mr. Benny the violinist. Even as an actor, he insists on playing in 7 keys.
Mr. Zimbalist, well, shucks, I play the violin, too. Maybe you heard me in the Buccaneer. I was the pirate who played the violin for Frederick March to soothe his nerves.
Oh, is that so? May I suggest, Mr. Wick, that next time you give him a nice cup of hot milk?
Oh. Don't you like anything around here, Mr. Zimbalist?
Oh, of course. I'm just trying to be funny, Mr. Wick. when a Valnis tries to be a comedian, or when a comedian tries to be a Valnis, heaven help the audience. I think I better play the beat.
Fine. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Ephraim Zimbalist, accompanied at the piano by Theodore Seidenberg. America thanks you, Mr. Zimbalist, and we all trust Mr. Benny's musical dumplings are at long last properly lumped. We hear him now with Mary Livingston and Cecil B. DeMille in Act 3 of 7 Keys to Baldpate. An hour later, Jack Benny has enlisted the aid of the Baldpate Village Police. A car containing our hero and the chief constable pulls up the rugged mountain road, comes to a stop just outside of the old house.
There's the house, Chief Kennedy.
All right. Now, don't get excited. We're around a whole bunch of them up. Come on.
Wait. Gosh, I forgot. We can't get in. I came out without the key.
Oh, don't worry about that. I got one.
Oh, you have? Well, don't lose it. They're awfully scarce. Hey, look.
Huh? What's the matter now?
Gee, I left the light burning in that room. Now it's dark.
All right. Take it easy. I've got a flashlight. We'll break in on them and take them by surprise. Ready?
Right.
Now. Put them up, everybody!
Wait a minute. There's nobody here. Hey, Mary! Mary! Why, they've all gone.
They can't be gone. We'd have seen them coming down the mountain. Say, I thought there was something screwy about you.
But I'm not screwy. They must be somewhere in the house. You look upstairs and I'll take the cellar.
Okay. Here, take this other gun out of my hip pocket. And if you see anybody, shoot first.
Gee, I hope nothing happened to Mary. Mary, are you in the cellar? Mary, if you're down here, turn on the light. I can't see a thing. Mary.
Hello, Jack.
Oh, Mary, you're safe. Where are you? I can't see.
I'm over here, Jack, sitting in a rocking chair.
Oh, I thought something happened to you. Well, get out of that chair and come over here.
Okay, but you'll have to untie these ropes first.
What ropes? You mean you're tied to that chair?
I couldn't help it, Jack. Really, I couldn't.
I might have known this would happen. Let me at those ropes. Who did this?
Mr. Morgan.
Oh, Morgan, eh?
Yeah, right after I dropped the gun.
Oh, you dropped the gun.
Well, I couldn't help it. I was standing there covering him just like you told me. And all of a sudden, Morgan yelled, "Look out behind you." And when I turned around, there was nobody there. Yeah, I guess that trick is better than I thought it was.
Oh, shut up. Hey, listen, they're all upstairs again. Come on, slip out of those ropes.
I'm ready.
Up the stairs, quick.
Jack, maybe we better not go up there.
Well, what are you talking about? I brought the law back with me. Kennedy's taking charge. He'll have those crooks in jail in an hour. They don't end up in a card game. Come on.
Shut up, everybody. Shut up or I'll plug somebody.
Now, what goes on, Chief? You got the whole crowd, huh?
And I got the money, too. It's in that big bag on the floor.
That's my money. It's mine.
Quiet, Hermie.
You. I'll get you at 12 o'clock.
12 o'clock, eh? You got to get free first. Where'd you find the money, Chief?
That hermit dug it up. This woman took it from him, Bland took it from her, Morgan took it from him.
And I'm taking it from all of you.
Put that bag down.
Give me that bag. It's mine.
Don't let her take that.
Keep your hands off.
Put down that bag,
Drop
Morgan.
that bag, all of you. Drop that bag. The law's here now. The law will take care of that dough in its own way.
That's telling them, Chief.
Where's the phone?
Right over there on the desk.
Put that money up here next to me.
There you are, Chief.
Now, everybody stay nice and quiet. Hello, operator. I want Village 826. Yeah.
Who you calling, Chief? The riot squad? I guess all you crooks will have a lot of time to think this over.
Hello, Village 826. Is this Joe's pool room?
Pool room?
This is Chief Constable Kennedy. Let me speak to my wife, will you? What? You don't see her around.
Maybe she's behind the 8 ball.
Mary.
Oh, you did, eh? I'll put her on the phone.
Look, Chief, I don't want to interfere with your business, but why don't you call up the station?
Hello. Is that you, Agnes? How's the game tonight, honey? That's good. Listen, honey, get this clear. I want you to get some clothes together in a hurry and catch the next train for Canada. Now, don't ask questions. I'll meet you there Wednesday morning. Yeah, with $100,000.
Say, what are you trying?
Shut up! You got that straight, honey? Okay. Goodbye, sweetheart. What? Oh, all right. Goodbye, dear. Now, everybody stay where you are.
Say, what do you think you're going to do?
You heard me, buddy. I'm going to Canada.
This is a fine time to visit the quintuplets.
Shut up.
Why can't you can't get away with this? I'll have the law on your trail in 3 minutes.
No, you won't. I took care of that. There's 4 of my boys guarding the mountain road right now, with orders to shoot anybody trying to leave. You're all going to stay right here until I get a head start. Then you can do what you want.
You certainly are a fine cop stealing that money.
Yeah.
Why don't we divvy up, even Stephen?
You keep out of this. Why shouldn't I steal it from a gang of crooks like you? It's one chance in a lifetime to get this much dough, and I'm going to grab it. Yeah. I'm going to live in a marble hall and eat off gold plates and send my 2 boys to college. What do you think of that?
You won't get away with it. I'll shoot you dead. You're second on my list right now.
Come back here, you.
Shoot. Go on. Shoot. Missed me.
He's gone. He's loose again. A fine mess you made out of this, Mr.
You
Kennedy.
keep quiet.
Why, that man's a maniac. He's crazy. He's going to kill me at 12 o'clock on the dot.
If he bumps you off, he's not as crazy as I thought.
Listen, Kennedy, you'll never get away with this. Hand over that dough.
Stand back, you.
I want that money.
No, you don't. Get away from me. Get away or I'll plug the whole bunch of you. Get away.
Come on, everybody, grab him.
Everybody, stand right where you are. Put up your hands. Go on, put them up, everybody.
Mary, look who it is. Look.
Who are you?
I'm Cecil B. DeMille, the owner of Baldpate. 2 policemen refused to let me pass, and I shot them dead.
Oh, this isn't true. Why, it can't be true.
What's the matter here, Jack? Who are these people? How'd they get in here?
Gee, I don't know.
Have they disturbed you in your work? How are you getting on with your story?
How am I getting on? It's a nice question. Fine place you sent me to. Nothing but ghosts, crooks, murderers, maniacs, and now a director. You told me there was only 1 key. This place has more keys than a grand piano.
But, Jack...
You win, I lose. 24 hours. I couldn't write a story in this joint in 24 years. Well, what's the matter with you? What are you all laughing at? Hey, what goes on here, anyway?
I just want to tell you, Jack, I hope you're not going to be mad, but the whole thing was a joke.
What was a joke?
I sent all these people up here just for a gag.
A gag?
That's right. This girl you thought was Rita Crummett. Her real name is Eve Forsythe. I used her in my last picture.
How do you do, Mr. Benny?
Well, this is the darndest thing.
Cokie Bland isn't a crook. He isn't even Cokie. He's my old prop man.
How are you, Mr. Benny?
Well, this is very funny.
Morgan here is an actor I've been using for years. His name is Jones.
Jones? Well, what an odd name.
Yeah, Kennedy isn't a real chief constable, but he's a real actor.
Well, thanks, Mr. DeMille.
I'd say he's a real actor. He certainly had me going. Well, this is quite a surprise.
And, of course, Mary was in on the whole thing from the start.
Oh, she was?
Hello, Jack.
Mary. Oh, gosh darn you. Oh, this is very funny. Say, Mr. DeMille, who was the hermit?
Huh?
You know, the hermit. The guy you sent up here to act like a crazy man. Oh, he had me scared for a while. Who was he?
I don't know what you're talking about.
You know, the crazy guy. The guy who said he was going to shoot me at 12 o'clock, sharp.
You know anything about this, Kennedy?
Well, not me. I figured he was one of the actors.
Well, I didn't send him.
What? You mean you...
There must be some mistake. I don't know anything about a hermit.
Well, neither do I. I thought that...
Wait a minute. Do you mean this hermit is on the level?
Well, he must be.
But he's going to shoot me. He's going to kill me at 12 o'clock.
Now, keep calm, Jack. There must be something we can do.
But he's a maniac. He's crazy. He's roaming around loose. Listen. What time is it? What time is it now?
It's exactly 2 minutes of 12.
2 minutes of... Oh.
Jack, look at me. Are you all right?
He got me, Mary. He got me. Mary.
Yes, Jack?
Tell DeMille.
Yes.
Tell DeMille.
What, Jack? Tell DeMille what?
Tell DeMille his watch is 2 minutes slow.
Mr. DeMille's
office. I'm sorry, Mr. DeMille is in conference. I'm sorry, Mr. DeMille is in a story conference with Mr. Benny. Mr. DeMille is in a story conference.
And there's your story, Mr. DeMille. At the finish, the hermit shoots me and I fall to the floor. Mary leans over to me and says, Jack, look at me. Are you all right? Then I look up at her and say, Tell DeMille his watch is 2 minutes slow. Finish. There's your story, Mr. DeMille, and I finished it in 24 hours.
Gee, Jack, that's swell.
What do you think of it, C.V.?
Did you write all this since you were in this office yesterday?
I certainly did.
Did you work at my place on Baldpate?
Yes, and you were right. I never heard a sound. But I used it for the locale of my story and brought in a lot of crooks and things. Well, I even put you in it. I had you come in at the finish to tell me it was all a gag.
Yeah, I know.
And I wrote a part for Mary, too. Well, how do you like it?
It's very good, Jack.
Thanks. Now, you remember your promise, C.V. You said you'd produce it.
I certainly will.
There you are, Mary, you see?
Gee.
And Gary Cooper is just the man for it.
Gary Cooper? Now, wait a minute, Mr. DeMille. You said I could play the lead in it.
I said you could play the lead if it was an original story.
Well, it is original. And it's good, too.
Yes, but it was also good in 1910 when old Biggers wrote the novel.
Oh, he did?
Yeah, and in 1913 when George M. Cohan produced the play.
Oh, what a coincidence.
Yeah, and in 1925 when Paramount produced the silent picture.
Oh, they got in it, too.
Yeah, and in 1929 when RKO made it as a talkie.
Well.
Yeah, and I believe they all called it 7 Keys to Baldpate.
They did?
Ah.
Gee, and I was so proud of it. God, I thought it was my own brainchild, didn't you?
And it turned out to be an orphan.
Yeah. Well, I guess I'm licked. So the picture's off, ACB?
I'm sorry, Jack.
Gee, and I wanted to play the lead in it. Well, that's the way it goes. Yeah. Come on, Mary, let's go home.
Wait a minute, Jack. You've still got a chance. Grab that script.
What for?
We'll take it over to Walt Disney. He'll produce it.
Gee, Walt Disney. Say, there's an idea. Come on, let's go. Walt Disney.
So long, Jack.
Quack, 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 quack. Quack, quack, quack.
And that's the end of our Lux Radio Theater version of 7 Keys to Baldpate. But not the end of Jack Benny. He'll be back in a moment with Mary Livingston to be put on the spot again, I'm sure, by Mr. DeMille. Meantime, may I ask you, our listeners, a question? Have you ever been put on the spot by embarrassingly red, rough hands? If you have, if you want the smooth, white hands everyone admires, try changing to Lux Flakes for washing your dishes. Your hands may spend as much as 500 hours in the dishpan every year. Think of the damage a harsh soap may do. Such soaps are drying. They rob your skin of its natural oils. But Lux Flakes have none of the harmful alkali so drying to the skin. They leave your hands lovely. Do as so many clever women do nowadays. Use Lux for dishes. Buy the thrifty big box tomorrow. And now, Mr. DeMille, the actor, surrenders to Mr. DeMille, your host and producer, as he brings Jack Benny and Mary Livingston back to our microphone.
Thank you for that word, actor, Mr. Rick. And now a brief exchange of opinions with the man of the hour. Oh, Jack, Mr. Benny. Mary, where's Jack?
He's in the next room taking off his makeup.
Makeup? Well, Mary, does he use makeup on radio?
Well, Jack has to on account of mic fright.
Mic fright? What's that got to do with it?
When he doesn't put on makeup, he frightens the mic.
I see.
Here he comes now. Hey, Jack, Mr. DeMille wants you.
Oh, yes, Mr. DeMille.
Well, Jack, now that it's all over, I've got to admit that tonight's acting was superb. Really great.
Gee, Mr. DeMille, you mean that?
I certainly do. It was brilliant.
Well, and there's no room for an argument there.
Thanks. I thought I was pretty good.
You?
Of course. Who did you mean?
Oh, well, yes, Mr. DeMille. I thought your acting was all right. Yes, sir, all right.
You mean you didn't think it was good?
Well, I didn't think it was bad.
But you didn't say it was good.
No, I said it was all right, all right.
Yeah, but you said it like Major Bowes.
No, I really thought you were swell. And speaking of histrionic ability, I wasn't exactly a sound effect on this program myself, you know.
I agree with you, Jack. I thought you did a great job.
Thank you.
Hey, Gable.
What? What is it, Mary?
As long as it's a matter of personal opinion, I thought I was pretty good, too.
Mary, you were excellent. I don't know what we'd have done without you.
It's got me stumped, too.
By the way, Jack, what did you think of the way Mr. Zimbalist played the bee?
Oh, I thought it was quite good, Mr. DeMille. Of course, His pizzicato was a bit strong. And when it came to the andante, I thought he was slightly razzmatazz in there.
Oh, he was?
Oh, yeah. But when it came to the allegro, why, nobody can question that.
They better not question you either.
Yeah, tough. They're not question you either. Now, look. Always comes in with their little 2 cents. Now, look, Mr. DeMille. Now that it's all over, let's be serious. How about my playing the leading role in your next picture? I've been looking forward to it, and I know I can do it. Why, I've been riding a horse 8 hours a day just to get in shape for the part.
Well, you've been practicing on the wrong kind of a horse, Jack. Union Pacific is the story of an iron horse.
The thing I rode wasn't made of feathers, Mr. DeMille.
But, Jack, you've got it all wrong. An iron horse is a locomotive. Union Pacific is a railroad story.
Oh, a railroad story, Mr. DeMille. Railroads are right down my alley.
That was before you moved to the new house.
Well, that means apart from the picture, I'll move right back. How about it, Mr. DeMille?
He'll think it over.
You stay out of this. What do you say?
Mary's right. I'll think it over.
Okay, that's good enough for me.
By the way, I want to wish you good luck on the opening of your new Jell-O series next Sunday night. You too, Mary.
Thank you, Mr. DeMille.
Thank you.
Oh, Mr. DeMille, I still think you're right about my trying to be a dramatic actor. I'll wash my hands of the whole thing. And to show you there's no hard feelings, I'll do it with Lux. Well, I guess we'll be running along. Come on, Mary.
Okay. Say, Jack, didn't it seem strange working tonight after our long vacation?
It sure did. But I got a lot of laughs tonight, didn't I, Mary?
Yeah, tuck in your shirt tail and let's go home.
Oh, good night. See you Sunday.
Good night, Hamlet. Good night, Mary.
Our stars in play for next Monday night are announced very shortly by Mr. DeMille. Heard in tonight's cast were Margaret Brayton as Rita, Ted Osborne as Hermie, Ross Forrester as Bland, Gail Gordon as Morgan, Lou Merrill as Kennedy, John Fee as Sergeant, Eddie Waller as Jed, Martha Wentworth as Belinda, Joe Kearns as a prisoner, Victor Rodman as Ballister, Mary Lansing as telephone operator, Frank Nelson as Oakley, Dorothy Grewatts as Miss Cole, and Catherine Carlton as a girl. Jack Benny and Mary Livingston return to the air on the Jell-O program next Sunday night. Mr. Benny's new Paramount film is Artists and Models Abroad. Louis Silvers, our musical director, appeared through courtesy of 20th Century Fox Studio, where he directed music for the new picture, Straight, Place, and Show. Here's Mr. DeMille.
Believing with Disraeli that variety is the mother of enjoyment, we turn from the comedy of tonight's play and bring you next Monday night to more dramatic and romantic feels in presenting our adaptation of the recent hit picture, Another Dawn. This tense play carries us to Arabia, where in the heat and mystery of the desert, a handful of soldiers hold aloft their country's flag, and a beautiful girl picks up the fragments of her lost happiness. Our stars, a trio of Hollywood's most popular celebrities, Madeleine, Carroll, Francho Tone, and George Brent. Our sponsors, the makers of Lux Flakes, join me in inviting you to be with us again next Monday night when the Lux Radio Theater presents Madeleine, Carroll, Francho Tone, and George Brent in Another Dawn. This is Cecil B. DeMille, the former actor, saying good night to you from Hollywood. Has been Melville Ruick. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
From Hollywood, California, the Lux Radio Theater presents Madeleine, Carroll and Don Ameche in Dangerous with Heather Angel.
Lux presents Hollywood, and our cordial thanks to you, ladies and gentlemen, who make these programs possible by your loyalty to Lux Flakes. 2 weeks ago, we made an announcement at the end of our program. By popular request, we are making that announcement again at the end of our program tonight. So please listen carefully and have your pencils ready at the close of this performance. Starred tonight are Madeleine, Carroll, and Don Ameche with Heather Angel in Dangerous, the gripping drama of a hard-luck girl. A girl who unintentionally brings misfortune to those who know her, and how romance and happiness finally find a place in her life. Our guest is Miss Thelma Saxton, who has one of Hollywood's oldest odd jobs, and conducting our orchestra is Louis Silvers. Tonight, we welcome back to our stage our regular producer and host. Completely recovered from his illness, he'll be with us now as heretofore every Monday night. And now, ladies and gentlemen, Hollywood's pioneer, star maker, and director, Mr. Cecil B. DeMille.
Greetings from Hollywood, ladies and gentlemen. And after nearly 4 weeks in the hospital, there's a new thrill in saying that old phrase. With these greetings, my sincere thanks go out to the hundreds of you whose thoughtful letters came like the voices of friends to brighten the long days. I know now what radio really means to the thousands of people imprisoned by illness. Lying there, I realized the great power of radio to cheer and comfort, and I was proud to be a part of it. And I thought, too, of the importance of 1938 as a milestone in motion picture progress. For this is the 35th anniversary of that historic film, The Great Train Robbery, which created the first screen star, Bronco Billy Anderson. Today, Bronco Billy's almost forgotten. And stars like Madeleine, Carroll, and Don Ameche have inherited the royal ermine of international popularity. Frequently termed the screen's most beautiful actress, wife of Captain Philip Astley, one of the personal guards of the King of England, it's difficult to picture Miss Carroll as the ex-school teacher who once went to London yearning to become an actress and ended up by tutoring again for $3.50 a week and meals. Hollywood knows Miss Carroll not only as a splendid actress, but as one of our most sincere and vigorous workers for world peace. Don Ameche, son of a coal miner, left his law studies to become a stock company actor. Turning to radio, his success won him a screen test at MGM. The test was discouraging. And Don was soon back in Chicago, resuming his radio work. But 20th Century Fox brought him out for another try. And this time, stardom came rapidly. Now seen in old Chicago, Don's new film is called Josette. Our play is taken from the highly successful Warner Brothers film. Don Ameche is Don Bellows, Miss Carroll plays Joyce Heath, and Heather Angel is Gail Armitage. And now, the Lux Radio Theater presents Dangerous. Bachelor apartment in New York City. In the tastefully furnished living room, Don Bellows, a rising young architect, stands at the telephone table. He's in a hurry. With the receiver propped between his shoulder and his ear, he wriggles out of his coat and hands it to his Filipino houseboy.
Yes, of course, Miss Linda. Here, take my coat, Carlos.
Yes, sir.
Oh, we'll be there, all right, Miss Linda. Yes, I'm stopping by to pick up Gail. All right, goodbye, Miss Linda.
You out to dinner tonight, Mr. Bellows?
Yeah, I'm late right now. Snap into it, will you, Carlos? Lay out my dinner jacket, draw a bath. No, never mind the bath.
Did you ever try putting celluloid fish in the tub to entice him into it, Carlos?
Gail, what are you doing here?
I thought I'd save you the trouble of picking me up.
Well, darling, you're a lifesaver. Go ahead, Carlos. I'll have time for that bath now.
Yes, sir.
Oh, let me look at you, Gail. Oh, you're gorgeous, you know?
Thank you. I try my best.
Oh, what do you think?
Did I love you?
Well, I'm a little fond of myself this evening. The bank is going to make that building loan for the estates.
John. Oh, that's marvelous.
Oh, miraculous is the word. All I have to do is put $100,000 in escrow.
That much? But every cent you have is in that land now, John.
Oh, don't worry about the petty cash. I'll come out all right. Unless I fall down, there'll be the most beautiful estates in the country. And I can't fall down. I've waited too long. I've worked too hard.
It seems as though it's all going to come true, doesn't it, Don?
Yes, I guess we have everything, young lady.
Best of all, we have us.
Yeah, the very best of all.
Happy?
Oh, hysterically.
Why?
Well, because I have very good sense.
Mr. Bellows, you're a cad. Now hurry up and get dressed. We don't want to be late to the Linders.
Oh, I don't suppose we could get out of...
We could not.
No.
You'll meet people there who can afford to buy your houses.
People who go to the Linders don't need houses. They need tombs.
Oh, and it's really been so nice to have you.
Thank you, Miss Linder.
Good night, Mrs.
Good night.
Linder. Good night, my
Good
dear.
night.
Good night. Well, that's over.
Being the extra man at a Linder dinner party is like being the spare corpse at a wake.
I could kiss you for getting us out, Ted.
Well, now that we're out, what happens?
You know what I'd like to do? I'd like to go down and do the shooting galleries and honky-tonks and things.
Oh, slumming. Say, that's an idea.
Of a sort. Say, I know a swell little dive over near the tracks on 10th Avenue.
Sawdust on the floor?
Up to your knees. Come on. Well, why doesn't somebody say something?
Is this what's known as a den of iniquity, Ted?
Sure, this place is tops in iniquity. Why?
Well, I thought it'd be picturesque. It's only sordid.
Want to get out?
I think so.
Well, let's go. Hey, Don.
Oh, I'm sorry.
What are you looking at, Don?
That girl over there. The one sitting alone.
What about her?
Oh, nothing much. She, just doesn't seem to belong here somehow.
I noticed her before. She tosses them off like a stevedore.
Let's get out. It's depressing.
I'm ready.
Well, it was a good idea, but it fizzled.
I'm sorry I suggested it. Are you going to take me home, Ted?
Sure.
Then you won't have to make the trip, Don. We can drop you at the apartment.
Oh, thanks.
Say, what's the matter with you?
I was just thinking. Did you ever hear of Joyce Heath?
Joyce Heath, the actress? Of course I have. She was a star about 3 years ago.
I think I saw her in Camille.
Yes, I did, too.
Whatever happened to her?
I was speaking to a producer the other day, and her name came up. This fellow said she was never a star. She was a comet. She appeared suddenly, fell spectacularly, and disappeared completely.
Very poetical, but why?
Well, fantastic as it sounds, it was because of a jinx, one she put on other people.
A jinx?
Yes. It started when one of her leading men was killed on opening night. From then on, everyone who had anything to do with her seemed to run into bad luck. Divorces, failures, scandals, even suicide. It got so producers were afraid to use her. Actors wouldn't play with her. She got to believe it herself finally, and she just disappeared.
It's almost unbelievable.
Yes, except for one thing. That woman I pointed out to you in that place. That woman was Joyce Heath.
What?
Don, are you sure?
I'm positive. I'll never forget her face.
Oh, it's terrible. Well, why doesn't somebody help her?
You can't help a jinx woman.
I wonder.
Well, this is you, Don.
Oh, thanks. Look, just let me out at the corner. I'll walk the rest of the way.
Well, sister, what do you say? Want anything else?
What's the matter? Can't I sit here?
It's getting late, and you ain't paid for the last one yet.
You'll get it. Take your time.
Excuse me, mind if I sit down here?
No, not if you take her check.
I wasn't speaking to you. Do you mind, miss?
Do what you want.
Thanks. Two, whatever the lady's having.
Right.
I've seen you before.
Which doesn't exactly make us old friends.
I'm sorry. I should have had a more original opening. But I came all the way back here just to tell you.
It really doesn't interest me, if you don't mind.
Please don't leave. I want to speak to you, Miss Heath.
What did you say?
Joyce Heath.
I? Joyce Heath sitting alone in a dive like this. You must be crazy.
Maybe. I have a very vivid recollection of her face, though. You see, Joyce Heath helped me once. It was a long time ago, and she never knew it, of course. I was just getting my start in architecture, and things were going pretty badly. I was discouraged, ready to quit. And then one night, I went alone to the theater. Joyce Heath was playing in Camille. I'll never know exactly what happened to me that night, but somehow it gave me strength, gave me the courage to go on. She was a magnificent artist. I'll always be grateful to her.
Now you're a success, I suppose.
Oh, fair one.
Well, you don't have to thank me.
No. There isn't much similarity, except in appearance.
Lots of people look alike.
Joyce Heath was electric, terribly alive. That's the way I saw her that night. Do you remember the deathbed scene? There was a dim light on the stage. You were lying on a couch. Armand is on his knees beside the bed. Your hand goes out and caresses his head. You say, I'm dying. Remember? I'm dying.
I'm dying, but I'm happy too. And my happiness conceals my death. But you will speak of me sometimes, won't you, Armand? Give me your hand. It isn't hard to die. I do not suffer now. One would say that life was restored to me. I experience a relief I never felt. I shall live. I shall...
Miss Heath. Miss Heath.
What's the matter? Is she out?
Yeah. Help me get her out of here. Get a cab, will you?
Okay.
I'm going to take her home.
Yes? Who is it? Good morning. Still in bed, miss? You look very poorly.
Do I? And it won't surprise you to be told that I feel very poorly.
Nope, it won't. Figuring the condition you arrived in last night.
And just where did I arrive, if I'm not asking you to betray a confidence?
Mr. Bellows' place. His country place. He's an architect. One of them fellas that draws pictures.
Thank you. And I suppose you're Mrs. Bellows. Or you just one of his sketches?
Nope, I ain't. I'm his housekeeper when he comes down for weekends.
How cozy. And Mr. Bellows, where's he?
Eating his breakfast. And if you want to see him, you better perk right along, because he's got to get into town.
Yes, I'm rather looking forward to seeing Mr. Bellows. Get out of here and let me get dressed.
Good morning. How are you, Miss Heath? Feeling better?
No.
I'm sorry.
How did I get here?
I brought you. I looked in your purse for your address, and there wasn't any. You had to have someplace to go.
Oh, don't bother with an alibi. It really doesn't matter.
If I were looking for an alibi, I think you'd supply it. Look at yourself in the mirror. Take a good look. The only feeling you could arouse in a man is pity.
Pity? You have the nerve to feel sorry for me. You, with your fat little soul and smug face, picking your way so cautiously through a pastel existence. Why, I've lived more in a day than you'll ever dare live. Pity for me. That's very funny, because I've never had any for men like you. I've never... Oh, what's the difference?
Just now, you were as I'd imagined you'd be.
Yes, playing a second act speech at a third act curtain.
There might be a fourth act, you know.
Not for me. And when you boast to your friends about how you brought me here, I wouldn't mention it was after I'd become a has-been. It might detract from the glamour of your adventure.
Look, Miss Heath, I brought you here
because you were sorry for me. You already said that.
It was more than that. Let's just say I brought you here because you're an actress whom I've always admired and to whom I'm grateful for some of the finest performances I've ever seen.
I'm humiliated to the point where I must thank you. Well, now what?
That depends upon you. Here. Take a look out that window. It's a nice country up here, isn't it? It's quiet and restful. A person could find peace here.
You can only find peace in yourself. And when you do, you might as well be dead. Rest in peace. It's for tombstones.
And for the living?
Desire. To want something. To work for it and get it. To live up every moment of it and then go on, leaving yesterday behind. On and on. Higher and higher. Frustrated actress reads lines for small audience.
Oh, no. You'll go on. Talent like yours doesn't die. You were a star once and you can be again.
Yes, an evil star, a jinx. You better run for your life.
Oh, you can't possibly believe that superstition.
2 men who loved me are dead. Some have been ruined financially. Successful shows have folded. How can I ignore it when everyone else believes it? When no producer in the country will risk giving me a part.
Breakfast is ready.
In a minute, Miss Williams. You'll have some breakfast, won't you?
No, thank you. If you're going into town, you can take me with you.
Won't you stay out the week? No one's going to be using the house, and I can come down and bring you in Saturday. The rest will do you good.
Helping Joyce Heath is like shaking hands with the devil, the worst luck in the world.
I don't believe that. Do you really want to go back to the city?
I don't care.
Well, then you won't feel obligated if you stay, will you?
Why should I? It doesn't make any difference.
No, of course it doesn't. And you'll stay?
Yes. But stop asking me questions. Go on, go back and boast to your friends about fishing Joyce Heath out of the gutter.
You shouldn't say things like that. It isn't fair.
I didn't ask you to help me.
Of course you didn't. Goodbye, Miss Heath. I'll see you Saturday.
And so ends Act One of Dangerous. In a moment, Madeleine, Carroll, and Don Ameche will be back to continue with Act Two. Meanwhile, we've some fun for you. See how good your guess is on the odd knowledge questions I'm going to read to you. And just to make it more interesting, I've asked one of the ladies in our audience if she won't be good enough to come up here to the microphone and try her luck on them. I know we all like someone else to try his luck. Well, at least you can try your luck in the privacy of your own mind. And now I'm going to ask Miss Catherine Carlton of Portland, Oregon, who has just come up from the audience, 4 simple questions. Here's the first question, Miss Carlton. In some countries, elephants wear silk stockings. Right or wrong, Miss Carlton?
Well, that one's easy. Surely I'd say wrong.
Well, strangely enough, the statement is right. In Borneo, sacred elephants wear hand-knitted silk stockings over their feet, and their stockings are changed daily. Number 2, right or wrong? Good stockings, when new, will ordinarily stretch to 11 inches at the top, outsizes to 14.
Well, on that one, I'd guess right.
That statement is right. Good stockings, if they haven't lost their elasticity by careless washing, will ordinarily stretch to 11 inches at the top, outsizes to 14. Number 3, answer right or wrong. Nobody wears stockings made of wire.
Right.
The statement is wrong. If you ever go to the Congo, look up Princess Watutsi. She wears a knee-length skirt, and her hosiery is made of wire. Number 4, for many women, stockings are the greatest single item of expense in their wardrobe.
You said it. With a great many women I know, that's certainly right.
Yes, that statement is correct. 5 out of 6 women asked said they pay more to keep themselves in stockings than they pay for any other single item in their clothes budgets. But more and more women are reducing stocking expense by caring for stockings with Lux Flakes. Lux saves stocking elasticity, keeps stockings live and stretchable, so they give instead of breaking so easily into runs. Get a big package of Lux Flakes tomorrow. Lux your stockings after every wearing. Then they'll look lovelier, fit better, wear longer. Please listen carefully for the announcement which will come at the end of our program. Mr. DeMille.
We continue with Dangerous, starring Madeleine, Carroll, and Don Ameche. A few days have passed since Don left Joyce Heath at his cottage in the country. It's early Saturday afternoon, and he's returned to drive her back to the city. In the spacious kitchen, Mrs. Williams goes about her preparations for dinner as Don questions her concerning Joyce.
Well, is that all you've got to tell me? She ate and she slept. Didn't she say anything?
Well, she ain't what you call a chatty body. You could get more folksy conversation out of a snowman.
Well, where is she now?
Went walking toward the hill on the north meadow.
I guess I better find her. Kind of looks like rain to
Yes,
me.
it's going to rain right enough. When you fetching her home?
Well, whenever she wants to go. Why?
Lands, I was just talking, but I sort of wish she was gone.
Why?
Because it's different with a man like you. But a woman can tell a lot about another woman. She's dangerous, Mr. Don. A bad woman's got something that a good one ain't. Good women are jealous of that something and afraid of it. You can't say exactly what it is. But she's got it, and I'm afraid of her. For your sake.
Sounds to me as if you've been reading some trashy novels, Mrs. Williams. In the first place, I don't find Miss Heath particularly charming off the stage. And in the second place, it's no concern of yours. I'll go and find her. She'll be out of your way by this evening. Miss Heath? Where are you? Miss Heath? Oh, there you are. Miss Heath, wake up. Hey, come on, wake up.
Oh, it's you.
Yes, it is.
It's you, and it's Saturday, and I went to sleep in a haystack. It all comes back to me now.
It's also going to rain, and it's supposed to show very good sense to come in out of it.
That's merely hearsay.
Gosh, you look much better.
I feel it. I've enjoyed it here. Going barefooted, sleeping in the sun, and playing naiad in general.
Now, just what is a naiad?
Some sort of a wood nymph, I think, but I'm a little mixed up on my sprites.
Well, even at that, a naiad becomes you more than a maenad.
Fancy it. Just what is a maenad?
Well, maenads were mythical women renowned for their beauty and charm. They attended the Dionysian revels and were always so carried away by the wild madness that they ended up by dancing hysterically over the edge of a cliff to destruction.
Sorry. I'm too tired to be hysterical, and my feet are much too sore from going barefooted to stand the job dancing off cliffs. By the way, I got the sermon. Thank you.
I didn't mean to preach.
I probably deserve it.
Oh, here it comes. Come on, we'll have to run for it.
Woo! Naiad and maenad, nothing mermaid. Come on.
Yes, just look at that rain. You know, I'm afraid we won't make it tonight.
I don't mind. I don't mind anything. I've had a good dinner, the fire's warm, and don't be surprised if you hear me purr.
Did I tell you I saw you the opening night of Hedda Gabler?
No.
I think it was one of your best things.
Do you?
Which play would you prefer to do above all others?
One I've never done. It's called But to Die. I wouldn't have to act it. I could live it.
Why hasn't someone produced it with you?
With the Jinx woman of the theater? I noticed another play on your bookshelf. I'd like to play that sometime, too.
Which one was it?
A thing called Forever Ends at Dawn.
Forever Ends at Dawn? I don't think I've ever read it.
It has a beautiful last act.
Wouldn't read it to me, would you?
Sure you want to hear it?
Oh, it'd be a treat.
Well, just the last scene, then.
All right.
The locale is behind the front lines of an aviation post during the war. The principal characters are an aviator and a woman. She's not a nice person, but fascinating. The man has a wife or a fiancée, I've forgotten which, with whom he's very much in love. However, he's intrigued by the woman, but quite nobly resists her charms. The second act ends with him receiving orders to leave at dawn. That's where the title line comes from. Here it is. Here. You may find some of the dialogue a little awkward in spots, but I'll try and make it convincing.
I've never heard you yet when you weren't.
Thank you. Here we are. It's midnight. The room is illuminated by a floor lamp. Joan sits reading. There's a knock at the door center. She opens it to Richard. Joan. You at this hour? Richard, it was my last chance. You see, we're moving up at dawn. I've come to say goodbye and tell you what grand fun it was knowing you. It was, wasn't it? Joan, yes. Yes, of course. Only I thought our goodbye would be different from this. Richard, it might have been, but you see, there was always... Joan, the girl in the back of your watch. It doesn't matter. Richard, it does matter, I tell you. It matters all the difference between you and her. Tonight and forever. Joan, her forever lasts until death do you part. Mine but till dawn. Tomorrow is where regrets lie, Richard. But there'll be no tomorrow for us. Only tonight, which we steal from no one and forget as a dream which was no part of our normal lives, over which we had no control, and for which we need feel no obligation.
Is that the end of the play?
Almost.
May I see that book, please?
Of course.
Thank you. It's not Forever Dies at Dawn, is it? There is no such play, is there? You were making it up.
Yes.
You should be a writer, too.
Where are you going, Don?
For a walk.
In this rain?
I like walking in the rain.
I'll go with you.
I'd rather you didn't.
Would you? Would you like me to leave here now? Would you like never to see me again? I'll go if you say so.
You can't go.
Because of the rain?
No, because I want you to stay.
Oh, Don.
Joyce, what's happened to us? I don't understand.
Must we understand? It's happened. That's enough. Kiss me, Don. Don.
Joyce, I'm going to take that walk by myself. I've got to think. I'll be back later.
Will you have some more coffee, Mr. Bellows?
No.
Toast?
No. Thank you. I've had enough.
Is there anything wrong, sir?
Wrong? What should be wrong?
Nothing, sir. Excuse me.
Good morning.
Joyce. How are you, Joyce?
May I have some coffee, please?
Of course.
You didn't come back last night.
No.
Why?
Joyce, I hate loose ends. They tangle your life and then trip you up.
Yes, Don?
Last night, I'm sorry I kissed you. I'm sorry I said what I did.
If you didn't mean it, then I am too.
Joyce, you don't understand. I'm engaged to someone. I'm in love with her.
It's very gallant of you to tell me now.
I was unfair to you, too. I just lost my sense of values. I regained them this morning, and I'm asking you to forgive me for last night. And for what I'm saying now, if it hurts.
Hurts me? You delight me. You have the most amazing lack of humor I've ever known. Perhaps you think I meant it last night. I almost laughed in your face. Made me a little sick to think anyone could be so stupid to be taken in by a lot of old tricks. I thought you at least might be amusing. Instead, you turned out to be dull, stupid, and so afraid. But you needn't be. I won't upset your Sunday school romance or your oh-so-nice career. Hurt me. Get out before you give me hysterics. Get out! Get out! Don, you came back. I was praying you would.
I tried to leave. I drove halfway into town. They stopped me on the road. The bridge was out. I had to turn around and come back. And I was glad, Joyce.
You didn't believe what I said. Please tell me you didn't.
Perhaps I had it coming.
No, you didn't, Don. No, it was a lie.
Shall we forget it?
Yes. But there's something I want you to remember. I know you belong to somebody else. And I don't want you, Don. But last night was mine, and I made it ugly this morning. I don't want you to think of it that way.
I won't.
You will unless you know the truth. That night I came here. You took me in out of pity. That hurt my pride. And because I'm a good deal of a shrew, I wanted to hurt yours. I was going to tease you with all the tawdry tricks I knew until you tried to kiss me. And then I was going to laugh in your face. I was an actress playing a part, but I played it too well. Because when you took me in your arms, I didn't want to laugh. I wanted to cry.
Oh, Joyce, darling, I'm sorry.
I'm not. I'm glad. Last night was beautiful. It'll always be beautiful. And now that it's over...
It isn't over, Joyce.
It's got to be over. You've got everything ahead of you. Someone you love who can help you. I couldn't do that. I'm the kind of a woman who destroys, not builds. I'm Joyce Heath, Don. A Maynard who doesn't want to dance over the cliff with anybody as fine as you.
Mr. Bellows,
Yes?
they just sent word up from town. You can get through now.
Oh, thank you.
You're welcome.
You're going to go?
Oh, I don't know.
You've got to. Because if you stay, it'll be too late. I'm bad for people. I'm a jinx. I don't want to be, but I am. So I'm being generous, Don. Kinder than I've ever been. And I can't be much longer. So go. Get away. Leave me. You can leave me, can't you?
I don't know. I've got to find out.
Mr. Bellows? Oh, did Mr. Bellows leave?
Yes.
Is he coming back?
Yes. Yes, I think he will.
Oh, good evening, Mr. Bellows.
Good evening, Anna. Is Miss Gale in?
Oh, yes, sir. In the living room, sir.
Thank you.
Well,
hello there, Mr. B. It was about time you were getting back.
Yes, I know. I'm sorry, Gail. I was delayed.
Well, at least I know what to expect when we're married. Sit down.
Gail, I want to speak to you. It's going to be a little difficult, but...
Has something happened?
Yes, something's happened.
Go on.
Gail, there's no woman in the world who I'd be prouder to have as my wife than you. And more than that, I have respect for you, for your integrity, your pride. If I could make myself respect you a little less, it'd be all very simple. But I can't. So I've got to ask you a question. And I'm afraid I already know the answer.
What is it, Don?
If we were married, Gail, you know that... You know I'd live up to it, don't you? That I'd live only for you.
I know that.
I would, Gail. But if there was someone that I'd never see again, someone who had a strange fascination for me, which I couldn't destroy, would that make a difference to you? Even though I'd never see her?
Yes, Don, it would. Whether you ever went to her or not wouldn't matter. But the fact that you'd want to would. It mightn't make me love you any less. Perhaps more. But the agony of wondering when you kissed me if you were thinking of her, the hate and dread I'd have of that other woman, the terrible loneliness for that part of your life I didn't own, that would be unendurable. Is that what you wanted to know?
Yes, Gail.
I can't tell you how much I admire you for being honest, Don. And thank you for coming to say goodbye.
Gail, Goodbye.
Oh, Don. Who is it?
Excuse me, miss. Will Mr. Bellows be staying for dinner?
Mr. Bellows is gone, Anna.
Oh, will he be coming back, miss?
Yes. Yes, I have a feeling that he will.
Dawn, is that you?
You knew I'd be back.
I've been waiting out here for you.
Let's go inside. I want to talk to you, and I've got to drive back.
Tonight?
Yes. Go in.
Well, Don?
Sit down and listen to me. You and I are artists, Joyce. I'm an architect, and you're a great actress. I deal in permanency, things that endure. You in emotions, moments. I want to know, is there any consistency in the way you feel toward me?
Tonight I love you so much that nothing else matters. Tomorrow should be the same. But tomorrows have betrayed me too often to promise them. That's the only answer I can give you.
Well, it's an honest answer, Joyce.
I'm not lady enough to lie.
No, I don't think you would. Joyce, I broke my engagement.
Why?
Because of you.
What about her?
You're to never mention her again. Except that I want you to know that she's finer and stronger than either of us. If she weren't, I wouldn't be here.
Then I'm glad I'm weaker. And you are too, aren't you? Say you are.
No. But I'm here.
That's all I care about.
Well, there are other things that are important to me. First, your career.
Why should you concern yourself with that? They won't let me in a theater for fear it'll fall down.
I've killed that superstition. You start rehearsing But to Die for George Sheffield Monday morning.
I? You're mad. Sheffield wouldn't risk it.
You're to get the script from him tomorrow.
Don, how did you do it? You didn't put your money in it.
Yes.
You fool, you crazy fool. Something'll happen. I won't let you. I'm a jinx, I tell you.
You're no such thing. You're a great actress. I'm so sure of it that I'm risking the money that was going to realize the one dream I've ever had. You're going to be greater than you ever were. Because if I'm going to marry Joyce Heath, it's going to be the Joyce Heath.
Marry?
As soon as the play opens, maybe even before.
We can't.
Why not?
Because I won't let you. Not so soon. Don't tempt fate, Don. You don't know the chance you're taking.
I don't believe in fate.
I do. It was fate that brought us together.
Then it'll keep us together.
Oh, I hope so. Darling, I hope so.
We pause for station identification. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
The curtain comes down on the second act of Dangerous. Our stars will be heard in Act 3 after the short intermission. Now we call forth another from that unsung group who helped make motion pictures, but whose names are little known outside of Hollywood. Tonight it's Thelma Saxton, who has appeared in nearly 50 films. And a touch of mystery is added when you realize that you've never seen her face and never heard her speak, but you have seen her hands that have doubled for many of our loveliest stars.
And I'm going to explain all that, Mr. DeMille, because if I don't, people are apt to get the impression that the hands of the stars are not beautiful enough for close-up shots. And, of course, most stars do have beautiful hands. First, Mr. DeMille, how much money is represented in a single scene of a big picture?
Anywhere from a few hundred to many thousands of dollars, depending upon who and how many are involved in the making of it.
And now will you tell us about how many minutes of a picture can be shot in an average 8-hour day?
Well, yes, but who's interviewing whom, Miss Saxton? If we shoot 5 minutes of the final film, we're doing remarkably well.
And that's where I come in. Now, suppose there's a scene in a picture involving, let's say, a letter. And suppose that the audience is first going to see that letter from a distance, and then in a close-up in which the star holds it in her hands. For the first shot, the set would have to be arranged so the camera could shoot the letter from a distance. Then, to take the close-up, the stars and all the people would have to wait around until the lights and the camera were rearranged. That minor detail might require anywhere from 30 minutes to an hour, plus all the money represented in an idle cast.
And to avoid that, Miss Saxton, we turn the letter over to the Special Effects Department, which shoots it from the desired angle without requiring the star's presence.
Exactly, and incidentally gives me a job. For special effects shots, my hands have held a basket for Carole Lombard and shown a manicure for Claudette Colbert. They've been tied to a stake for Gail Patrick and have dropped a cigarette lighter for Ida Lupino. They've turned a travel booklet for Sylvia Sidney, lifted the pages of a scrapbook for Frances Langford, and have written a sign with a cigar dipped in ink for Gracie Allen. They've dialed phone numbers, picked up flowers, unlocked doors, worn rings, and have stolen jewels.
And with hands so valuable, you ought to protect them with steel mittens.
No, Mr. DeMille, I expose them to as much wear and tear as the average girl, and perhaps a little more, because, being married, I run my own home, do my own dishes, and a little of my own washing. Naturally, though, I'm very careful of my hands, and when it comes to washing dishes, I wouldn't think of using anything except Lux Flakes. All you say about Lux on this program is absolutely true. When you wash dishes in Lux Flakes, you're really giving your hands a beauty treatment. They don't get a bit red and rough-looking. I'm very happy to say a word for Lux because it's such a real help to me.
I'm sure every woman will value your advice about Lux for beautiful hands, Miss Saxton. Have you any other suggestions?
The only other thing I can remember doing to develop nice hands was a long time ago when I was a little girl. My father said that if I didn't stop biting my nails, the boys wouldn't like me, so believe me, I stopped.
You've never had more than a finger in the motion picture pie, have you?
Well, I played in Bulldog Drummond Strikes Back, but the girl was dead, so they covered me up with a sheet, and all you could really see was my hand holding a piece of evidence. The most work I ever did in a single picture was for Carole Lombard in Hands Across the Table. She was a manicurist, you know, and I held hands with so many nice-looking actors that I was almost ashamed to take my paycheck. Thank you, Mr. DeMille.
Thanks for the helping hand, Miss Saxton. Madeleine, Carroll, and Don Ameche in Dangerous. Months have passed, and the play which Don backed for Joyce Heath is nearly ready to open. In the back of the darkened theater, Don sits alone watching the dress rehearsal. Suddenly, Sheffield, the producer, calls a halt and walks up the aisle.
That's 4 o'clock tomorrow. Everybody on time, please.
All right, 4 o'clock.
Oh, hello, Don. Got a cigarette?
Sure. Well, what do you think, Sheffield?
I think it's terrific. You know, Don, I've spent a fortune and misspent a life in the theater. But this is the only time that on the night of a dress rehearsal I've had nerve enough to say I had a hit.
You're pretty positive.
So positive, I'll buy your piece of it for $100,000.
Ah, there's one angel who isn't afraid to tread. Gosh, she's magnificent, isn't she?
Even in rehearsal. It's the greatest performance I've ever seen. She'll be a sensation Monday night.
Oh, say, what about the jinx?
Oh, nothing could jinx a talent like that.
Hello, Don. Well, Chef, how does it look?
Huh? Oh, all right, I guess. Needs a lot of work, though.
You know, Don, if I got away down to the country and went over the script tomorrow, I think I could get a better perspective. Would you run me down tonight?
Why, of course. Shall we go?
I want to stop at my apartment for some clothes.
Right. Night, Chef.
Night. And, Don, keep her out of the poison ivy and the fresh air. I don't want her to open in a whisper.
Just put that bag over there, darling. I think that's all I'll need. Well, what are you standing around for? Come on, darling.
Joyce, wait. We can't go on like this.
I could forever.
No, don't be evasive. You know what I mean.
Getting married, of course. But now there's the show to think
There's
of.
always
And
some reason to change the subject, isn't there? Tell me the truth, Joyce. Why are you putting me off?
Oh, Don, don't be so intense. You know I love you, that there's no one else. Isn't that enough?
No, it isn't enough. What's the matter? Are you afraid to marry me?
Afraid? Why should I be?
I don't know. Unless you think marriage would make me a little harder to get rid of.
Don, don't say that.
Oh, I'm sorry, darling.
Hold me, Don. Hold me close to you.
Why, you're shaking. Oh, now, Joyce, darling.
It's nothing. Excitement. Nerves, that's all. Look, dear, I'm going to be rotten company, and I want to be alone. Let me take your roadster and go down to the country alone.
Well, if you like.
Thank you, darling. Now get out of here like a good boy, or you'll see me cry.
What's the matter?
Nothing, I tell you. Stage fright. Go on now. There's always a taxi out front.
All right. Good night, dear. Drive carefully. And when you come back, leave the jitters behind you, will you?
I will, darling. Good night.
Good night.
Who is it?
It's Joyce. Open the door.
Joyce. Oh, come in. Oh, it's a long time since I've seen you, Joyce. Sit down. I haven't much of a place here, but I guess I don't have to tell you that.
Gordon,
Let me look at you. I've hoped you'd come like this so many times.
I've come on business, Gordon.
Oh,
I've got to go down to the country tonight. I haven't much time.
you still hate me, don't you, Joyce?
I never hated you.
And you never loved me either.
Did you ever love me, Gordon? Really love me?
When a man ruins his life because of something, it must be pretty real. I'm a bookkeeper now in that company I used to own, Joyce. And the worst part of it all is, I can't hate you. I don't suppose you understand that.
I can now. I love someone that way, too, Gordon.
Heaven help you.
Yes, heaven help me if you don't.
You want me to divorce you. Is that it?
Yes, Gordon.
I've told you time and time again I won't. You're my wife, understand? My wife. Something you'll never be to any other man. Being your husband is the only thing I have left, and I won't lose it. You'll be my wife till the day I die.
Then I'll divorce you.
You can't, Joyce. You haven't any grounds, and you never will have.
Gordon, I know I've ruined your happiness. Don't ruin mine. If it's revenge you want, I'll give it to you. I'll beg, I'll crawl, I'll do anything. Look at me, Gordon. If you want to humiliate me, you know how. But set me free. Give me one chance at happiness. Please, Gordon, please.
No, no.
Gordon, will you do one thing for me? I want you to come with me.
Where?
To the country. I want you to meet him, speak to him. He has to know sometime.
If I meet him, you think I'll take pity on you, don't you? You think I'll let you go?
Yes, Gordon.
Are you driving down?
Yes.
I'll be ready in a few minutes.
me drive, Gordon. You're not doing very well.
I thought you always liked speed.
I do, but you'll never take the turns at this rate. And there's a tree in the middle of the road just ahead.
Is there? You know the road well, don't you?
He lives at the end of it.
Is there nothing in the world that would make you drop the idea of this marriage?
Nothing.
Not even to save your life?
My life?
I'm desperate, Joyce. I love you, do you understand? And if I can't have you, I'd rather be dead. We'll take that tree in the road, the both of us. I'll smash both of us to hell.
Good. Take it. Go on. Go faster. Do you think I care? You can't live without me. Well, I can't live without him. Go on. Faster. Go faster. Faster. Faster.
Paper, Joyce Heath and Smash
Actress and Smash Up. Man identified as husband. Paper.
Read all about it. Actress and husband will live. Accident reveals triangle.
Triangle. John Bellows is a scandal.
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 And the board thinks it would be best, Mr. Bellows, if you'd resign from the club.
Resign? But why do I have to...
Sorry, Mr. Bellows. It's tough, Don, but that dough you sunk in the show is all red ink now. A total loss.
Yes, I expected that.
Too bad, fella.
The bank just can't see its way clear to making that loan. We're sorry, Bellows, but we've got to be pretty conservative.
But you can't do this. I put every cent I have in those estates. I need that loan or I'll lose everything.
I'm afraid you'll have to lose it then. Sorry, Mr. Bellows.
Dr. Halloway. Calling Dr. Halloway. Dr. Jarvis.
You'll find Miss Heath in room 1006, Mr. Bellows.
Thank you.
Dr. Gray.
Don.
Hello, Joyce.
Oh, Don. You waited so long to come.
Did you expect anything else?
You blame me for what's happened, don't you? I knew you would. That's why you didn't come.
Yes, I blame you.
Don, don't say that. Don't. It's the jinx. I warned you. I can't help it. I can't.
You mean you can't help being mean and selfish? You do anything to gain your own desire and go on, leaving someone else to pay the bill. That's the jinx you put on people.
I was willing to give my life for you. Is that selfishness?
Yes, because you're afraid to risk losing me by saying you had a husband. So instead you lied and ruined me. And your husband, what's it cost him to love you? You've never bought any happiness in your life. You owe for it. It cost everybody else but you. Well, I can't afford any more. But there's one thing I know. If you're ever going to be anything but a jinx, you'd better start paying off. Because you're in debt for the rest of your life.
Don.
Goodbye, Joyce.
Don, don't leave me like this. I'll die if you do. I'll kill myself. I mean it.
You don't mean it. If you did, you'd be more of a coward than I think you are.
Don. A coward. I'll be a coward, then. I'll be one.
Miss Heath! Miss Heath, what are you doing out of bed? Get away from that window. You'll catch cold.
Leave me alone. Get out.
Oh, no. Now behave yourself. Get back there. I was just in to see your husband. He was asking for you.
My husband? Yes. My husband. Nurse, I've got to get up today.
Oh, you can't. It's much too soon.
I must. I've some debts to pay.
To reopen a play that's failed and make a success of it is next to impossible, Joyce.
The play didn't fail, Chef. The only failure was mine. I can make that play a success.
You're very confident.
More than confident. I'm positive.
Why?
4 distinct reasons, any one of which is so important to me that it makes failure impossible. First, because I'm a good actress. Second, because Don must get his money back. Third, because I have an injured husband to support. He may not be able to walk for a year. And the last and the most important is that I found out how to break my jinx by paying my debt.
You know, it's a pity you're an actress, Miss Heath, because you're most convincing when you don't act. You strong enough to start rehearsing Monday?
Yes.
Monday morning at 10, then.
Monday morning at 10. Goodbye, Chef.
You can go in now, Mr. Bellows.
Thank you.
Oh. Pardon the coincidence.
Joyce, what are you doing out of the hospital?
I'm much better. I've quite recovered.
I was coming to see you tonight. I was pretty rotten to you this afternoon.
You were frank.
You've got to forgive me, Joyce. You mustn't let it make any difference. Things will turn out right. We'll make them turn out right.
We can't. I'm going to be just as honest and frank as you were. You're no longer important to me, Don. Your importance ended when the show folded.
You mean that I was only the means to an end?
Yes?
I don't believe that.
Believe it or not, it's the truth. You might as well know it now. I'm sorry if I've hurt you, but we all get hurt sometimes.
Yes, we do. What hurts me most is that you're making yourself so cheap, Joyce.
Oh, no, I'm rather expensive. Remember what it cost you?
Goodbye, Joyce.
No. Miss Heath. Miss Heath, are you all right? Yes, thank you. But to die in 39th week. Never before has a theater audience paid such tribute to an actress, both in acclaim and in attendance, as has been paid to Joyce Heath in her performance in But to Die. That's very flattering.
There's something else in the paper, Joyce. On the society page.
Oh, is there? Don Bellows weds Gail Armitage at noon today. That's just as it should be, isn't it, Gordon?
It's too late for the divorce to do any good. I'm sorry, Joyce.
There's not going to be any divorce. We're going to stay married, Gordon. How else can I take care of you?
Joyce, this means more than life to me.
That makes me very happy. Because I have a lifetime to pay back.
Our producer brings our stars back for a curtain call, and then we will make the announcement we mentioned earlier. Mr. DeMille.
At this point, ladies and gentlemen, Madeleine, Carroll, and Don Ameche.
Thank you, Mr. DeMille. And goodbye.
Well, that was quick.
Well, I don't like to mince words either, Madeleine, but I do like the idea of coming back after the play and splitting an infinitive or two with Mr. DeMille. Why the quick brush?
You've got me all wrong, Don. I'm just saying goodbye because I'll be leaving Hollywood in a few days on my way to London and Paris and Rome. In fact, I'm going with the rising tide. Walter Wanger just sent it to me wrapped up very beautifully in several cans.
Well, what do you think of that? Canned ocean.
What's the matter with Don, Mr. DeMille? He's twisting everything I say around.
Well, I think we're all getting a little twisted, Madeleine. It couldn't be that you're the one who's just a little vague. After all, you just said that Walter Wanger...
Oh, I see. I'm taking a little too much for granted, I think. The Rising Tide is the name of my new picture.
Oh. You probably thought that one up while you were marooned at Malibu during the flood a few weeks back.
Oh, no, it's got nothing to do with water. It's a modern story based on what we read today in the headlines. With conditions as they are all over the world, Hollywood, I really believe, can help by making pictures that will indirectly promote better understanding. So I'm taking the Rising Tide abroad with me to find out how pictures of this type will be received and what we can do to make the screen a medium for world peace.
I can't imagine a lovelier ambassador.
Right. And I'm with you 100%, Madeleine. Congratulations.
Thank you, gentlemen. And now, before I say goodbye in earnest, I want you to know, Mr. DeMille, how glad I am to find you well and back here in the Lux Radio Theater. And don't you dare get sick again. Both radio and the screen need your presence.
Well, I don't want to sound like the echo around here, but that goes for all the Ameches, too, CB. Good night.
I'm very grateful to you both. Bon voyage, Madeleine.
Thank you.
Thank you, Madeleine, Carroll, and Don Ameche. And now, while we are waiting for Mr. DeMille to come back and tell us what has been planned for next week's performance, I'm going to make our special announcement to you. 2 weeks ago, I told you that the Lux Radio Theater would send 6, a full half dozen, original Roger Silver Plate full-size teaspoons, guaranteed by the International Silver Company, to any of our listeners for a remarkably low charge, as a special souvenir to the listeners of the Lux Radio Theater. As a result, an avalanche of requests has poured in, thousands upon thousands of them. And after the spoons were delivered, came the most enthusiastic letters telling us how delighted you ladies were to get these spoons and asking for additional half dozens. Now, because we don't want a single listener to miss this opportunity, we are repeating our offer tonight. For, as one woman put it, it's the greatest bargain I have run into in ages. These teaspoons are made and guaranteed by the International Silver Company, the world's largest silversmiths. They are original Rogers silver plate with an extra heavy deposit of pure silver, reinforced plate on the part most often exposed to wear. Just let me read one sentence from the guarantee which accompanies each half dozen spoons. Every piece is guaranteed to give satisfaction in family use and will be replaced without charge at any time it doesn't conform to this guarantee. Now, here's how to get these spoons. Have you your pencil ready? Now then, simply send the top from a large package of Lux. Print your name and address clearly on a piece of paper. Wrap 50 cents in coin in the paper and mail to Lux, Meriden, Connecticut. That's Lux, Meriden, M-E-R-I-D-E-N, Meriden, Connecticut. This offer is good only in the United States. These spoons, of course, have no advertising of any kind on them and have been especially designed in an exclusive pattern called Allure. This pattern is new, dainty, and modern. Its delicate design sweeps gracefully from bowl to tip. It is not ornate, but has just enough design to add character to the sparkling beauty of the silver. I just wish you could see this set of 6 beautiful, original Rogers silver plate teaspoons. Truly, they are magnificent. Now, remember, first come, first served, so be sure and mail your request at once. When you get these full-size teaspoons, you will never cease wondering at the bargain you have received. You are paying only a trifle more than 8 cents a spoon. But, of course, the spoons are available only in sets of 6. Simply send the top from a package of Lux, large size. Print your name and address clearly on a piece of paper, wrap 50 cents in coin in the paper, and mail to Lux, Meriden, Connecticut, and you will receive the whole half dozen spoons. You may have as many sets as you care for on this basis. And remember, these spoons are accompanied by a written guarantee from the world's largest silversmith, the International Silver Company. And more than that, Lux itself guarantees that these spoons will delight you. If they don't, if for any reason at all you are not pleased beyond your fondest expectations, simply return them, and your money will be refunded at once without question. And here's more news. Many local dealers have sales on Lux Flakes right now, so you can save money on buying Lux at the same time you obtain your teaspoons. So send the top from a package of Lux, large size, print your name and address clearly on a piece of paper, wrap 50 cents in coin in the paper, and mail to Lux, Meriden, Connecticut. That's Lux, Meriden, M-E-R-I-D-E-N, Meriden, Connecticut. This offer is good only in the United States. And now Mr. DeMille will tell us about next week's program.
The colorful pages of American history spring to life next Monday night when the Lux Radio Theater presents The Prisoner of Shark Island. France had its Dreyfus case, and the United States the case of Dr. Samuel A. Mudd, falsely accused of complicity in the assassination of Abraham Lincoln. How this young country doctor returned his nation's hatred with sacrifice and gallantry, and how justice at last triumphed make an unforgettable drama. I'm especially pleased to announce that the title role will be played by one of the most popular actors the screen has ever known, Gary Cooper. And with Mr. Cooper, we shall present Miss Fay Ray and Mr. Walter Connolly. Our sponsors, the makers of Lux Flakes, join me in inviting you to be with us again next Monday night when the Lux Radio Theater presents Gary Cooper, Fay Ray, and Walter Connolly in The Prisoner of Shark Island. And as a special guest, you'll hear Dr. Mudd's daughter, Mrs. Nettie Mudd Monroe. This is Cecil B. DeMille saying good night to you from Hollywood.
This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
From Hollywood, California, the Lux Radio Theater presents Edward G. Robinson and Joan Bennett with Wayne Morris and Andrea Leeds in Kid Galahad.
Lux presents Hollywood. Our play, based on the original story by Francis Wallace, is the drama of a boxer's manager and of the 2 girls who love the boxer. Starring are Edward G. Robinson and Joan Bennett with Wayne Morris and Andrea Leeds. While between the acts, we'll hear two of the most spectacular champions the ring has ever known, Jack Dempsey and Gene Tunney. Louis Silvers conducts our music. We present the producer of the Lux Radio Theater. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Cecil B. DeMille.
Greetings from Hollywood, ladies and gentlemen. I think the good St. Nicholas must have dropped the Lux Radio Theater one of its Christmas gifts a little early. Because tonight we have Edward G. Robinson, Joan Bennett, Wayne Morris, and Andrea Leeds in that invigorating saga of flying fists, Kid Galahad. Mr. Robinson is a collector and a fight fan. He's collected the choicest adjectives of the critics for years, while his favorite collections nowadays are his pipes, his first editions, some magnificent paintings, and the remarks of his young son. His enthusiasm for boxing gives him the background for his polished portrayal of a fighter's manager, the role he played on the screen in Kid Galahad, and repeats tonight as Nick Donati. Nick's particular friend in the play is called Fluff. Out of the play, she's called Joan Bennett, and one of Hollywood's loveliest ladies. Her 5 feet 3 inches are topped by blue eyes and blonde hair, and her constant companion is a spaniel named Lux, believe it or not. Mr. Wayne Morris, you may recall, exploded on the Hollywood horizon like a charge of dynamite when he slipped his fists into a pair of boxing gloves and became Kid Galahad on the screen. Among Wayne's ancestors was King Olaf of Norway, who lived some 10 centuries ago, while Abraham Lincoln, Jefferson Davis, and Zachary Taylor figure in his American background. Tonight he plays Kid Galahad. Andrea Leeds is the beautiful Butte, Montana girl who spent her younger years in Mexico and came to Los Angeles originally when an outlaw galloped up to her father's lonely ranch and informed him that Andrea would be missing unless 150,000 pesos were paid in 24 hours. Her father saved his daughter and the money by flying her here. Andrea, born Antoinette, becomes Marie in our play. And that's the dramatic menu for our pre-Christmas feast. The curtain rises and the Lux Radio Theater presents Edward G. Robinson and Joan Bennett with Wayne Morris and Andrea Leeds in Kid Galahad. It's the main event at the Miami Fight Club. Chuck McGraw versus Danny Burke. 10 rounds to a decision. The two young heavyweights stand toe-to-toe in the center of the ring, the thud of their punches echoing dully above the roar of the crowd. In Danny Burke's corner, Nick Donati, the fighter's manager, glares savagely up into the ring. In vain, he signals Burke to slow down and stop carrying the fight. Then he turns to the trainer with a snarl of fury.
He saw that signal. He's seen all of them. When did he start thinking he could outslug McGraw?
I don't know what's happened to him, Nick. Maybe he's dazed.
Oh, dazed nothing. He's had his orders for weeks. Look at him in there. Hey, what are you trying to pull? Stay away from him. Do you hear me? Burke, use that left. Slow down. Oh, well, there's your answer. Fighting his own fight. When he wakes up, tell him he's through.
You can't mean that, Nick.
I mean it plenty. Where's Fluff?
8.
Oh, Fluff.
Here, Nick.
Come on, let's get out of here.
We can swim out after that splash.
Oh, wait, you're crazy to dump him, Nick. You're throwing away $1 million. He's still good for the title.
Well, it wouldn't make any difference to me if he were the champ now. When a guy I handle starts thinking he has the brains and stops taking orders from me, he's out.
Oh, but Nick,
No use arguing, Silver. We'll see you later at the hotel. Well, what happens now? I suppose we start looking around for another fighter.
Yeah.
It's sort of getting to be a routine, Nick.
Yeah, that's the way it goes. Every time you bring a guy up above his own level, he gets thinking he knows it all and gets laid flat on a piece of gold leaf.
Well, that's flat.
Now, someday I'm going to find a guy that can go the whole distance and listen to orders all the way. I'm going to make him a champ.
That is, unless that choice bunch of gangsters in McGraw's corner make McGraw the champ.
No, don't worry. They won't stop me.
That gun of Turkey Morgan's will stop anything, Nick. I get gray-headed when you tangle with him.
Oh, forget it. If Burke had listened to me, he'd have been champion, Morgan or no Morgan.
Nicky, did it ever occur to you that maybe Burke didn't want to be champion?
Where'd you get that idea?
He's fallen for a girl. Maybe he wants to quit and get married.
How do you know?
Just watching him develop the symptoms.
I didn't notice anything.
You don't see a lot of things, Nick. You get so wrapped up in the game, you forget that people are human and have feelings.
Well, there isn't any room for feelings in this racket. Fighter's a machine, not a violin player. Hey, maybe I forget you once in a while. Or do I?
Yes, quite often.
Yeah, I'm a mug for treating you that way, Fluff.
That's right.
Am I in the doghouse?
No.
Well, I am thinking about it. You're swell, Fluff. And I know all you do for me, even if I don't say it. You put up with a lot keeping me alive.
It's like riding herd on a skyrocket. I'm happy now.
So am I. Just you keep slapping my ears down.
I will. I just wasn't close enough tonight.
What, when I can that palooka?
That's right.
Oh, forget it. How much dough do we lose?
17,300.
How much have we got left?
1,800.
1,800. Well, might as well shoot that on a party and start over.
Don't we always?
Where's that bellhop? Anybody seen a bellhop around here?
There he is, Nick.
Oh, well, about time.
Mr. Donati?
Yeah, I'm Mr. Donati. What'd you come up on, the freight elevator?
Oh, I got here as soon as I could, sir.
Oh, new around here, huh?
Yes, sir.
Hey, I'll bet you're the Mahuskers with the dames.
The what, sir?
Well, never mind, skip it. What's your name?
Ward Giesenberry.
What? Ward Hey, everybody, listen to me. Go on, I'll tell him your name, kid.
Ward Giesenberry.
How about letting him do some work?
Well, all right. All right, Gooseberry, start mixing drinks. You'll find the stuff in the other room.
Yes, sir.
Come on, kid, I'll show you. Over this way. Start off with 2 gin rickeys, a gin sling, 4 scotch, and... What's the matter with you?
Well, I don't know how to mix those fancy drinks.
Fancy? Are you kidding?
No, ma'am.
Don't you drink?
No, ma'am.
You don't smoke either, I suppose.
No, I don't.
I didn't know there were any of your kind left. Why didn't you tell Nick you couldn't mix them?
Well, they told me that he'd get me fired if I didn't give good service. Now, if you'd just show me how, I'll be able to do it.
Well, the general idea is to mix rye with ginger ale, scotch with soda, and gin with anything.
I see. How much do you use of each?
With that crowd, it doesn't make any difference. Come on, I'll help you.
Yeah. What's going on in here?
I've started the education of a nice boy, Nick.
Yeah? Well, let the hotel educate him. That's what they're paid for.
Well, it's my fault, Mr. Donati.
Nobody asked you to sound off. Come on, get those drinks going.
Yes, sir.
Jealous, Nick?
Yeah. Am I behind the 8 ball?
No, but someday that temper is going to throw you for a loss.
Oh, no, not while you're around to flag it down.
That's the trouble. I might not be around sometime.
Now, thinking of Morgan's mob again, huh?
Oh, a lot of things.
What did you worry about before you met me?
Oh, I give up. Nick, you're such a fool.
Well, I sort of like you, too.
Oh, Nick.
Oh, come on in, Silver. What's up?
Say, I just found out why Burke went haywire last night.
Yeah, what?
Well, he got 25 grand to double-cross you and take a dive.
Who paid him?
Turkey Morgan. He was afraid of Burke's long-range fighting, and he wasn't taking any chances. Burke got the dough on a train.
Yeah?
Nick, what are you going to do?
And I'm going to pay that punch-drunk gunman off.
You're going to get yourself filled full of holes.
You think I'm going to let him get away with a double cross?
You drive me crazy. You're always going to throw the whole works out of the window because that temper of yours breaks out in a rash. Don't let him know. Sit back and keep him off guard. You can outsmart him out of his shirt.
I wouldn't start anything with him now, boss. He just come in.
What, Morgan here?
Yeah, him and McGraw with a couple of blondes.
Take it easy, Nick,
Okay.
for my sake.
Okay. I'll go and make him feel at home.
Well, hello, Nick.
How are you, Morgan?
Thought we'd drop in and tell you we were sorry you and your fighter busted up.
Yeah? Well, I'm glad you came. More the merrier.
Hello, Nick.
Hello, McGraw.
Glad to see me, Nick?
Hi, certainly. No hard feelings because you polished off my fighter? If all your scraps were as easy as that one, you'll be champion yet.
Is that a crack?
Now, why would it be a crack?
Quit sounding all Chuck. This is a party.
Why, certainly. Go on now. Make yourself at home.
Hello there, Lammy Pie.
Will you have a drink, miss?
Look, girls, he blushes.
Hey, who's that guy over there?
Oh, him? Just the bellhop. Hey, looks as if your blonde might be going for him, Morgan.
Yeah? I'll see you later.
Come on, Mr. Gooseberry, dance with me.
I'm sorry, miss. I don't dance.
What do you do?
Not much of anything, I guess.
Oh, but you're awful cute.
Hey, you. Come here.
What's the matter, Morgan?
Did you call me, sir?
Yeah, I called you. Hey, that's pretty high-class monkey suit you got on, kid. But the pants are kind of long for a Boy Scout. Maybe we ought to cut them down a little bit, huh?
Oh, look at that. Right off at the knees. Boy, that Morgan's a riot.
Wait a minute, Morgan. Why didn't you leave the kid alone? He wasn't doing anything to you.
Keep out of this, you.
Don't you push her.
What? Why, you dainty...
And if you touch her again, I'll...
Yeah, what is this? What goes on here?
It's all right, Nick. McGraw made a little pass at me, and the kid nailed him, that's all.
That's all.
Where is he? I'll murder him. I'm sorry, Mr. Donati.
Come on, get out of here. You caused enough trouble.
Well, I only wanted
Go
to...
on, now, beat it. I said beat it.
Yes, sir.
Nick, are you going to make that kid have to pay for a ruined uniform?
Now, forget it.
All right. If you won't pay for it, I will.
Hey, what's the idea, Nick? Trying to frame my fighter into breaking his hands?
Oh, I never saw that bellhop before. McGraw hadn't been drinking, that kid never would have got one started.
I'll fix him up.
What, and get yourself thrown in the can? Now, wait a minute. I got a better idea.
A lot of people don't like your cute
Now, I'm
ideas.
talking to McGraw. Why don't you let your brother take it out of his hide in the ring?
It's okay with me, just so he gets a paste.
What's the matter, Nick? Sore because Fluff took out after him?
Yeah.
Yeah. What makes you think you can get him to fight McGraw's brother?
Well, did you ever see a bellhop that didn't want to be a fighter? I'll speak to him in the morning. Now, stand over there, kid, and let's get a good look at you. Hey, where did you learn to punch like that?
We had sort of a boxing club. You know, the fellows that worked in the different farms.
Oh, yeah. Well, how would you like to be a fighter?
Why, I never thought much about it.
Now, let me do the thinking. You know who you stiffened last night?
Yeah, fighter, I guess, but I didn't know what I was doing.
Boy, I'll say you didn't. You flattened the next heavyweight champion of the world.
He was drunk, though.
Oh, yes, but the main thing is you dropped him with one punch. You got dynamite in that right, kid, and it's worth plenty of dough.
Hello, Galahad.
Hello, miss.
Hello, Nick.
Now, what is this Galahad business?
It means clean of heart. He was a knight in armor who used to go around rescuing ladies.
Yeah? Oh, it must have been an interesting racket. Say, what are you working here for, Gooseberry?
Well, it's the best job I could get, sir. I want to earn enough money to buy a farm.
Farm? You string with me, and in a year you'll have enough to buy 10 farms. Why, with me behind you, you'll go places. Now, how about it?
I don't know. Oh, I'd like to earn the money, all right, but...
Nick, if you're going to the racetrack with McFarland, you'd better stop fighting and talking fight and get underway. He's waiting for you in the lobby.
I've kept him waiting plenty of times.
That was when you had a fighter.
Oh, yeah, that's right. Always keeping the count, aren't you? Well, now, think it over, kid. If you want to fight, I'll drop you in a soft spot on Tuesday's card against some preliminary boy. You know, kind of a tryout. If you don't like it, you can quit $100 to the good, so what have you got to lose, huh? Well, meet you here for dinner, Fluff. And no more of that education stuff.
So he wants you to be a fighter.
Yeah. You think I should take a chance?
Do you?
Oh, I don't know. It sounds good. If I could make enough money to buy a farm, I think I could stand a few pokes in the nose.
I guess you're big enough to take them.
Then you think I should, huh?
No, I don't, Galahad. You got mixed up in this on account of me, and the least I can do is to tell you what you're walking into. You'll get thrown in the middle of a rotten life that'll knock those clean-cut illusions of yours higher than a kite. And what's still sweeter, you'll be in the middle of a war between Nick and that gangster Morgan. He'd as soon kill Nick or you or me as take a drink. You're too decent to get mixed up in that kind of life.
Well, it hasn't hurt you any.
Thanks, Galahad. I got in it a long time ago. Nick's one of the grandest fellows in the world when he likes someone. He's been swell to me.
Oh, but don't you see, if he likes me, I'd probably get along all right, too. It wouldn't hurt to try for a while anyway.
Well, at least I've got it off my chest. Maybe I'm feeling a little too Girl Scouty today, huh?
Would you come and see my first fight?
Yes. Seems I'm always ringside for the first fight and the last.
9, out! The winner! Lightning! War! Giesenberry!
Oh, I never thought he'd do it, Nick. You shouldn't have sent him in there.
Now, listen, he came out okay, didn't he? He won, didn't he? You aren't any more surprised than I am.
What? You mean you sent him in hoping he'd get licked?
No, forget it. We've got to work fast. We've got to get that kid out of Miami.
Why?
Now, look, honey, that was Chuck McGraw's brother he knocked out. Get it? Why, if Morgan and McGraw get hold of him, they'll kill him. That kid's dynamite. He's got the makings of a champion. Now, you've got to get him out of here. Grab a train from New York and keep him there. I'll be up next week.
Nick, we can't leave you holding the bag like this. Morgan will say you crossed him up. We've got to stay and prove that you didn't.
What? Get that kid knocked off? Now, forget it. I'm going to make him heavyweight champion of the world. Now, go on now. I'm going around stall off Morgan. Open up. It's Nick Donati.
Hello, Nick.
Hiya, Buzz. Morgan here?
Yeah, he's waiting for you.
Oh, good.
Come on in, Nick.
Yeah, here you're waiting for me, boys.
Where's the bellhop?
Isn't that funny? I was just looking for him myself. Must have been afraid of you guys and taken the powder.
Yeah. Did you sign him up before the fight, Nick?
What? Use Mac's brother for his first knockout to give him a big publicity break? Oh, no, not me. That would have been double-crossing you.
When did you double-cross your mother last?
Come here, you.
Keep your hands
No
off.
one in this game mentions my family. See, I keep them out of it. I remember that.
Okay.
Trying to crawl out from under, Nick?
Oh, no. When I start paying you back, it won't be on Sam. I'll take a fall out of your champion.
Paying me back for what?
Handing Burke $25,000 a dive. When I have to get it that way, I'll quit the game.
You may quit sooner than that if that kid was signed up.
Well, why don't you ask him?
Yeah. Maybe we will.
Swell. Well, I'm sorry to leave you boys, but I've got an important date. See you around New York, maybe. So long, boy.
Nick, over here.
Oh, Fluff. Hello, Fluff. Well, how are you?
Gee, I'm glad to see you. I thought my wire would bring you to New York on the run.
Why? I didn't get any wire. Say, I heard Morgan flew up here.
Yes, he was waiting right here for us with a gun and a contract.
Oh, yeah? What happened?
Ward knocked him cold. One punch.
He did? What a guy.
Wouldn't have been so funny if we hadn't got him out of town.
Oh, yeah, maybe. But we can bring him back. Say, I know how to handcuff Morgan in this town. Oh, Redcap, pick that bag.
Yes, sir.
Nick.
Yeah?
Why don't you stop before you get started?
On what?
The kid. There's plenty of mugs you can turn into fighters. Why don't you send him back home where he belongs?
Now, listen, I'm going to knock Morgan and McGraw off their perch if it's the last thing I do. I got the right guy to use, and I'm going to use him.
Even if it wrecks him?
Oh, forget it, will you? Once he started, he'd lead it up. Where is he?
At your mother's farm.
What? The farm? What are you trying to pull?
Nothing, Nick. I just figured it was the best spot. There's just your mother there.
You know I keep my sister away from mugs to lead this kind of life.
But Marie's at the convent.
No, she's been home for 2 months.
Oh, I didn't know, honest.
All right, forget it. Got the car here?
It's right outside.
All right, I'll be using it.
What are you going to do,
Well,
Nick?
what do you think I'm going to do? I'm going up to the farm, get that guy out of there.
And I suppose she isn't interested in you.
What'd you say, Marie?
Well, that girl you're always talking about.
Oh, you mean Louise?
I thought you said her name was Fluff.
Oh, that's what they call her, but her name's really Louise. She told me coming up on the train.
I see. You certainly have a way with women. Even Mother thinks you're wonderful.
Now, look, Marie, did you come out here to gather eggs or start another argument?
Am I annoying you?
Yes.
You'd probably have a much better time with Louise.
Now, look, Marie, I think you've got the wrong idea about Louise.
Oh, maybe you have.
Well, no matter what you say or anybody else says, I think she's swell.
And what makes you think so?
Well, she's helped me a lot and given me some good advice.
Oh, a big sister, too. How sweet.
With a mother like yours, I don't know how you could turn out the way you have.
Oh, you don't like me?
I think you're a spoiled brat. Now, will you get out of here and leave me alone?
Of course, Mr. Giesenberry. Goodbye.
Hey, Marie.
Nicky.
Hello, Marie.
Oh, I'm so glad to see you.
Well, how have you been?
Just fine.
Where's Mom?
In the kitchen.
Yeah, growing up, Bambina. You know, you get prettier every time I see you.
That's not very often.
I know. You finished the convent, huh?
Oh, yes, Nick. And why didn't you come for graduation? You promised you
Yes,
would.
I know. You see, I was busy with a fight. Where's the kid?
Your fighter? Oh, he's out in the barn.
Oh. Hey, tell me, do you like him?
Not in the least.
Oh, that's good. Now, you remember what I told you, huh? Now, I don't want you ever getting mixed up with mugs.
You can take him away any time you want to.
I'm going to right now. Hey, Gooseberry.
Hello, Mr. Donati.
Well, get your stuff together. We're going back to town.
Swell.
Yeah, I bet Mom's cooking, huh? I'm going in and surprise her. Come on, come
no,
on. Huh?
I'll stay out here, Nick.
What's the matter? Why won't you?
Well, I don't want to be there when he goes.
Oh, yeah. Oh, that's good, too. Well, I'll see you next time I'm up, huh?
Of course. Goodbye, Nicky.
Well, so long, Bambina. Take good care of yourself, yeah? Huh?
I will.
It certainly was nice up here, Mr. Donati. I like farms. Oh, I kept in condition, too, you know, swinging those bales of hay and everything. Anything wrong?
Not with me.
Oh. Well, I just thought that... Well, anyway, it was great. I hated to say goodbye to your mother. She was swell to me, and so was Marie.
Well, you better forget about them both from now on.
Why?
I don't like people hanging around them, especially guys in the racket.
Oh. All right, if that's the way you want it.
Yeah, that's the way I want it. From now on, you keep your mind on fighting. Stick with me and do as I say, and we'll get along fine. Cross me up and... Well, it may not be so hot. Understand?
Yes, I guess so.
Okay. It's up to you, kid.
Curtain falls on Act One of Kid Galahad. During our brief intermission, we present from New York City a guest who not only has played leading dramatic roles in Broadway successes such as Julius Caesar and Shoemaker's Holiday last season, but whose sympathetic portrayal has made her the beloved star of that very popular radio daytime serial, Big Sister, which is heard over most of these stations each weekday morning. I refer, of course, to Miss Alice Frost. Miss Frost now gives her impressions of a young mother who, at the end of a long day, accompanied by her small son, Junior, is shopping in a department store.
No, Junior, you may not pull Santa Claus whiskers. Why? Because Santa Claus doesn't like you to pull his whiskers. Oh, wait till we get home and you can pull Grandpa's. Oh, I want 6 cakes of Lux toilet soap, please. Junior, come back here. Yes, 6 cakes, please. Who, Junior? Where? Oh, no, that's not Cousin Lily. Cousin Lily always wears black. Because poor Uncle Charlie went on a long, long journey. No, not to Newark, dear. He went to heaven. Junior, you mustn't point. No, that lady isn't freckled. She just doesn't have a nice complexion. Oh, shh, it's a friend of Mother's. Oh, hello, Eleanor. Merry Christmas. Junior, say Merry Christmas to Mrs. Edwards. I'm buying myself a Christmas present, Eleanor. Lux toilet soap. I always use it. Yes, just like the Screen Stars. It has active lather, you know. Junior, don't undo that package. I use it for bath soap, too. It leaves your skin so nice and fragrant. Quiet, Junior. It's none of your business why Mrs. Edwards doesn't use Lux soap. Oh, here's my package. Well, goodbye, Eleanor. We'll run along now. Oh. No, Junior, you can't have those for Christmas. Yes, of course they're pretty, but only ladies wear those. Shh. Yes, of course Mother does. No, Junior, you may not run the elevator. No, Junior, no!
Thank you, Alice Frost. No matter how busy they are, clever women never forget Lux toilet soap for their complexions. For complexions are important, and it pays to be careful of them. Now, Mr. DeMille.
Edward G. Robinson and Joan Bennett with Wayne Morris and Andrea Leeds return for round 2 of Kid Galahad. Several weeks have passed. After a period of intensive training, Ward is ready for his New York debut. In the office of the Boxing Commission, Nick Donati faces a crowd of reporters.
Oh, there's your build-up, boys. Galahad, clean of heart. Gallant rescuer of ladies, but no woman in his life. The strength of 10 men, because no dame could get close enough to give him a haircut. Roman gladiator, spot...
What do you mean, Roman gladiator?
Well, what was he, a Greek?
He was an English knight of the Round Table.
Yeah? Oh, well, what's the difference? Swell bill of goods in any language. Gentlemen of the press, I give you Kid Galahad.
Kid Galahad knocks out Mullins. Kid Galahad KOs Gorelli. Kid Galahad 9th straight win. Kid Galahad mobbed by women at theater. Look at that press book, Silver. It's getting so thick I can't turn the pages.
Yeah. You spend a lot of time cutting out the kids' notices, don't you?
It gives me something to do.
Where's Nick, do you know?
Search me. Probably in a huddle with O'Brien and his manager. They've been in his hair trying to get an early fight. Silver, could O'Brien beat Ward now?
Why, his grandmother could beat him if he had one. And if she could stand on her feet.
What's happened to him?
Oh, I don't know. He's been off his feed for a week.
Oh, he isn't hurt. Maybe he's homesick.
Well, he acts more like he's in love and not getting anywhere. Hey, have you been seeing much of him lately?
Me? Oh, he wouldn't fall in love with me.
Don't you kid yourself, Fluff. They don't come any better than you. Well, tell Nick to call me when he gets the phone at the hotel, will you?
I will.
Hey!
Oh, sorry, Silver.
Well, that's okay. How you feeling, kid?
Oh, pretty good. Say, I'm sorry I walked out on you this morning. I'll snap out of it.
Sure. I'll see you at the gym.
Hello, Louise.
Hello, Ward.
Looks like Nick's doing all right with his papers.
A little more of his doing, all right, and we'll have to enlarge the office. I see that the women lost control again.
The theater business? Yeah, it wasn't much fun.
Oh, you're just suffering from an acute case of publicity. Silver says it's got you down.
No, it isn't that. I came up to talk to you about it, Louise. You know, ever since we met in Florida, you've kind of always told me where I stood.
Yes? What is it, Ward? Go on.
Well, there's no use talking to Nick about it, and I guess you're the only one to tell me. It's about that time I went up to Mrs. Donati's farm.
Oh.
I met Marie up there, his sister.
Yes?
Well, I haven't seen her since. Nick told me to keep away from her, and I guess he's got to say about his own family. But I've never been able to forget her. I'm in love with her, Louise, and you know how Nick feels about that.
Does she love you?
I don't know. Maybe not. But I'd like to see her again. If I did, it would be the first time I ever double-crossed Nick, and, well, I owe everything I have to him. What do you think?
I'd go to see her, Ward. Nick hasn't any right to take away people's happiness, and you've been on the level with him all the way.
Oh, well, that's swell. I'm glad you think it's okay. I'll go up and see her tomorrow.
Sure. Good luck, Ward.
If I can find the same happiness that you and Nick have, that's all the luck I want. You've been swell, Louise. Thanks.
Oh, Fluff. Hey, Fluff, where are you?
Here, Nick.
Oh, I'll dig out a party dress and get it on. We're in for a celebration. Your Brian fight, signed and sealed. Oh, boy, did I give those cute guys a muscling. 45% and stall them until October. We won't have to meet McGraw till next year. Hey, what are you doing? What's that grip for? You packing?
Yes.
What's the idea?
I'm leaving, Nick.
Leaving? What do you mean, a trip? Where?
Not a trip. I'm quitting, Nick. I'm washed up.
What are you talking about, quitting? After all we've been through? Why, we're sitting on top of the world. Hey, what's the matter with you anyway? Have you gone crazy?
No, not crazy. I've never lied to you, Nick, and I'm not going to now. I'm in love.
What?
Like a dizzy fool, I've fallen in love. That finishes us, Nick. I'm licked, and I want to get away.
Who is he?
Ward.
The kid? Why? Has he been crossing me up with you? I'll break his...
No, Nick, listen. He hasn't done anything. He doesn't know anything about it. I've never even told him. He's square with you. He always will.
Oh, you're lying. He fell for you the first time he saw you in Florida. You two started this coming up on the train.
Nick, that isn't true, and you know it. Nick, they've been swell years. Let's not spoil them now. It's the breaks, and we can't beat them. You or me either.
Yeah. Yeah, well, you've gone a long way together.
And you've been swell. I'll never forget that, Nick. No matter where I am.
What are you going to do?
Go back to work for Tony. He's opening up a new nightclub downtown.
Singing?
Yes.
Will you be at the fights?
No. Well, I guess that's all. Goodbye, Nick.
See you around, Fluff.
If ever I can help.
Oh, yeah, sure. Thanks.
Stay on that table, kid, till we get them hands taped.
Sure.
Shut that door, somebody.
Yeah. Hey, how's that? Too tight?
No, swell. What's the matter, Nick?
What do you mean?
I don't know. Whatever's eating you. This is the first time I've gone into a fight feeling you're not behind me.
You've got the jumps, that's all.
No, look, Nick, you've had something against me for the last couple of weeks. Now, why don't you get it off your chest?
All right. Did you and Fluff ever think you were in love with each other?
Louise?
Yeah.
Certainly not. Where'd you get that idea?
Well, you left town the day after she walked out.
You think I had anything to do with her leaving?
Well, wasn't she with you?
No, she wasn't. She isn't that type. She's been a swell friend, and that's all.
Where'd you go?
Well, I drove up to the country. I didn't even know she'd gone until I got back.
Okay. Forget it. Keep your mind on tonight. I'll be in there backing you up.
Brian leads with the right, but it's short. He's a very tired boy right now. Galahad steps in with a short left. He follows through with a beautiful right cross. That shakes O'Brien right down to the toes. Another right, a left, a right. O'Brien's down on one knee. Galahad's over in the neutral corner now. The referee steps in and, wait a minute. It's all over, folks. He's holding up Galahad's hand. And Kid Galahad's hand.
What about the chance?
Wait a minute. Just a minute, fellas. Now, here's the whole story. You can quote me. The fight tonight was only a long-range workout. We're getting the kid into shape.
We don't want that stuff, Nick.
What's the matter?
What about the fight with McGraw?
McGraw?
Sure, Morgan wants to give you a fight for the championship next month.
Who said he does?
He did. We just saw him outside. What are you saying?
Yeah, come on.
Now, wait a minute. Wait, will you? Now, you're out of luck, boys. There'll be no signing until next year.
Next year?
Now,
Come on,
keep quiet, will you? Now, you guys are just as wise to Morgan's frame-up as I am. He knows that as soon as Galahad has reached his peak, he'll take McGraw. They're trying to knock him off now.
Sure, but they're going to have the mob yelling for another match. You better let us print something.
Okay. Now, let me see. Tell him that Nick Donati appeals to the sportsmanship of the American public for fair play. To wait and give Kid Galahad a chance. Why, Chuck right now is in the class by himself. Galahad's just a kid and needs a lot of work and training before meeting such a magnificent fighter as the champion. That ought to hold him. Well, I'm sorry, boys, but that's it. Fight with McGraw. Pretty smart. The kid won't be in McGraw's class for another year yet. McGraw murderers. Where's the kid, Silver?
I don't know. He beat it right after he got dressed.
Beat it? Where to?
Well, he didn't say. Some guy come in and slipped him a note. And he scrambled into his pants like a fireman.
Yeah? Well, get on his tail. Find out what he is and yank him back to the hotel. Who does he think he is running out on me? Go on now. Get him.
Okay, on my way, Nick.
Oh, gee, this is swell, Marie. When I got your note, I almost keeled over. How'd you get here?
Mother let me come down.
Did you see the fight?
Oh, yes. Are you hurt?
No.
Oh, you were wonderful, Ward.
Yeah? You think differently about fighting now, huh?
I guess so.
Well, listen, let's go someplace where we can talk.
Well, I just wanted to see you. I've got to take the 12:30 train back.
Oh, no, Marie. I'll drive you home. You've never been here before. Let's take a look around.
All right. Ward, I wanted to ask you something.
Sure, what, Marie?
Was it true when you said that Louise told you to come up to the farm that time?
That's right.
I was wrong about her, I guess. I'd like to meet her, Ward.
Well, sure, she's singing at Tony's. I'll take you there. Come on. There she is. See, she's coming over this way.
Oh, she's lovely, isn't she?
Yeah. Louise. Hey, Louise.
Hello, Ward. I saw you come in. You're Nick's sister, aren't you?
Yes, I am.
I've known your brother a long time.
Will you sit with us, Louise?
Oh, I'd love to. Does Nick know you're in New York?
No, don't tell him, will you?
Oh, I should say not. Well, Ward, I hear you made short work of O'Brien.
Yeah. Marie saw her first fight tonight.
Did you enjoy it, Marie?
A lot, but I was worried.
The next thing she wanted to do was meet you.
Oh, I'm glad.
Are you? A few months ago, I didn't think I'd like you. But I do. Very much.
Same with me. You know, don't you?
Yes.
Know what?
Oh, you wouldn't understand.
There he is, the heel.
Come on, lay off.
Let me alone.
Ward, those two men.
It's all right, Marie. Ward, it's McGraw and Morgan. Maybe you'd better get out of here.
Get out? Why?
Listen, you don't want any trouble. Get out now.
Hello, Mr. Galahad.
Hello, McGraw.
I hear you yelling, Mr. Galahad.
Yeah?
Ward, please.
Trying to crawl out of a fight, huh? Stand up, Yella. Take a load of it now.
McGraw, I've had enough of you.
Ward.
Get him apart! Get him!
Don't!
You'd better leave now, Ward. It's awfully late. You really shouldn't have brought me home.
That's all right, honey.
Ward, when we came out of that place, there was a photographer standing there.
What of it?
Well, I think he got our pictures.
Oh, don't worry about it, Marie. I'll see what I can do, though. Maybe if I can get to one of the boys, I can stop.
Ward, look. It's Nick. Oh, Ward.
You're here, huh?
I brought Marie home, Nick.
Not satisfied with messing yourselves up in New York. Have to come out here and maul each other.
Don't say that.
Nick, if you followed us out here...
I haven't done enough for you two. You have to sneak around my back to double-cross me.
There's no double-crossing,
I told
Nick.
you to stay away from her.
He's not going to stay away from me, Nicky.
You might as well get us straight, Nick. Marie and I are in love.
Oh, love. What does she know about love? She's a kid. She's too young.
Oh, you don't know anything about
You're
me.
going to stay away from guys.
I'll do as I like. What business is it of yours? You're never here. You've never lived at home, chasing around everywhere. You do anything you want.
Well, the way I live hasn't got anything to do with it. You're different.
I'm not different. I have as much right to be happy as you. If you think you're going to keep me cooped up and run my life, you're crazy. We love each other, Nicky. You can't keep us apart. You haven't any reason to.
Well, how do I know what's been going on between you two? Sneaking into the city. How many times you been there with him, huh? I've tried to keep you decent. Kept you away from guys, sent you to a convent, and where do you end up? Going to nightclubs and getting yourself smeared all over the front pages of the smut sheets like a common rat.
Ward, don't. Oh, Ward, you shouldn't have done that.
Stand back, Marie. I'm sorry I hit you, Nick, but you can't call her that whether she's your sister or not. I owe you a lot. I've always obeyed your orders in the ring, and I'll keep on obeying them. But outside the ring, you're not going to get away with pushing me around. Or Marie either. I'm sorry, Nick. Honest I am.
What's the dope, Nick?
Gonna give us a story, Nick?
All right. Shut up now. What's the idea of all the phones, Nick? I said that when you guys hear this announcement, you'd all want to get to a phone fast. Well, here it is. I take it Morgan's been shooting off his face trying to get Kid Galahad into an early match.
Oh, yeah, Nick. We know that.
Sure, but you said the kid wasn't ready. Oh, did I? Well, I've changed my mind. Galahad fights McGraw next month.
We pause for station identification. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System. We've heard Edward G. Robinson and Joan Bennett with Wayne Morris and Andrea Leeds in the second act of Kid Galahad. In a few moments, they'll bring us Act 3. And now, in our intermission, Mr. DeMille is about to introduce the evening's special guests. But first, a special tip to the men in our audience. Have you found out what a fine bath soap Lux toilet soap makes? Gives instant lather, the rich, quick lather a man likes. An active lather that removes perspiration, every trace of dust and dirt from the pores. Leaves skin really clean. Leaves you feeling great. And now, Mr. DeMille.
One rainy night in September 1926, 102,000 people watched Jack Dempsey and Gene Tunney fight for the heavyweight championship of the world. Just a year later, 104,000 people saw another Dempsey-Tunney battle. These records have not yet been surpassed. Most experts predict they never will be. Tonight we have the exciting pleasure of hearing two men who held with high honor that championship on which Kid Galahad has set his heart. Jack Dempsey, who is in Buffalo, and Gene Tunney, who is in New York City. To your microphones, gentlemen, and come out talking.
This is Gene Tunney in New York. And just to make sure that Miss DeMille isn't fooling us, I'll ask Jack Dempsey to come in from Buffalo right away. Did you hear the bell, Jack?
Coming up, Gene.
I understand you've got a very promising fighter up there in Buffalo, Jack.
Yes, Gene. I'm handling a boy named Bill Boyd, who's got a fight here tonight, and he looks like a comer. And speaking of comers, if that boy Wayne Morris, who's playing the part of Kid Galahad in the Lux Radio Theater here tonight, ever wants to give up movie acting and become a fighter, I certainly wish he'd let me know.
Is he that good, Jack?
Well, Gene, I've seen him in person, and I've seen his pictures, and I think he's got a great future in the ring, that is, if he wants it. He's got a good natural style, a good left hand, and he's fast on his feet. Makes me feel homesick for the old times.
Yes, it does seem a long time ago that we were in there punching ourselves. Incidentally, Jack, I'd like to tell you that you're a much pleasanter fellow on the sending end of a microphone than on the sending end of a left hook. And I'm speaking from experience.
You know, Gene, every once in a while, just to see how it feels, I throw a left hook at myself, the kind that you would throw at me, except that I make it a soft one and step out of the way real fast.
Fleetness of foot, Jack, was ever more desirable for the gladiator.
Is that from Shakespeare, Gene?
No, Jack. The way Shakespeare said it was, to duck or not to duck. That is the question.
I like it better your way.
Well, Jack, when anybody gives me the edge on Shakespeare, I'll take it. Just between two ex-champions, when did you get the biggest kick out of boxing?
Gene, I got a kick out of it all the time. But I guess the biggest thrill was that 2 or 3 seconds waiting for the bell to start a fight. Any fight. After the referee gave his instructions in the center of the ring, turning around, walking back to my corner, and waiting for the bell.
Oh, boy, I know that feeling.
I never heard a sound in those few seconds, Gene. I never saw anything but the fellow who was across the ring from me, and I guess he wasn't seeing anything but me. That was the big thrill for me. Now, what do you miss the most, Gene?
Well, Jack, I'll tell you what I miss the least. It's those left hooks to the solar plexus and those rights behind the ear. Also, those meals you got when you were training for a big fight and the trainer thought you were a few pounds overweight. After 8 or 9 miles of road work, A round apiece with 4 or 5 sparring partners, a session with the light and heavy bags. After all that, there's nothing like a nice thin lamb chop and a large helping of spinach to make a heavyweight prospect cry like a baby. And then the trainer says it's healthy.
But it's still spinach.
But 10 or 15 years later, I still remember how hungry I was.
Gene, there's one thing I'd like to say to you now. 11 years after the second Dempsey-Tunney fight, when I lost, I'm glad I lost to a square shooter, a great fighter like you, and that's from the heart.
Jack, thanks a great deal. Coming from probably the greatest champion of them all, that means a lot to me. And I know you'll join with me, Jack, in what I'm about to say. To any young listeners, let me say that if you want to be an athlete, a champion tennis player, a baseball player, football player, wrestler, or boxer, the way to start is by developing a strong, healthy body, and that comes from temperate habits. Don't try to do any of these things strenuously unless you've laid the foundation.
I certainly agree, Gene, and I don't think that any boy should take on sports without his parents' or doctor's advice. Take it easy. In the fight game, we call it bringing a boy along slowly.
That's right, Jack. Now to Mr. DeMille and the makers of Lux Soap, for this opportunity to speak publicly with you, and it's been a very pleasant interlude, let me say good night, Jack, and I want to say good night to a great champion.
And to Gene Tunney, I also say good night, champ.
And we say champions both. We leave Jack Dempsey and Gene Tunney, and once again in Hollywood, with Edward G. Robinson and Joan Bennett, Wayne Morris and Andrea Leeds, we ring the bell for round 3 of Kid Galahad. In cold rage, Nick Donati has laid his plans. Bent on revenge, he's scheduled the championship fight for the following month, knowing that Ward is not ready. In his office, Nick is seated at the desk. He leans back, looking up calmly at Ward and Silva.
What'd you start this for, Nick? To pay me back for socking you?
No, forget the other night. Personal brawls have nothing to do with the fight game.
But you wanted to hold off till next year.
Yeah, until I find out how much McGraw's been drinking. This feud breaking in the paper is good for $1 million gate.
Oh. I had an idea you wanted to get rid of me.
Now, look, if I wanted to get rid of you, I'd just drop you cold. I'm giving you a chance now, a big one.
Yeah, but what's the idea of telling the papers you're going to send the kid in slugging?
Because that's what he's going to do. McGraw's right for it. You can punch better than he can, kid, and you're in perfect shape.
Well, I don't like to argue with you, Nick.
Now, you're not going to, or I get someone else to train him. Now, look, I never did you wrong yet, did I, kid?
No. No, you haven't, Nick.
All right, we signed this afternoon. Meet you there at 2. Hello? Hello, Barney. This is Nick. How are the odds going? Yeah, okay, well. Wait, no, hold off. Yeah, hold off until the night, just before the fight, and then plunk it. Well, you know how. I'll call you later. Come in, Morgan.
Yeah. They told me you're still going to send the kid in slugging.
Yeah.
Well, it's a good way to lose.
Sure.
I just learned you're betting $50,000 undercover on McGraw to win.
That's right.
What are you trying to do, pull another fast one?
Now, when I want to take the title from you guys, I won't spend $50,000 to do it. I'm dumping my fighter. The more McGraw cracks him up, the better I'll like it.
Oh, the old wheeze that he double-crossed you, huh?
No, you saw it in the papers.
Yeah. Your sister, huh?
Now, you asked me. Take it or leave it.
Okay. I'll take it.
Certainly. I'll be smart, Morgan. Like me.
Yeah, I will. Hello, Bill. Turkey Morgan. Bet another $150,000 on McGraw to win. No, I'm not crazy. Donati's backing it. He better win.
He will.
If he doesn't, you won't be around to talk about it. Thanks for the tip.
In this corner, at 199 pounds, Kid Galahad! And in this corner, at 205
Please, I'm scared.
He'll be all right. Don't worry. At the longest, it'll be over in an hour.
I know, but I'm still afraid that Nicky will try to get back at him some way.
Not while there's a chance of taking that title from McGraw and Morgan.
Oh, I don't know. I'm glad it's his last fight.
Whose?
Ward's. He's going to quit after this.
Does Nick know that?
No.
The first fight and the last.
What did you say?
Nothing. I just remembered something.
All right, kid. You know your orders. We expect you to go slow and feel him out. Will you get him coming out of his corner and give him the works?
Oh, you're wrong, Nick. He can go the distance. McGraw's in better shape than you think.
I know what I'm doing. Go in there swinging, you hear, and keep on swinging. Now, go on.
Galahad came out of his corner like a shot out of a cannon. They meet in the center of the ring. Galahad lets go with a long right that was dressed to kill, but McGraw backs up and shoots a light left. Galahad leads with another long right and a left and a right, but they're all wild. And he takes a hard right jolt to the chin that really hurt. Galahad's making the fight again, plowing in there with everything he's got. Leads again with a long right, and he takes a stiff jolt to the side of the head that swings it clear around. McGraw lets go with the right cross, and Galahad's down. He's down on his knees in the center of the ring. The referee's starting his count, and it's 4, 5, 6, and he's up again now and hanging on. He's hanging on, folks, and it looks like a bad night ahead for Galahad.
Round 1 of McGraw.
Round 2, McGraw.
Round 3, McGraw. Round 4, McGraw.
McGraw. Go on now. Go on. Stay in there. Keep swinging. Keep swinging.
Nick, it's crazy. McGraw's killing him. It's murder, Nick.
Oh, shut up. Get out of here.
You can't do it, Nick.
Huh? So what do you want here?
You can't go on with it.
I know what I'm doing.
We know what you're doing, too. You're murdering that kid because of him and Marie. You're tossing him to Morgan and those dirty wolves to satisfy a grudge. You let that rotten temper throw you off the deep end just like I said it would. Selling out that kid's trust and loyalty. And he's up there fighting his heart out for you, keeping faith with you, because you helped him. And you told me once that someday you'd find a fellow that could go the whole distance and listen to orders all the way. You were going to make him champ.
Please, Nick. Please. Don't do this to him because he loves me. You can't keep me a kid always. I've got a right to love to get married. Oh, I love him, Nicky. Can't you understand? I'll always love him. It'll always be that way, and you can't change it. Oh, please, Nicky, please don't let him get hurt anymore.
Okay. Go on, get back to your
All
seats.
right,
You'll be all right. Go on now. Oh, Silver.
Yeah?
Have 20 cops ready to get us back in the ring to our dressing room.
Okay.
Oh, Barney, come here.
Yeah, Nick.
Get outside and try to cover our bets. 50 grand on Galahad.
Have you gone
do as I
nuts?
tell you. Get as much extra down on him as you can.
Okay.
Oh, wait a minute. Let me have your rod.
Yeah, here you are. You may need it.
Well, thanks. Beat it. All right, get him on. Get him down over here. Now, quick. Hey, kid. Kid, how do you feel?
Oh, I don't know.
Well, come on now. Wake up.
What round is it?
8th coming up.
I thought we just got started.
That's better. Now, what day is it, kid?
Tuesday?
Know me?
Yeah, Nick.
That's it. Now, look, we're changing now. Changing, understand? I shot his boat. He's on his heels and breathing through his mouth. Now, stall. Stay away from him. Run him off his feet. Rest up, understand?
Sure.
Now, that's the boy. Now, go to it, kid.
8th round, McGraw.
9th round even.
10th round, Galahad. 11th even.
12th Galahad. It's a whole new fight, folks. A complete change of pace. Galahad's boxing. He's shooting him at long range, staying away, counterpunching. He's making McGraw force the fight. And now he's in there again with that left. 1, 2, 3, 4 left to McGraw's head. McGraw's groggy. He tries to come into a clinch, but Galahad keeps him away. Again that left, and now a right, and McGraw's staggering. He's out on his feet, and now he's down. He's down over there in the neutral corner, and he's trying to pull himself up on the ropes, but he can't make it. He'll never make it. It's 7, 8, 9, 10, and he's out. Kid Galahad is the new champ.
Ladies and gentlemen, here we are back in Galahad's dressing room where you're about to hear Nick Donati, Kid Galahad's manager, who coached him through to the championship. All right, Nick, come on in.
Thanks. Hello, folks. Well, we had a great fight here tonight. Maybe you thought the kid was in bad shape, Willie, but we knew what we were doing. You see how it worked out. You know, I've worked for years with one hope, to manage the heavyweight champion of the world, and Kid Galahad crashed through tonight and handed it to me. He's a great fighter, and I'm proud of him. That's all, Mike.
Thank you, Nick. Ladies and gentlemen, we return you now to Harry Spears at the ring.
Hey, where's the kid and Silver?
They're both in the shower room, Mr. Nick.
Okay, clear out this place. Don't let anybody in. Oh, kid. Silver.
Right here, Nick. Come on in and join them.
Watch it, Nick.
And keep your hands where they are.
Oh, he was waiting first one to come in.
Yeah? Yeah, better put up that rod. Put that rod away before it hurts you, Morgan.
Don't worry, it won't be me that gets hurt. Just a couple of double-crossing rats.
You can't take it out on Silver. He hasn't done anything.
Shut up!
I've been aching to fill you full of slugs, Nick.
Come on now, use your head, Morgan. You won't get away with it in here. There's cops all over the place. I'll square it with you.
Yeah, like you always have. Starting to crawl, huh?
Anything you say. Settle it with me any way you want it, but leave these two out.
So they can put the tag on me, oh no.
Now, look, you're too used to a machine gun, Morgan. You might miss somebody with that Roscoe. Now, if we rush you...
I'm saving you to last, you cheap two-timing rat. Oh!
Ah. Yeah, see? See, Morgan? You shouldn't have thrown away that machine gun.
Nick, you all right?
Yeah, I guess so.
Oh, Nick. Silver, get a doctor, will you? He's bleeding bad. Don't stand there. Hurry up, will you? Get a doctor.
Nick, it's me. Me and Fluff.
Hello, kid.
We got an ambulance coming, Nick. You're going to be all right.
Oh, no. No, he wasn't that bad a shot.
Oh, you've got to get well, Nick. For all of us.
You know, I was wrong, Marie, about the kid. I guess I've been wrong about a lot of things. Swell guy. You two keep on being in love, being happy.
Oh, all right, Nick.
A Fluff. Am I out of the doghouse?
Yes, Nick. Oh, I shouldn't have gone away.
Oh, well, it's just the breaks. Forget it, Fluff. You were always swell. The kid put up a great fight, didn't he? Took you and me a long time, but we did what we set out to do. We got a champ.
Kid Galahad hangs up his gloves. Our play is over. But out of their corners for a final round of personalities come Joan Bennett, Wayne Morris, Andrea Leeds, and Edward G. Robinson.
Well, here I am. Quick comeback for a gent who's just taken a slug between the slats, don't you think, huh?
I wish you'd save all your quick comebacks for the Lux Radio Theater. This is the first time you've come back here in nearly 2 years. I was beginning to think you didn't like us anymore.
Well, now, you've got me all wrong, Mr. DeMille. It's just that I can't listen to your show and be here, too.
Now that you've put Mr. Robinson on your program, Mr. DeMille, wouldn't it be nice if he let you act on his?
Oh, does Eddie have a program?
What? Oh, yes. We have a little weekly chit-chat on the air lanes.
What do they call the program? Now, don't tell me. Don't tell me. It's Hamlet. Little Hamlet. Or is it Small Village?
I don't suppose you're trying to say Big Town.
Of course not. Everybody knows that Steve Wilson show.
Oh, I see. Wise guy, huh? Hey, champ.
Yeah, Nick.
Will you take this fellow out, will you, and slap his ears down?
Okay, Nick.
Just a minute, gentlemen. I was only trying to prove that I can act.
Do you think you can be a tough guy? What I think Mr. Robinson needs, Mr. DeMille, is a good heavy.
Oh, it's no use for him to even try, Andrea. His name's all wrong.
Sure it is. Whoever heard of a gorilla called Cecil?
Well, I could be the first, Cecil the Turbulent Torpedo.
Oh, Cecil the Turbulent. Oh, no, that's terrible. Oh, no, that'll never do. I got the name for you, pal. You're Benny the Bomber. The first chance I get, I'll let you be a big-town big shot.
There you are, Mr. DeMille. I guess I put that little deal over in a hurry.
Oh, now, just a minute, Wayne. It was Miss Bennett who started all this.
Oh, why shouldn't I help Mr. DeMille? He's a good friend of mine. Seriously, I'm indebted to Mr. DeMille on several scores. First of all, I like to listen to the Lux Radio Theater, and besides that, I like Lux soap. I've been using it, Mr. DeMille, since the days when the Bennett sisters had their little theater in the backyard.
I certainly agree with you, Joan. I'm a Lux fan, too.
And now, Mr. DeMille, this Bennett sister will say goodnight.
Yeah, me too. I got to get to bed early.
That's right, Wayne. Come to think of it, you're a prize fighter in Broadway Cavalier, your next picture, aren't you?
Yeah, that's right, and I have to keep in training.
Oh, in case you need a manager, Wayne, look me up. Well, so long, Benny DeMille. I'll be seeing you.
So long, Eddie. I mean, Steve Wilson.
Good night.
Good night.
Good night.
Good night, Miss Bennett, Miss Leeds, Mr. Morris. Let's have a return match soon. Don't miss the important announcement Mr. DeMille brings you in a moment about our special Christmas program next Monday. In Kid Galahad, you heard Cy Kendall as Turkey Morgan, Edwin Max as Chuck McGraw,
Chester Clute as Silver, Ross Forrester as Buzz, Frank Nelson as radio announcer, and Joe Cunningham as a reporter. Mr. Robinson's new Warner Brothers picture is Brother Orchid. Joan Bennett is seen shortly in the Walter Wanger production, Trade Winds, and Andrea Leeds is a Samuel Goldwyn star. Louis Silvers appeared through courtesy of 20th Century Fox Studio, where he directed music for Thanks for Everything. Kid Galahad was screened by Warner Brothers, who will soon release an epic of wartime aviation, Dawn Patrol. Mr. DeMille.
The motion picture that created the greatest sensation of 1938 comes to the stage of the Lux Radio Theater next Monday night. Walt Disney's Snow White and the Seven Dwarfs. All the characters will be here. Snow White and Doc, grumpy and sneezy, happy, bashful, and sleepy, the wicked queen and the handsome prince, and that close-mouthed little gentleman known as Dopey. This is our Christmas present to you. A classic of folk tales with all the charm that made the film one of the grandest achievements in the history of the screen. And our guest of honor will be the man who made that great picture possible, Mr. Walt Disney. Before we meet again, old Father Time will have led us to the joys of the year's happiest day, Christmas. You and I may be far apart, but in the week to come, there's a day when distance is suddenly without meaning. Here in the Lux Radio Theater, we feel a bond of sympathy and friendship between you and ourselves, a sentiment we hope is shared by all of you. For in this Christmas season, we feel the full strength of those ties. I can't deny the pleasure that comes to me as producer of this theater, but infinitely more, I treasure the thought that I can come to your homes as a friend. You're not strangers, but my neighbors, and bring me Christmas in its truest and happiest form. With deep gratitude, I wish you all the blessings and happiness of the season. And joining me in these greetings are the staff of the Lux Radio Theater and our sponsors, the makers of Lux Toilet Soap and Lux Flakes. This is Cecil B. DeMille saying good night to you from Hollywood and wishing you all a Merry, Merry Christmas.
Be sure and tune in next Monday night to Snow White and the Seven Dwarfs. And now may I give you a parting thought apropos of Christmas. You've got to think of trimming that tree of yours pretty soon. Why don't you do something really different this year? Something that'll start all your friends talking about how original you are. Here's an idea that will make a really beautiful tree decoration. First, get a large box of Lux Flakes. Yes, that's right, Lux Flakes. Pour them into a big bowl or dishpan, add 2 scant cups of lukewarm water, and then whip up the mixture with an egg beater. In a few moments, you have a pan full of Snow White suds that stand up like stiffly whipped cream. Now that's what you decorate your tree with, those thick white suds. Take them in handfuls and spread them with your fingers along the branches of your tree. Go on doing it till the tree is covered with suds. Now, if you want your tree to sparkle a whole lot, take some of that artificial Christmas snow you can buy in the stores and sprinkle it all over the suds while they're still moist. And there's your tree, all white and glistening as though it had been caught in a real snowstorm. Why don't you try it? It's so easy, anyone can do it. And it's inexpensive, too. And another thing, this kind of decoration makes your tree last longer. You see, the suds cling to the needles so they don't dry quickly and fall off. And, of course, suds last, too. They stay attractive throughout the holiday season. Now, remember, all you need is a large box of Lux Flakes and 2 scant cups of lukewarm water to whip up a big bowl full of snow. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
California, the Lux Radio Theater presents Merle Oberon and Walter Huston in The Letter with Ralph Forbes and Eric Snowden.
Lux presents Hollywood. Our sincere thanks, ladies and gentlemen, for your loyal purchases of the products which make this program possible. Lux Flakes and Lux Toilet Soap. Tonight, we bring you Merle Oberon, Walter Huston, Ralph Forbes, and Eric Snowden in The Letter, a grand love story, a thrilling melodrama set against the background of far-off Malay. As guests, you'll hear Carveth Wells, famous author and explorer, and his wife. Our orchestra is conducted by Louis Silvers. And now, the producer of the Lux Radio Theater. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Cecil B. DeMille.
Greetings from Hollywood, ladies and gentlemen. Our play tonight ranks among the most distinguished works of one of the finest writers of our time, William Somerset Maugham, whose contributions to the screen include not only The Letter, but such memorable dramas as Rain, The Painted Veil, and Of Human Bondage. Educated to be a doctor, he received his degree but never practiced. He turned at once to writing and travel. The author of many great novels and more than 25 plays, he served during the war in the British Secret Service. Few writers have a keener appreciation of detail, and the notebooks he carries are crammed with notes so copious that Mr. Maugham usually has about 10 years' work planned in advance. The scene of the letter is Malay, a neighbor of India, in whose city of Calcutta, Merle Oberon, daughter of a British Army officer, lived for several years. Miss Oberon came to London when 17, determined to reach the screen. She had $100 and a steamship ticket back to India. Her money gone, she sold her ticket and wound up by working in London's Café de Paris. Bit parts in pictures later brought her to the attention of Alexander Korda and to ultimate stardom. Her screen activities today are divided between Mr. Korda in England and Mr. Samuel Goldwyn in Hollywood. Merle has taken leave of Continental cameras for a while and soon co-stars with Gary Cooper in the Goldwyn film, The Girl and the Cowboy. One of the screen's most striking beauties, Merle is slightly over 5 feet tall, weighs 112 pounds, has chestnut hair, hazel green eyes, and a slightly Irish tilt to her nose. Tonight she plays the role of Leslie Crosby. Walter Huston, currently starring in Of Human Hearts, is heard as Robert Crosby. Ralph Forbes becomes Jeffrey Hammond, and Eric Snowden is Howard Joyce. It's curtain time now, and the Lux Radio Theater presents Merle Oberon and Walter Huston in The Letter, with Ralph Forbes and Eric Snowden. At the southern tip of the Malay Peninsula lies the city of Singapore, where harbor lights wink gaily beneath the starry brightness of the tropic sky, where people of many races mingle in hopeless confusion, where rickshaws whirl through narrow, crowded streets. Singapore, the crossroad of the East. A few hours north through the mangrove swamps are the great rubber plantations, kingdoms of commerce governed by a handful of white men. In a house on one of these plantations, a light burns softly. Although it's only 10 o'clock, the windows have been screened and shuttered for the night. There's a deep silence. Suddenly, a man's laughter is heard. And then...
Miss Cosby! Miss Cosby! Miss Cosby, I hear some shot. It sounds like... Oh, that man. He is...
Yes. He's dead, Chung.
You shoot him, Miss Cosby?
Yes, I've killed a thief.
A thief? But he was...
I've killed a thief, Chung. Do you understand? He tried to break into the house, and I killed him.
Yes, Miss Cosby. I understand. Thief.
You'd better call my husband. He's down in Singapore at Mr. Joyce's office. Ask him to come right away, and then call the police.
Police? Yes, Miss Cosby. I call.
Well, of course, if you really want to buy that plantation, I'll handle it for you.
Yes, I want it, Howard. I've had my eye on it for a long time now, and I want it.
Oh, just a minute, will you? Yeah. Hello? Yes. Oh, yes. Yes, hold on. It's for you, Bob.
Me? Oh. Hello? Yes, Chung? Yes, this is Mr. Crosby. What? No, I can't hear you, Chung. Speak louder, will you? What about Mrs. Crosby? She did what? Good Lord.
What is it, Bob?
Wait a minute. Hello? Where is she now? Can she come to the phone? All right. Never mind. Tell her I'll be there just as soon as I can. Yes, I'm leaving now.
Is there something wrong?
Yes, it's Leslie. I left her alone tonight. Someone must have broken into the house and And she shot him.
Is he dead?
Yes, the police are on their way there now. I'll have to leave, Howard.
Well, wait a moment. Perhaps I'd better come along with you.
No, I don't think it'll be necessary.
Perhaps not, but you can never tell. Come along.
You say you didn't hear a sound until you heard the shots. Is that right, Chung?
Hear nothing, Sergeant. Hear nothing. Just shot.
What were you doing when you heard them?
Cleaning teeth like they teach us Christian school.
You didn't hear Mrs. Crosby scream?
I didn't scream, Sergeant Jenkins. I told you. I heard this man prowling around out here in the living room. I knew it was too early for my husband to be back,
So you got the gun from your bureau drawer just as he opened the door into your bedroom and entered. Did you say anything to him, or he to you?
Not a word. He saw me standing there with the gun and started towards me. So I pulled the trigger.
You didn't say anything. I should think you'd have said hands up or stop or something. Even though he was a stranger.
I tell you, I never saw him before.
No offense, Mrs. Crosby. I must say you were pretty cool about the whole thing. Good nerves.
There wasn't much time to be anything but cool.
He must have been a cool person himself. Look here. Poured himself a glass of liquor from the decanter there. Here's the glass, half full.
How do you know he used it?
Unless you were a bit to steady yourself, Mrs. Crosby.
I? Oh, no.
I wonder why he didn't drink it all. I suppose that's your husband, Mrs. Crosby.
It must be.
Leslie, darling.
Here, Robert.
Oh, Leslie. God, I shouldn't have left you alone.
Don't worry, Robert. I'm quite all right, now that you're here.
Evening, Sergeant.
Well, hello there, Mr. Joyce.
Now, don't get that intent expression, Jenkins. I'm not here on business. Mr. Crosby was in my office when the call came. I just came along with him.
Oh, don't worry, Mr. Joyce. I know you don't have to chase your law cases.
Thank you, Jenkins.
Well, everything's settled, I guess. Except the man's identification. The man broke in, Mrs. Crosby heard him, and... Well, she's a mighty steady shot, Mr. Crosby. Yes, thank God. And the first night I've been away for months. You're usually here, Mr. Crosby? Certainly. I've been here every night for the last 3 months. What do you mean, Sergeant? Me? Oh, I was just wondering if he had any way of knowing that you were going to be away tonight.
It could have been chance, couldn't it?
He must have been a patient man if he's been on the lookout all these months, waiting until you were gone, Mr. Crosby. If you mean that Mrs. Crosby was waiting for me to be gone...
Robert.
Please, the sergeant implied nothing like that.
Well, I'm sorry, Sergeant. I was just going to say that if he'd been waiting all this time, he surely didn't know Mrs. Crosby was such a wildcat. Pardon me, Mrs. Crosby. I mean such a good shot with a gun.
You've no idea who the man is, Sergeant?
Not yet. We'll tag him, though, when we get the body down to headquarters.
I imagine I know as many people as anybody around here. May I see him?
If you want to, sir. He's in that room over there.
Why does he have to be identified? Don't you believe he was a thief?
Why, certainly, Leslie.
No, she means why do any more tonight? I think she's gone through enough already. If Mr. Joyce can identify him, it'll be less bother for Mrs. Crosby. The inquest will be held sooner.
The inquest? Don't you believe my story?
The inquest is only a formality, Mrs. Crosby. Certainly we believe your story. You'll just have to tell it to Mr. Bentley, the coroner, that's all. You don't mind if they go in, Leslie?
No, of course not.
I'll have a look at him myself. You stay here, dear. Right in here, sir. There he is. Now, if you'll stand over this way, you can see his face a little better. Well, Mr. Joyce?
Yes, I know him all right.
Who is he, Howard?
His name's Hammond. Jeffrey Hammond.
Hammond? Jeffrey Hammond. And what do you know about him, sir?
Very little. I talked with him for a while in my office the other day. Ong, my assistant, sent him in.
Was this Hammond in trouble?
No, nothing to do with a criminal case. Just a slight matter of property, that's all. Quite all.
You don't suppose that he might have seen me there and got the idea for the robbery then? Did he ask any questions about Mr. Crosby?
No, I don't think Hammond saw Mr. Crosby.
Well, if Ong knows him, he can come to make the identification and save you the trouble, Mr. Joyce. We'll hold the inquest at 10 tomorrow in Singapore. You'll see that your wife is there, Mr. Crosby? Yes. I'll drive her down myself. It won't take long, darling. The sergeant said it was just a formality. We'll be in there a few minutes, and Then we'll be on our way back by noon.
Yes. Yes, we will, won't we?
What's the matter, dear?
Nothing. Nothing. It's so hot and I'm tired. I'm so desperately tired, Robert.
Yes, I know you are. I wish there was something I could do to help you. But there doesn't seem to be a thing.
You can love me, Robert.
Why, I've always done that.
Yes. But now I need your love more than ever.
Leslie, you're making this thing much more important than it really is.
I can't help it. It isn't easy to forget that you've killed a man.
Leslie,
You don't blame me, do you?
blame you for killing a thief? Why, he might have killed you first.
Yes. Yes, he might. What'll they do to me?
Oh, just ask a few questions, that's all. I'd like to see anyone try to do anything to you.
But people will talk, won't they? I hate the idea of everyone talking about me. Whatever they say, you'll never believe anything against me, will you?
What could they say?
I don't know. You heard the sergeant last night. He seemed to imply that I'd invited that man. People are so unkind sometimes. They'll say anything.
Leslie, look at me. You're my wife, and I love you. And because I love you, I also trust you. Wouldn't be much of a love if I didn't. Do you suppose I'd believe gossip against what you've already told me?
No. Thank you, Robert.
Now, come on. We're going in there and get this over with, and then we're going home. Let me help you out, darling.
Do I look that bad?
Well, you look a little pale.
Don't worry. I'll be rosy-cheeked and merry when I come back.
Of course you will.
Good morning, Leslie.
Oh, good morning, Howard.
Oh, hello, Howard. I thought Jenkins said you didn't have to come to the inquest.
Oh, I just thought I'd come along to lend a hand if I could.
Is there anything wrong?
No, but Coroner Bentley is apt to waste time on occasion.
Well, I hope he won't today.
Well, your hopes are dashed. He's put the inquest back an hour already.
Why?
You'll have to ask Bentley that. You run along inside, Bob. I want to talk to Leslie for a moment.
But why does Leslie need a lawyer?
I'm playing doctor, not lawyer. You're so nervous, you're making Leslie nervous. Now, go ahead.
Well, all right. And I'll see you right after the inquest, darling.
Well, Howard.
How do you feel?
Very well. Why?
Leslie, I don't want to pry into your business, but is there anything you'd like to speak to me about?
I thought you wanted to speak to me.
Well, just to ask you that. Are you sure there's nothing you'd like to tell me before we go in there?
What should there be to tell?
Nothing, I guess. Just keep your head and don't let them trip.
And that's all you have to tell us, Mrs. Crosby. That this man Hammond forced an entry and that you shot him.
Yes, that's all. May I go now, Coroner?
Just a few more routine questions, Mrs. Crosby. Just a few more routine questions.
Are you going to keep her here all day?
Oh, Bob, sit down.
Mr. Crosby, while this inquest may seem a trifle informal to you, please remember that this is still His Majesty's court.
My husband is worried about me because of last night, Mr. Bentley. Go on, please.
Mrs. Crosby, do you recall that last night Sergeant Jenkins called your attention to the fact that this man Hammond had evidently poured some of the liquor from the decanter into the glass?
Yes. Sergeant Jenkins remarked that he must have been rather cool to take the time.
On the other hand, he might have felt in need of a stimulant and poured himself the glass for that reason.
Yes, very possibly.
Oh, what difference does that make?
Mr. Crosby, if there are any more interruptions, I must ask you to leave. Mrs. Crosby, I shall come to the point. I wish to ask why your fingerprints were also upon that glass. Quiet. Well, Mrs. Crosby?
I see no reason why my prints shouldn't be there. Clean glasses take fingerprints as well as used glasses. It's probable that sometime during the day I arranged the glasses to make a more orderly appearance on the tray.
Yes, that is possible. Sergeant Jenkins didn't happen to think of that. But you see, Mrs. Crosby, when Sergeant Jenkins examined the prints upon the glass, after he brought it down here to headquarters, he was struck by the peculiar fact that your prints and Hammond's prints were found in such a position that it led him to believe that he had handed the glass to you or you to him.
You seem to be very sure they were my fingerprints, Mr. Bentley.
Well, we don't know that, of course, Mrs. Crosby. It'd be only in case of an arrest that we'd take them.
Then you think that I perjured myself here?
I ask only for any explanation you may wish to give.
You believe I sat and talked with this Geoffrey Hammond and then shot him?
Did you, Mrs. Crosby? Or rather, did you pour him the drink?
No, I did not. If I had, it would deny the story to which I have sworn. It's only sheer chance that placed the two sets of fingerprints in that position.
Then you deny that you ever knew Geoffrey Hammond. You deny that you ever saw or talked with him before last night.
I've sworn to that long ago.
Then, Mrs. Crosby, I wish to make a brief explanation. The inquest was delayed this morning because Sergeant Jenkins made another trip to your home after you and your husband had left.
Well?
Mrs. Crosby, can you offer a logical explanation as to why Hammond's fingerprints were not also found on the decanter? Why were only yours found upon it? Can you explain that, Mrs. Crosby?
You've got to let me think. There must be some reason.
Yes, and the reason is that you poured that drink for Hammond. You testified you never knew him, yet the facts prove that you poured him a drink. Can you explain it?
Yes!
Well,
I've known Jeffrey Hammond for years. He came to my house last night. We talked for a while and then...
And then you shot him?
Yes, I shot him. I shot him!
Mr. Coroner, I refuse to allow my client to testify further without benefit of counsel.
She may have counsel. Sergeant Jenkins, take the prisoner.
Leslie Crosby, you're under arrest for the murder of Jeffrey Hammond.
Mrs. Crosby?
Yes.
Your husband's here. Do you wish to see him?
Oh, yes, please.
5 minutes, Mr. Crosby. I'll be waiting out here.
Thank you.
Robert.
Leslie, I've been waiting to see you all day. They wouldn't let me come to you.
You wanted to come, Robert?
I've told Howard to take the case, to do everything he can to get you free.
You think I can get free?
He said he'd move heaven and earth. He's the finest lawyer in Singapore. If anyone can get you out of it, he can.
If anyone can get me out of it. Do you think I need a lawyer's tricks, Robert?
I don't know what you need, Leslie. The facts coming out the way they did, it made a rather bad impression. But we'll lick that. We'll fight together, the three of us.
You're going to be loyal, aren't you, Robert? Even though I lied to you, you're going to be loyal. You've swallowed all your pride and your doubts, and you've come here to stand by me. Because you believe it's your duty. But what are you thinking, Robert?
Leslie, I don't know what to think.
You haven't even asked me to explain. Is it because you've already made up your mind? Because you think that Jeffrey Hammond and I...
Don't, Leslie.
Yes. I knew that was it. I saw your face in the courtroom. I felt it when you came in here. Well, you needn't torture yourself any longer, Robert. Matron.
Yes?
My husband is leaving.
Leslie, you can't do this. I don't want an explanation. I just want you to tell me what...
My husband is leaving, Matron.
This way, Mr. Crosby.
We have just heard Act One of The Letter, starring Merle Oberon, Walter Huston, Ralph Forbes, and Eric Snowden. They'll return in a moment to present Act Two. Perhaps you have wondered about the hundreds of people who come here to see as well as hear our plays on Monday nights. Who are they? Movie stars, directors, extras, and people who make their home in Hollywood. Yes, and people from back home who are visiting the entertainment headquarters of the world. Tonight, during this intermission, we are going to introduce you to a member of our audience here in the Lux Radio Theater. She's on her way to the microphone now. Her name is Mrs. Mattie Thompson. Mrs. Thompson, what are you doing here in Hollywood?
I'm a visitor, Mr. Ruick.
How long have you been here?
Just exactly 4 days.
Where is your permanent home?
In St. Joe, Missouri.
Now tell us what brought you to Hollywood, Mrs. Thompson.
Curiosity, I guess. I've wanted to see Hollywood for as long as I can remember. And so the first chance we got, we came.
What did you want to see most in Hollywood?
Well, most of all, the stars themselves. And the big studios. And I've listened to the Lux Radio Theater so many times, I was dying to see it, too.
Not disappointed, I hope.
No, I'm thrilled to death. Imagine me talking into the same microphone as Merle Oberon and all those other stars. I hope my friends in St. Joe are listening.
Tell us, how did you get here from Missouri, by plane or train?
No, we came in a trailer.
Well, how do you like life in a trailer?
Oh, I love it. I have everything as convenient as can be. A real little kitchen. And I cook just like I do at home. Wash dishes, too, Mr. Ruick, with Lux Flakes.
Take your Lux along with you, eh?
I certainly do. Wouldn't be without it. Always keep a big box handy for nice things and dishes. Sometimes I don't have hot water, you know. And Lux Flakes are wonderful the way they suds up, even in cool water. I'd like to say this, too, that it's absolutely true what you tell us about Lux being better for your hands.
I'm glad to hear you emphasize that, Mrs. Thompson.
Yes, it's true, and last winter it was brought home to me very decidedly. I visited my sister-in-law and helped by washing dishes several days with the soap she used. It wasn't Lux. In just a few days, my hands were red and chapped, and my nails looked terrible. It certainly taught me to be grateful to Lux.
Thank you, Mrs. Thompson. We're very grateful for your loyalty to Lux Flakes, and we hope you get the most out of the rest of your stay here in Hollywood.
I'm going to do my best.
Fine. Now, our producer.
We continue with the letter, starring Merle Oberon and Walter Huston, with Ralph Forbes and Eric Snowden. It's 1 week later, the eve of Leslie's trial for the murder of Geoffrey Hammond. Her own lack of interest in the case has given rise to the rumor that she intends to plead guilty. Steadfastly, she's refused to see her husband, or the lawyer, Howard Joyce. But now, only 12 hours before the trial's to begin, Joyce walks through the corridor and stops at Leslie's cell.
That'll be all, Matron. You can let me know when the time is up.
Yes, sir.
Leslie.
Why did you come here? I didn't ask you to come.
No, Robert did. Don't turn your back, Leslie. You've got to listen to me for his sake. Life isn't very pleasant for him these days.
Is it pleasant for me?
You can't help things by refusing to speak. Why didn't you tell Robert that you knew Geoffrey Hammond? Why didn't you tell me?
You mean if I had, I wouldn't be here now?
You'd be held in custody, yes, but not like this, not like a...
Like a common murderess. You said if I told you that I knew Geoffrey Hammond. Yet you must have known.
I did know, but you wouldn't give me your confidence. Hammond mentioned your name that day he came to my office.
Yes?
He said he'd known you back in England. Was that true? Was it?
Yes. Oh, why did he come here?
Leslie, please. I'm going to help you, but you have to help me, too. I want the whole story, Leslie. Everything. Will you tell me?
Yes. It is true that I knew Geoffrey Hammond back in England. Years ago, long before I met Robert. Geoffrey and I, we were engaged to be married.
Engaged? You loved him?
Yes. Oh, I thought I did. I hadn't known him very long. I knew very little about him. But everything I did know made me love him more. When he asked me to marry him, he gave me a bracelet. A diamond bracelet. It was very beautiful, and I was happy to think he thought so much of me. And then one morning, I was alone in my flat. The doorbell rang. Hello, darling.
Good morning, Leslie.
What are you doing here in the morning? Isn't your office open?
Well, I imagine so, Leslie. I've a bit of bad news. Where's that bracelet I gave you?
The bracelet? Well, I don't wear it all the time, Geoffrey.
Where is it?
It's in my bureau. Why?
Get it.
Why?
Because I need it.
You want it back?
Yes. You don't know the favor I'm doing you.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Hasn't it occurred to you that it was rather an expensive bangle for a man like me to be buying?
But you bought it for my engagement.
I bought it. Yes, that's good. Didn't I tell you never to wear it in public?
I've only worn it once, the other night at the theater.
Exactly. The one place Markow would see it. That bracelet, my dear, was stolen.
Stolen? Geoffrey, you're joking. You're not
a thief? No, not quite. Merely, shall I say, a broker. This Mr. Markow goes by another name in the very politest society. He gave me that bracelet along with some other stolen goods to sell for him. I kept out the bracelet, sold the rest, and added a few pounds of my own. He was quite satisfied until he saw that bracelet on your arm the other night. Oh, yes, he knows we were engaged. Now he believes I haven't played quite fair with him. You better give it to me, Leslie.
You were going to marry me and then tell me this?
Oh, now, Leslie. You really don't mean you didn't know?
How could I know? What have you ever told me that I should know?
Well, what difference does it make? You love me, don't you?
Love you?
How can I?
Oh, nonsense. You fell in love with me, Leslie. With me, Geoffrey Hammond. That's all that matters. You'll forget about this. You will, won't you, Leslie?
Yes. I'll get the bracelet for you. When he told me that, everything crumbled. I left England the same night on a boat. I didn't tell him I was going. I just packed a bag and left. It was a boat to Singapore. And that's where I met Robert. He got on the boat at Port Said. He was coming back here to the plantation. We were just shipboard acquaintances until one evening near the end of the trip, we were standing at the rail, looking toward the sea.
You see along the shore over there how the jungle comes right down to the water's edge? Well, Miss Stevens, it's just like that on my rubber plantation. One moment it's cleared and civilized, and the next you're in the jungle.
Well, I hope the captain steers well clear of it. I'd hate suddenly to find myself facing the jungle.
Well, we have a saying out here that facing the jungle isn't as bad as facing Singapore itself.
How long is it since you've been back to civilization, Mr. Crosby?
If you mean England, I've never been. My father brought me out here from the States when I was a boy. After he died, I just never found time to get back. In fact, Port Said is the farthest away I've been in all that time. I'm glad, though, that I had to make the trip.
Why?
Well, if I hadn't, I wouldn't have met you.
How very gallant of you, Mr. Crosby.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm not very much at ease with the women, Miss Stevens. If I've said anything that...
Oh, please don't. But I thought Singapore was full of attractive women.
Yes, it is, but, you know what I mean. There are very few of the right kind of women. Most of them are married.
And I suppose their husbands guard them closely against the attentions of unattached males, such as you.
Well, most of the married women are smart enough not to give their husbands any cause for... Oh, now, you're joking, aren't you? I guess I have been in the wilds too long.
Do you really live such a prosaic life as you've been trying to make me believe?
Well, it isn't very exciting, if that's what you mean. We have a good background for romance and adventure, but our lives on the plantation are as colorless as the sap from the rubber trees.
As you described your life to me last night, it didn't sound very colorless.
Now, maybe you made me see it in a new light.
Are you sure it wasn't just the trip?
No,
being away?
I'm very sure. Miss Stevens, why don't you stop off as my guest at Singapore and come up to the plantation? You could stay over at my friend's, Howard Joyce and his wife. He's the best lawyer in Singapore. They'd like to have you. I know they would.
Thank you, but I really must go on with the boat. We're only stopping a day in Singapore.
But do you have to be in such a hurry? You could jump ship for a few days and catch another boat like this. That could be arranged.
Do you really think it would be possible?
Of course. You will stop over then?
Yes. I'd like to very much.
That's fine.
As you know, Howard, I didn't catch another ship out of Singapore. You and Grace were at our wedding. You've been our closest friends. You know that Robert and I have been happy together.
Apparently so happy that I never would have guessed that all along...
That all along I was in love with Geoffrey Hammond? Oh, I might have thought I was for a bit. But now as I look back, I know I wasn't. But Geoffrey Hammond was the first man I fell in love with. And that peculiar quirk in human nature always kept him in my mind. I never told Robert. There was never any reason to tell him. And then...
And then Hammond found you.
Yes. Quite by accident, I'm sure. He had no idea I was in Singapore. It was late one afternoon. I'd come into Singapore in the car with Robert. He went to your office to discuss something about buying a new plantation. Chung drove me on in the car for some shopping. We stopped at the market, and he went in to buy some supplies. I was sitting there alone in the car when...
Good afternoon, Mrs. Crosby.
Geoffrey.
How are you, Leslie? Surprised to see me?
What are you doing in Singapore?
Oh, now, Mrs. Crosby, is that a fair question? To ask a man why he comes to Singapore. I remember the Code of the East and all that sort of thing.
How did you know my name?
Your name? Oh, I've seen you once or twice. I know you married a very rich plantation owner. Very rich.
What do you mean?
Why, I thought I'd come to call. Always wanted to see how rich plantation owners and their wives live.
Geoffrey, you mustn't come. Do you hear me? You mustn't.
Are you ashamed of me? Ashamed of your old sweetheart? And of course, my clothes aren't any too good. The London police were most inconsiderate. They gave me no time to pack. By the way, they were looking for you, too. They seemed to think you were involved in a little matter of a stolen necklace.
Geoffrey? Geoffrey, who is this woman?
What do you mean by hanging around? Go on.
Who is this lady?
Oh, this lady. Let me introduce you. Leslie, may I present my little friend, Lee T? A very charming girl, aren't you, Lee T? Now run along.
No, you come.
Oh, in a moment, my dear. Well, Leslie, when shall I come to call?
Geoffrey, you can't.
Well, don't you think your husband would like to see me? I should think we've got a great deal in common.
You can't do this. I've been happy here. My husband loves me.
I did too, my dear. But I need money. A great deal of money. Goodbye, Leslie. I hope my foot hasn't soiled the running board of your pretty automobile. Come along, Lizzie.
I was frantic after that. I saw everything shattered again. My life here, my love for Robert, and his love for me. I saw Geoffrey several times on the street. I tried to plead with him, but he only laughed and kept hinting about what he'd tell Robert. I couldn't stand it any longer. I sent for him that night. Robert was away. I wanted to ask him once more to please let me alone. He came about 10. I saw at once that he'd been drinking. He made me pour him a glass from the decanter.
Your liquor's very good, Leslie. Very expensive, I imagine. May I have another, please?
Haven't you had enough? Please go.
Oh, I say, you're not very hospitable, Leslie. You asked me here as your guest, and then you...
I asked you here for one purpose only. To beg you to let me alone.
Now, Leslie, be reasonable. You know how fond I've always been of you. Would you deprive me of the pleasure of your company?
You don't want my company. You want money.
Well, one can always use money.
This is blackmail. You're a blackmailer.
I've been called worse without being frightened or offended.
Geoffrey, please. I have no money. If I had, I'd give it to you gladly. Anything just to be left in peace.
But I'm not rushing you, my dear. You may have time. All you want.
Very well. I'll get some money somewhere. But then you've got to promise to go away. For good.
Oh, of course, of course. Meantime, we can still be friends. Good friends.
We can't.
Why? We were good friends once. You haven't forgotten?
You must stay away from here. If my husband found you...
Oh, yes. Husband's a very jealous man, isn't he? Then we mustn't let the husband know.
What are you talking about?
I'm talking about you, Leslie. And me.
I don't...
Oh, he must never know you sent for me, did I? No, that wouldn't do, would it? Because then he'd think we waited for him to be away. And then he'd see you'd given me a drink. And then... Well, then he'd look into your eyes. And find that you really love me.
You're mad. I don't love you. Not now, not anymore.
You can't change, Leslie. You loved me once.
Let me go.
I'll never let you go.
Don't touch me. Put me down.
Oh, Leslie. Should have told me about that step being there. Might have hurt you. Come here.
Don't move, Geoffrey.
Dear, unfortunate my falling like that. Gave impulsive little Leslie a chance to reach for a husband's gun. But you can't frighten me, my dear. Suppose the houseboy hears you shoot me after you sent for me. Sent for me as a guest.
Stand back.
Robert will be awfully jealous that he didn't get invited, too.
I shot him. Then I called the police. You know the rest.
Then it was purely in self-defense that you killed him.
Yes. But they won't believe me.
We can try it. You knew Hammond. We'll grant that point. You were alone. He came to see you. He was drunk. He threatened you, and you shot him. If they believe that, that's all you'll need to clear you. We won't even mention that you were once in love with him. No one need know that. Not even Robert.
You see now why I couldn't tell him?
I see. Now, one point, Leslie. You say you sent for Geoffrey Hammond. By messenger?
No, I wrote him a letter.
A letter? Where is it? Did you get it back?
No, he probably destroyed it. There was no reason why he should keep it.
Probably not. Just the same, I wish you had it.
Your time's up, Mr. Joyce.
Oh, in a moment. I'll be here to see you in the morning before the trial. I think we stand a fair chance, but you'll have to be brave for Robert's sake as well as your own.
I will, for Robert's sake.
We pause for station identification. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
The second act of the letter is over. Merle Oberon, Walter Huston, and our all-star cast will continue in a moment with Act 3. This intermission is highlighted by the presence of a man very familiar with the scenes of our play. He is Carveth Wells, who flew to Hollywood from his Bermuda home to bring us some strange facts about far-off Malay, where the action of our play occurs. A noted explorer, Mr. Wells is author of 10 books, including the bestseller 6 Years in the Malay Jungle. And since Mrs. Wells accompanies her husband on all his expeditions, we're happy to have her with us also.
Thank you, Mr. DeMille. Actually, I feel even closer to the Lux Radio Theater than Crawford does.
What do you mean? I hear this program every chance I get, and I think it's tops.
But what I mean is this. Being a woman, I'm a little more familiar with the product behind this program, Lux Flakes. I know how much Lux means to women all over the world. And if I say nothing else, I'm glad to have injected my little piece in praise of it.
Oh, it's one we've been very happy to hear. And now what can you say in praise of Malay? I've heard some strange tales of fish who climb trees and wink their eyes while they do it.
Well, that's absolutely true. When nature came to Malay, she must have gone on a kind of a spree. I've seen seagoing monkeys who wade into the surf and catch crabs, eat them, and then clean their teeth afterward. And I shot a full-grown Malay deer, carried it home in my pocket, and cooked the whole beast in a frying pan. And there's a bird in Malay who feeds his wife on strychnine.
You would notice that, wouldn't you?
That's true.
And it's also a fact that butterflies in Malay are as big as dinner plates. Spider webs are strong enough to catch birds, and I've even heard an earthworm sing.
What was the song? Wiggle while you work?
Well, if that's hard to believe, what would you say about this? If you chase a Malay lizard, it breaks off its tail, and the tail starts hopping about in order to distract your attention while the lizard itself escapes. In about 2 weeks, the lizard sprouts another tail.
You sprout some splendid tales yourself, Mr. Wells. What's your next one?
My dear, I don't think we're appreciated around here.
Well, it is awfully hard to believe some of these things unless you're there and see them for yourself. But here's something, Mr. DeMille, that I can prove. Here are some examples of real Malay silk. These are typical sarongs worn by the Malay women who love brilliant colors, such as these purples, scarlets, and blues. We've shown these sarongs hundreds of times in all parts of America. They have been worn by models 15,000 times. And there's no mystery why they look so fresh and new after all that wear. They have been washed hundreds of times and always in Lux Flakes.
And while I wish we could show you other tangible facts from Malay, Mr. DeMille, what impressed me most about the place was something that couldn't be seen. The complete mystery that grips not only the jungle, but even the plantations.
And then it's your opinion that the strange, weird accounts coming out of the Far East are not always the tall stories of imaginative travelers.
Well, after spending 6 years in Malay, Mr. DeMille, all I can say is that I now believe a person's thoughts and actions are controlled largely by environment. And in the environment of that Malay jungle, I think almost anything can happen.
That's why I'm anxious to hear the third act of tonight's play. I'm told it has a real climax. So let you and I get back to the Malay jungle and let Mr. DeMille get back to the letter.
I guess that she is the boss, Mr. DeMille. Goodbye.
And thanks for having us.
Thank you for bringing adventure to our door. Once again, The Letter, starring Merle Oberon and Walter Huston with Ralph Forbes and Eric Snowden. Leslie's trial is over. Behind locked doors, the jury weighs the evidence. As the hours crawl by, Robert paces the corridor nervously. Suddenly he stops and turns to Howard Joyce.
Why are they out there so long? What are they doing in there?
Easy, Bob.
But she was telling the truth. Anyone could see that. She knew Hammond only casually. He forced his way into the house and threatened her. That jury blind?
You can't expect them to feel as you do, Bob. You believe her, don't you?
Of course I do.
I think she'll be glad to hear that.
All I want to do is to get her out of this place, take her home and help her to forget. Oh, I was a fool ever to have doubted her. You're sure of the verdict, Howard?
Practically. Hammond picked up a rather bad reputation for himself in Singapore. I think she'll be freed, Bob.
Yeah, that's all I want now. I'll get her away, and I'll take her up to the Phillips plantation. You can put through that deal, Howard.
£5,000 is a lot of money.
Well, what of it? I've always wanted the place. Now I want it even more. For Leslie's sake.
Mr. Joyce?
I beg your pardon?
I wish to speak with you, please.
Oh, I'm sorry, but
I wish to speak with you alone. My name is Lee T.
Oh. Oh, yes. Excuse me, Bob. It's rather important.
Yes, of course.
This way, please. There's a room over here we can use. Well, what is it, please?
I think you know already, Mr. Joyce.
Do I?
That was very clever way to defend Mrs. Crosby, Mr. Joyce.
It was the truth.
But not all truth. You see, I knew Mr. Hammond very well.
Yes? Go on, please.
As Mrs. Crosby's lawyer, you must know that on night Geoffrey Hammond went to Mrs. Crosby's house, he went because she sent for him.
Did she?
That would not be good for a jury to know.
How do you know it?
I was with him when letter came.
If you testify to that, it'll only be the testimony of a jealous woman. There are any number of ways to discredit your story. Do you understand?
But there is one way to prove it. I have letter.
Let me see it.
Read it, please.
It's not even in her handwriting.
You did not think I would bring original with me? This is copy. What do you think of letter, Mr. Joyce?
It's an entirely innocently written note.
Yes, Mr. Joyce. But it can be read in other ways. Let me read it to you. Geoffrey, I must see you tonight. My husband will be away. If you live, do not come too near the house, for the servants might hear your car. In the name of the love I once held for you, I ask that you do not fail me, Leslie. You see, Mr. Joyce, when you read it as her friend.
What do you want for the original of this?
£5,000.
£5,000? Oh, that's ridiculous. Crosby hasn't got it.
Was he not paying £5,000 for plantation of Mr. Philip? That is what I learned. £5,000 is my price for letter and my silence.
It's all the money he has in the world.
Does not Mr. Crosby love his wife that much? Perhaps I should have asked him instead of you.
Where is the original?
At my home. You will accept my offer?
I must talk with Mrs. Crosby. If you'll meet me here in half an hour, I'll know whether the money can be paid or not.
In half an hour, then, Mr. Joyce. Good day.
And that's the amount she asks, Leslie. £5,000.
Robert's lifelong savings. Must it be bought?
You have the note as she copied it. It's a true copy, isn't it?
Yes.
She could reopen the case with this. It would look very bad. I wish I could advance you the money and then say forget it, but I can't, Leslie.
Robert will have to know you paid it.
He told me to go the limit.
It's not that I'm thinking of.
You wonder how he will read it.
Yes. Pay her, Howard. Buy the letter from her. I've gambled this far on Robert's understanding.
And if he doesn't understand?
Perhaps you can guess, Howard.
Gentlemen of the jury, have you reached a verdict?
We have.
Defendant will rise. Gentlemen of the jury, what is your verdict?
Not guilty.
See, Leslie, I had Chung and the boys change the room all around. I did everything to make it look different, Leslie. Or is it so much changed that it only makes you remember that night?
I'll only remember that you thought so much of me you wanted to change it, Robert. It's just like starting all over again.
Leslie, was I so awfully jealous? Was I?
I was to blame for it, Robert.
No, you weren't. But I'm going to make it up to you now, darling. You'll see. I'm going to make you so happy that you'll never remember it happening.
Oh, Robert.
What is it, Leslie?
Nothing. Nothing. I'm so happy now.
I'm going to take you away from here, Leslie. As soon as I get things straightened out, we're going north.
North?
Yes. To the Phillips plantation. I've had that on my mind a long time. I've decided to buy it. Definitely.
But why? You've made this place. It was nothing when you came here. It's like your child.
Oh, I hate it now. I hate every tree on it. I want to get away, and so must you.
But the risk, a new plantation.
It's no risk, darling. It's like a gold mine. Here, look. I have some photographs of it. You can see for
No, please, Robert. Not now. I don't want to see them now.
What's the matter?
Take me out into the garden. I want to be alone with you for the next hour. I want to walk with you, laugh with you, hold your arm.
For the next hour?
I've only got an hour alone with you, Robert. I've invited the Joyces over for dinner. I want you to settle with Howard tonight.
The first night you're home? Oh, Leslie, I thought...
Please understand, Robert.
But there's plenty of time.
There's never plenty of time for anything. It all goes so quickly.
Leslie.
Even the next hour.
What's the matter, Howard? Doesn't the noise of this shaker cheer you up?
Perhaps I need some of the contents.
You've been around with a long face ever since you and Grace came out. Or are you just hungry?
I'm sorry. How's this face? Better?
Well, very little. Well, we're ready. Where are the wives? Leslie? Oh, Leslie? I thought they were out here on the porch.
No, I think I saw them go into the garden a few minutes ago.
Then they'll have to miss this round. By the way, I'll cheer you up a little. What's it going to cost me, Howard?
Oh, wait till tomorrow. Forget it tonight. Just be happy with Leslie.
No, I think Leslie arranged for these few minutes. She wants it settled.
Oh, well, we can wait until tomorrow or later in the week.
Business is business, Howard. May as well get the money while you can. Most of it'll be gone soon on the Phillips plantation. Well, how much is your fee?
Very well. Nothing for my personal services.
Oh, no, wait. We're friends and all that, but...
But there was an additional out-of-the-pocket expense.
Well, I told you to spend anything you had to. How much?
I'm afraid it's going to be stiff.
All right. I'm holding on to the table. Come on. How much?
£5,000.
5,000... Why? I almost believed you for a moment.
That's what I must ask, Bob.
Want to clean me out, eh? Sure you don't want the plantation, too. Yeah, I shouldn't have put the Phillips matter in your hands, eh? Well, Howard? Why don't you laugh? Are you serious?
I wish I weren't. I haven't too much money myself, you know, or I'd let it pass for a while.
Why are you holding me up like this?
Bob, please.
But 5,000 pounds.
Did you call before, Robert?
Yes, I think you ought to be in on Howard's little joke, too, Leslie. It seems he paid an out-of-the-pocket expense of 5,000 pounds. Did you know anything about it?
Yes, Robert.
Then it isn't a joke.
No, Robert.
What was it for?
It was for a letter I wrote. It might have shown up badly at the trial. We had to buy it to keep it out of the evidence.
5,000 pounds for a letter? Must have been pretty damaging.
It was. But not in the way you think.
Well, what was it?
Would you like to see it, Robert?
For 5,000 pounds? Why not?
Do you have it with you, Howard?
Yes. Here.
Give it to Robert, please. Now leave us, Howard.
You're sure there's nothing I can do?
Quite sure. Thank you. You haven't opened it.
You, bought this letter to keep it out of the evidence. Is that, right, Leslie?
Yes.
Because it might be misunderstood.
Yes.
Is that all, Leslie? Is that the only reason?
That's the only reason, Robert.
Then maybe if I read this letter, I might misunderstand it, too. Will you hold that candlestick for me, Leslie? I think we'd better burn this.
Oh, Robert.
Steady, dear. Steady. There. It's gone.
Robert, darling.
That, ladies and gentlemen, rings down the curtain on tonight's play. However, in just a moment, Merle Oberon and Walter Huston will return with Mr. DeMille. At this point, may I remind you that next week is National Cotton Week, and your own favorite store will feature new cotton fabrics which are smarter, more beautiful in color and design than ever before. These new cottons and linens are really fine fabrics, and you will see them made up in all sorts of exciting new fashions, from fascinating town and country frocks to formal evening dresses. You'll enjoy wearing them because they look so fresh and so summery, and because with Lux Flakes they'll stay lovely looking so long. Hundreds of leading stores advise their customers to use Lux Flakes, and it's wise economy to follow this advice. You can depend upon the famous Lux promise. If it's safe in water alone, it's safe in Lux. Here is Mr. DeMille.
The stars of the letter return now in a brief postscript. I have special thanks for Walter Huston, not only for his performance tonight, but for the distinction with which he replaced me as producer of this theater while I was in the hospital a few weeks ago. And I'm no less grateful to Miss Oberon for choosing the Lux Radio Theater for her first public appearance since returning from England. While there, she figured conspicuously in 3 smashes. 1 was in an automobile, 2 in motion pictures.
And we hope, Miss Oberon, that from now on your hits will be confined to the screen or radio.
Thank you, gentlemen. You know, Walter, I was quite surprised to learn from Mr. DeMille that you're a native of Canada. I've always taken you for a typical Yankee.
Oh, you mean because I have that fine, virile profile, that strong, silent look that...
Yes. But chiefly, I think, because you have the cutest Adam's apple.
It's not an apple, it's a grapefruit. But tell us, Merle, what about your experiences in England?
Well, after all, Walter, there's nothing like experience.
Well, that's very interesting.
Would you care to commit yourself any further, Miss Oberon?
Yes, aside from being featured in an automobile wreck, most of my time was spent before the camera. I made 2 pictures over there. One called The Divorce of Lady X and the other Over the Moon.
Tell me they're your first comedies.
Yes, and in case my acting shows it too plainly, they've bolstered the pictures with some really splendid technicolor. Over the Moon, as far as I know, is the first feature picture in which Paris, Venice, London, Switzerland, and Monte Carlo are all seen in color.
Tonight's play, Merle, must have brought back to you many memories of the colorful scenes of India.
Yes, Mr. DeMille. But I've never been in Singapore. The closest connection I have with the letter is the fact that I happen to be quite a close friend of the author's daughter. But now about you, Walter. How did you like taking Mr. DeMille's place here as producer?
Well, Merle, I thought it was great until after I got home. I drove back to where I live. That's about 100 miles from here up in the mountains. I was feeling kind of proud of myself, and I walked over to one of my neighbors and finally got around to, asking him how he liked the show. Well, he said he thought Deanna Durbin was just about the best thing he'd ever heard. I said, well, that's fine. Now, how did you like the program as a whole, the way it was put together, the production and so on? Well, he thought that was, everything considered, it was pretty good. But Mr. Huston, he added, there was something awfully queer about it. They had some man on there trying to take Mr. DeMille's place, and if I was you, I'd do something about it on account he was using your name.
What did you do, Walter?
I went home and built another chair.
An amateur carpenter, eh?
Yeah, so far, but if I get any more comments like my neighbors, I think I'll turn professional. Good night, C.B.
Good night, Mr. DeMille, and many thanks.
Good night, Merle. Good night, Walter. Thank you.
None of you will want to miss the thrilling announcement about next week's program to be made by Mr. DeMille in just a moment. Ralph Forbes, who played Jeffrey Hammond tonight, is featured in the new Paramount picture, If I Were King. Louis Silvers appeared tonight through courtesy of 20th Century Fox Studios, where he was in charge of music for the new film, Kidnapped. Our cast tonight included Leonard Mudie as Coroner Bentley, Raymond Lawrence as Sergeant Jenkins, Lou Merrill as Chung, Celeste Rush as Lee T., Sybil Harris as the matron, and Frank Nelson as foreman. And now we want to join in the celebration of National Foreign Trade Week. Certainly, everyone who has the welfare of our country at heart must naturally be interested in increasing our share of foreign trade. So here's wishing an ever-growing development of this very important phase of our country's business life. Mr. DeMille.
Every now and then, a drama comes quietly to the screen, and without fanfare or ballyhoo, is suddenly recognized as one of the year's most enjoyable pictures. Such a play we bring you next Monday night. I Met My Love Again. The story of a love greater than circumstance and stronger than time. In our production will be heard the same two stars seen in the film, the lovely Joan Bennett and the very popular Henry Fonda. Also, that distinguished character actress, May Robeson. Our sponsors, the makers of Lux Flakes, join me in inviting you to be with us again next Monday night when the Lux Radio Theater presents Joan Bennett and Henry Fonda with May Robeson in I Met My Love Again. This is Cecil B. DeMille saying good night to you from Hollywood.
Your announcer has been Melville Ruick. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
From Hollywood, California, the Lux Radio Theater presents Carole Lombard and Basil Rathbone in That Certain Woman with Jeffrey Lynn.
Lux presents Hollywood. Our play tonight is a drama of a girl against circumstance, a girl whose future is ruled by her past, but who finally finds a new tomorrow of hope and happiness. Starred in That Certain Woman, produced with great success on the screen by Warner Brothers, are Carole Lombard, Basil Rathbone, and Jeffrey Lynn. Mr. Edmund Goulding, the distinguished Hollywood director who wrote and directed the screenplay, is our special guest, while Louis Silvers conducts our music. Just a word before turning our program over to Mr. DeMille. May I remind you that a beauty care used for the most famous complexions in the world has to be very special. Well, Lux Toilet Soap is. 9 out of 10 screen stars use this gentle soap because it has active lather, Lather that removes stale cosmetics, dust, and dirt thoroughly from the pores. Try it. See how soft and smooth it leaves your skin. And now, our producer. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Cecil B. DeMille. Halloween greetings from Hollywood, ladies and gentlemen. This is a night of masquerade when millions of mummers, young and old, don colorful disguises and startling attire. And Carole Lombard also changes her spots. Theatrically speaking, she puts aside the droll mask of comedy and bows to the public in the cloak of drama. Miss Lombard's decision to forsake slapstick for drama may surprise many of you, for it comes on the heels of lavish displays in the magazines, celebrating her as the reigning queen of sophisticated laughter. But Miss Lombard is as wise as she is witty. With a sharp eye on the future, she's sighted the end of the madcap comedy cycle and has chosen the Lux Radio Theater as the opening scene of a new chapter in her career. With Miss Lombard, it's drama from now on, at least for a while. Not only in radio, for she plays a highly emotional role in her new David O. Selznick film, Made for Each Other, co-starred with James Stewart. But Carole has always shuttled back and forth between comedy and drama with the ease of a truly great artist. Under contract to William Fox when she was 15, she fled weeping with nervousness from the preview of her first picture. Next, she turned up in Max Sennett's boisterous two-reelers, and then became Paramount's #1 glamour girl with a cinematic sigh for every custard pie she dodged in the name of Sennett. While her screen parts during the immediate future will be more vitally dramatic, Miss Lombard's interests off the screen remain unchanged. These include tennis, which she plays with a tireless intensity, skeet shooting, and the designing of a new ranch in the San Fernando Valley. Tonight, in That Certain Woman, she's heard as Mary Donnell. Basil Rathbone, who's being applauded so vigorously for his work in the new Paramount film If I Were King, returns to our stage as Lloyd Rogers. And as Jack Merrick, we feature Jeffrey Lynn, the superb young actor who carries off many of the honors in the recent Warner hit, Four Daughters. And now for the play. It's curtain time and start time as the Lux Radio Theater presents Carole Lombard and Basil Rathbone in That Certain Woman with Jeffrey Lynn. New York City, a few years ago, when gang wars made screaming headlines in the daily press. On the streets of the Times Square district, newsboys hawked the latest in a round of murder.
Al Haines shot, gangsta kill, Al Haines shot, read all about it.
In the window of a dingy hotel room, a white-faced girl stands listening, her hands clenched tightly in front of her.
Al Haines shot, gangsta kill, gangsta shot, read all about it.
Suddenly, the girl can stand it no longer.
Oh, Mary, don't put down the window.
Why don't they stop yelling that? It's driving me crazy, Amy.
Look, Mary, look, honey, now you got to get a hold on yourself. You can't go to pieces like that. Al's dead, but, oh, Mary,
Al's dead. That's news to them down there. Al Haines was a gangster. He's dead. But Al Haines was my husband. They don't think of that. They don't care.
Mary,
Why
don't
didn't he quit? He said he would. He promised. Now it's too late.
Don't, Mary. It'll be all right. They'll take care of you. He had a lot of friends.
No, I don't want them. I don't want their help. I used to work, and I'll work again. Change my name. Funny, isn't it? I was so proud when I got that name, and now I have to live it down.
Rogers, Tilden, and Trench, good morning. Mr. Rogers? I'm sorry, Mr. Rogers is busy. Will you wait? Rogers, Tilden, and Trench, good morning.
Oh, yes, the bonds. They'll be exchanged according to the trust agreement. That is, if it's satisfactory to you. It is? Fine. Goodbye. Did you get that conversation down, Miss Donnell?
Yes, sir?
All of it?
Yes, sir.
You're amazing. How long have you been here now?
Almost 3 years, Mr. Rogers.
Remind me to raise your salary as of the 1st.
Thank you. That's the second raise in a month.
Oh, it is it? Well, cancel it.
Yes, sir.
Well, better take that stuff into your office and type it up, Mary.
I'll have it for you in 10 minutes.
Good.
Hello, Mary. You told me this was your office. I've been waiting.
What do you want?
Don't you remember me, Virgil Whitaker of the Daily Press? I covered the story when Al Haines was shot.
Listen, Whitaker, I have a good job here.
Yeah, I know.
And I've worked harder than you've ever worked in your life to get where I am now.
Nice going, too, Mrs. Haynes.
My name is Mary Donald. Now get out, fast.
Mind if I smoke? Wouldn't you like to make $1,000, Mary, just for your signature? Now, look at this. It's a Sunday series on the old gang stuff. Where are they now and all that? See, My Life with Al Haynes, signed by his widow. Signed with your name like you wrote it. Only you didn't really, because I did. And I can get you a check today.
Now you get out of here this minute. Lay off me.
All right. But when this story comes out, don't say I didn't give you a chance
You
to
get out of here.
Miss Donald,
Yes, Mr. Rogers?
can you step into my office a minute?
Certainly.
Mary, who's that man in your office?
Friend of mine.
It didn't sound that way. I heard you ordering him out.
It's something I can take care of myself, Mr. Rogers.
Mary, you've been with me for 3 years. We've never once, I think, stepped out of the roles of employer and secretary. Will you forgive the lapse if I ask you here and now to allow me to be your friend?
Thank you. You're so square and kind. Being here with you, it's meant so much. And now I'm making a fool of myself.
No, Mary, you're not making a fool of yourself. And I'm not going to try and tell you now what your being here has meant to me. And so, having exchanged compliments, shall we return to that untidy fellow in your office?
No, Mr. Rogers, when you engaged me, I said I was married.
That's all right. You were a widow.
You knew that I was Mrs. Al Haynes?
Of course I knew. When you were out there at that desk, licking stamps, when you were going to night school, making your own dresses. You know, Mary, there are only 2 kinds of people in this world.
Yes, sir?
Us and all the others. By us, I mean we fighters. And now, Mary, who is that lad out there in your office, and what does he want?
Oh, it's a relief to tell someone. It's about a series of articles in the papers called Gangsters and Their Morals. Where are they now? He writes them. He's written one about me. I only want to go on and make a life for myself. If everyone knows about it, I can.
Right. The whole series ought to be stopped.
How?
We'll just have to convince that reporter fellow that it's a bad, cheap idea, bad for the whole community. I'll see him now. What did you say his name was?
Whitaker. Virgil Whitaker.
Virgil, eh? He doesn't sound so tough. Hello? Hello, Roger speaking.
Where's for him?
Say, who's this?
Jack Merrick. How are you, lady?
Jack! When did you get back from Europe?
This morning, I think. I'm still a little hazy.
You sound it. What about lunch?
Unfortunately, I'm having lunch with my father. Storm clouds are brewing again.
Oh-ho. Trouble in Paris?
Nope. Monte Carlo. 500,000 francs. Say, I don't want to speak to you anyway. Where's that gorgeous secretary of yours?
I didn't know you. Just a minute, Jack. This is for you, Mary. Jack Merrick.
Merrick? Hello?
Hello, beautiful. I just got back. We're having dinner at 7.
Are we?
Ambassador Roof. Still love me?
Not yet.
Good. Don't be late now.
But, Jack, I can't.
Bye.
Crazy fool.
I didn't know you knew Jack Merrick.
Oh, yes. He spoke to me here one day a long time ago.
Uh-huh. You like him?
I don't know. Yes, I guess I do. You can't help liking Jack. Now, don't be late. Ambassador Roof at 7. What time is it now, Mr. Merrick?
Oh, now stop. I couldn't help it, Mary. I'm sorry I kept you waiting, but... kiss me, beautiful.
Jack, don't! Mad man.
You're prettier than ever, Mary. I feel better the minute I see you. You know, I could hardly wait.
I waited.
Oh, well, I had to have a long talk with Dad. You know, my first day back and all.
No, I know, Jack. Order your dinner.
Oh, I dined with Dad.
Oh, did you? How nice.
Nice. I was dying. You don't know my dad.
I can picture him.
It's always been the same, ever since I was a kid. I'd say to myself, I'll just go in and tell him straight. And I'd go in, all set to tell him that I'm free, white, and 21. I'm going to run my own life. And he'd just look at me, and through me, and my throat would tighten up.
You told me all this before, Jack. Let's go, shall we?
Where?
Anywhere out of here. You make me nervous.
You know, I haven't walked so far in years. What's the idea?
I thought it might be good for you. Well, this is where I live.
Hey,
Tonight?
wait a minute. I don't mind walking if you get somewhere, but we didn't.
It's no use. Let's forget it. I told you before you went to Europe.
Go on.
I'd better be just good friends.
You're a strange person, Mary. I can't make you out.
Don't try.
I suppose your private opinion of me is that I'm a sap.
No, but I think you could cut more ice in the world than you do, Mr. Merrick.
And that's just what I'm asking you to help me do.
Help you forget that you've got money, a background, a father? Oh, thanks, but I'd rather not.
Now, let me get this straight. I get a small job, we get married, and we fight the world together. Is that it?
Why does it have to be a small job? You're a pretty smart fellow, Jack, a very smart fellow.
Oh, when you say things like that, Kiss me.
No.
All right. Mary, I'll do it. I'll live your way. But listen, you know I haven't got the strongest character in the world. Would you be around to give me a hand?
Perhaps if you were on the level.
I mean, give me a hand. For keeps, Mary.
I heard you. I said perhaps.
Good morning, Miss Donald.
You mean good afternoon, don't you?
What? Is it past noon?
1:15 to be exact. You were out late last night.
I was. Were you?
I was. I was with Jack married.
So was I.
What?
After you were. He came back to the club.
Oh.
Mary, you and I took a little excursion into your personal life yesterday, didn't we?
Yes, and you were very kind. Well, that man Whittaker just phoned, by the way. He sounded quite human and very grateful to you for getting the new series of articles on businessmen. I'm grateful, too.
Good. Look, Mary, if you don't want to answer this, just say so. Do you care enough for Jack Merrick to marry him?
Yes, I do.
Last night, Mary, or rather, early this morning, I told young Merrick all that I knew about you.
You told him?
I dared to take your life for a moment into my own hands.
Why?
I felt that, well, Mary, you see, you'd have to tell him someday.
What did he say?
He can't wait to marry you. He told me your idea about his getting a job, and I told him, Mary, that I thought you ought to get married today.
Today?
And why not? I've said yes for you, but he wants you to call him and confirm it.
Oh, but isn't it too much to ask him to give up?
What?
Oh, all his home and all that money.
Money? Huh. I have money, Mary. Loads of it. And I'm one of the unhappiest men in the world.
Are you?
Oh, you know I am. And my wife has money, loads of it. But that doesn't make her happy either. However, I'm very happy at this moment. Happy for you, Mary. You know, Mary, life is really like a green horse. You pick up the reins, manage it, master it, make it jump, make it dance. Or maybe it's more like a circus, clowns and monkeys and those poor elephants that never forget and never know their own strength.
Yes, and the people who swing from those strangest things up on the ceiling.
Yes, but your hands are strong, Mary. You won't fall. Neither will Jack. Go ahead. You're the Flying Merricks, and God bless you. Call Jack at the club. Run away together. Elope. Oh, go on, Mary. He's waiting for you.
Mr. Merrick, secretary.
Hello. Let me speak to Norton Merrick, please.
Who's calling?
Police Commissioner Finley.
Oh, just one moment, please.
Hello?
Hello, Norton. Finley speaking.
Well, go on. Go on.
Located your son, all right. He's married.
Married? When?
Last Tuesday morning. He's at a little country hotel up in Connecticut.
Finley, can you meet me right away?
Sure.
I'll pick you up at your office. We'll drive up there.
I didn't expect to see you here. Why didn't you come upstairs?
Because I wanted to see you down here, without your wife.
I see. How are you, Commissioner?
How are you?
Did you come up here to congratulate me, too?
We can do without that. Did you have to marry her?
What do you mean?
Are you sober now?
Do I look drunk? I took my last drink a week ago, before we got married. That was one of Mary's conditions.
Mary's conditions? I came prepared to meet some of Mary's conditions.
Look, Dad, I'm all set, out on my own. I'm getting myself a job. Outside of being good friends, I don't need you, Dad. If you know what I mean. That's another of Mary's conditions.
Jack?
Oh, Mary, come in here.
Well, the bellboy said you'd gone downstairs and... Oh.
Mary, this is my father. Dad, this is Mary.
How do you do, Mr. Merrick?
Mary, I've told Dad our plan, and naturally he's a little surprised.
Surprised? Do you realize what you've married, son? Or did she get you before you could find out?
Now, wait a minute, Mr. Merrick. We've known each other for 2 years.
Well, you might have studied me a little more closely in those 2 years. I'd have settled for more than you can possibly get now, Mrs. Haynes.
Now, listen, Dad.
We don't want anything from you, Mr. Merrick.
You don't, hmm?
No. What are we waiting for, Jack? Let's go back.
Wait just a moment. We're going to be married a long time, and maybe Dad... I mean, if he has anything to say, now's the time to say it. If Dad wants to put his blessing or even his okay on...
Go on, Jack. You're doing great.
Well, I don't see why we can't show him how we think.
The only thing you can show me is an annulment.
An annulment?
Jack,
Do you know anything about this person you've married?
He knows all about me, Mr. Merrick.
Does he know that you have a police record?
A record? Well, that's a lie. Tell him, Mary.
It's a little distorted.
A commissioner will tell you how distorted it is.
Well, Commissioner?
Well, it's not exactly a record, Mr. Merrick. She was picked up for questioning. Something about her husband.
But her name is on the books, isn't it?
Yes, it is. But this has very little to do with my marrying your son, Mr. Merrick.
I don't quite see that. You'll forgive me, I'm sure. But he is my son. It's his life. My life.
I know it's his life. That's one of the reasons I married him. I felt that if someone were behind him to lend him a hand, he might become something more worthwhile.
You were behind that other man you married, weren't you? That thug, that murderer.
I was just a kid then. I didn't... Oh, I'm not going to apologize. Jack, I'm leaving here now. Please come with me, if it's only for the sake of the few days we've been married.
Yes, but Mary, can't we... Maybe we can straighten this out.
I don't think so. Are you coming?
Oh, but Mary, don't you understand? I only thought that this may be our last
Jack,
chance.
Please, only because I do love you.
I know, Mary, but you see, all my life, Dad has kind of hoped that... Oh, I can't explain it.
Darling, don't try to explain it. I'm going up and pack now. You'd better stay here. Your father must have a lot to say to you about the annulment. Goodbye.
Good evening, Mary.
Mr. Rogers, what brings you here?
Bad news, I'm afraid. May I come in?
Of course. Sit down, Mr. Rogers. I feel very important entertaining my former employer. It's about Jack, isn't it?
Yes. The annulment's gone through, Mary. I heard this afternoon.
His father did a good job, evidently.
I'm so sorry, Mary. I feel responsible for this. I sort of pushed you into it.
It's not your fault or Jack's either. He always warned me he had a weak character. Wouldn't it be too awful if his child takes after him?
Mary.
I hope it doesn't. I really hope it doesn't, because...
Mary, look at me. When did you know this?
What difference does it make?
A lot. We could have fought the annulment. No court in the world would annul a marriage.
And they'd make him come back to me, wouldn't they? He probably would come, too, out of pity. Well, I don't want that. Someday he may come by himself. I'll wait for that day.
You're not going to tell him?
No.
Oh, it isn't fair, Mary. I think Jack loves you in his own way. It's not fair to him or to you or to the baby.
I'll take care of him if it is a him. He's going to be strong, and no matter what happens, he's going to stand on his own 2 feet, and he's going to learn to be one of us, fighters.
You have just heard Act One of That Certain Woman, starring Carole Lombard and Basil Rathbone with Geoffrey Lynn. Now, before our actors come back in Act Two, we have a little game for you during our few moments of intermission. It's making sentences out of words, to test imagination and quickness. For example, a little girl was asked to use Delaware in a sentence, and she answered, "What will Delaware to the party?" It's not only cute, but to do it fast, you really have to be quick on your feet. Standing right beside me is Miss Jones, who is said to be very smart at these things. She's pretty, too. Miss Jones, I have a little list of words here. You think you can put them into sentences?
Well, I'll be glad to try, Mr. Ruick.
All right, here goes. The first word is mention. M-E-N-T-I-O-N. Mention.
Men shun girls who aren't dainty.
Well, that's very good, Miss Jones. Now, the second word is very short. Twin. It should be easy. Twin.
Oh, it's really easy to ensure daintiness.
Twin-sure daintiness. That one just gets by, Miss Jones. But you must be leading up to something. You're probably going to tell the ladies in the audience how to ensure daintiness. Well, anyway, the last word is abandon.
When you take a Lux toilet soap beauty bath, put a band on your hair to keep it dry.
Thank you, Miss Jones. Just as I suspected, this smart young lady was leading up to the fact that Lux toilet soap makes a luxurious beauty bath, a delightful way to ensure daintiness. Its active lather carries away from the pores every trace of dust and dirt, leaves skin really fresh and sweet. Charming screen stars like Barbara Stanwyck, Joan Blondell, and Irene Dunn tell you it's the best way they know to ensure daintiness. Try a Lux toilet soap beauty bath tonight. You'll love its perfume, the delicate, clinging fragrance it leaves on the skin. Now, Mr. DeMille.
We continue with That Certain Woman, starring Carole Lombard and Basil Rathbone with Jeffrey Lynn. Two years have passed, and Mary's gone back to work for Lloyd Rogers. Her old friend Amy's come to live with her to take care of the baby while Mary's away. In the kitchen of their two-room flat, Mary sits at the table reading the morning newspaper. There's a story on the front page, a story about Jack Merrick. Mary's read it over and over until the headline sings in her brain.
Jack Merrick weds Jean Carson in Paris. Happy couple to honeymoon in South France.
Here's your coffee, Mary. It's nice and hot.
I don't want it, Amy. I'm due at the office now. I'll grab a bite later after I've stopped jittering.
I know, honey. Oh, gee, it's sure tough. But your life ain't over yet. There's lots of men around.
Married in Paris. Taking a motor trip through the south of France. I guess she's that society girl. I think I've read the name.
Oh, Mary, forget him, will you?
I wish I could. It's like someone dying after a long illness. Oh, yes, darling. Honey, don't bang your spoon. Amy will take care of you. Bye, sweet. Amy, you remember to get some oil for his scalp?
Yes, madam. I will, madam. Anything else, madam?
Thanks, Amy. It'll all work out somehow, won't it?
Morning, Mary.
Morning, Mr. Rogers.
Why do people work? Do you know? I don't. Not in a day like this. Oh, look at that sunshine. Mary, let's resign. I'm so tired of this office I could scream. Take a letter. To whom it may concern. You know the address. I positively, definitely, and finally refuse to spend another day in court devoting my energies to... Are you taking all this down, Miss Donald? Mary.
What?
Mary, I heard this morning about Jack Merrick's marriage.
Did you? I imagine he's quite happy. This Jean Carson girl, she must be one of the...
Mary, come here. Life's a kind of dismal affair without a sympathetic and personal interest, isn't it? It could be possible that someone else might take Jack's place. You're very young and, if I may say so, very attractive.
I couldn't imagine anyone else.
No? Oh, well, of course, I was thinking of myself.
Were you, Lloyd?
Well, it sounds awfully conceited, doesn't it? But I've been pretty unhappy, too. We ought to make a good pair, Mary. You see, my wife and I... Well, that may soon be over. I think both of us are hoping for a divorce, and when it is over, I hope that I might have a chance to make things easier for you.
Oh, I'm sorry, Lloyd. I guess I'm one of those unfortunate girls you read about in novels. She only loved once.
Sure. But you can't blame me for taking a chance, though.
You're sweet.
And you wouldn't blame me very much if I just went on loving you, quietly like?
Oh, Lloyd. I'll take it. Hello? Yes, this is Mary Donald. Who? Oh, Whittaker. What? When? Was he hurt? Oh, God.
Mary, here, sit down. What is it? What's happened?
It's Jack. They had an accident. Their car returned 50 miles from Paris. They're both in the hospital, unconscious. Oh, Lloyd.
Mary, get a grip now, a tight one. Mary, will you do as I tell you? I took your life in my hands once before, and I made a mess of it. Well, this time I won't. You're going away at once. You're going to take your baby and that woman who lives with you, and you're going to White Sulphur Springs for a rest.
I can't do that.
Yes, you can, and you're going to. If you don't, you're going to have a nervous breakdown. I've seen it coming on. I'm going to take care of you, Mary. I don't want you worrying about anything. Do you hear?
Jack.
There's nothing you can do for Jack. Whether he lives or dies, that's not in our hands. Mary, will you go?
Yes. Thank you.
Then she's all right? Did Dr. Hartman come up there? I see. I'll call again tomorrow, Amy. And you better tell her about Jack. They say he'll live. That might cheer her up. All right. Goodbye, Amy. Take care of her.
And then there's the matter of this consolidated case, Lloyd. It comes up Tuesday. Is this the brief you drew up? Lloyd!
Oh, the consolidated case.
What's the matter, Lloyd?
Matter?
Yes. Is the practice of law beginning to bore you?
Mm-hmm. A little.
Maybe we better dissolve our partnership.
If you want to, Tilden.
Lloyd, what's wrong? What's on your mind? You haven't been yourself for weeks.
Oh, it was 2 other fellows.
What?
Never mind. Pretend I didn't say it. I think I'm a little tired, Tilden.
Will you do me a favor? Go along and see Dr. Hartman. If there's anything wrong with you, he'll fix it.
Get right down to the root of the trouble, eh? All right. Let's get on with that brief. Is that all, Doctor?
Yes, you can dress now, Rogers. That's all.
Well, what's the verdict? Do I live?
Yes, you'll live.
Fine.
Just how long you'll live will depend entirely upon yourself.
Oh, there's a catch, is there?
Your heart's not too good, but that isn't what has me worried.
What's the matter with me, Doctor?
Frankly, I don't know. There's no medical term to express it. You're just burning yourself up, Rogers, faster than any doctor can heal you. Maybe you know what's wrong.
Maybe.
When brilliant fellows like you lose their grip, they go pretty fast. You'll have to rest. Learn to relax.
Thanks. How long would you say I had?
No one could tell you that. Perhaps 5 years?
Oh, all right, Doctor. I'll count on 3.
Happy birthday to you.
All right, now blow the candles on the cake, darling. 1, 2, 3.
One's still lit, Mummy.
Come on, blow. Oh, gee, birthdays are wonderful, ain't they? I mean, up to 4 years old. When they get around 40, well, they're not so hard.
Oh, I'll answer. Don't let him eat too much cake.
Good evening.
Oh, hello, Mr. Tilden. Come in.
I'm sorry to disturb you. Is Mr. Rogers here?
Mr. Rogers? Why, of course not. What's wrong?
Mr. Rogers had a bad spell at the office after you left today. We took him home. He was delirious.
Oh, no.
The nurse left him for a moment this evening, and now he's disappeared. I thought he might be here.
But why?
Because he talked of you constantly. Mrs. Rogers asked me to come here. If he is here and you're hiding him...
Are you mad?
You'll be in a rather bad spot, Miss Donald.
What are you talking about?
I think you know. You must realize that you and your child have become an obsession with him.
Will you please go? If he does come here, I'll telephone you. Good night.
Mary,
Amy,
Mary.
did you hear that?
Yeah, why didn't you slap him one?
I don't understand it. Lloyd, he talked about me.
Is he in love with you, Mary?
Yes, he said he was once. I didn't take it too seriously, but he never mentioned it again. I thought he was just trying to be kind.
Oh, poor Mr. Rogers. I guess that's why he's done so much for us. Well, for you.
Yes, for me. Lloyd.
Mary, may I come in?
Of course. Lloyd, what's the matter? Here, lean on me. Sit down over here. Oh, Lloyd.
Mary, do you mind? I had to come to see you. Tell me that it's all right.
Of course it is, but you shouldn't.
Oh, now, please, don't be an alarmist. That's not like you. Everybody's been, they've been making such a fuss. I heard them, they said I was delirious. I wasn't, Mary. I was never more lucid in my life. I said that I loved you, Mary. And that was true. I've loved you for years. I loved you the day you married Jack Merrick. I told you that once, remember?
Yes, Lloyd.
That's why I came here now. Oh, I'm sick, Mary. I can't be with people I don't care about. You can understand that, can't you, Mary?
Yes, Lloyd, I can understand.
Just let me stay quietly, just for a little while. I'm all right. Really, I am.
You can stay as long as you want.
Thanks. I've tried to help you, Mary, and now you're helping me. Mary, you'll have nothing to worry about anymore. She has all she wants, her own money. I can do what I want with mine.
Lloyd, what are you saying?
I made a will, Mary. It's all yours.
Oh, Oh, you shouldn't have.
Please, please, I wanted to. Tell me. Tell me that it's all right. Oh. What's so quiet here, isn't it? Just let me close my eyes. Just for a few minutes. Mary.
Lloyd, listen. Lloyd.
Amy!
Read all about it. Lloyd Rogers dead. Boy on gangster's widow. Lawyer dies a widow's home. Boy needs Mary $500,000. $500,000 for Mary. Read all about it. Mystery child. Mystery child. Mystery child. Mystery child. Mystery child. Look out that camera, boy. Step on it, will you? Hold that kid high up there. I gotta have a picture of that kid. Look out. Come on there, Smile City, boy. That kid's on. Come on, snap it up. He'll be bawling in a minute. Let him cry. Mystery baby cries for daddy. Great. What's the matter, Whitaker? Get out of here. Go on. Hey, listen, Whitaker, who do you think you are? Do I have to show you? All right, then. I'll get out. All of you.
Mary, honest. They locked me in the kitchen, and then they took all those pictures.
It's all right. It's all right. Thanks, Whitaker. Here, Jackie, boy. Don't cry, darling.
I'm sorry about this, Mary.
So unfair to Jackie.
I'll see what I can do about it, but I'm not hoping for much.
Thanks, anyway.
I'll call you later.
Oh, Mary, I'm awful sorry. I couldn't help it.
Never mind. It doesn't matter. Going away now.
Well, where?
Anywhere.
Well, what about the papers? They're saying that Mr. Rogers...
You can't stop people from saying anything. There's someone out in the hall now. Take care of them. Get Jackie dressed. Okay. What do you want out here?
Hello, Mary.
Jack.
The door was open,
So you came in. How have you been, Jack?
Oh, so.
Hey, well, you'll have to excuse the roughhouse. We had some guests.
Yes, I think I saw some of them in the street. Too bad about Lloyd, wasn't it?
Yes. I'm going away.
Where?
Europe, I guess.
Europe. I haven't been to Europe since...
How is your wife?
Fine, considering. She'll never get out of her wheelchair.
Yes, I heard that. I heard, too, Jack, that you've been splendid.
Oh, well, I was responsible. I was driving the car. Mary, I've often thought about telling you how it happened. I was trying to forget about you over there in Paris. When Jean came over, I'd known her since we were at school. She stuck around, and one day we married.
Yes?
Then the accident, the smash. What a nightmare that was. Then when I was convalescing, they showed me poor little Jean, all battered up. Mary, she's got something. She's the bravest woman. She is, really.
She must be.
I remembered things you'd said about running out and fighting. And you know, Mary, I've been working ever since, all the time.
I'm very proud of you, Jack.
Mommy has dressed me. Mommy!
Just a moment, dear.
Is that your boy?
Yes, he's just 4 now. Would you like to see him?
Why, yeah, sure.
Come in here.
Mommy, you dressed me.
Yes, darling. All right, Amy, I'll finish up.
Okay.
Well, there he is. This is Jackie.
Jackie?
Why not? I named him after you.
Mary, how old did you say he was?
How old would he be? Look at him, Jack.
You mean that he's...
Well, look at him. Do you want to believe that anyone else is his father, do you?
Oh, but why didn't I know?
Because if he'd come back, I wanted you to come back to me, for me. When Jackie arrived, he's gone.
I can hardly believe it, Mary. Oh, Mary, he's beautiful, isn't he? Why did you hide him all this time?
He's never been hidden. You were just too busy.
Oh, don't be bitter. You can't, not now. Oh, Mary, listen. Could I steal him for the afternoon?
Steal him?
Oh, I mean, borrow him for a while. Come on, be a good sport.
I am a good sport. Jackie and I are leaving as soon as we can get out.
Not now. You can't, Mary.
No?
No. There's 3 of us. We've got to fight together. Mary, doesn't this make it all different?
I don't think so.
You belong to me, and you always have. So does this little husky. Definitely.
Noticed how much he looks like you?
Sure, anyone can see it. So one of the newspapers didn't.
Well, why should they? When your father annulled our marriage, he hushed it up and made one swell job of keeping it quiet. Was it for me to talk?
No, but... Now, I'm going to do some talking.
Wait, Jack.
We both owe a duty to this boy, right now.
You can.
Oh, yes, I can. I'm going to talk, plenty. I'm going down and see every newspaper editor in the city. We'll be back later, Mary. We've got a lot to talk about.
Have we?
Bye for a while. So long there, Husky.
Well, Mary, now what? The same thing, Amy. Start packing. We're on our way.
Pause for station identification. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System. Just heard Act Two of That Certain Woman, starring Carole Lombard, Basil Rathbone, and Geoffrey Lynn. And we'll hear the third act after this short intermission. But now we take a trip to Backstage Hollywood as Mr. DeMille presents our special guest.
It's not difficult to locate Edmund Goulding on a Hollywood soundstage. Just look for a gentleman whose face and air spell Ireland, and whose attire on the set, year in and year out, consists of a loose brass-buttoned blue jacket with turned-up cuffs, white corduroy trousers, and a very, very formal boutonniere. In spite of this exhibitionary uniform, Mr. Goulding is a shrinking violet who makes some of the best pictures in Hollywood. Starting out as an actor, he suddenly switched to playwriting, and with Edgar Selwyn gave the stage a startling hit in Dancing Mothers. As a director, he handled all those stars you saw in Grand Hotel without provoking a single flare of temperament. His latest efforts are White Banners, Dawn Patrol, just completed, and Dark Victory, now in the making. In addition, Mr. Goulding is both author and director of Riptide, and the original play from which tonight's drama, That Certain Woman, was adapted. First of all, Eddie, I want to thank you for the attention you showed me once while I was laid up in the hospital. I can't tell you how I appreciated your constant visits.
Well, T.B., if a man can't give a friend a little attention...
No, Eddie. No, it was more than just a little attention. That cheerful face of yours would breeze through my door 3 or 4 times a day. That's real friendship.
Well, T.B.
Yes, Eddie?
I have a little confession to make. I had the room next to you in the hospital.
Oh, were you ill?
No, I was tired of it all. I was resting up. And it got a little boring, you know, so alone.
Well, thanks, Eddie, anyway.
Well, you're welcome, T.B., but... Tell me, whatever became of that very beautiful nurse that was tending you?
Oh, so that was it. Well, I suggest we get out of the hospital and back to the soundstage. How goes your new picture, Dark Victory? You know, we beat you to it on that one. We did Dark Victory here last spring.
And if you hadn't done it in the Lux Radio Theater, the chances are that I wouldn't be directing it now for Warner Brothers.
I don't quite follow you.
Well, most of the studios knew the story of Dark Victory, but for some reason or other, they shied away from it. Now, when you put it on the air last March, Hal Wallace, the production chief at Warner's, was so impressed, and so was I, that he bought the story for Betty Davis and George Brent. And I only hope we do as good a job with it as you did.
Well, it couldn't be in abler hands, Eddie.
All of which goes to prove, CB, that we not only use the tangible product of this program at our studios, Lux Soap, but the intangible product is just as highly appreciated. Your beautifully done plays.
And that double-barrel salute is appreciated. Now may we gossip about That Certain Woman?
Well, I wrote That Certain Woman under the title of The Trespasser, one of the very first sound pictures from Miss Gloria Swanson.
And did very well.
Yes, it did, and I rewrote it for Miss Betty Davis, and we changed the title to That Certain Woman.
They tell me you created that well-known song which was heard for the first time in The Trespasser. Love, your magic spell is everywhere.
I'm guilty, sir.
And it sold about 1 million copies.
I'm doubly guilty, sir.
Well, I knew you before that, but I never knew you were a musician.
You didn't know I was a choir boy, Mr. DeMille, with honest blue eyes and a cherubic face?
You probably used Lux. But, go on about that song.
Well, it happened like this. We needed music desperately in the early days of sound pictures to help take the place of the old-fashioned screen titles. I was looking for a certain kind of strong musical phrase. So to every wandering musician I met on this lot, I'd say, here, come here. This is what I want for The Trespasser. Hum-ta-da-da-dum, hum-hum-da-dum.
Oh, very, very pretty, Eddie. Very pretty.
Well, none of them seemed to be very impressed. So one day I whistled it to Gloria Swanson. She liked it and said, write it down. But we couldn't find a soul to write down the notes. I stayed up half the night whistling it so I wouldn't forget it. Elsie Janis wrote the words for it, and Gloria Swanson wound up by singing it in the picture.
You whistled to Miss Swanson and automatically become a great composer. Have you whistled successfully since?
Yes, sir. I whistled for Miss Davis the other day, a song called Oh, Give Me Time for Tenderness.
Have you forgotten it?
No, we wrote it down. It's in the picture.
How does it go? A gem, Eddie, a gem. But how do you get those rhythm effects?
Well, sir, confidentially, those are my knees knocking together. I sort of play my own accompaniment, and before my knees give way entirely, I'm going to step outside and stop from chattering. Goodbye, sir. Thanks.
Goodbye, Eddie. Keep whistling. That Certain Woman, starring Carole Lombard and Basil Rathbone with Geoffrey Lynn. It's the following day, and Mary's still in New York, for a court order was presented to her at the boat, an order demanding custody of her child. In fury, she's gone to the Merrick home, and now faces old Mr. Merrick across his library desk. Mary's desperate, the old gentleman composed.
Please calm yourself, young woman, and listen to me.
No, Mr. Merrick, you're going to listen to me. I've taken all that I'm going to from you and everyone else.
Now Mrs. Al Haynes is beginning to be herself.
I never knew anyone could be so completely heartless. You and your bailiff order.
You admit that my bailiff and his restraining order have accomplished my purpose, which is to keep you and the boy from leaving this state.
Yes, pending action against the custody of my son. That's what it said. Custody of my own son.
My grandson. I'm prepared to believe that the boy you have is Jack's son. Since it is obvious that you're entirely unfit to raise the child...
Don't say that to me. Don't you dare. I've given Jackie everything I could, everything he needed to grow strong and well, every care, every thought, every experiment of my life. He's everything I have, and you're not going to take him away from me.
I intend to ask the court to remove him from further contamination.
You talked to Jack about this?
My son knows my decision in the matter.
He signed the application for the court order?
If you doubt its validity, try taking the child out of the state. Just try.
I'd like to speak to Jack. May I wait here?
My son is not going to discuss this with you. He wants that boy, and he'll get him.
Yes, he may at that.
So, you're beginning to talk sense now.
Very good sense, Mr. Merrick.
Yeah, I think later on you'll be happy in the knowledge that you did the right thing. The boy will have a real chance in life. Everything that money can give him, you will be free to travel, have an amusing life, plenty of money.
You needn't go on.
We'll handle the whole thing as delicately and generously as possible.
Yes, generosity is your long suit, isn't it? Mr. Merrick, you've got all the cards, all the trumps. You're the winner, except for one ace. Got the one thing that even you can never take away from me, and that's Jack's love for me. You want to take my son away from me? All right. I'll take your son away from you. My son will have his father and his mother, too. I'll go away, I'll travel, I'll have an amusing life, and my husband will be with me.
Hello, Mary. Dad, what's this about a warrant or court order or whatever you call it?
Didn't you apply for it?
I did not.
If you'll keep out of this...
Keep out of it? What do you mean, keep out of it? You didn't say anything about any kind of a court order when I talked to you this afternoon.
And you didn't know anything about it, Jack?
Of course not. Dad, you're all wrong. I spoke to Mary yesterday. She need never have told me about the baby at all.
And you need never have told the reporters. Jack, I'm only trying to cover you on this.
Well, you don't have to. Might as well know right now. When I spoke to Mary last night, I asked if she'd take me back. She said no. But I'm not stopping at that. I'm going to talk to Jean, lay the whole thing right on the line to her. And you've got to help us, Dad. You broke this up before, but you were wrong. And you've always been wrong. You can't take people's lives and run them the way you run your business. Now, you go home, Mary. Go home and wait for me. I'll be there as soon as I can.
Going up, Miss Donald?
Please.
Yes, a lady been waiting for you in the apartment, Miss Donald.
A lady?
Yes, and she said she was a friend of yours. I let her in. Wheeled her in.
Oh, thank you.
Yes, and I knew you wouldn't want her to wait outside.
Hello. Oh, good afternoon. You're Mrs. Merrick, Jack's wife.
And you are Mary Merrick. Two Mrs. Merricks meeting for the first time. Why, I hope you don't mind my waiting here.
Oh, I'm glad you did.
Looks like moving day.
Yes, it is. We're on our way to Europe.
I was very fortunate to catch you before you left. Do you mind if I light another cigarette? Oh, perhaps you'll have one.
No, thanks.
Jack told me about finding you yesterday. You and the boy, too. It knocked him off his feet.
Yes?
I believe he's going to tap it out with his father now.
Yes.
He wouldn't tell me a thing, but I have a pretty fair idea. You see, I've loved Jack ever since I was a child.
Have you?
Mm-hmm. I've always been teased about it. And I didn't know about you and Jack until after we were married. I've always wanted to meet you. To thank you.
For what?
You've played a great part in the molding of Jack's character.
No, not
really.
really.
Oh, yes, you have, really. You've been gentle and loving and so patient. You realize what it means for a young, healthy man.
Mrs. Merrick, why have you come here?
To ask you to take Jack.
To ask me?
You must.
Why must I?
Because he's deeply in love with you.
And you love him?
Of course.
Loving him, you could come and ask me to take him. You could give him up to me.
What right have I to hang on to him? Just because I love him. I'm only half a wife.
Oh, but isn't love bigger than just...
It's not bigger than our sons. A man needs a son, and sons need fathers. That's why you've got to take Jack. You've just got to. For the boys.
Doesn't it hurt you to say this?
Of course it hurts. Nothing fine comes without its pain. You found that out when your baby came, didn't you?
Yes, I did.
Is that his picture there on the table? May I see it?
Of course you may.
Oh, he's lovely, isn't he?
Will you excuse me for a moment? There's someone at the door.
Don't mind me. Please.
Come in, Jack.
Well, Mary, all set. I've just left Dad. He's actually coming over on our side. I'm on my way home now to talk with Jean.
Jean is here.
Here with you? Why?
Because she's a wonderful person, I think.
Oh, yes, she is,
But listen, Jack, we're going to call off all plans, you and I. You're sticking to her, and I'm going away. We've been talking, and I didn't know a woman could be so fine. She's shown me something real about love and living.
But, Mary...
Don't talk anymore. Please don't. I can't. Take her home with you, Jack. Take her now.
Oh, here he is, Mary.
He's all dressed.
Are you going out, Mommy?
Yes, darling, you are. Mommy's going to stay here. Here, let me do that button. There we are.
Oh, Mary, you can't do this.
Shut up. You know where to take him, don't you? Mrs. Jack Merrick, 18111.
I know where it is. And I still say you're crazy. You don't know what you're doing.
I think I do, Amy. I hope I do. Go on now, please.
All right. What about when nighttime comes and he starts wanting you? He always does.
That's your job, Amy, and you will do it for me. Just make him believe that I never was. It's just as well. I'm bad luck to men. You're a little man, aren't you, Jackie? Aren't you?
I'm getting big.
Yes, darling. Yes, my sweet. Take him, Amy.
Bye.
No. Come back, Jackie. Here. You know, Mother likes your collar outside your coat. That's better. Go along now, darling. That's all. Goodbye.
Goodbye, Mommy.
Passage to Liverpool, is that right, madam?
Yes, please.
Will that be for two, madam?
No, just one. I'm traveling alone.
Hello? I can't hear you. Sailed for where? Well, trace her. Put detectives on her. Find out where she is. Never mind the cost.
Single sweetness? For how long?
I don't know. Make it by the day.
You are traveling alone, Fräulein?
Yes. What time does the train for Naples leave?
Signora will have dinner alone?
Is that considered strange here?
No, Signora. Only at Passage for one, madam.
Single suite? Fräulein is traveling alone.
Alone, Signora?
Single suite? Alone?
Alone, Signora. Passage for one,
Alone,
madam.
Signora.
Suite
Alone.
Passage for one, madam.
You wish a table, monsieur? Monsieur, you are looking for someone?
Yes, there's someone here. Oh, there she is.
That lady, monsieur? She is always alone, monsieur. For a long time now, she has been here, and she is always...
Don't worry. I don't think she'll mind seeing me.
Oh, very good.
Do you mind if I sit down?
I'm sorry, but... Jack...
It's been a long time, Mary. Are you really so surprised to see me?
I didn't expect it. How did you know where I was?
London, Berlin, Naples, Paris. I've always known where you were, Mary.
Have you?
I never came because I knew you wouldn't want it that way.
Thank you. I thought it would be best. It has been the best.
Not for you.
Oh, I've been busy. You know, traveling, it's like a drug sometimes. You get so used to it.
Mary, aren't you going to ask?
Ask what?
About Jackie.
Of course. How is he?
He's beautiful, Mary. He's a wonderful kid. He gets to look more like you every day.
Does he? Is he still the great big sailor? You know, those suits?
Sure. You ought to see him ride his bicycle. He throws a curve that's really got a brake on it. Oh, Mary, wouldn't you like to see him again?
How is Jean?
Jean? You mean you didn't know? Jean died, Mary. Last winter.
Died? Oh. She was such a wonderful person.
Yes, she was. She thought you were pretty wonderful, too. So do I, Mary.
Oh, please.
Mary, look at me. You know why I'm here, don't you?
Yes, it's just that I can't quite believe it. It's happened so often before in dreams.
It's real this time.
But Jackie, is it fair to him now? He thinks that...
Oh, no, he doesn't. We've never let him forget. We couldn't. He still asks for you, Mary.
At nighttime?
Every night of his life.
Oh, Jack, how many nights will it be before we're home?
That concludes the dramatic portion of tonight's program and gives us a chance to meet Carole Lombard and Basil Rathbone on a much more intimate basis. There's one question in particular, Miss Lombard, that I think our audience would like you to answer. Is your vacation from comedy roles a permanent one, or are we going to see the Lombard brand of humor back on the screen someday?
Well, Mr. DeMille, I think an audience likes variety just as much as I do, as any individual. The parts I played tonight and in my new picture are the first dramatic parts I've attempted in about 5 years. I expect to make a few more serious pictures, and then I think it'll be time to laugh again. What are your thoughts on the subject, Basil?
Tainted with envy, Carole. I've been slinking and snarling on the screen for such a long time. Yes, I've been slinking and snarling on the screen. But when I visit my barber, when I go to visit my barber for a haircut, he keeps asking me if I'd like it clipped or long around the horns.
Well, don't despair, Basil. You've played one sympathetic part tonight, and if you'd like to play another, you may choose any makeup you wish.
Now, you wouldn't kid me, Mr. DeMille. I know it's Halloween.
I should say it is, Mr. DeMille, and I had every intention of bringing you a pumpkin from my farm.
But,
I haven't started the farm as yet, but they say there's nothing like cultivating your own Halloween pumpkins. Must be quite a thrill to watch the nose and the eyes and the mouth get ripe and the little candles inside grow bigger and bigger.
Carole. You don't grow pumpkins... Oh, well, let it skip. But still, on the subject of pumpkins, they are highly desirable, as Halloween... Halloween for aiding and abetting the lovelorn.
Pumpkins?
Mm-hmm. Certainly. For centuries, hundreds of Rathbones have been married off by following these simple rules at Halloween. Turn your boots towards the street, put a pumpkin at your feet, tie your stocking round your head, and you'll dream of one you're going to wed.
Sounds a little corny to me.
Well, it's strictly off the cob, I'll admit. But if you don't like that, you can always make a jack-o'-lantern, go out at midnight, walk around the block 7 times, and you'll also bump into your own true love. Ever try it, Mr. DeMille?
Yes, once. Some years ago. Only my own true love turned out to be a certain Mr. Finnegan, the policeman on the beat. Since then, I've gone in for nothing more strenuous than bobbing for apples.
What, no gate stealing or ringing doorbells?
Before you force me to confess, Carole, let's change the subject. You might tell us what you think of the Lux Radio Theater. I mean, as a listener.
Well, I'll do better than that, Mr. DeMille. I'll tell you what I think of Lux soap as a user. In syllables of one word, I think it's swell. That goes for your program, too. And now, good night, Mr. DeMille.
So long, C.B. I hope you get your apple tonight.
Happy Halloween to you both.
Two brilliant stars and a grand play await you here next Monday night. Mr. DeMille tells you more about our bill in just a moment. Heard in our cast tonight were Montague Shaw as Norton Merrick, Elizabeth Wilbur as Amy, Lurene Tuttle as Jean, George Pembroke as Tilden, Galen Galt as Dr. Hartman, Bobby Larson as Jackie, Frank Nelson as Virgil Whittaker, Louis Merrill as Commissioner Findlay, Mary Lansing as telephone operator, Sada Cowan as secretary, James Eagles and Ross Forrester as newsboys, and Edward Marr, James Robbins, and David Kerman as reporters. Jeffrey Lynn stars soon again with Priscilla Lane in the Warner film Yes, My Darling Daughter. Louis Silvers appeared through courtesy of 20th Century Fox Studio, where he directed music for Suez. Here's Mr. DeMille.
The dramatic problem of a girl who thought she could find no real happiness in love without a successful career comes to the stage of the Lux Radio Theater next Monday night. This situation, which touches the lives of millions, becomes more vital than ever in Ursula Parrott's brilliant story, Next Time We Love. And starring in this romance of an actress and a newspaper reporter are two reigning favorites of the screen, the lovely Margaret Sullivan and the hero of my next picture, Joel McCrea. Our sponsors, the makers of Lux Toilet Soap, join me in inviting you to be with us again next Monday night when the Lux Radio Theater presents Margaret Sullivan and Joel McCrea in Next Time We Love. This is Cecil B. DeMille saying good night to you from Hollywood.
Those of you listening in tonight who have young daughters probably know that this week we're commemorating an important birthday. The birthday of Juliette Lowe, founder of the Girl Scout movement in the United States. This, ladies and gentlemen, is Girl Scout Week, and we know you will want to join with us in congratulating this lively, growing organization. If you haven't a Girl Scout in your home, there's one in your neighborhood. She needs your interest in her. Make friends with a Girl Scout this week. Heard on tonight's program was I've Got a Date with a Dream from My Lucky Star. This program, ladies and gentlemen, came to you with the good wishes of the makers of Lux Toilet Soap, the complexion care preferred by 9 out of 10 lovely screen stars. Join us again 1 week from tonight. Be part of the vast audience that gathers each Monday night in this country and in Canada to hear Hollywood's celebrated stars in the best plays of stage and screen, produced by Cecil B. DeMille with music under the direction of Louis Silvers. Until next week, this is your announcer, Melville Ruick, bidding you all good night. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
California, the Lux Radio Theater presents Joan Bennett and Henry Fonda with May Robeson in I Met My Love Again.
Lux presents Hollywood. I want to say thank you to the thousands and thousands of women who buy Lux toilet soap regularly. This kind of loyalty is what makes our program possible. And now, before going on, I want to mention that tonight we are making a special offer to the ladies. We'll send them, almost as a gift, a new, smartly designed double compact. We'll tell you later how you can get this beautiful compact, and we suggest that you have pencil and paper ready. Our stars tonight are Joan Bennett, Henry Fonda, May Robeson, Margaret Hamilton, and Louise Platt in I Met My Love Again. As special guest, Jimmy Starr, Hollywood's famous news columnist. Louis Silvers conducts our music. And now, here is the producer of the Lux Radio Theater. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Cecil B. DeMille.
Greetings from Hollywood, ladies and gentlemen. Throughout the land, May 30th is a day of tribute and remembrance. We of the Lux Radio Theater join in paying our respects to the memory of those Americans, men from the North and men from the South, who from Lexington to the Argonne fought and died that this country might have the peace and progress we now gratefully enjoy. Tonight, we bring you the story of a great love which triumphed only after a loss of many years. And starring as the two who lose and find their love again are Joan Bennett and Henry Fonda. 300 years ago, while the ancestors of Joan Bennett were wandering around England and Scotland as strolling players, both my forebears and those of Henry Fonda decided to see America first. They did their wandering across the Atlantic and wound up in a town called New Amsterdam, which the newcomers of the past 274 years have been calling New York. Old Anthony DeMille, arriving from Holland, settled down to raising crops and a family in lower Manhattan, while Henry's folks went north to a spot near Albany. The Fondas had hailed from the Republic of Genoa, and their name was taken from a valley in the Apennine Mountains. Richard Bennett gave his distinguished name to 3 daughters, Constance, Barbara, and Joan. Striking out on her own, Joan moved to Hollywood, where the fact that she was a Bennett meant nothing. Glad to get an occasional job as an extra, Joan lingered in Hollywood until her father sent for her to fill a part in a Broadway play. This time, Hollywood went to Joan, brought her back as a star, and brings her to you next in the new Paramount film, The Texans. Unnoticed until his performance on the stage in A Farmer Takes a Wife, Henry Fonda, like Miss Bennett, was lifted to Hollywood fame almost overnight. Currently starring in Jezebel, he's next seen opposite Madeleine Carroll in Walter Wanger's film, The Blockade. Tonight, both he and Miss Bennett resume the same roles which brought them high praise in the screen version of I Met My Love Again, also produced by Mr. Wanger. Miss Bennett plays Julie Weir. Mr. Fonda is Ives Towner. And I'm delighted to welcome back in the part of Aunt William that beloved character actress distinguished for more than 50 years on stage and screen, Miss May Robeson. Margaret Hamilton plays Mrs. Towner, and Louise Platt resumes her original role as Brenda Lane. And now, the Lux Radio Theater presents Joan Bennett and Henry Fonda with May Robeson in I Met My Love Again. Springtime in New England. And nowhere in the year 1928 did spring write her name with more wanton generosity than in the happy little college town of Lynnborough, Vermont. Through a meadow not far from the college, a path winds leisurely. Down the path come 2 figures, a boy and a girl. Ives Towner is 19. Julie Weir is 17. Julie's devoted gaze rests upon Ives, who's reading intently from a book, quite unaware of the running creek ahead of them. Yes, the book is poetry.
Turn away thine eyes from me, for they hath overcome me. Thou art beautiful, O my love. Who is she that looketh forth as the morning, fair as the moon, clear as the sun, terrible as an army with banners?
Me, Ives?
You, Julie, and one of King Solomon's wives. Julie.
Yes, Ives.
Julie, Gosh, it's swell out, isn't it? You know,
Ives!
Gosh, I almost didn't see the creek.
Oh, Ives, you're not hurt.
No, just a little wet, I guess. Julie, let's sit down here.
Yes, Ives. Are you sure you're all right? If anything happened to you...
Sure, I'm all right. Just a little water.
Oh, Ives.
Julie, you kissed me. Gosh, do you mean you...
Yes.
Are you sure you mean it?
It wasn't just an impulse, Ives. I love you, and I couldn't stand it any longer. I thought you'd never kiss me. There, I had to say it quickly or never.
Only I can't believe it. I mean, it's more than I ever expected. Julie.
Oh, Ives, I do mean it. Let's go to Upton and get married. Today, shall we? Shall we?
You really would?
Of course I would. Come on. I dare us to get married.
I haven't any money, Julie. Nobody outside of Lynnborough has ever even heard of me.
What's that got to do with it, you silly?
It's got everything to do with it, Julie. Everything. I want to be big enough for you. And, Julie, if you'll wait for me, I will be. As soon as I graduate from college, they're going to put me on the faculty. Just an instructor at first. Oh, Julie, maybe I'm just young and foolish, but I want our love to be something different. Something rich, complete. Something holy. Julie, will you wait for that?
Yes, I'll wait, Aunt. Only, please don't make me wait any longer if you're ever going to kiss me.
Oh, Julie.
Julie, what's the matter with you? Why didn't you answer me?
Oh, I'm sorry, Aunt William. I was just thinking.
Julie, Carol's downstairs. Is Ives going to drive you into Upton?
No. His mother wants him to stay and string some silly lights on their Christmas tree.
Well, why don't you wait?
No, I don't want him to go anyway. We're going to get him a Christmas present.
Oh, I see. Well, you mustn't blame Ives for not going with you, and you don't want him to go yourself.
Oh, I'm being unreasonable, I know it. It's just that I never get to see Ives anymore. All year he's at college, and we never get a chance to be alone or have any fun or go dancing.
Julie, you know, you've got to be patient.
Oh, I know, Aunt William, but I'm tired of being patient. I want to... Oh, I don't know what I want. I'm being horrible, aren't I?
Yes, you certainly are.
Forgive me, Aunt William. Julie, are you coming? In a minute, Carole.
Now, go ahead. And make sure you get back early. Don't forget, the party starts at 8. Ives, now what do you want? Bothering Agatha and me.
I'm glad you come, Ives. And take Aunt William out of the kitchen. Cooking donuts is my business. I'm the maid, ain't I?
Thank you, Agatha. But I prefer minding your business to your minding mine.
Aunt William.
Well, what is it?
I was just wondering where Julie can be.
Ives Towner, haven't you got sense to see it's storming out? She's been held up somewhere. I haven't seen a blizzard like this since the year the barn roof stove in. Besides, if you've been Julie Weir's fiancé as long as I've been around, you'd know that she's never yet got home on time for her own party, and never will.
Just the same, I wish she'd come.
William?
Oh, hello, Carole. Having a good time? Oh, my. You don't look it.
What's the matter, sis?
Well, look, I wasn't going to tell you, but now I'm scared. It's about Julie.
Well, what about Julie?
Well, Julie and I had a race this afternoon from Upton, and we hired sleighs and horses from Livermore stables, and Julie bet me 6 pairs of silk stockings that she could beat me home. I took the new road, and she took the old Milford road, and I won.
Fine sister you are.
Well, Julie's lost and in this blizzard. Supposing she comes...
Well, now, stop that nonsense, Carole. Ives, where are you going?
I'm going out and find Julie.
Who's there?
Me. Please let me in. I'm afraid I'm lost.
Well, come in.
Thanks. Oh.
Well, what lovely stroke of fortune brings you here out of the night?
Oh, I don't know exactly, but it was pretty awful. I was racing another girl home from Upton. She took one road and I took the other. I guess it was pretty silly in the storm.
Sounds lovely, lovely. Well, here, let's get rid of that coat, shall we?
Oh, thanks.
I'll take care of your horse in just a minute. You'd like something hot to drink, wouldn't you?
Mm-hmm.
Coffee, tea, maybe a little brandy. By your drink, I shall know you.
Tea.
Okay, tea. There's one good thing about a cabin like this. Got everything handy. Say, you're not that bobbed-hair bandit I've been reading about, are you?
No.
Well, if you won't be afraid of me, then I won't be afraid of you.
Please, I'd like to use your telephone.
Who do you want to call?
For my Aunt William.
But I haven't a telephone. You may have to stay here for quite a while. You look scared. Please don't be. Where I come from, they call me Gentle Michael.
Where's that?
New York. I'm just up here to do some writing.
Oh, you mean people really publish what you write?
The wrong people do. You see, I've got to make a living, so I write trash to keep alive. But somewhere in that desk is what I really write. The greatest novel ever written by any American, dead or alive. Look, I'm terribly glad you came in and awfully glad to meet you. I'm Michael Shaw.
I'm Julie Weir.
Well, happy Christmas, Julie Weir. Don't you think all this gallantry deserves something a little fancy? Like well, I've got a little...
Tea?
Yes, tea. Lemon?
Please.
Sit right where you are. This is my party.
Oh.
What's the matter?
Oh, dear.
Julie.
I'm supposed to be giving a party, too, right now at home. Gee, I wonder what they're saying about
Hey, Aunt Williams, that's for you.
Oh, maybe it's Ives. Maybe they found Julie.
If you turn off that awful music, Hubert, I'll find out. Hello? Yes, Ives? Well, where are you now? No. Nobody's seen her. Yes, and it's nearly 11. No. No, I won't. I won't worry. Goodbye, Ives.
Aunt William?
No. No, they haven't found her yet. Ives is going to call me at 12. You know, I think you'd all better go home now.
Oh, gosh, Aunt William, what'll Mother...
Oh, your mother will have a million fits about Ives as usual. Well, tell her I'll call her just as soon as I hear something.
You know, Julie, almost every night in New York there's a new play opening. And parties by the publishers. Oh, it's lovely.
But when do you write?
That's it. That's why I came here to Vermont. You know, it's lovely fun talking with you, Julie. You're like a lovely new sheet of paper to write on. Not plain white paper or yellow, but something enchanting and new and inviting. Like Lake Geneva in the evening at 7 o'clock.
Michael, what time is it?
What difference does it make? Julie, you can't go. Look, it hasn't let up a bit. Why, you may be here for months. You think I'm crazy, don't you?
I know you are.
You're lovely.
You use that word an awful lot.
You think that means I'm delicate? Well, I'm not. I've been in jail.
What?
Mm-hmm. In Paris. Somebody gave a party. Parties were always my downfall anyhow. That's why I like them so much.
Parties will be my downfall, too, if they ever find out about this one.
I'm going back to Paris soon. Have you ever been there?
No. But it's my idea of heaven. I wish I were in Paris this minute.
Mind if I was alone?
I don't know.
Tell me about you. In love with someone?
Yes, engaged.
What's the lucky gent's name?
Ives Towner. He's an instructor at the college.
Never heard of him. Do you know about love?
What do you mean?
That love is a lovely phony unless you know what it's all about. How do you know you're in love? How do you know anything?
Maybe I don't.
Listen, Julie. This is one night in 20,000 nights. Don't you feel that? Talk to me. Tell me things you've never told anyone else. Not even yourself. Go on, Julie. Tell me what you dream about, and I'll tell you what you've missed. No. No, you don't have to. I know.
You don't know a thing about me.
You silly kid. You're like all the rest. You like to talk of adventure and all the good, brave things of life. But you're scared to death of them.
I'm not afraid.
You take a cocktail now and then. You kiss your professor goodnight. You read the new books. But down in your heart, you're still a dusty Victorian. Afraid of today, of 1928. Afraid to be alive.
I am alive.
Listen, Julie. Shut your eyes.
Why?
Because I'm going to kiss you.
No.
Shut your eyes. You won't be so afraid.
I don't want to shut my eyes. Aunt William, come in.
Good morning. Good morning, Carole. Where's Ives?
Who is it, Carole?
Come here, Ives. Well, she's safe. I just heard from her. Oh, good morning, Mrs. Towner.
What is it? Ives hasn't slept a wink.
Oh, come in.
Oh, come in. You'll have some lunch with us?
No, thank you. No, thank you, Mrs.
And William, where is she?
I just got a telegram. Ives. Julie is married.
William!
She married a man named Michael Shaw. He's a fake. But I guess she doesn't know that. They're on their way to New York. She told me to tell you that she's writing you. No, that's all I know, Ives.
Thank you, Aunt William.
And now, if your mother and Carole will excuse me, I'm going home.
Married? Oh, Ivesy, you fool. Don't look like that. It's not the end of the world, you know.
Ives, dear, you have everything to look forward to. Your father left you a wonderful heritage, and you can be everything he was, the greatest naturalist in America. You have all his work on the protozoa to finish, and possibly a professorship. Just think what is before you.
Just think of it.
Besides, Julie was never the sort to settle down to your kind of life. You need someone who's patient and interested in science.
Oh, Mother, that's got nothing to do with it. The only trouble with Ives is that he's stubborn.
Stubborn?
Yes, stubborn. Well, you just won't be young. Why, you haven't the faintest glimmer what love is. You think it's sacred and sweet and all that rot. But you're the only person left who does.
I'm going out.
Ives, your coat, your galoshes, Ives!
Don't worry, Mother. I'll be back. I always come back, don't I? Maybe that's what's wrong with me.
Ives, you catch your
We were going to work this afternoon on those specimen drawings, weren't we? We can't miss that, can we? Julie's married. Julie's gone. But we can't forget our work, Mother. Oh, no. Julie's gone, but the protozoa goes on forever.
Joan Bennett and Henry Fonda will return in a moment for Act 2 of I Met My Love Again. We want to take advantage of this short intermission to explain to you in a brief playlet the offer of a compact which we promised the ladies at the beginning of tonight's performance.
Well, I hate to say goodnight, Helen. It's been a grand party, and thanks so much for having us.
Oh, I'm so glad you could come. It's been grand having you all here.
Well, we'll have to hurry. I'm afraid our men folks are getting impatient waiting. Oh, dear. I can't find my compact. I must have left it at home. Can one of you girls lend me yours?
Well, here's mine. We use the same shade of powder, don't we?
Thanks. Oh, Helen, what a beautiful vanity.
It is nice, isn't it? I love it because of the lovely golden-colored bands across that gleaming black enamel.
Let me see. It must have cost a fortune. And black and gold are colors that will go with anything. And it's such a lovely shape and so dainty. Horseshoe pattern for luck, isn't it?
Yes. And see, it's a double compact with room for loose powder. And it comes with a neutral rouge ready to use, and you can get refills for the rouge at any time so easily. The mirror's the full size of the compact, too. I bet you girls can't guess what I paid for it.
$1? $1.50? Oh, I'd say $2.
I paid exactly 25 cents.
Oh, I don't believe
Well,
it.
if you'll hush, I'll tell you how you can all get one. You can simply wrap up 25 cents in coin in 3 Lux toilet soap wrappers and enclose your name and address. Send it to Lux Toilet Soap, box number 1, New York City, and you promptly get back one of these compacts.
Oh, gosh, Helen, thanks a lot. I'm going to go right down to the store tomorrow morning and get 3 cakes of Lux toilet soap and mail the wrappers in with my quarter so as not to get left out of this.
Grace is a smart girl, and you will realize just how smart she is when you go to your store tomorrow. For if your store is like most of the stores throughout the country, there'll be special prices on Lux toilet soap. So you'll kill 2 birds with 1 stone. You'll save money on the finest soap a woman ever used, and at the same time be able to get this beautiful and serviceable compact made by Van Style at the amazingly low figure of 25 cents. Compacts like it are on sale in lots of stores for $1. Remember, simply send 3 Lux toilet soap wrappers with 25 cents in coin folded up in the wrappers. Don't send stamps. And enclose a slip of paper with your name and address printed clearly on it. Then mail to Lux Toilet Soap, box number 1, New York City. This offer is good only in the United States. And now, Mr. DeMille.
Joan Bennett, Henry Fonda, and May Robeson continue in I Met My Love Again. Two years have passed since Julie Ware married Michael Shaw and went with him to Paris. But in 2 years, few things change in Lynborough, Vermont. Although Ives is now Assistant Professor Towner, Assistant Professor of Advanced Biology. In Paris, things have gone none too well for Michael and Julie. Somehow, the gay wastrel Michael has never quite come round to finishing the great American novel. Something's always interfering. Then one day, something interfered for good and all. 3 days later, the news reaches Lynnborough.
My husband said he saw it in the New York paper. Michael Shaw. He was shot, killed. I suppose that means Julie will be coming back to Lynnborough with her baby. Yes, killed in some brawl. Left her in debt, too, I hear. Just what she deserves for jilting Ives Towner. Julie wouldn't dare show her face here again. What's she going to do now? She and that child of hers. And poor Aunt William. After all she did for that Julie Weir. Aunt William is sick. Wouldn't be surprised if this killed her.
Oh, come in. Oh, hello, Ives.
Hello, Aunt William. How are you feeling?
Oh, I'm feeling fine. I wouldn't be in bed but for that old fool, Dr. Monroe. Sit down, Ives.
Aunt William, what's she going to do?
I don't know, Ives.
Did you send the cable?
No, it's too slow. I telephoned. She won't come back. The only thing that's coming back is the money I sent her. She said she'd found a job designing dresses.
I see. And the little girl?
Joan? Oh, yes, she's getting a nurse to look after her. Oh, Ives, why must she be so stubborn? I guess she's got too much of me in her.
That's why I know she'll come back someday.
Well, I told you she's coming back after all these years. I heard it from Agatha. Coming back with her child. She must be almost 10. Thought she was designing dresses. Well, I guess that fell through right enough.
Mommy, is that Lynnborough way over there?
No, darling, that's only fog. We won't see Lynnborough for nearly a whole week yet.
Mommy, did Daddy come from Lynnborough?
No, darling.
But Dad was the most wonderful man in the world, wasn't he?
Yes, darling.
Dad was the bravest man in the world, wasn't he?
Yes, darling.
Mommy, will Aunt William like me?
Oh, I'm sure she will. She's the finest lady in the whole world.
No, Mommy, you are. Mommy, what's it like in Lynnborough, Vermont?
It's very quiet and peaceful. Not at all like Paris, darling. There are trees and green grass and cows and little clean white houses. And there's a college in Lynnborough where people study. They teach all kinds of things there. They teach history and literature and languages and biology.
Mommy, what's biology?
Biology, darling? Biology is a science. It's the science.
Biology is the science of life or living organisms, a branch of which is polymorphism. Is there anyone in this class who remembers that word? No? Well, polymorphism is a term designating the existence of several forms of individuals in a species.
Excuse me, Professor Talbot.
Yes, Miss Lane.
How do you spell polymorph?
If you look in your notebook in just 5 seconds, your neighbor, Mr. Budge Williams, will have written it down for you. Won't you, Mr. Williams? We all know Mr. Williams, that superb quarterback. Quiet. The Society of the Ants is divided into several classes. There's the female queen.
Look, Dottie, he's looking
The
right at
queen
Brenda Lynn.
demands at all times to be the focus of the entire community. And there's the functional male whose purpose is to impress the queen with a glorified impression of himself.
Now he's looking at Budge.
What is the purpose of this society? What is the sense in it?
Professor Talbot.
Miss Brenda Lane thinks she knows. Put your hand down, Miss Lane. You don't know any more than I do. We can only guess. Stab in the dark.
Excuse me, Professor Towner.
Yes, Miss Taylor?
Telephone. Evidently important.
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, I'll be right back. And the class is not dismissed. I've asked you not to telephone me while I have a class.
Ives, now don't be cross. It's important. I knew you'd want to be warned right away. I just heard.
Heard what?
She's coming back. Today. Julie Weir is coming back. Now, Ives, I'm sorry, but I thought you'd rather hear it from me, and, well, I was afraid you might do something silly like going to the station and setting everybody talking again.
Have I ever done anything silly in my life? Goodbye, Mother. Now, where were we?
You were We're stabbing in the dark, Professor Towner.
Yes. Stabbing in the dark. Class is dismissed for the day.
Professor Towner,
Well,
I thought if you're going home, I could drive you.
thanks. I have my car. Besides, I'm driving over toward the station.
Oh, Professor Towner, I know how annoyed you must be with this class, including myself. But you shouldn't have to be in a position where you could be annoyed.
What in the world are you talking about, young woman?
Well, you know my father. He's ridiculously rich, but he's a nice man anyway.
Is he?
Well, the point is, you mustn't think me impudent, but, well, you see, he knows what a splendid reputation you have as a scientist.
Miss Lane, there's a train coming in, and I...
Yes, but I think he'd like to make it easier for you to do your scientific work without wasting your time on a lot of kids.
Why should he do that?
Because I'd like it.
You would? Why?
It's a long story, Professor Towner.
It can't be that long.
Did you ever read Eloise in Our Blood? I mean, you mustn't think I'm crazy, but it's true. It's very much the same story.
That's foolish.
It's not foolish. I admire you terribly, and, well, forgive me, but it's hard to be clear and simple about a thing like that.
Thing like what? If you're still talking about your father and me, please accept my thanks for your offer, but I don't need it. Furthermore, I'm not Abelard, and you're not Eloise. Miss Lane, I'm a very bad audience for your play acting. Miss Lane.
You deserve that. I hope I didn't keep you from your train.
No. And thank you, Miss Lane. I've changed my mind. I'm not going that way after all.
So many years, Aunt William. Oh, darling, it's so good to see you.
Julie. Darling, it was such fun hearing your steps on those old stairs, Julie. Saucy as ever, too.
You're dead wrong, Aunt William. There wasn't anything saucy about my steps. You in bed. Agatha told me you haven't been well for years. I did this to you.
Oh, no. Nonsense, Julie. Oh, darling. Oh, I'm so glad you're back. For good, I hope.
No, only for a month. I think I've got a job in New York designing.
Let me see about that. And have you got 1928 out of your blood, huh?
I think so. I've had 10 years of it, but I still make hideous mistakes. I guess anyone who starts off in life marrying a man she doesn't love never gets straight again.
Julie, did you ever love Ives?
Yes. I loved him so much I was too happy. Darling, do you know what I mean? Sometimes something makes you so happy you don't realize what it is. And you think it's everything else in the world except the thing it really is. And you never know until you've lost it.
Julie, he's old already. Beaten. All the things he could have been are gone. He's lost. Unless you find him again.
No, I couldn't again, Aunt William. I'm not young either. I've thrown my youth in a Paris ash can. I can't bring it back. I don't want it to come back. It's just gone. Oh, don't cry, darling. It's not so horrible. We all have to grow up sometime. Excuse me. Joan, dear. Joanie.
Yes, Mommy?
Come upstairs, Joan. Aunt William would like to see you. She's knock-kneed and spindly, Aunt William, and has too many teeth in her mouth, but I like her.
Hello, Aunt William.
Knock-kneed, yes, and spindly, yes, but, I think I like her, too.
Do you like my eyes?
Of course I do.
They're Daddy's eyes, Mommy says. You've got lots of wrinkles, haven't you, Aunt William?
Joan, what a way to talk.
Never mind, Julie. The tradition of dealing out the honest truth has to be carried on by someone in this family. Isn't that so, Joan?
Yes, Aunt William. Aunt William?
Yes, Joan.
Aunt William, why have you got a mustache?
God bless my...
Oh, Mother, isn't Hubert the silliest thing?
Well, what else could I tell the guy? Boy, he shut up like a clam. Was I right, Ives, or was I right?
Ives, Hubert speaking to you.
Yeah, me, your own brother-in-law, remember?
Oh, yeah, sure, you were right, Hubert.
Ives, why don't you break down and go to the prom Friday night?
No, thanks.
Well, why not?
Now, Carol, keep quiet. What was your lecture about today, son?
Polymorphism.
Polywhoism? Say, did you knock him in the aisles, kid?
I knocked him cold.
Oh, by the way, Ives, I see in the paper that a friend of ours has returned from Paris.
I don't even remember what Julie Weir looks like.
Ives, where are you going?
Just down to the creek, Mother. If I can find that old net of mine, I'll see if I can pick up some specimens. Excuse me.
Ives, be careful.
Yes, Mother, I'll be careful.
I knew it. He's still in love with me.
This isn't a river, darling. It's just a nice little creek. When I was a little girl like you, I used to play here.
And this path goes right by it, just like a sidewalk.
Yes, darling. Would you like to wade in it?
Oh, Mommy, yes. Did you used to wade in it?
Many, many times.
Look, Mommy, there's a man. He has a net like they catch butterflies with.
That's a fishing net, darling. If you're very quiet, maybe you'll let us watch him.
I'll be quiet, Mommy. He's awful skinny, isn't it?
Joan, you mustn't...
What's the matter, Mommy? Who is that man? Do you know him?
Yes, Joan. Give me a hand. Hello, Ives.
Julie. It's fine to see you. I've been catching whitefish for study.
Oh, William's been telling me what good things you've been doing with your work. How's your mother, Ives, and Carole? She's married, I hear.
Yes, they're fine, Julie. Thanks.
Ives, this is Joan.
How do you do, Miss Shaw?
How do you do?
Well, goodbye, Julie.
Ives.
Yes?
This isn't nice of us.
I know, Julie, but what do you want us to do?
Nothing. Just be a little civilized? Would that be asking too much?
I don't know, Julie.
Oh, come now, Ives. After all, we must have liked something about each other once. There must be plenty of things for us to talk and laugh about.
Yes, plenty of things.
Ives, you look like a statue. What are you staring at?
Oh, all the things a statue stares at. Windy, cold streets. Strangers walking by. Julie, what's the use of our talking? It's no good. Goodbye, Julie.
Goodbye, Ives.
Mommy, I don't like him. Who is he, Mommy?
Oh, just someone I used to know.
Joan Bennett, Henry Fonda, and May Robeson will be back with us in a few moments for the third act of our play, I Met My Love Again. In the meantime, Mr. DeMille has something interesting for you. But first, may I remind the ladies in our audience not to miss the opportunity of obtaining one of the beautiful compacts mentioned earlier on this program. We pause now for station identification. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Before beginning the third act of I Met My Love Again, starring Joan Bennett and Henry Fonda with May Robeson, we bring you another personality from backstage Hollywood as we place this brief intermission in the capable hands of Jimmy Starr. Jimmy's ability to streamline the English language and his keen sense of news rank him among the most widely read of Hollywood observers. His column of screen gossip in the Los Angeles Herald-Express appears in newspapers throughout the country. And now, Mr. Starr, come on and twinkle.
Okay. I'm going to turn the wheels and reels of Hollywood into reverse and go through an imaginary photograph album of yesterday in Hollywood. Who were the stars on this 30th day of May 5 years ago, 10 years ago, 15 years ago? What were they doing?
Those are your questions, Jimmy. You answer them.
5 years ago, May 30th, Clara Bow promised to stage a movie comeback, but never got around to it. Katharine Hepburn was doing a garbo by hiding out from newspaper reporters. Ginger Rogers had a small part in Gold Diggers of 1933. Marie Dressler and Wally Beery were filming Tugboat Annie. 10 years ago, May 30th, Eddie Lowe had just made a hit in Dressed to Kill, the first of the gangster movies. Thomas Meehan was starring in The Racket. And the pet bear of Dolores Del Rio, which she used to take for a stroll down Hollywood Boulevard, got a jail sentence for taking a nip at her butler's leg. 15 years ago, May 30th, Jack Pickford and his bride, Marilyn Miller, were visiting his sister Mary. Charlie Chaplin was directing Edna Purviance and The Woman from Paris. Lon Chaney had just finished The Hunchback of Notre Dame. Strongheart, the first dog star, was filming The Phantom Pack. And Mabel Norman was starring in The Extra Girl for Max Sennett.
But marriages, mergers, and time have changed the Hollywood picture, Jimmy.
Yes, the former Billy Dove lives in town, goes shopping on the boulevard in slacks, and gets a big thrill when the fans recognize her. Viola Dana is married to the famous long-drive golfer, Jimmy Thompson, and Vilma Banky is Mrs. Rod LaRock. Colleen Moore is also married, while her one-time leading man, Charles Ray, devotes his time to writing novels and short stories. And you know, Mr. DeMille, there's one Hollywood star to whom the years bring only greater fame, and that's your product, Lux Toilet Soap. Lux Soap has been making this town happier and prettier for many years. And you say 9 out of 10 stars use it. Well, I'm still trying to find the one who doesn't. Hardly a day goes by when I don't encounter Lux Soap, either at the studios, the dressing rooms, or in the stars' homes. Judging from what they say about it, Lux is going to enjoy its great popularity just as long as stars want fine complexions. And that's going to be always.
Thank you for that observation, Jimmy. Now what's the latest gossip along Hollywood Boulevard?
Well, here we go. 2 items, each with 4 feet on the ground. Bow Wow scoop. Joan Crawford is now building a 3-room doghouse. Jumbo, her 230-pound Great Dane pooch, is to have this extra-large residence because the servants were going to turn in their notices. It seems that Jumbo used to sleep on the back porch, but his snoring kept the servants awake. Jumbo now is the only dog in Hollywood with a soundproof house. Bow Wow scoop number 2. Herbert Marshall has just escaped losing the sight of his right eye. Romping with a friend's dog on his front lawn, the chow snapped at him, removing a portion of the star's right cheek. If upon examination the dog shows signs of rabies, Marshall will immediately take the famed Pasteur treatment. And speaking of treatment, I think it's about time I took a powder. Thank you, Mr. DeMille.
Thanks for the stardust, Jimmy. Our curtain rises on the 3rd act of I Met My Love Again, starring Joan Bennett and Henry Fonda with May Robeson. A week has passed since Julie returned to Lynnborough, and although she and Ives continue to be the town's favorite topic of discussion, they haven't seen each other since their meeting at the creek. It's about 4 o'clock in the afternoon. At the edge of the college campus, Brenda Lane is waiting for Ives beside his car.
Well, Miss Lane.
I thought perhaps you wouldn't mind driving me home. My car's broken down. Honestly.
You expect me to believe that?
Please, Professor Towner. What have I done to make you so rude to me?
I'm sorry. Get in.
I'm sorry about what I did, slapping your face the other day. But however it sounds to you, I mean it. I love you.
I think you're a nice girl, Miss Lane, but you dramatize. You build up a lot of colorful lies in your own mind and then try to sell them to me as art. They're too young, too silly, too incredible. Now, suppose I turn around and take you right back to your car. I'm sure you'll suddenly find it in perfect running condition.
Ives, please listen to me, just this once.
Okay.
It happened a year ago. I saw you coming across the campus, and I thought you were a student then. You looked so young. I was in the library.
I know, in the library reading about Eloise and Abelard. About the young love of a girl for a sourpuss professor, weren't you?
Yes, I was. But you see, when I saw you walking then, a wonderful thing came to me. I knew that something new and rich was happening to me. Something almost holy.
Wait a minute. Something what?
You mustn't laugh at me. Something almost holy.
Holy. That's word for word out of my mouth 10 years ago. I'm not insulting you now, Brenda. I'm insulting myself. One laugh for every one of those last 10 years. Look, Brenda, you must never make yourself unhappy over me. 10 years from now, you laugh too when you remember riding in my car. If I'd only managed to laugh 10 years ago, come on, snap out of it. Forget your sad young love and be happy now, because that's what I'm going to do.
All right, but...
But what?
Kiss me, Ives.
Sure, why not?
Someday you'll love me, Ives.
No, I'll never be in love with you. I'm not in love with anyone and never will be. You're very pretty, aren't you? And you don't mind that I'll never love you, do you?
I don't know. I think I do mind, but kiss me again, Ives. And I won't say anything more about it. Now.
If you'd stop listening to those cheap small-town gossipers, Julie Weir, and listen to me for a moment.
It's not just gossip, Aunt William. What they're saying about me is true. I guess when I came back here, maybe in the back of my mind was a silly hope that I could be young again, that even Ives and I might like each other again. Aunt William, I'm going back to New York tomorrow.
Oh, Julie, you're an impulsive fool.
No, Aunt William. I'm just being a wise, sane, unexciting matron. I'm just being the person I suddenly realize I am.
Mommy, am I going to New York with you?
Joni, where did you come from?
Oh, Mommy, it's so nice here.
Oh, Julie, be reasonable.
Honest, Mommy, we can have a lot of fun here without ever seeing that nasty tall man.
We're going to New York, darling, and that's all we're going to say about it.
Hello? Agatha? Who's that on the telephone?
It's not for you. It's for Miss Julie. It's Ives Towner.
Ives? Hello, Ives. Oh, I'm fine, thank you. Oh, I'm sorry, too, Ives. I wasn't very nice about it. The prom? You're going to the prom? Oh, yes, Ives. Oh, I'd love it. Yes, at 9 Friday. Yes, good night, Ives. And thank you. Aunt William.
Now, let me see. I think there's a train leaving for New York.
Oh, what's the last thing on earth you'd expect me to be doing of a Friday night? I'm going to a dance with Ives Towner. Glory, glory, it's 1928 again.
Well, Julie, here we are.
Yes, Ives. Sort of remarkable.
It's going to rain tonight.
Hadn't we better get into the dance? It's so funny. Won't you let me in on it?
Of course. You asked me the other day to be civilized, didn't you? Well, Julie, I just learned to be, and I'm sort of proud of it.
Ives, did you ask me out to show me you could be civilized?
I've just found my sense of humor. You don't mind?
No, I don't mind. Come on, let's dance.
Swell. Remember the time I made a fool of myself at school when old Marshall found that poem I wrote you? Gosh, I can still hear him reading it to the class. My only love, your music down the midnight street.
Yes.
Oh, Julie, I was such a dope. No wonder you left me. No wonder you fell in love with Michael Shaw.
Ives. Oh, I don't want to dance. Let's get out of here. I mean, on the porch.
Sure. Besides, there's the punch bowl over there by the door. Want some?
No, thanks.
A porch, a spring night, and us. Let it rain. Who cares? Michael Shaw. It's all right, Julie. I'm not jealous. I could have killed him once. But now I'd shake his hand. I know why you loved him, because he was gay and slippery and wild. Well, I'm that too now, Julie. Laugh with me.
Please, Ives, there's someone. Hello, Ives.
Oh, hello.
I came here looking for you.
Very considerate, Brenda. Allow me. Mrs. Shaw, one of my cleverest students, Miss Lane.
Mrs. Shaw. I came here looking for you, too, Mrs. Shaw. I thought you might like a glass of punch.
Brenda, you crazy little fool. Julie! Where are you going, Julie? Julie, stop running, Julie!
Well, what are you standing here for? Why didn't you run after her?
Thank you, Brenda. I will. I've run after her for 10 years. It's no time to stop. Julie!
Oh, let me alone, Ives, please.
Is that rain on your face or tears? Oh, Julie, I'm sorry, Julie.
Oh, it's your laugh, Ives. I can't stand your laugh.
It's such an easy way out, Julie.
Oh, I know I'm different from what you thought I'd be, but I'm still Julie Weir.
And I guess I'm still Ives Towner, but what good is that going to do us?
None. I still love you.
Julie, darling. Don't cry, darling. We're starting now, this instant, you and I.
We're well enough to do anything. Come on, let's run for it.
Julie,
What did you say?
I said I love you!
Aunt William, it's us. We're engaged. We're going to be married.
We're engaged to be married tonight.
Miss Julie, you're dripping water all over Aunt William's counterpane.
Be quiet. It's lovely water. Well, now I can get out of bed.
William, don't you dare.
You get out of my way.
We're driving to Upton now as soon as I change.
Mommy, I woke up.
Oh, Joan, darling, we're not going to New York.
Mommy, don't.
Don't what, darling?
Marry that dreadful tall man here.
Joan, why, you hardly know Mr. Towner. What have you got against him, darling, except that he's tall?
I see what she means. Joan, dear, from now on, every time you see me, I'll squat like this.
Don't you dare talk nice to me. I hate you.
Joan, are you aware what a nasty little terror you're being?
You get that little stubborn morsel of humanity over here to me. I want to talk to her.
Joni, what's the matter with you?
My dad was a brave, lovely man, not a tall, skinny thing like that. My father could look at the step out of you.
I'll take care of her. Come along, Joni, dear.
I still love my dad. I hate you.
Probably the neighbors complaining. I'll go down.
Stay here, Agatha. I'll answer it. All right, I'm coming. Well, hello, Mother. Hello, Carole. Hubert, what's the matter?
I've heard all about it, every detail. How dare you insult that nice, scholarly girl, Brent Lane?
Who said I insulted her?
She did. She came right to me. I never saw anyone so stricken in my life. And then to come back to her, after all these years, like a weak little puppy. Oh, she's here, too.
This happens to be her house, Mother. Come here, Julie.
Good evening.
Carole, maybe you can tell me why Mother's here.
Well, it's you, Julie Weir. You nearly ruined his life once. You'll not do it again.
And you, Hubert, what do you feel about it?
Well, I sort of feel that it's none of my affair.
That's white of you, Hubert, mighty white.
But, I can't help but feeling that if it means so much to Mother Towner, and, you'd be surprised how it even affects my tile business.
Of course. Julie and I are going to be married tonight. Ready, darling?
Ready to be married or ready to be hanged? I couldn't tell by your tone.
I'm sorry, darling, but let's go. I thought we were all here. I guess I was wrong. Well, who's next?
Professor Towner?
Come in, Budge. You know everyone.
I've something important to tell you. Maybe we should be alone.
Oh, no, Budge. Everybody must know my business. Tell it here.
It's about Brenda. I took her home after she saw your mother. Professor Towner, that poor girl tried to hang herself on account of you.
Budge, she's all right, though.
Yes, for the moment. I drove her here. She's waiting outside.
She'll be all right for a moment more, won't she?
Yes, I think so.
I don't believe it. I don't believe she tried to kill herself. She knows I never loved her. She's known it all along.
I didn't love Michael Shaw either. But look what he did to my life. And yours. Ives, I'd like to see you alone.
Maybe we'd better go, Mother.
Oh, there's no need of that. We can go in the other room.
Julie.
The thunder and lightning's over now. I suppose the sky's like it is most of the time. Oh, don't you see, Ives? It was only the excitement of lightning that could make us think we could do it. We can't go back, Ives. Go away. Go away quickly.
I won't go. I won't give you up. You were willing to marry me until this happened. We can't quit now, Julie.
No, Ives. It would be the same sort of selfish thing I've done all my life. At least we've had tonight. There aren't many people in this world who could have had tonight, my darling.
Julie, be selfish once with me.
But, Ives, don't you see? Goodbye, Ives.
Say, where you going, Julie?
Don't
let her. She gets in my car.
Brenda's in there.
What do you mean? Get out of this car. What are you trying to do?
Shut up.
Bart!
Julie, come back.
You can't get away with this. See, Ives is coming after me.
I'm glad you have such a nice, fast car, Brenda. Now, for the first time tonight, I'm the one who's going to do the talking. Do you love Ives Towner?
Of course I love him. I love him with all my heart and soul.
He and I were going to be married tonight. It was very important to us. Do you think you had the right to prevent it?
I don't know anything about rights. I only know I can't live without him.
Are you sure?
I never was sure of anything. I can't live without him.
Well, neither can I.
What are you going to do? What did you mean?
What do you think I mean, Brenda? You're not afraid to die. You tried it once tonight. Maybe you'll have better luck with my company.
No, slow up. Please, slow up. I don't want to die. Well, don't kill us. Well, don't kill me.
moment, we're doing nearly 90 miles an hour. See, Brenda? Nearly 90 miles on a nice wet road.
No, I didn't try to kill myself. I only wanted to make Ives think I did it to get him back. Please, Mrs. Shaw, I want to live.
You want to live without him?
Yes.
You were lying before?
Yes. That can, look out.
Take hold of my arm. I'm sorry, Brenda. But I had to do it. For all of us. Stop crying.
Yes, Mrs. Shaw.
Come on, climb out. If we wait by the road, I think ours will be along very shortly.
5 o'clock, Aunt William. Is it? In the morning. Ain't you going to bed at all?
Oh, don't worry about me, Agatha.
Where's Miss Julie? She ain't in her room.
Oh, and don't worry about her either. Oh, go to bed, Agatha.
That's where I was till Joan woke me. Seems she's changed her mind about liking Ives Towner.
Yes, we had a long talk, Joan and I.
Guess you could talk a body into most anything.
I'm always willing to try. Oh, go to bed, Agatha.
Can I get you a cup of tea or something?
No. I think I'll sit here and watch the sun come up.
Watch the sun come up? Well, if that ain't silly.
Home, darling. Home at last.
Mr. and Mrs. Ives Towner.
Let's go upstairs and tell Aunt William.
She's asleep.
You're crazy, not Aunt William. She never sleeps.
Betcha.
Shh,
quiet.
Oh, Julie, we don't need thunder and lightning now.
No, darling. Don't put on the light. You'll wake her.
If she's asleep.
I told you.
I can't believe it. After waiting all this time.
10 years.
Good night, Aunt William. God bless you.
And please, God, let me grow old like her.
Come on, darling.
Well, the sun's going to look mighty good coming up this morning.
So ends our play, I Met My Love Again. Tonight's stars, who meet us now for a curtain call, are busy these days at Paramount Studio. But if you could catch them between scenes, you'd find Miss Bennett designing furniture for her new home, while Henry Fonda is looking for a farm on which to raise turkeys, continuing Grandpa Fonda's activities of some 300 years back.
What's wrong with raising turkeys, sir?
Well, nothing, Henry. Nothing. A turkey's a very noble bird. Back in 1782, it came pretty close to becoming the national emblem, with men like Benjamin Franklin rooting for the turkey over the American eagle.
And what happened?
Well, they compromised by putting the eagle on the coat of arms and the turkey on the Thanksgiving table.
Now that you've pointed the conversation towards Henry's ancestors, what can you say about his contemporary, good old Anthony DeMille?
Well, if you look on the New York police blotter for 1689, Joan, you'll encounter a little item which relates that Anthony DeMille was arrested for striking the sheriff.
Nice people. Even 300 years ago, DeMille was making a spectacle.
Was he hanged?
No.
Oh.
No, in 1691, 2 years later, he was elected sheriff.
What did he leave you, Mr. DeMille? His badge?
No, but I have his original will. It seems Anthony had 2 sons. To his favorite, he left 2 barrels of mackerel.
What did the favorite son do for a living? Train seals?
What did the black sheep of the family get? A can of sardines?
No, Grandpa didn't like the other boy, so he gave him what he considered the least of his possessions. The will reads, that parcel of ground lying between Beaver Street and the river. Today, that takes in about half of lower New York City.
All of which undoubtedly gave rise to the ejaculation so current in the 17th century. Holy mackerel. What about your Grandpa, Joan?
Do you mean old Beelzebub Bennett, the whirling dervish of Edinburgh?
I don't know, do I?
Probably, because he left an old piece of parchment on which he wrote in Sanskrit, if you want to get anywhere in Hollywood, keep your complexion on the upbeat by using Lux toilet soap.
Ain't it the truth?
No, it isn't the truth.
Not about old Beelzebub, Bennett. But it's very true that Lux soap is about the best care a girl can give her complexion. I know because I use it constantly, and I'm really grateful to the sponsors of this program for giving us such a splendid product. Thank you, Mr. DeMille, and good night to you all.
Good night, C.B.
Good night, Joan. Good night, Henry.
In a moment, Mr. DeMille will return to tell you of the news about next week's performance. But first, may I remind you, ladies in the audience, that every one of you may have one of these truly beautiful double compacts. The top is designed in a stunning horseshoe pattern, finished in gleaming black enamel with bands in gold effect. The bottom is richly tooled in a harmonizing design and contains a full compact-size clear vision mirror with space for loose powder and with neutral shade rouge ready for use. Why, this very modern compact will remind you of a piece of fine old antique jewelry. It is so very lovely. Send only your 3 Lux toilet soap wrappers with 25 cents in coin folded into them and a slip of paper with your name and address printed on it to Lux Toilet Soap, Box Number 1, New York City, and you will receive this truly beautiful compact promptly. Compacts very similar, but not our exclusive design, are sold in many shops for $1. Of course, there is no advertising whatsoever on the compact in any way. So remember, send 25 cents in coin wrapped in 3 Lux Toilet Soap wrappers, together with a slip of paper bearing your name and address printed clearly, to Lux Toilet Soap, Box Number 1, New York City. This offer is good only in the United States. And now, Mr. DeMille.
One of the highlights of Broadway's legitimate theater this season was the revival of the best-known play by one of the greatest dramatists of all time, A Doll's House by Henrik Ibsen. Produced 3 times on the screen, this memorable drama, which never grows old, comes to you next Monday night. The story of a young wife whose courage and sacrifice saved the life of her husband, a husband who places his pride above her love. As the star of A Doll's House, we bring you the talented and glamorous Joan Crawford. Starred with Miss Crawford is Basil Rathbone, and featured in our cast are Sam Jaffe and Nedda Harrigan. Our sponsors, the makers of Lux Toilet Soap, join me in inviting you to be with us again next Monday night when the Lux Radio Theater presents Joan Crawford and Basil Rathbone in A Doll's House with Sam Jaffe and Nedda Harrigan. This is Cecil B. DeMille saying good night to you from Hollywood.
Henry Fonda stars soon in the Paramount film Spawn of the North. May Robeson is in the new Warner Brothers film Sister Act. Louise Platt appeared through courtesy of Walter Wanger and will also be seen in Spawn of the North. Margaret Hamilton's new RKO film is Mother Carey's Chickens. Louis Silvers is from 20th Century Fox Studios, where he was in charge of music for Josette. Soft lights and sweet music heard during tonight's performance was from Face the Music. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
From Hollywood, California, the Lux Radio Theater presents Janet Gaynor and William Powell in Mayerling.
Lux presents Hollywood. Tonight, we're happy to announce that the Lux Radio Theater has just been awarded a Radio Certificate of Merit by the Women's Press Club of Indiana in cooperation with the National Federation of Presswomen and the Women's Press Club of New York City. We're proud of this award and are deeply conscious of its significance. Out of real life comes tonight's play, the touching drama of Prince Rudolph of Austria and Marie Wetzera, whose love was mightier than a kingdom and life itself. In Mayerling, you'll hear William Powell and Janet Gaynor with Alma Kruger, Robert Barrett, and Frank Riker, while our special guest is Don Eugene Plummer, Hollywood's oldest citizen. Our music is conducted by Louis Silvers. Before bringing you our producer, Mr. DeMille, I want to remind the ladies in our audience that Hollywood's complexion soap, Lux Toilet Soap, makes a luxurious bath soap, too. This fragrant white soap has a generous, active lather that removes perspiration, every trace of dust and dirt, leaves your skin fresh and sweet with a delicate perfume that clings. Joan Blondell, one of Hollywood's most glamorous stars, tells you, a Lux Toilet Soap beauty bath is the best way I know to protect daintiness. You'll love it. try it. And now, the producer of the Lux Radio Theater. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Cecil B. DeMille.
Greetings from Hollywood, ladies and gentlemen. Out in the Austrian countryside, nestled in a little valley sweet with the air of pine and spruce trees, is an ancient castle with round and pointed towers, a thick forest that was once the joy of royal huntsmen, and stone walls dwarfed by neighboring mountains. There are days when you'd find this an enchanting place, and there are other days when the castle would fill you with such melancholy that you'd gladly be on your way eastward to Baden or northward to Vienna. Now it's the home of a sisterhood of Trappist nuns who every day offer up a prayer because of what took place within those walls. Exactly 50 years ago this month. For this is the castle called Mayerling, which gave its name to the great drama of the screen. We're doubly happy to bring Mayerling to the air with two such splendid artists as William Powell and Janet Gaynor. Mr. Powell stars soon in the new MGM film, The Return of the Thin Man, a sequel to his celebrated exploits as the screen's most sophisticated detective. Tonight he assumes the manner and dignity of an heir to the Austrian throne, Rudolph of Habsburg. Among our listeners up in San Francisco, there may be those who know two Janet Gaynors. One is the dainty auburn-haired girl who plays so enchantingly in the new Selznick International picture, The Young in Heart. The other Janet Gaynor is the girl who used to work in a shoe store on Geary Street, behind a desk labeled Accommodations and Complaints. When her family moved here, she enrolled in a Hollywood secretarial school. 2 years later, she was in seventh heaven and on her way to stardom. Tonight we hear Miss Gaynor as Marie Wetzera. Alma Kruger appears as Countess Wetzera, Robert Barrett is Count Taffa, and Frank Riker plays Emperor Franz Joseph. It's curtain time now, and the Lux Radio Theater presents Mayerling, starring Janet Gaynor and William Powell. Austria in 1881. The reign of the Emperor Franz Joseph, an era of social unrest and political upheaval. On the streets of Vienna, there are frequent riots, student demonstrations against the monarchy. Resorting to force, the police have rounded up the leaders of the latest demonstration. In the office of the commissioner, they stand subdued but arrogant, stepping forward quickly as their names are called.
Carl Semmering.
I'm Carl Semmering. Let me see your papers. Your nationality?
I'm a Croat.
There are no Croats here. Only faithful subjects of His Majesty.
I am a subject, but faithful. That's another thing.
Take him away. Next.
I believe I'm next, Commissioner. My name is Zeps.
Oh, Zeps.
Editor of the New Journal of Vienna.
And an infamous organ known as the Liberal. How do you come to be in this brawl, Herr Zeps?
I was merely passing. I saw a demonstration and I stopped to watch.
Did you? Well, this time, Herr Zeps, your friendship with the Crown Prince will be of no help to you. You'll oblige me by holding yourself at the disposal of the police.
Of course.
Who's next? You. Let me see your papers.
I'm sorry, I have no papers.
No papers? Well, that's very interesting. What's your name?
Rudolph.
This is no time for pleasantries. Rudolph who?
Rudolph of Habsburg.
Rudolph of... Your Highness, Pardon me, please. Salberg.
Yes, Commissioner?
Notify the Emperor at once. His son has been taken by the police.
It's unthinkable. The heir to the throne of Austria, picked up by the police, arm in arm with the men like Zeps, in a riot.
A demonstration, Father.
I say a riot. You mix with the dregs, with the scum of the city. You, the son of the Emperor.
I'm only proving the moral, Father. A ruler should know his people. I learn as I listen.
Let others listen for you. You have secretaries, ministers, police. It's unforgivable, Rudolph. On the night before your wedding, you were with Zeps instead of with your fiancée.
Father, don't ask me to play the lover with Stephanie. You wanted this marriage.
I wanted it, yes. For the good of the crown and for your happiness.
And you can't reconcile one with the other, can you? Ever since I was a child, I've known that. I've seen it in my mother's eyes.
Does she complain?
Neither do I. I've accepted Stephanie. But that's all.
Rudolph, is there another woman?
1? 10, 100. But I'll marry the Princess Stephanie, Father. I'll have an heir. The interest of the state will be protected.
My son, no one can escape his destiny. Pray God that time will make you happy.
Pray God that I should never find a great love.
Marie! 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 Marie, didn't you hear me call?
Oh, I'm sorry, Mother. I was reading and...
Well, isn't it time you went to bed, my dear?
In a moment. Did you read this, Mother, in the newspaper? It's about the Crown Prince.
What about the Crown Prince?
Yesterday was the 5th anniversary of his marriage. They had a fine celebration.
Yes. I imagine they did.
Oh, everyone was there. Why didn't you go, Mother? The Baroness Wetzera should have been invited.
I was invited, but I didn't have the heart to go, my child. It's a sad match, that one.
Is it really? I've always heard it was. But is it true, Mother, what they say about the Crown Prince? That he hardly ever sees the Princess Stephanie? That he lives his own life in
Marie.
a separate house with only his soldiers, drinking every night? And that girl, the gypsy...
Marie! Where did you hear these things?
Well, everyone knows, Mother.
Yes, and everyone talks. Now go to bed, my child. Your brother and your cousin are taking us to the fair tomorrow. It'll be a long day. And, Marie.
Yes?
Don't bother your head about the troubles in the court. They have nothing to do with you. Good night.
Good night, Mother.
It's a very gay crowd, Your Highness. A very magnificent fair. Or don't you think so?
Oh, yes, very gay. Remarkable how a few painted baubles can raise their spirits, isn't it?
Oh, you're bitter today, Rudolph.
That's my life, Zeps. Gaiety, song, drinking, and bitterness. I'm quite used to it.
Don't speak like that. Shall we sit down here?
I'd rather walk. Do you know what my existence is like, Zeps?
Oh, I can guess.
I'm watched constantly. Watched like a criminal. Reported like a schoolboy. They know who my friends are when they come to me, how late they stay, what I say, what I do. There are 2 policemen behind us now.
Policemen?
Oh, don't bother to look. I know they're there. I can feel them.
Comfortable sensation.
They're sent by Prime Minister Topper to make sure I keep out of trouble. Sure I keep out of trouble. Sure I keep out of trouble. Well, they needn't bother. To lose myself in the crowd is the only distraction left to me.
And women?
Women? The last resort. They bore me. They throw themselves into my arms, vanity or self-interest. It's too easy.
Perhaps. But the right one,
Perhaps. What about your daughter, Zeps?
My daughter?
Why not? She's lovely. Young?
Too young. Much too young. And besides, she's not your type.
Oh, don't worry, Zeps. I was only joking.
For a moment, I thought you... What is it, Rudolph? What are you staring at?
I say, look at that girl over there, near the puppet show.
Now, there's a lovely girl, Rudolph.
Yes. Even prettier than your daughter.
And
prettier than your daughter.
I only suggested that one as young as
Will you please let me alone?
But I'm only trying to help you.
Just a moment. What do you want here?
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought the young lady was alone.
She happens to be with me. Does that satisfy you?
Yes, of course. Certainly.
Are you all right now? I thought a little lie would be better than his insolence.
Oh, he was horrible.
But he was right, too, you know. You're much too young to be alone here.
But I'm not alone, really. I was with my mother and my brother. I lost them in the crowd.
Suppose I help you find them.
Would you?
Of course. Well, what's the matter?
It's funny, but I seem to know you.
Oh, a great many people seem to know me. I'm sorry, but we're just about where we started from.
Well, I can't imagine what happened to them. They must be here.
Shall we let them look for us for a while?
If you want. I'm enjoying myself. Oh, I love my doll. It's the first thing I ever won.
Very pretty. Resembles you, by the way.
I wish that were true. Here. Have another chocolate?
Must I?
Well, of course. You won them. They're yours.
Very well. Would you like to hear the puppets?
I'd love to.
They're over this way.
Be still. I thought I heard someone.
You see, the eternal triangle. The prince, the princess, the devil.
Shh, listen.
Prince of my heart.
Oh, my treasure.
Who is this dark man?
I am the devil, and I have come to fetch you.
Why?
To grill you, to roast you, to boil you.
Oh, devil, do not take me. I was going to be so happy.
All the better. I like to take the happy ones.
I think it was very sad, don't you?
Oh, yes. She was in love. Now she's punished. The devil likes to take the happy ones.
No, I don't think that's true. It certainly isn't just.
Not very.
Oh, there's my mother. She's looking for me.
Shall I take you over?
Oh, no, please. It's just as well that she doesn't see me with a man she doesn't know.
Well, then stay. Just a little while longer.
No, I can't, really. Goodbye, and thank you so much.
Goodbye.
Oh, I know who it is you resemble now. I remembered when you weren't looking at me. It's the Archduke Rudolph.
Oh, yes? Does it displease you?
Oh, not at all. Goodbye.
Bye.
Are you ready to leave now, Rudolph? Rudolph, since when have you liked candy?
Yeah? Oh, candy? Just tonight, Zeps. Quite sudden. Suppose we come to the point, Count Topper. I want to know. You, as Prime Minister, can tell me. Where is Zeps?
Zeps? I believe he has left the country, Your Highness, early this morning.
Because of a warrant for his arrest. A warrant that was issued by you.
Your Highness is well informed. This time I regret it because I wish to show Your Highness my zeal and my sincerity.
Never use words of which you don't know the meaning.
Your Highness is unjust. I came this morning to propose an entente. At heart, we pursue the same goal, the interest of the country. I simply want Your Highness to be well protected.
Listen to me, Count Topper. I insist that Zepp's papers be reinstated at once. The warrant for his arrest annulled immediately.
I am sorry, Your Highness, but I cannot do that.
Then I'll see someone who can. Roshek.
Yes, Your Highness.
My tunic, please, quickly.
Yes, Your Highness.
I'll go to see my father.
It will be no use, Your Highness. The warrant for Zepp's arrest was issued at His Majesty's request.
What?
Good day, Your Highness.
Your tunic, Your Highness.
Oh, never mind. I don't need it now. Roshek, I can't go on like this. These people will kill me.
Your Highness.
I have one friend. One real friend out of 1,000 false ones. Now they've taken him. Where can I turn? Is there one of the others I can trust? Is there one who will forget who I am? Accept me for myself? I need that luxury. I'm a human being. Why haven't I the right to be happy?
Yes, message from His Majesty. The Emperor requests the presence of the finest the Archduke of the Opera. All the court will be present. His Majesty relies on the Archduke's presence in the Imperial box.
I'll telephone.
Gaily evening to the opera. You see, they have a remedy, Loshek. I'm for you.
Mary, my child, you mustn't stare so. Listen to the music.
Oh, but it's so exciting, Mother. I think everyone must be here tonight.
Except your brother. I wonder what's happened to him.
Look, Mother.
Isn't that the Princess Stephanie in the Imperial box?
Betty, please, pardon me, Mother.
George, where have you been?
I'm sorry, Mother. I had business with the Countess Lariche.
The Archduke's cousin?
Very pleased. She's going to help me, Mother.
Yes?
She has marvelous influence at court. She's going to speak to the Archduke tonight about my joining his regiment.
Oh.
There she is now. See her in the Imperial box? That's Rudolph, who just came in.
That man? The Archduke?
Why, yes. What's the matter, Mary?
Oh, nothing, Mother. He's very handsome, isn't he?
So wonderful. I wish you could have been there, Nunu.
A governess at the Royal Opera? That would hardly be fitting, my dear. Come now. Let's have the dress.
Thank you, Nunu. And then Madeleine and Patty sang.
Oh, she was so beautiful. But he didn't see her either. He was looking at our box all the time.
Who's he?
You've no idea how wonderful it was. The lights, the jewels, the music, and all that for him.
For whom, Mary?
Nunu, don't you understand? For the prince, the Archduke, the one I met at the fair. You know, I think he knew me. I think he recognized me.
My dear, the opera has sent your mind reeling. Now you must sleep. There's early mass in the morning, child.
Sleep? I shall never sleep again. He's so handsome, Nunu. He has such sad eyes. I shall never have time enough in which to think of him.
Good night, my dear. I'll call you.
Hurry.
Oh, Your Highness.
Listen to me. Don't be frightened. Don't move.
Your Highness, the mass starts. It's wrong to speak to me now.
I know. But I have no other way. Marie, since I first saw you, I've thought of you night and day.
Your Highness.
I hardly know you. But you don't know what joy it gives me. Even to see you, to speak to you like this. I will see you again. Don't refuse me.
Oh, but how can I? I'm never alone.
I must see you. It means so much.
But why, Your Highness?
Because, for you at least, I have no title. I'm just myself.
Your Highness, here's my governess. You must leave me, please.
But not for long, Marie. Remember?
Marie! Marie! Marie, where did you go? The mass has started. No, tell me. Do you think that a prince can be unhappy like everyone else, Marie? Like everyone.
The curtain falls on Act One of Mayerling, starring William Powell and Janet Gaynor. In our few minutes intermission before the second act, let's listen in on a Hollywood party. One of the talented guests has been asked to sing. We're just in time to hear the end of his song.
Doesn't that give you thrills?
It does not. Why should I get thrills? All the time Bill sang is looking straight at you.
Oh, Sally, did you notice it? I thought so. I hope so.
A blind man could see it. You're lucky, Alice. You get all the breaks. And then you've got everything. Nice skin.
Why, Sally, you shouldn't feel like that.
Let's hope Alice will be frank with Sally. For Sally's one of those foolish girls who's actually spoiling her own looks. By not removing stale cosmetics, dust, and dirt thoroughly, she's allowing choked pores to cause unattractive cosmetic skin, dullness, tiny blemishes, and enlarged pores. Lovely girls everywhere who know the charm of a beautiful skin use Lux toilet soap. This gentle white soap has active lather, helps keep skin soft and smooth. 9 out of 10 screen stars use it. And now, our producer, Mr. DeMille.
We continue with Mayerling, starring William Powell and Janet Gaynor. For a week, Mary Vetzler has waited. half in fear, half in anticipation. A word from the Archduke Rudolph. No word has come. But now in the Baroness Wetzer's drawing room, Countess Lariche, Rudolph's cousin, has made an unexpected appearance. After greeting the Baroness, she moves slowly toward the piano, where Marie sits playing.
My dear, you'll never know the sensation your daughter caused last week at the opera. Everyone was looking at her. Well, don't stop playing, my dear. I adore music.
Thank you, Countess.
But it was a triumph, a real triumph. Oh, you should tell her that, Countess. You'll make her vain. Oh, Marie isn't vain, are you, child? May I sit here with you, dear? Play louder and listen carefully.
But, Countess,
go on playing. My cousin wants to see you.
The Archduke?
Now, don't be upset. Control yourself. He talked to me about you for an hour. He wants to see you at the palace today. This evening.
But, Countess, I can't.
I'll manage it. Leave everything to me, my dear.
Did you ring, Your Highness?
Yes, Lucic. I don't want to be disturbed for the next hour. If anybody calls, you'll knock on the door, you understand?
Yes, Your Highness, I think so. A new one, Your Highness?
Oh, yes, a new one, Lucic.
An actress or a lady of the court, Your Highness?
Neither. A very adorable girl.
Really?
There she is now. You go up the passage. I'll let her in myself. Come in, Marie.
Am I late?
I don't think so. It's just that I've been waiting so long. I was afraid you wouldn't come. I'd be frightened.
Frightened? Of what?
I don't know. Perhaps of this cold palace. Perhaps of me.
Not of you. I could never be frightened of you. When I'm near you, I couldn't be frightened of anything. Remember the evening at the fair?
I remember.
But you were gay and happy then. This room isn't like you. So gloomy.
Yes, I keep this way purposely.
But why? Who knows painting? They're so dark.
They're not very gay to most people, I dare say. But they cheer me. This, here on my desk, this cheers me, too.
Oh, it's horrible.
Have you ever seen a human skull before? I use it as a paperweight.
Do you look at that all the time? Why?
Perhaps to console me from living. Gives me hope that perhaps I, too, may be useful someday.
You shouldn't say those things. Life is beautiful.
Of course. I'm talking nonsense.
I don't understand you. You look at me so strangely, so sadly.
Why did you come here?
Because you sent for me. I couldn't believe it at first. But then the Countess said that you would talk to me.
So you came. Without a thought, you just came to me.
No, I couldn't help myself. That was very strange, wasn't it?
It's unbelievable. But you shouldn't have come. You hear? You shouldn't have come.
You want me to leave?
Yes, I want you to leave now.
But why?
When you come to see me, you speak to me as no one has ever spoken to me before. Haven't you anything to ask of me?
What should I ask?
Everyone who comes here has something to ask. Advancement, decorations, money.
But I have everything I want, Your Highness.
Don't call me that. For you, I have no title. Remember that when we meet again.
Then we will meet again?
Yes. Often, I hope.
Have a full report on the Archduke? I have, Count Tava. Their last appointment was for Friday. Marie Wetzera came to the palace 4 times during the week. 3 times the week before. You see, Commissioner?
The girl is from a fine family. This can end in scandal.
But it won't. It will end before that, by His Majesty's order. I am having the Archduke watched every moment of the day. They met today in the garden near the Ringstrasse. They were together for an hour and then at the art gallery.
I followed them to the Prater.
The Archduke sent a note this morning. Madame Wetzera was seen today on her way. Their next meeting is already arranged, near the lake in the park, at 7 tomorrow.
was afraid you wouldn't come in this rain.
Do you think a few drops could keep me away?
My dear.
I had to invent an excuse for Mother. Imagine, she thinks she's punishing me by not taking me to the theater. How long have we this time, Rudolph?
About 2 hours.
2 hours. All to ourselves. We've never been so lucky, have we?
Don't speak.
What is it?
Over there. Just beyond the trees.
It's only the branches moving. You see the police everywhere, Rudolph. They've lost you tonight.
No. They've just hidden themselves better, that's all.
Oh, then let them hide. Let them watch. It's they who should be ashamed, not we. Why should we care? As long as they don't stop us from meeting.
2 hours. And I want to spend my whole life with you.
Perhaps you will.
They'll never let us escape. They're working now to separate us. I know it.
Oh, but how can they? How can they separate us? It's so impossible. They must know that, too.
My dear, what faith you have.
I love you. And we have 2 hours. Oh, yes, Mother?
Come here to me.
Oh, my Mother, you're home. Didn't you say you were going to the theater? Was the play very bad? It must have been you're home so early. Mother.
Where have you been?
Why, what do you mean?
Where have you been?
Please. Please don't ask me.
Then it's the truth. Oh. And to think it should come to me through an anonymous letter. Who is your lover?
Mother, don't.
Who is he? Who? Tell me.
Oh, Mother, we've done nothing wrong. It's true there is someone, but we've nothing to be ashamed of. I swear it, Mother. He respects me. He loves me.
What is his name?
I can't tell you that.
I demand to know.
I can't tell you, Mother. I can't.
Very well. Then I must find a way to cure you of this madness. You will leave tomorrow for Trieste.
Trieste?
You will stay with your aunt until such time...
No, don't send me away. Oh, Mother, listen to me. Do what you like. Punish me any way you want. Oh, but don't send me away from Vienna. Please don't let me stay here.
I'm sorry, Marie. You will leave in the morning.
Mother! Rudolph.
Gone? What do you mean, gone? Speak up, Loshak.
Why, she's gone, Your Highness. An anonymous letter to her mother.
Tata again. He's taken her away from me. Why?
There was no other course, Your Highness. It was for the good of the state.
The state, the state! Does my life mean nothing?
Our lives are not important, Rudolph, but our country is. And if you will not think of your country, then think of her. You can only offer her scandal, disgrace. Think of her.
She's gone, Your Highness. For the good of the state. Our lives are not important, my son. No other cause. Think of her. You can offer her nothing. Rudolph. Scandal, disgrace. Think of her. Think of her.
Rudolph, I've been waiting for you. I've had this letter from Marie. She's in Trieste. Rudolph! What are you doing? Aren't you going to read it?
No.
Another party. Yeah, there's one every night since the girl left. Well, makes our life easier. You know, they say he's trying to forget her.
Yeah. I wouldn't write that in your report, though.
Huh?
A toast to our old friend, His Highness the Archduke Rudolph.
My friends, comrades of the night, I know that I can call you my true friends, every one of you. I know that if I'd been born a coachman's son instead of a king's, I'd still have found you in my lowly hovel, come to cheer me, to praise my humble virtue. Such a mark of true friendship shall not go unrewarded.
Name your wish, my friends, and it's yours. Well, you all want something, don't you? Name it.
Rudolph, you are not in a nice mood tonight. Don't you like us tonight?
I don't like myself tonight. Play, go on. Play. My friends want to dance.
1 moment, please.
Good evening, Loshek.
Oh, why, Miss Marie. Oh, I'm so glad to see you again.
Is he here, Loshek?
Can't you hear them in there? Every night since you've been away, it's been like this.
Well, you mustn't worry. He's unhappy, but he won't always be. We'll take care of him, won't we, Loshek?
I'll tell him you're here, miss. Your Highness, there's a young lady.
Young lady? I made another conquest, Loshek?
It's Miss Marie, Your Highness.
Marie? Did you say I was here?
I had to, Your Highness.
Never mind. Keep these people in here. Don't let them come near her.
Yes, Your Highness.
Rudolph.
Marie? Loshek told me you were here. I didn't believe him.
I came as soon as I could. Mother only brought me back this morning. Oh, it's been so long.
Yes. You're looking more beautiful than ever.
Am I? Aren't you going to kiss me?
Of course.
Rudolph, you have blood on your face.
Blood? That? Oh. It's Rouge. Woman, one of my friends. They're very gay tonight.
Oh, I thought...
Sit down, Marie. Or would you rather come inside? Like some supper? Something to drink?
I only came to see you, Rudolph.
You didn't pick a very good time. Not quite myself this evening.
Darling, what is it? You're so strange. Aren't you glad to see me?
Always glad to see you. Always will be. That's what makes it so difficult.
I don't understand you. I'll go now. I'll come back tomorrow.
Marie, don't make me hurt you. There's nothing wrong with me, nothing that tomorrow will change. I'm a prince, Marie. Archduke Rudolph, Crown Prince. No personal achievement. I was born to it. But someday I'll be king. Emperor of Austria. You see, they've been giving me schooling in empire. Stand by the country. Tragedy is they're not altogether wrong. There's something in this, living for millions of people, and...
Rudolph, are you telling me that you don't want me? You don't need me any longer?
The prince needs very little that he can't buy.
Oh, I don't believe you. You loved me. What have they said to you? What have they done?
They've shown me that a nation is more important than the individual. More important than I or you.
Rudolph, if that's true, if you really believe that I stand in the way of your throne, and if that's what you want, then there's nothing I can do except leave you. But if there's some other reason, and I hope there is, if it's something in your mind about me, perhaps, what's good for me or bad for me, I want you to know this. There's no hurt, no suffering, no scandal that could ever make up for my losing you. I love you, Rudolph. No matter what you do, you can't change that. Goodbye.
Marie. Marie, don't go. Marie. Oh, my darling. My dear. I don't want you to go. But they'll ruin your life. They've shown me what will happen. There's no hope. Nothing.
Oh, there is. Just to be near you. That's all I'll ever ask of the future.
Oh, my dear. My dear. There must be more than that. More or nothing. I'll go to my father. I'll tell him I want my marriage annulled. He'll do it. He will when he knows what it means to me. I'll tell him that I'm going to marry you.
Rudolph.
Why not? Why shouldn't I tell him?
Very well. Whatever you think is best.
You may tell the Emperor I'll be there at once.
Yes, Your Highness.
Marie, wait here.
Are you sure this is right?
I'm going to tell him. Remember, no matter what happens.
Rudolph, kiss me. Just once.
Goodbye, my darling.
Good morning. Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't know anyone would... I'll leave at once.
Oh, no, please. Sit down, my child. Who are you?
My name is Mary Wetzera.
Mary Wetzera. Yes, I thought you'd look like this. Did Rudolph bring you here?
Why, yes.
I'm sorry I didn't see him. I see very little of my son these days.
Your Majesty.
Oh, please, don't leave. How is Rudolph? How does he look?
He seems a little tired, Your Majesty.
Yes. He's not made for this kind of life. I never met you, my dear. I go out so seldom. But I know, however, that he loves you. And do you love him?
I do, Your Majesty.
Ah, how young you are. When I was your age, I was already unhappy. But because I was young, I didn't suffer too much. We're living in a sad palace, my child. Don't ever come back.
I know what you're trying to say, Your Majesty. But I can never leave Rudolph. I'd do whatever I thought best for him. But his life is so unhappy, and he says he needs me. He's gone to see the Emperor.
About you?
Yes.
And what do you expect from that?
I expect nothing, Your Majesty. I pray for anything.
My child, may I kiss you? You're very near my heart.
Lost your mind, Rudolph. You're making a public show of yourself, putting your name at the mercy of your own officers, and all for a girl who means...
A girl who will soon become my wife.
If you're suggesting an annulment of your marriage, you can put it out of your mind.
What?
I forbid it.
You can't.
I say I forbid it. When you are master here, you can do as you please. But in the meantime, you're going to break off this whole affair.
I may never be master here, Father. Not at the price you ask. I'll abdicate first.
Abdicate?
I don't care for power. I never cared for it. And I'll not sacrifice Marie for it.
You've no right to say that. You are not a free man like others. You belong to the people who hope in you. The people of two nations. You belong to...
Father, I love her.
Very well. You will not sacrifice this girl for power. Perhaps you'd be more willing to sacrifice her freedom for a life in exile?
Exile? I'd follow her.
If you knew where she was. But you won't, my son.
You do this to me?
Break up this affair or exile. There's no other way. Well?
There's a third way.
It will do you no good to abdicate. I've told you that.
I wasn't thinking of abdication this time.
Will you obey me?
I want to see her once more.
You'll see her tonight at the ball.
I wish to see her alone.
Oh, very well. I give you 24 hours. At the end of that time, this affair will be over. 24 hours. Do I have your word?
You have my word, Your Majesty.
We pause for station identification. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System. The curtain falls on the second act of Mayerling. In a few moments, Janet Gaynor and William Powell will be heard in Act 3. Before Mr. DeMille introduces our intermission guest of the evening, may I remind you of an important fact, important at least to every woman who values, as she should, the charm of smooth, soft, lovely skin. In Hollywood, Lux toilet soap is used by 9 out of 10 screen stars. They trust their priceless complexions to the care of this gentle white soap because experience has taught them that they can. Have you discovered what Lux toilet soap can do? Have you made its active lather your daily beauty care? Here's Mr. DeMille.
Frequently, during the intermission time on our programs, we bring you guests with unusual angles from behind the scenes of Hollywood. Tonight, our guest is Hollywood's oldest citizen, Don Eugene Plummer, who yesterday observed his 86th birthday. During those years when Vienna was gay, in the sophisticated civilization of an old-world capital, when Rudolph and Marie Wetzera were writing into history one of its most dramatic chapters, our guest was watching the events that were going on in a little valley now known as Hollywood. Don Eugene spent his early childhood in Mexico until Rudolph's uncle, the Emperor Maximilian, triumphantly entered that country. Our guest escaped with his mother and brother by stealing a French schooner. Shipwrecked, he was captured by Apache Indians and held captive for 18 months. Finally freed, he joined his family in the wilderness called Hollywood and has lived here ever since, 72 consecutive years.
But in those days, Mr. DeMille, we called the place Cahuenga, after a tribe of Indians who were still living here.
Why did they drop the name Cahuenga in favor of Hollywood?
In a way, I was responsible. Just about the time that Rudolpho was falling in love with Marie, a man named Wilcox bought a lot of land here. I went riding in the hills with him one day, and he noticed a lot of berries near the road. He asked me what they were. Fusikas, I told him, holly berries. That gave Wilcox an idea. Well, he said, I guess we'll call this place Hollywood.
Mm-hmm. And just what was this place called Hollywood?
Nothing but a cattle and sheep ranch, almost on the site of this theater. I once lost with a wild deer, and up the street near Grauman's Chinese Theater, I once lost with a coyote on a bed.
Since this is the Lux program, Don Eugene, what was the soap situation in Hollywood 50 years ago?
It was because of soap that gold was discovered in California. The man who first found gold was Don Francisco Lopez. But he wasn't hunting gold when he found it. He was looking for amole root. We used to wash clothes by rubbing them with the amole root, which would foam like lava. Later on, we learned how to make it into cake soap. But you couldn't interest the Hollywood girls in that kind of soap nowadays. Not with your Lux soap around. You know, Mr. DeMille, I even use Lux soap myself. And here's a funny thing. The girls of my sparkling days used to make their lipstick from cactus.
To prevent caballeros like you from stealing a kiss, huh?
No, what the girls did was to use the juice of the cactus, wild cactus, called nopal. The juice was red, and it would stay on the girl's lips for weeks. I know.
Do you like movies, Don Eugene?
Oh, sure, I like the good old Western, but not the love stories. I think you can make love at home without going to a theater. Buenas noches, Senor DeMille.
Adios. Adios, Don Eugene. William Powell and Janet Gaynor in Mayerling. "24 hours. 24 hours in which to live a lifetime. The minutes fly past, each one faster than the one before. It's evening now. The ball in the palace is about to begin. The great hall is alive with color and whispered gossip. From the doorway comes the Archduke Rudolph, in full military dress. All eyes are on him, as he strides quickly down the center of the room to Marie Wetzera.
Would you do me the honor, Miss Wetzera, of opening the ball with me?
Thank you, Your Highness. I'm very grateful.
Did you see that?
Mary, let's have an absolute impertinence.
Unbelievable. His Majesty should hear of this.
Why, it's common gossip. Everyone in Vienna.
Good evening, Your Highness. Good evening, my love.
Marie, my darling. You're so lovely.
Well, I'm mad with happiness, that's all. How have I ever been able to live without knowing you? I knew nothing before. I didn't exist. And now, oh, Rudolph, I thank you.
No, don't say that.
What is it? What's wrong?
Go on dancing. Marie, what would happen if I had to go away?
I would wait for you.
No, I mean far away. Very far. To be away a long time.
Then I'd follow you.
If that were impossible.
Impossible? I'd follow you anywhere.
Even if there were no returning? To a place from which one never returns.
With you? Yes.
Marie, you know what I mean, don't you? You're sure?
I'd rather die with you, Rudolph, than live without you.
Oh, my dear.
Don't say any more. Not now, darling.
There's my father. I'd like him to see you tonight. You mind?
No, Rudolph.
Come here. Majesty, may I have permission to present to you Miss Marie Wetzera, whose destiny you have fixed.
I'm charmed to know you, Miss Wetzera.
Your Majesty overwhelms me.
Will you excuse us, please? We haven't much time, Your Majesty.
Certainly.
Marie, I'll wait for you after the ball. My coachman will be at the side of the palace. We'll leave immediately.
I must go home first, but I won't be late.
Goodbye, till then.
Goodbye, my sweet.
You understand my orders, Lozek? I'll make a pretext for leaving Vienna for 24 hours. Arrange a hunting party. I want no one but Hoyos and Philip.
I understand, Your Majesty.
Until tomorrow, then.
At Mayerling?
At Mayerling.
Oh, hurry, Nunu. Do you have my bag?
Yes. Oh, my dear.
Oh, there's the coach. He said it would be there.
Mary, you'll drive me crazy leaving in the middle of the night. Oh, I should never have helped you.
Oh, please don't worry, Nunu. And don't scold me tonight. You don't know, but it's the most beautiful, the most wonderful thing in the world.
Mary, I don't understand you.
Oh, and there's something else. That letter I gave you. You'll give it to Mother, but only after tomorrow.
Mary, you frighten me. Before you go, tell me you won't do anything wrong.
Wrong? I'll do nothing wrong.
Do you swear it?
Anything I do will be right and good. I swear it. Goodbye, Nunu.
You must do something right away, Cantata. My daughter disappeared last night. We've heard nothing from her.
I am sorry, Baroness. Perhaps the Archduke could tell us.
The Archduke?
But unfortunately, we don't know where he is. The prince is so fantastic. I think he is hunting in Luxembourg.
Oh, please, then, send someone. I tell you, we haven't a moment to lose.
You can come out now. I told you I'd find you.
Oh, but that's not the game. You were not supposed to watch me hide. You cheated.
Instinct of the hunter. Never let the prey get out of sight. But I have found you anyway. I know every tree in Mayerling.
Mayerling. Mayerling. It's like a fairy tale. So beautiful. I love it here.
You always said that life was beautiful, too. Perhaps you feel it's too beautiful,
Oh,
too.
no. It's only beautiful now, the way we've planned it. But, Rudolph, will you do one thing for me? You'll decide yourself the moment when we must go. But I don't want to know. Promise me.
You'll know nothing. I promise.
I think it's getting cold. Should we go inside now? It's so quiet, isn't it? Is it always like this here?
Always.
Oh, I think my eyes are closing.
Perhaps you should go to sleep now.
No, I don't want to sleep yet. Kiss me, Rudolph. Enough for the whole night.
Sleep well, my darling.
Stay here with me, Rudolph. Just for a little while. I'm afraid sometimes during the night. I like the light so much. I wish I were awake already to see the sunshine. Will you wake me, Rudolph?
Yes. I'll come to the door, and I'll call you. Softly. You'll smile in your sleep. Then open your eyes, you'll see the sunshine.
I'll be waiting for you. Do you remember in the park, at the fair, the first time I saw you?
Yes.
Do you remember what the devil said at the puppet show? He said, I like to take the happy one. I think I know what that means. Because I'm happy. So very happy.
Good night. Good night, my dear.
Tomorrow, my love. Tomorrow.
What is it?
Oh, Your Highness, excuse me, but I thought I heard a shot.
I haven't heard anything, Roshek. Probably in the forest. What time is it, Loshek?
Just 5 o'clock, Your Highness.
Thank you. Come back and call me in half an hour.
Very good, Your Highness.
Marie, my darling. You won't have to wait any longer.
Torn apart by life, united by death, peace at last came to these lovers. I saw his resting place in Vienna, an ancient crypt in the venerable Capuchin church. There, in the hushed company of emperors and queens, lies one whose greatest misfortune it was to have been born a prince, Rudolph of Habsburg. A word now from our two stars, William Powell and Janet Gaynor. In a year and a half, Miss Gaynor has come to the air only twice, but we are happy and grateful that on both occasions The scene of her performance has been the Lux Radio Theater.
Well, Mr. DeMille, I've always had a warm spot in my heart for this program. I have 2 reasons for saying that. First, you bring to the air a dignity in keeping with the best traditions of the stage and screen. And secondly, you represent a beauty that I've always liked and used. Lux soap. It's a pleasure to use it when I'm working in pictures and at home, too. Incidentally, it was also a great pleasure to be here tonight with my old friend, Bill Powell.
Thank you, Janet.
Bill, what are your reactions to playing tragedy?
Well, Cecil, after what happened to that royal pair, I think I feel like sitting down and having a good cry. But you know, even though our sympathies are centered upon Marie and Rudolph, I can't help but spare a thought for Rudolph's father, the old emperor, Franz Joseph. If you remember, he lost his wife, the empress, through assassination. His brother Maximilian met death in Mexico before a firing squad. And in 1914, another son, who became heir to the throne following Rudolph's death, was killed at Sarajevo in a prelude to the World War. All of which leaves me with a decided preference to play rather than aspire to royalty. Thank you, Cecil, and good night.
Good night, Mr. DeMille.
Good night, Miss Gaynor, Mr. Powell. I hope for a speedy recovery. Good night. Speedy return to him. Our play next Monday night unfolds to the rhythm of roaring presses, the clatter of the linotype, and the chorus of editors barking copy. It's the drama behind the drama of your daily newspaper, the brisk romance of rival reporters, one of them a girl, who refuses to lend an ear to wedding bells until she proves that all good reporters aren't men. It's the loudly applauded screen hit Front Page Woman. I'm happy to say that our leading man will be one whose return here you've requested so many times, Fred McMurray. And opposite Fred, a soaring star who's attracting great attention in Hollywood today, Paulette Goddard. Our sponsors, the makers of Lux Toilet Soap, join me in inviting you to be with us again next Monday night when the Lux Radio Theater presents Fred McMurray and Paulette Goddard in Front Page Woman with Roscoe Kahn. This is Cecil B. DeMille saying good night to you from Hollywood.
Louis Silvers appeared through courtesy of 20th Century Fox Studio, where he directed music for the new film Kentucky. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
From Hollywood, California, the Lux Radio Theater presents Clark Gable in The Buccaneer with Olamp Radna, Akeem Tamirov, and Gertrude Michael.
Lux presents Hollywood. In The Buccaneer, we bring you the romance, the thrilling drama of Jean Lafitte, hero and rogue of old Louisiana. Tonight's special guest is the distinguished author and historian, Mr. Rupert Hughes. Louis Silvers conducts our music. We want you to know how much we appreciate your loyalty. Your daily use of Lux Flakes makes it possible for us to bring you this program. Did you ever think of this? You can save steps and make your work go faster if you keep Lux handy in these 2 places where you can use it most. In the bathroom, for stockings and other things, and in the kitchen to help guard your hands from dishpan roughness. So it's a good idea to get 2 or more boxes of Lux Flakes at a time. And here's another tip I'd like to pass on to you. You'll save money if you buy Lux in the large size package. We hear now from the producer of the Lux Radio Theater. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Cecil B. DeMille.
Greetings from Hollywood, ladies and gentlemen. Behind the making of The Buccaneer was my hope that this picture would be something more than entertainment, that it would revive the memory of a hero whom history has all but forgotten. Springing out of the swamps of Louisiana, out of the mire of infamy, this fabulous figure scattered one of the blackest nights in American history with the bright flame of victory. He was Jean Lafitte, the ruthless lord of Barataria, a pirate island only 90 miles from New Orleans. He was Jean Lafitte, the pirate patriot, who, with Andrew Jackson, saved New Orleans in the War of 1812, and of whom Byron wrote, "He left a Corsair's name to other times, linked with one virtue and 1,000 crimes," and without whom all America west of the Mississippi might now belong to England. No one knows where Lafitte came from or where he's buried. As for his soul, it might be in paradise or purgatory. He earned a place in either. But tonight, Lafitte roars out of oblivion, brought to us by one of the most celebrated personalities the screen has ever known, Clark Gable. Mr. Gable is a Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer star, currently appearing in Too Hot to Handle. His next picture is Idiot's Delight. Olympe Bradner, Paramount's lovely Parisienne, makes her Lux debut in the role of Gretchen. As Dominic Yu, we give you that priceless performer, Akim Tamiroff. In the part of Annette, Gertrude Michael makes her initial bow on this stage, and Clara Blandick is heard as Aunt Charlotte. On to Louisiana. It's curtain time and star time as the Lux Radio Theater presents Clark Gable in The Buccaneer with Olympe Bradner, Akim Tamiroff, and Gertrude Michael. In 1814, the citizens of New Orleans often saw a printed notice brazenly displayed in public places. It read, "Sale of rare and notable goods this day at the Temple." It was signed Jean Lafitte. The Temple, scene of this thieves' bazaar, was a clearing in the cypress swamps. There, beneath tendrils of dripping moss, Jean Lafitte and his pirate crew insolently hawked their wares. Through the crowd strolled pirate musicians, their faces lean and scarred, their music gay. The good people of New Orleans came to look and stayed to buy. No one asking where the goods came from. No one dared to ask.
Now, what do you mean it ain't the best? That's the best Manila neckweed. Or the best Manila rope.
Silver? Did you say silver, mister? Look at this.
Only one Spanish dollar. $1. Perfume sweet like Araby. Monsieur, you want to buy some little perfume?
Thank you, no. I'm looking for Jean Lafitte.
Ah, Lafitte? What for?
Do I look like a soldier?
You? No.
Then you can tell me. This is business.
Oh, business. Well, now look. You see that man standing by himself over there? That is Jean Lafitte. Perfume sweet like Araby.
Be very popular, Mr. Lafitte.
I'm sorry, but I don't know what you're talking about.
I was thinking of that placard that I've seen posted about. There's one on that tree. Reward, $500 for the capture of Jean Lafitte, dead or alive. Signed by the governor, William C.C. Claiborne.
$500 reward for me shows that Governor Claiborne has a sense of humor.
My name is Crawford, Senator Crawford of the Louisiana legislature.
Oh. You weren't thinking of collecting that reward, were you, Senator?
Hardly. But the British have a sense of humor, too.
The British?
And they make rather good friends. I'm sure the British think you're worth far more than $500.
You think so? Try some of this wine, Senator.
Thank you. Does my offer interest you?
Very much. But it could stand a little more explanation.
These are war times, Mr. Lafitte. You and your men could constitute a power in these waters.
A power for the British? I thought you said you were a senator from Louisiana.
That, I'm sure, needs no explanation.
I see.
Try to be back from your voyage in a fortnight. You will have British callers at Barataria. This is excellent wine. How much for the cask?
10 pieces of 8, 10 Napoleons, or $500 American paper.
You don't think much of American paper, do you, Mr. Lafitte?
I'm a businessman, Senator, and I don't think much of America's chances.
Neither do I.
I'll have the wine delivered to you. If you'll give me your... Will you excuse me? I have some important business.
Of course. Wasn't that Miss Annette de Remy's carriage that just passed? I thought I recognized Miss Annette and her Aunt Charlotte. It was their carriage.
You'll excuse me, Senator, but we're not exchanging confidences yet.
A thieves' market. I can't understand why the authorities permit it.
Oh, Aunt Charlotte,
You always say that, but you always come.
Don't be impertinent, Annette.
One Spanish dollar. Perfume sweet like Araby. Madame, only one Spanish dollar.
My man, did you come by these things honestly?
Huh? Do I not look like an honest man?
You certainly do not.
Oh, Aunt Charlotte, please.
He looks as if he'd cut anybody's throat for a picayune.
Who, me? Me, Dominique you, the cannoneer of Napoleon. Mademoiselle, Napoleon and me.
Oh, never mind the details. How much is this perfume?
Oh, that one. 3 Spanish dollars. But, madame, these... sweet like the breath of angels.
Huh. It smells more like liniment.
Oh, madame, impossible. Behold, I drink it. So. Madame, you are right, it is liniment.
Come along, Annette. I've seen enough of it. Annette, where did she go? Annette, where are you? Annette!
Annette, you're more beautiful every time I see you.
Thank you, Mr. Lafitte.
You were late today, Annette.
I couldn't help it. My sister sailed for France. She's going to be married on the boat. There was such a crowd at the boat to see her off, I thought I'd never get away. I was in terror that I wouldn't see you. And in terror that I would. Oh, Jean, what are we going to do?
Marry me. We could sail to France, too, like your sister.
Marry you. And I suppose you'd print the wedding invitation on the back of Governor Claiborne's reward for you. Dead or alive.
My sweet, you can have the governor's ears for a wedding present.
Oh, darling. Won't you ever be serious? You're in danger every hour.
Every minute that I'm near you.
Oh, Jean, we can't hide behind bushes and trees all our lives. Dearest, I want you to be able to come to my house like other men
who are more respectable?
Who are more honored. Oh, can't you understand? I want to be proud of my love. Well, there's nothing in your life I can share.
I have wealth. I have barataria.
Barateur is a word for cheap.
It's a kingdom with 1,000 men and ships that sail the Caribbean and the Gulf. I can give you anything you...
Yes, anything but self-respect.
Yes, you're right, Annette. I can't give you that.
Oh, Jean.
Listen.
What's that?
Trouble. You better go.
Hey, boss. Boss.
Dominic, what's wrong?
The governor. The governor is coming. He's bringing soldiers. We show him, eh?
No steal, Dominic. Tell the men to carry the boats to the bayou. Load them with every piece of merchandise we have and shove off. Let the people stay, but the men and goods go. Hurry up, now.
Aye, boss.
Very clever of you, Lafitte. An hour ago, you were very busy here selling your stolen goods. And now, nothing. Very clever indeed.
Thank you, Governor Claiborne. Praise from you is high honor.
Only fear of injury to some of New Orleans citizens prevents me from bringing you to justice now. But they shall hear the judgment we have passed on you. Mr. Collector?
Yes, Governor.
Read the placard there, on that tree. Read it aloud.
Yes, Governor. For making himself a general nuisance, I offer $10,000 reward for Governor Claiborne's ears. Signed, Jean Lafitte.
You take this as a joke, do you, Lafitte? You'll find nothing to laugh at when General Andrew Jackson arrives in New Orleans.
I respect General Jackson.
He said there's no room under the American flag for such bandits as you and your men. Do you laugh at that, sir?
No. But you have bigger and more respectable bandits who laugh at your flag, making fortunes by selling sugar and cotton to the British. We all have faults, Governor. But I have respected the American flag, and we've never attacked a ship that flies it.
Let that governor scare us out of the temple. Where are we now? No place. 3 days at sea and not a haul yet.
Shut up, Facial. Well, Dominic, come in. What do you want?
It is Brown, boss, on the Vulcan. He just scuttled a merchantman. She's burning.
Does she look like a good haul?
Well, boss, she's American.
An American boat? Where?
2 points off the starboard bow, and she's up in flames. Well, this is pretty bad news.
Get on deck. Lay her into the wind. Stay by to lower the longboats as soon as she loses way. Light no lights.
Aye, boss. She's burning pretty fast, boss.
Can you see her name yet?
Name, not yet. Boss, there's the Vulcan. Brown is standing by.
I'll attend to Mr. Brown later.
Hey, what is that?
3 oars.
Never before have I heard a barking fish.
There it is. Get that dogfish up.
Hey, there's more than a dog here, boss. There's a girl, too.
Get her in the boat.
A girl, eh? Well. Oh, a little pink mackerel, eh?
Lay her down over there. You all right?
Yes,
What boat is that? Speak up.
Corinthian.
Out of where?
New Orleans, they attack us. They make me jump over.
Boss, ask her, is there anybody left on board?
We'll let Captain Brown tell us that. Pull over to the Vulcan. And all those other people on that ship. Did you put them off in boats, Mr. Brown? How many boats did you put them in? None. You remember my order, Mr. Brown? That all hands on a captured ship should have a chance for their lives.
We're through taking orders from you, Lafitte.
You are, Mr. Brown? My orders forbid boarding any ship flying the American flag.
That's the flag I'm under, up there in the masthead.
The black flag, eh? We're men without a country, Mr. Brown. Men cast up by the sea. Perhaps we'll be Americans someday. But not you, Mr. Brown, because I'm going to hang you now.
You ain't going to hang nobody, Lafitte. You're just a blubber-smelling pirate like the rest of us. And you've given your last command.
Any more complaints? Anybody like to follow Captain Brown? And stir yourselves. All hands to the braces. Square away the yard. Set your course for Barataria.
Boss, boss. What about that pink mackerel, the girl?
She comes with us until she's well enough to leave.
Well, she's all that is left of the Corinthian, boss. She make a pretty bad witness.
I obey my own orders. She sailed under the American flag, and she's safe from us.
Make sail! Aye, boss.
And everything from the Corinthian is to be kept out of sight. Nothing taken from that boat must be sold. You understand, Dominique?
Oh, I know. You have your breakfast now, boss?
Put it down there.
Yes, sir.
Good morning, Mr. Captain.
Oh, good morning. How do you like Barataria?
Well, I don't know yet. Your men say that I give them hemp fever.
Did you hear that, Dominique?
A gentleman does not laugh at a lady.
Dominique, she says that you're not a gentleman.
No, I say it to you.
What makes you think that I'm not a gentleman?
Your rings tell me.
And what do you know about rings?
1 ring, it is a gentleman. 2 rings, it is a vain and foolish man.
Now that you have enlightened me as to my multiple defects, go back where you belong. Dominique, keep this magpie out of my sight.
Hey, come along, my little cabbage.
But you did not tell me why I give the men hemp fever.
Hemp is a rope, and men sometimes die of a rope.
Oh, yes.
As a matter of fact, the men are right. You're a walking death warrant for all of us.
Me?
Come here to me. What's the matter with your shoes?
They squeak.
I know that, but why?
Because they're in the ocean.
Well, take them out of the ocean. You're in a gentleman's home.
A gentleman's home? No wonder the fine people of New Orleans, they laugh at you.
They laugh at... How do you know? Were you ever inside their homes?
Yes, I worked there.
You worked there? You scrubbed their floors, but you've got nerve enough to stand there and tell me I'm no... All right. Since you're such a monument of judgment, you can stay here and make yourself useful. What can you do?
I can cook, but I won't.
You certainly won't. What else?
I can sew, but I won't.
Do you eat?
Yes, thank you.
But you won't.
Ow!
Before you eat, you'll learn to make yourself useful. Scipio, give her the keys to this closet. She's going to learn to scrub floors.
Yes, sir. Here they are. Boss, boat coming in.
Give me that telescope.
Yeah, mon capitaine. Here. Can you see? Who is she, boss?
British man of war, Sophia.
Oh, we'll let them have it, eh?
No, she's sending a boat under a flag of truce. Lock up that mackerel of yours while these Englishmen are here.
Aye, aye, boss. Come along, my little toadstool. We'll lock you up.
What have I done?
Huh? Nothing yet. That is why we'll lock you up.
You locked me up because you're afraid of me. You are afraid I'll tell those British Janus that you burned a Corinthian. And I will if you lock me up.
No, my pink rosebud. You will not if I lock you up. Go on. In the closet.
Join us in our attack against the Americans, Mr. Lafitte. Every condition of those letters will be fulfilled.
It's a generous offer, Captain Lockyer.
Generous. The rank of captain in the British Navy and $30,000 in gold. Will the Americans match that?
No. They've only offered $500 for my head.
While we offer a full pardon to all of you. We will guarantee that...
You locked me up? Ah, but you forget. I have a key.
Who is this young lady?
Come in, Gretchen. These gentlemen are officers of the British Navy. They command big warships. They are interested in who you are.
You're certainly not American. Are you Dutch?
Tell them just who you are.
I am the friend of Mr. Lafitte.
Then suppose, just a friendly gesture, you leave us alone. Please?
Yes, sir.
Well, Mr. Lafitte, will you fight for the British?
I must have a week for my reply.
Does it take a week to make up your mind?
On matters as important as this, my men have as much to say as I have. We are a republic and must put it to a vote.
I say yes. I say we fight for the British, and why not?
Aye, that's it, Granby. Give it to him.
England will shake America like a dog shakes a rat.
Here, aye.
And what did you get from Claiborne? Nothing but the cramp iron, the cat and the yardarm. But England offers gold and a clean pardon. Who's for England? Yes! Shut your grab traps. The boss ain't had his say yet. Chuck your love.
What do you say, aye, boss? What do you say, aye?
You for England, yeah?
You scum of the world. You sewer-bred rats. Every country in the world has spewed you out. There's no land you can call your own. You, Jacques, you like it here, hmm? The air is sweet, hmm? Different from the stench of the sewers where you hid after you murdered your father. And you, Hans, the spoiler of the dead, the slinking grave robber of Hamburg. Miguel, the petty pickpocket of Madrid. And you, Dominique.
Boss, please,
The pet cannoneer of Napoleon.
Oh, well.
And Mouse, you deserter. What hole will you hide in to escape the lash in the yardarm? And the brave Granby. Shall I tell the story of Pensacola? Of the nun who prayed for your soul with your knife in her throat? And I'm the rottenest of you all. Because I'm your boss. All of us, the yellow-livered spawn of the world, thrown up here by a sea that's too decent to hold us. We land on the only shore that has let us stay. Louisiana. Louisiana, with long moss that hangs from the trees like the gray hair of a mother. And what do we do to her? We rob and kill. But still, she lets us stay. And now, for the first time, this mother needs help. A powerful enemy is landing on her shores. You heard her call, you white-livered squids. And what do you propose to do? Turn tail and run whining to the British, to lick the hand that you're afraid to bite. But Louisiana will never show the white feather. Neither will America. It's a young nation unprepared, with few weapons and few defenders, and it's getting licked. But I'm going to give it all I have. Who fights with me for America?
Me, Dominique, you!
Me, Gretchen van der Liefhorst.
That was the first act of The Buccaneer, starring Clark Gable with Olamp Bradna, Akim Timirov, and Gertrude Michael. In just a moment, the curtain goes up on Act Two. But during our intermission, let's drop in on the Brownings. It's after dinner, and the family is gathered round the fire. As the scene opens, the two girls, Dot and Midge, are talking about Miss Enright, the director of their high school club. She's going to be married, and the club is giving her a shower, but...
Gosh, Midge, what can we get for her? I'm just stony broke.
Me too, Dot.
Let's ask Dad. Shh. Not while he's doing bills.
Watch out, girls. I hear you. But I just can't give you anything for presents right now. Perhaps your mother can help you.
Oh, so I'm to solve the problem. Well, here's a suggestion, girls. How about a serving spoon, like the one we got the other day?
Oh, there were 2 pieces, Mother. A cheese server, too.
Oh, you mean the ones you saved me money on?
Yes. We certainly fooled you, Dad. 2 lovely pieces for only a quarter.
And the box top from the large Lux package, Mother. Don't forget that.
Gee, I bet Miss Enright would love one of those sets.
Enright with Enright.
Dad. But it's a swell idea. A great big sparkling idea.
Well, it'll certainly help us out.
Don't let me forget. I'll order some more Lux tomorrow morning, and you girls can have all the box tops.
Oh, swell. Then we could get extra sets for Christmas presents, too.
Why wait till tomorrow? Let's go see what's in the house right now. Come on, Midge.
Dibs on the bedroom box, Dot. The kitchen box is mine.
So the race is on to collect the tops from the large boxes of Lux Flakes. In fact, people everywhere are eager to get these 2 beautiful pieces of original Rogers silver plate, a stunning serving spoon, and a handy cheese server. Don't fail to get yours. Just send the top from a large box of Lux Flakes and 25 cents in coin with your name and address to Lux, Meriden, 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 Connecticut. Mr. DeMille.
We continue with The Buccaneer, starring Clark Gable, with Olamp Bradna, Akim Timirov, and Gertrude Michael. With the cheers of his men still ringing in his ears, Jean Lafitte sailed alone to New Orleans to place his army of pirates at the disposal of the government. The governor has accepted his offer, and now, before returning to Barataria, Lafitte brings the news to Annette.
Joan, you shouldn't have come here.
Shouldn't I?
No. But I'm glad you did. Oh, Joan.
No. Wait. Look at me. Carefully. What do you see?
A man who is very dear to me.
What else?
A man who shouldn't be here.
Nothing more. You don't notice a difference in me?
No. What is it?
I'm respectable.
Joan.
Yes, my good woman, respectable. At last.
Oh, you precious fool. Whatever you're talking about.
It's very simple. Governor Claiborne and I are friends. They've accepted my offer to save New Orleans.
No, Jean. Oh, please be
careful. But it's true. Lafitte, Claiborne, Jackson. Those names will live in history.
Oh, Jean, tell me.
I'm on my way to the tailors now. If I give them 200 men, it'll be a captain's uniform. 500, I'm a colonel. 1,000, it's a general's epaulets. The governor thanked me for my loyalty. Why, we're thicker than thieves. Well, closer than peas in a pod. Come here to me.
Oh, dearest.
You know, it's really not a bad feeling.
What?
Respectability.
And how could you judge of that, Mr. Lafitte? And Charlotte.
Good evening, madame.
Annette, you'd better see if any of the silverware is missing.
Madame, I found something a lot more precious than silverware. I'll take this miniature of your niece. Do you mind?
Mr. Lafitte!
You have caught me red-handed, but I'll make my escape. Goodbye, madame. I go to annex Louisiana to Barataria.
I'm very much afraid, Governor Claiborne, that you've been taken in.
Would you mind being more explicit, Senator Crawford?
There can be no doubt of it, Governor. And every man on this defense council will back me up. Look at the papers that John Lafitte showed you. No British insignia, no seal attached to any of them. Now, these letters are forgeries.
I think Senator Crawford is right. They seem scarcely credible.
A commission in the Royal Navy? This is probably a scheme to lure Jackson to New Orleans so the British can land at Mobile.
Oh, that sounds like common sense to me.
What shall we answer him?
I know the exact answer, Governor. Dead pirates make the best pirates.
I said him as executive.
Very well. We'll send our ships to storm Barataria.
while you were gone.
Thank you. That's very nice, Gretchen. You see that, Dominic? Yeah. That's our flag now.
Yeah, that is pretty, huh?
But do you know for why it has 15 stars and 15 stripes?
Why, yes. It's because, Dominic, huh? Do you know why it has 15 stars and 15 stripes?
Oh, yes, certainly I know. It is because, because the boss president like it better that way.
You are both very bad Americans. Every star and stripe is a state. Sew them together, and they are the United States. And I'll make it for you, Mr. Boss. A present.
Well, thanks, funny one. They'll make us think of you when you're home in, what's the name of that place?
Don't speak am Zuiderzee.
Fine.
But Don't speak am Zuiderzee is not my home anymore.
Oh, yes, it is. You certainly can't stay here.
I certainly will stay here.
What? Pack your things. You're leaving today.
I will go with you.
Well, we're going into battle. Women don't know anything about fighting.
You don't know anything about women.
Does any man? Why don't you want to go home?
Oh, because.
Well, that's not a good enough excuse.
Mr. Boss, who is that girl? The one in the picture you bring back.
Oh, that. A lovely lady who lives in New Orleans.
Oh. Is that why you want me to go home?
You're a little fool, aren't you?
Yes. I know that before you say it. Her hair is very pretty, too. And her eyes, they... I will go, boss.
Boss, American ships are putting in.
Aha, there you are, Dominique. American boats. They come to join us. Come on, give them a welcome.
Hey, ring the bell! Ring the bell!
All right, you men, get into the longboats. Pilot them to the landing.
Viva los Americanos!
Hey, boss.
What are they doing?
Firing on us.
Fine friends you got your feet. Let's give them a taste of their own style.
No, hold your fire. Get back, I tell you. Don't fire. Dominic.
Yes, boss.
Dominic, get everybody out of here. Get them back to the bayous. Tell them to hide in the swamp.
Hey, boss. Back to the bayous. All of you. Into the boats. Hey, get your families out. Get back to the swamp.
We let them come as friends, and they shut us down like dogs.
Boss, you pushed the boat all the way to the swamps. Maybe you sleep a little now. The stars are out.
Not for those men lying in the sand back there.
Can't you forget your thought just for one moment?
No. They'll hang every man they caught today. A 1 day's trial in New Orleans and 4 feet of rope.
Maybe, boss. But what those ships did to your men is only what you have done to other people.
That's not true.
I saw it on the Corinthians.
Those were never my orders.
But you were the boss.
Yes, that's right. I am the boss. And I'm to blame for every man dead at Barataria. And somebody's going to pay for it.
Now you want to kill some more. Oh, you're a funny man, boss. All you think of is fighting and killing. Don't you know there's such a thing in the world as love?
Yes. Now that's gone, too.
Now you cannot marry that lady of the picture.
Don't bother me with your silly question.
But love is not a silly question.
What do you know about it?
A great deal. I'm in love.
Yes? With whom?
With you.
I don't know whether to bow to you or use this paddle on you.
It does not matter which. I love you.
When you're a little more grown up, you'll find some fine young...
I'm more grown up now than you will ever be. You spend your life fighting, and fighting is for little boys, not for men. And you're a very bad little boy. But I love you.
Oh, it's too late for all that. Too late for me and too early for you.
No, never it is too late, and never it is too early to love. Oh, boss. Boss, you don't even know what it is to be happy. I know a life you never even dreamed could be. You laugh when I say don't speak am Zuiderzee. But there's an old little house on a little river where the tulips, they are...
I'd turn your river to poison.
No, boss. And every day we say hello to an old stork who makes his nest on the roof. That is good luck. And all day the windmill sings ka-ching, ka-chung, ka-ching, ka-chung.
Yes, it's a sweet dream, little Gretchen. And I thank you for it.
Oh, don't thank me. Take me there.
And leave my men rotting in cells or hiding like snakes in these swamps?
Nothing will make you forget.
No. The blood of my men is my own blood. We've got to get out of here. We've got to get on to New Orleans.
I'll get those men out of jail
If you have to kill more to do it.
General Jackson must have known all about this. Jackson must be in New Orleans now. I'll see him there.
You're a funny man, boss.
There he is, General Jackson.
General Jackson. Where they are, can't
General Jackson, ma'am. Why, he's just coming through the door.
Oh, yes,
Thank you. Ladies, gentlemen, I'm honored by this gracious welcome to New Orleans.
What can we do, General?
How can we aid you?
We need powder, food, and we need flints for our rifles. But above everything, we need men. Men to fight beside us for America. And now, I must beg you to excuse me.
Time for your bill, Andy.
What? Oh, no, not now, Mr. Peavy. Where's the defense counsel?
Waiting inside. I'll show you, Andy.
Carry a musket, General, but we have a right to know what'll happen to New Orleans.
Before I'll surrender this city, gentlemen, I'll burn it to the ground.
New Orleans will not be sacrificed to your madness.
Now, I begin to know America's friends from our enemies, Senator Crawford.
The legislature will meet at once to discuss surrender.
I believe, Senator, your sympathies are with the enemy.
Better to be in the hands of the enemy than in the hands of a maniac.
Mr. Peavy.
What's bothering you, Andy?
Show these gentlemen out.
All right. Skedaddle now. Skedaddle, everybody. Come on.
And shut the door, Mr. Peavy. I want to be alone for a while.
Stay as you are, General Jackson, and don't call your guard. I have you covered.
I'll call my guard when I'm ready. You seem to be looking for an easy way out of life. Where'd you come from?
I've been standing outside that window. I want to speak to you.
Who are you?
My name is Lafitte.
The pirate?
The privateer.
With a price on his head. I'll have no truck with men of your breed, Lafitte.
At this moment, you're not in a position to be exclusive.
You're an impudent devil and... What do you want?
The lives of my men.
Why should I give a horseshoe in Hades for their lives?
Among other things, to save your own.
Then I refuse. Your men are pirates. A scum fouling this city in its hour of need. And I don't relish threats.
And I don't relish talk. You'll sign the order for their release. Now.
Don't shoot, Mr. Peavy.
That's an old trick, General. I'll keep my eyes on you.
As you please. Mr. Peavy, this is Mr. Lafitte, the pirate.
Evening, Mr. Lafitte. Shall I pull the trigger now, Andy?
Mr. Peavy stands outside of windows, too. Have you anything to say, Lafitte, before I answer Mr. Peavy's question?
Well, I have some personal property to dispose of. A matter of 8,000 flints.
Flints? Musket flints? Where?
Where the powder is.
How much powder?
30 kegs, enough to work our cannon for a week.
Put your gun on the table, Mr. Lafitte. Thank you. Get out, Mr. Peavy.
Andy, can't I tie him up for you first?
No, thank you. Go on. Are you lying about those flints?
No, and I'm not lying about my men.
The flints, are they in the city?
When the last one of my men is released, I'll tell you.
How many men have you?
Enough to win this battle for you.
Where are they?
In the swamps and in jail.
Well, by the
They're men
great...
who live by fighting, deserters from every nation under the sun. I've a cannoneer of Napoleon, the blackest rogue unhung, and the best shot. All fighters.
And all with bloody hands, eh?
Like a soldier's.
A soldier fights for his country.
That's what we asked to do, and we're answered by bullets.
You didn't ask me.
I do now.
General Jackson.
What is it? What do you mean
Monsieur Villeray, he must see you.
This fella here, Andy, I guess he wants to see you, all right.
Monsieur le Général, c'est incroyable, mais c'est vrai. Les Anglais ont apparu tout à
Speak
l'heure.
English, man.
Dans la maison même. Moi, je vais échapper seulement.
Speak English.
General, this man says the British have appeared at his plantation.
Where's that?
8 miles from the city, on the Bayou Cattle.
Are they in force?
The whole army.
We'll hold the line of the Rodriguez Canal. Mr. Peavy, call the officer of the guard. Have the bugler sound assembly. Colonel Butler, we march at once by the Chalmette Road.
The Chalmette Road, General.
Major Hans, get your Mississippi Dragoons into their saddles. Take the advance.
Yes, General.
Get General Coffee here. Assemble all commands at Chalmette. Get every man and musket into the ranks. Rouse the town. Body of death, I need men. What's your price, Lafitte?
Full pardon for my men.
And for yourself?
1 hour's start when the battle's over.
It's a bargain. I'll sign the release.
Make it a carte blanche on the jail.
All right. Now get your devils out of the swamp and the jail and bring them to Chalmette.
Crawford hasn't surrendered the city.
Body of death. If he gets that legislature to surrender...
It won't. If Crawford isn't there...
Then by the 7 plagues of Egypt, he shouldn't be there.
if someone has to run him through.
Thanks. I knew I'd like you, General.
We pause for station identification. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System. That was Act Two of The Buccaneer, starring Clark Gable with Olamp Bradner, Akim Temiroff, and Gertrude Michael, whom we hear in the third act following this short intermission. But before Mr. DeMille brings you, as his intermission guest, one of America's most famous authors, let me just give the ladies in our audience this reminder. It's thrifty to buy several big boxes of Lux Flakes at a time, so you'll have it handy always in bathroom, kitchen, and laundry. Sweaters, blouses, and dresses, as well as undies and stockings, stay new-looking longer when you give them regular Lux care. That's why so many women find Lux Flakes the finest clothes economy known. And let me remind you to have pencil and paper ready at the end of this program to jot down full details of the Rogers Silver Plate offer. And now, here's our producer ready to introduce our famous guest of the evening.
One of the luckiest moves I ever made occurred many years ago when I bought a novel for the screen from Rupert Hughes. That started a friendship with one of the most talented men I've ever known. Rupert Hughes has written some 35 novels, hundreds of brilliant articles, and short stories, a celebrated biography of George Washington, an encyclopedia of American music, contributed to a monumental history of the world, and is a real authority on early American pirates. He's been a director, writer, and producer for the screen, discovered Lawrence Tibbett, is a recognized sculptor, and is the uncle of Howard Hughes the aviator. He sleeps 4 hours a day, smokes 20 cigars, drinks 30 cups of coffee, and is one of the few famous men in Hollywood whose telephone number you can find by simply looking it up in the book.
But how did I get in here? I was looking for my lost dog. He had me on a leash, but I got away. Oh, I know you. You're Dr. DeMille, aren't you?
Doctor?
I read that a college gave you the honorary degree of Doctor of Letters. Why?
Probably because I have to do so much doctoring on the scripts you writers turn out.
Ouch.
As for that, didn't your own college make you a Doctor of Letters, too?
Yes, but what good does it do me? I can't even write a prescription.
Well, that doubtless saves quite a few lives.
Speaking of saving lives, Cecil, I had an idea. I stole it from that glorious speech of Lafitte's, which Clark Gable delivers so powerfully. It shows how a vicious pirate offers to help turn a black danger into a golden victory. It's happened before, it can happen again. It ought to happen all the time. Pirates were people whom circumstances turned into criminals. Our country contains so much crime because, while a large percentage of lawbreakers are of low mental caliber, we still find men and women of tremendous courage, often of immense cleverness, devoting their gifts to evil instead of good. Almost all boys want to be pirates, fight Indians, or be policemen. The main thing is they want to fight somebody, anybody. Thousands of them go wrong. We try to check them with prison cells and hard labor. But nothing seems to do any good. Why? Because we try to repress them. We make no use of all that courage and restlessness. There's our crime against our criminals. It seems to me that what we ought to do, what we've got to do, is this. When we find a boy or a girl with a wild streak of adventure, a ferocious resentment of the dull life, we must offer that fiery soul an opportunity to use its energy for the benefit of itself and of everybody. We couldn't save them all, but we could save hundreds. We ought to learn a lesson from the thief. Realizing there's no taming criminals, the thing for us to do is to find some way of using them for their own happiness and ours.
Have you a suggestion?
Oh, I'm only a doctor of letters, not of souls or bodies.
Then shall we get on with the program?
By all means, but before I go, will you tell me one thing? Does either of those two nice girls get Clark Gable, or do they divide him up?
Wait and see.
Pity he's not the Gable twins, the Gable sextuplets.
Rupert, please go quietly.
I can take a hint. But first, thank you, Cecil, for bringing us these splendid stars and plays week after week. This theater, I think, occupies a definite place in American social life, and I'm flattered to have been asked here. Goodbye.
The key's under the mat for you, Rupert. Anytime. Goodbye. The Buccaneer, starring Clark Gable with Olamp Bradner, Akim Tamirov, and Gertrude Michael. With the British on the march to New Orleans, a swift series of events crowded each other in the race for defense. Lafitte, with the order for release in his pocket, opens the jail doors for his men.
We are free! The boss, he got us free!
In a fair fight with the traitor Crawford, the Buccaneer pirate made certain that the legislature would not surrender the city.
I'll fight you tomorrow at the dueling hooks.
Oh, no, Mr. Crawford. You didn't give my men at Barataria a formal invitation to be killed, but here's yours.
With Crawford dead, the city sprang to arms. Out went the call to Lafitte's men hiding in the swamps. Through the bayous they came, paddling madly toward New Orleans, the woods echoing to their battle cry. Into the city they poured, up to the line of defense, to fight side by side with the regulars, repulsing every advance made by the British, driving them back inch by inch, until at last came the welcome cry.
Victory!
My little sparrow, it was wonderful, eh? Everywhere you hear now, Lafitte, the great Lafitte, the brave Lafitte. Oh, his pirates, they saved the city.
And I was there, too. Was I not, Dominique?
Yeah.
I helped the boss, too, when I carried the powder.
Oh, certainly. Oh, my little cockroach, it is so good, eh? No more they hang us, eh? No. You know, tonight they give a victory ball, the great victory ball. And for who? For Lafitte. Oh, well, of course, Jack's son, he will be there too. But the victory ball, it is
Yes.
for Lafitte.
And she will be there,
Huh?
in a lovely dress, and he will be a hero. And perhaps he will kiss her,
What is this?
and then she will marry him.
Oh, well, that is how it is, eh?
Oh, I cannot help that I love him. He says my shoes squeak, but he makes my heart squeak, too.
Well, what is it that you want?
I want to go to the victory ball. I want to wear a more beautiful dress than hers. I want to sparkle in more beautiful jewels than she has. I want my hair so lovely, her always look like hay. I want to be so grand and shiny, he won't even look at her when I walk by. I want to make him love me. Oh, Dominic.
Oh, by Jiminy Diablo. And who can do this for my little mackerel, eh? Me, Dominic, you. I have more jewels than anybody else. I have the beautiful dresses, too. I have all you want. Look in that chest. Huh?
Dominic. Oh, how wonderful.
And all for you, my little shrimp.
But where did you get these things from?
Huh? Where? Oh, I don't remember. I think off the boat.
His Excellency, the Governor of Louisiana, Mr. Daniel Carroll, Captain John Lafitte.
To Captain Lafitte.
General Jackson.
I have the honor to inform you, sir, that I have dispatched letters to the President commending you and your men for service to the country.
Thank you, sir. Your example was expiring to a follow.
Oh, General Jackson.
Oh, yes.
Your officers are brilliant as well as brave.
Oh, Mr. Remy, may I present Captain Lafitte, who has won the respect of the whole army.
Of the entire city. Captain Lafitte.
Your respect, mademoiselle, means everything. May I have the stamps?
Certainly. Captain.
This way, mademoiselle. Let's get out of here. Now.
Oh, Jean. I'm so happy I could cry.
Let's laugh instead. Out on the balcony where we can be alone.
Oh, Jean, it's all true. It is true, isn't it?
You mean, am I respectable? I hope so. And then?
Yes. What, Jean?
I've been trying to think of something nice to say.
Something sentimental.
I can feel the words. They get right up to here, and then...
Oh, don't bother. I know what they are. I'm thinking them, too. Darling.
Good evening.
Oh, good evening.
They told me Captain Lafitte was here.
Yes, mademoiselle.
Oh, Captain. Captain, how nice to find you. You remember me? We met one time on the sea.
You do appear in strange places, mademoiselle. Oh, this is Miss DeRemy. Miss,
how do you do?
How do you do? The captain is really a delightful, wicked man. Don't you think so?
I found him both.
But mostly wicked.
You flatter me, mademoiselle. Shall we dance, Annette?
But you haven't admired my new coiffure.
Yes, it's very nice.
My
but
dress? Does it not excite you?
Not as much as your presence, mademoiselle.
Oh, now you tease me.
Oh, it is a beautiful dress, mademoiselle. And I know where you had it made.
Oh, yes? In Gay Paris.
Oh, no. In Gay New Orleans. Your dressmaker made one just like it for my sister, Mary.
Your sister?
Yes. This has the same tucks and everything. She took it with her when she sailed in the Corinthian.
The Corinthian?
Oh, excuse me.
What a strange little creature. I've seen her before somewhere.
Annette, your sister was on the Corinthian?
Yes, why? Joan, why do you look like that? Have you heard anything about Mary?
No, nothing.
Oh. Now I remember that girl. She was on the dock with Mary. She was sailing on the Corinthian, too. I'm going to ask her.
Annette, please. Please don't ask her, Annette.
But why, Jean? What is it?
Annette, believe me. Trust me.
Oh, I don't know what you're talking about. I'm going to find that girl. Wait, mademoiselle, please. I want to speak to
But
you.
I must go.
You were on the Corinthian, weren't you?
No, you make a mistake.
But I remember you well.
Anything
I
wrong,
do.
Miss DeRemy?
This girl, she was on the Corinthian.
The Corinthian? Why, it's never been reported from Havana.
Where did you leave the Corinthian, miss?
I don't remember.
You didn't fall overboard, did you?
Yes, I fall overboard. A big splash, and I swim. Well, good night.
You didn't swim all the way back, did you?
Oh, he picked me up. That man over there. Please, I must go now.
Oh, he picked you up. One of Lafitte's men picked you up.
Yeah, me, Dominique, you. I pulled this little mackerel out.
Oh, what is all this? Where is the Corinthian? Where did you leave my sister?
Oh, I don't know.
But how? Why, you're wearing her miniature.
No, that's mine.
It's the one I gave her. It's my mother's picture. How did you get it?
I found it. Please.
Oh, no, you didn't. And you didn't find that dress. Aunt Charlotte! She's wearing Marie's dress.
She's from the Corinthian.
Lafitte's men brought her.
Where's Lafitte? Ask him.
There's evidence for you.
The Corinthian was attacked by Lafitte, wasn't it? Speak up, girl.
Oh, no, he couldn't have. He couldn't.
Speak up, you hear?
Let this girl go.
Why? She was a witness.
So am I. I was there when the Corinthian burned.
He admits it. No, Jean, I don't believe it. You couldn't have.
Now, Lafitte.
You wouldn't believe the truth if you heard it, Governor.
Tell me, I'll believe
Tell us all.
Gentlemen, the Corinthian was sunk, and every soul on board but one was lost.
Not by you, Jean. Not by you.
What difference does it make now, Annette? I was their boss.
My son was on that ship. There were women on that boat.
Every passenger lost.
He can't get away now. Get her out.
One moment, please. This city is under martial law.
He's outside the law.
He sank the Corinthian.
They killed all hands.
This is no affair of yours, General Jackson.
I'm in command here. Lafitte, are you responsible for sinking the Corinthian?
I am responsible.
That's enough.
Hang him. Come on, take your barrel out.
Just a minute.
General, surely you're not going to defend this man?
No, sir. But I made a deal with him. He joined our forces and he fought well. And for that service, I promised him a pardon for his men and 1 hour's start for himself. And by the eternal, that 1 hour's start he shall have.
Thank you, gentlemen. Annette, I'm not as guilty in this as you think. I knew nothing of your sister. For your belief in me, I am grateful. But unworthy. Gentlemen, I leave you. An American, New Orleans.
Well, I think we make it, boss. They never catch this boat now. What flag we break out, boss?
We have no flag.
Huh? Well, what course we steer? Where we go?
Straight out to sea.
Aye, aye, boss. Bien, mon capitaine. All hands to the tops! Square away the yard!
Mr. Boss,
Wretched. You shouldn't have come here.
I go where my boss go.
We're going out to sea. This deck under our feet is our only country.
Well, it's a good deck.
And our home port, sooner or later, will be the bottom of the sea.
I'll be there, too. With you, boss.
John Lafitte has sailed back into the past. In his place stands Clark Gable. Our evening would be only half complete without a word from Mr. Gable.
Well, I'll make it brief, Mr. DeMille. Those who saw your picture know, without my telling them, what a fine performance Frederick Marsh turned in as Jean Lafitte. I'm very grateful to you for giving me the chance to step into Lafitte's boots on the air. If I measured up to the standards set by Mr. Marsh, I'll be still happier. I'd like to thank everyone in the cast. But better yet, Mr. DeMille, I really think that Miss Bradner, Mr. Tamiroff, and Miss Michael should come up here and take their own bows.
Let the ladies talk first. I'm a very polite fellow.
Thank you, Hakim. Oh, I don't know how I sounded, Mr. DeMille, playing a Dutch girl with my French accent in an American play. However, though, I'm a very loyal listener. This was my first time on the Lux Radio Theater, and if it's as nice as this all the time, I surely hope you let me come back.
Very, very nice, Alam. And now, Miss Michael.
Well, you seem to be running the show, Hakim, but it's all right. Fire away.
It's all quite understandable, Mr. DeMille, with Mr. Tamiroff playing a big part in your nude picture, Union Pacific. I think he's entitled to get at the microphone as soon as he can. Goodness knows he's trying to.
Shh. Gertrude, please.
It's all yours, Hakim. Thank you, Mr. DeMille, for a grand evening.
Good night, Gertrude. Now, Mr. Tamiroff, go ahead with your latest barrage.
Well, I just want to tell you, Mr. DeMille, I have all my homework done for my part in Union Pacific. You make me a bullwhacker, so I practiced for 3 months, and now I can use the bullwhip like nobody's business. I can snap a cigarette out of your mouth. You know, like that. You want me to try it?
No, I've temporarily stopped smoking.
Too bad. But let me tell you, making pictures is the best education in the world. Why, once I played a deaf mute, so now I can speak the sign language. Another time I was a fiddle player, so I studied and became a beautiful violinist. Well, sometime I'd like to play a man who makes $1 million. Good night, Mr. DeMille.
Good night, bullwhacker.
In a few moments, Mr. DeMille will bring us exciting news of next week's play in Stars. Meanwhile, I want to tell you more about that original Roger Silverplate offer that many people, including the Brownings, are taking advantage of right now. You see, the makers of Lux Flakes are giving us a serving spoon and cheese server for only 25 cents on the top from a large box of Lux. Both pieces are original Roger Silverplate in the graceful allure design that matches the teaspoon so many of you ordered from us in the spring. You know, with Christmas only 6 weeks away, this is a swell chance to get some lovely gifts for your friends. Give them this twin set, the handsome serving spoon and handy little cheese server. It's an exclusive pattern, one they can't buy at any store. The only way to get it is through this offer. Why, I bet they'll be tickled pink to own such fine tableware. And so will you. It's so rich-looking and gives such splendid wear. In fact, you get a certificate from the International Silver Company, the world's largest silversmiths, which guarantees satisfaction in regular use. Quite a bargain, isn't it? Why, here you are getting beauty and quality and guaranteed service for only 25 cents on a Lux box top. Just cut the top from a large box of Lux Flakes. Write your name and address plainly on a piece of paper. Wrap it around 25 cents in coin. Please don't use stamps. And mail it with the box top, large size, to Lux, Meriden, M-E-R-I-D-E-N, Meriden, Connecticut. This offer is good only in the United States. I'll repeat that. To get your Roger Silverplate serving spoon and cheese server, Send 25 cents in coin and your name and address with the top of a large box of Lux Flakes to Lux, Meriden, 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 Connecticut. And now, Mr. DeMille.
A young girl, flattered by the attentions of a handsome and celebrated pianist, accompanies him to a nightclub. Suddenly, a woman walks over to their table. The pianist tries to leave. He's shot, and the girl finds herself the principal witness at a sensational murder trial. The facts that come out in the courtroom mount into one of the most dramatic and unusual plays we've ever offered you, Confession. And appearing in Confession next Monday night, you'll hear 4 famous Hollywood artists, Miriam Hopkins, Claude Rains, Richard Green, and Anne Shirley. Our sponsors, the makers of Lux Flakes, join me in inviting you to be with us again next Monday night when the Lux Radio Theater presents Miriam Hopkins in Confession with Claude Rains, Richard Green, and Anne Shirley. This is Cecil B. DeMille saying good night to you from Hollywood.
Tonight we want to add our word of praise to the great work being done by the American Red Cross. All of us may have a part in the work of this great institution. Those who support the Red Cross form the backbone of a worldwide organization which gives its assistance generously and wholeheartedly to the victims of floods, hurricanes, fires, and other disasters which occur somewhere every year. Today, by your contribution to the Red Cross, you are helping to rebuild devastated areas, to care for the injured, and to provide for the helpless widows and orphans. Tomorrow, this great organization may be doing the same for you and yours. Give your support to the Red Cross now. Join your local chapter tomorrow. Olamp Bradner and Akim Tamiroff appeared through courtesy of Paramount Studio. Miss Bradner's new film is called Say It in French. Mr. Tamiroff's Ride a Crooked Mile. Frederick March will appear on the screen next in the Walter Wanger production Trade Winds. Louis Silvers is from 20th Century Fox Studio. He directed music for their new picture Submarine Patrol. Your announcer has been Melville Ruick. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
From Hollywood, California, the Lux Radio Theater presents Leslie Howard and Olivia de Havilland in The Scarlet Pimpernel.
Lux presents Hollywood, the Robin Hood of the Reign of Terror. That was the Scarlet Pimpernel, whose daring defiance, whose colorful romance we bring you tonight with Leslie Howard and Olivia de Havilland. Madame Hilda Grenier, formerly royal dresser to Queen Mary of England, is our special guest, while our music is conducted by Louis Silvers. Before our producer takes over the program, let me remind you that Lux helps you get longer wear out of your stockings. It helps them stay nice and elastic, so they give under strain instead of popping runs. Yes, Lux cuts way down on runs, so give your stockings regular Lux care. Buy Lux Flakes in the large size box for greater economy. Our producer takes over the program. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Cecil B. DeMille.
Greetings from Hollywood, ladies and gentlemen. They call it the poor man's weather glass, this little crimson flower that lends a splash of color to English waysides and closes up its petals in warning whenever there's a storm approaching. They also call it the Scarlet Pimpernel. And by the mark of this flower only, the mysterious hero of our play, Sir Percy Blakeney, signed his daring exploits. As a play, the Scarlet Pimpernel was performed over 5,000 times, and it's perhaps the most popular screen characterization of the celebrated star who reenacts the title role for Lux listeners tonight, Mr. Leslie Howard. All the acclaim the stage and screen can bring a star has been won by Mr. Howard. He may continue his career as an actor, but should his present plans materialize, he'll also join the ranks of film producers, which I hope he does. Olivia de Havilland, who's been away from our stage too long, is the brown-haired, brown-eyed heroine of Warner Brothers' new production, Dodge City, in which she plays opposite Errol Flynn. She's co-starred tonight as Marguerite, and Dennis Green plays Chauvelin. As producer of the Lux Radio Theater, I want to take a moment before raising our curtain to thank all of you for your support. Thousands of you have written, telling us that you show your appreciation by regularly purchasing our products. With this kind of cooperation, ladies and gentlemen, you can depend upon hearing Hollywood's brightest stars on our program every Monday night. And now for the play. The Lux Radio Theater presents Leslie Howard and Olivia de Havilland in The Scarlet Pimpernel. Paris, in the year 1793. The French Revolution is over, but the reign of terror casts its gruesome shadow across the city. Every day, the citizens of Paris watch an endless procession of death. Crude wooden carts, laden with the nobles of France, on their last journey through the streets, a journey to the guillotine. Into this maelstrom comes one man to stem the rising tide of French blood, an Englishman, known only as the Scarlet Pimpernel, the object of every nobleman's prayer and every revolutionist's curse. He works silently, mysteriously, and successfully. In his native England, they speak of him with bated breath.
The Scarlet Pimpernel. He's the only hope the French nobles have.
The Scarlet Pimpernel? Does anyone know who he is?
No, madam, but I must confess I feel quite proud when I remember that he is an Englishman.
They say he's always in disguise.
Oh, he's an actor, that man. He speaks French like a Frenchman, they say. And I've heard he can assume 100 disguises in an hour's time. An old hag, a peddler, a captain of the guards. You never know in what dress the Scarlet Pimpernel will strike.
And now the Scarlet Pimpernel is about to strike again. Into a barber's shop in Paris comes an old man in the black robes of a priest. The French barber greets him jovially.
Good morning, Father. You wish to be shaved this morning?
Yes, if you please, barber.
Sit down, sit down. Have you come from the square, Father? The guillotine is busy again today, eh?
I don't know. I didn't stop.
No? Well, it is always the same. The drums roll, the knife falls, and another aristocrat parts company with his head.
Yes, very monotonous.
And so clumsy. That great, ugly machine. When all they need is a sharp razor like this, a quick grip, and flick.
Oh, please, please, don't flick quite so close to my throat. I only want to shave.
You? You are all right, Father. But I wish they'd give me a few aristocrats to shave. Can you not see me dealing with the Scarlet Pimpernel?
The what?
The Scarlet Pimpernel, haven't you heard?
No.
There is a band of Englishmen helping these cursed aristocrats out of the country. Their chief is the only man who ever cheated Madame Guillotine. He is known by the title of the Scarlet Pimpernel.
And who is he?
That is the mystery.
The mystery, of course, yes.
But there will be heads falling today in spite of him. Some very famous heads, Father.
Yes?
We checked off the names last night. The Duc de Tours, the Comte de Terray, Dijon, the Comte de Tournay and his wife and daughter.
The Tournay? Are you sure, the Tournay?
But certainly I am sure. They were taken to prison over a month ago. Why, Father? You are not a friend of theirs?
A friend? No, no, no. No, it isn't safe to know any nobles these days.
Hmm? Oh, good, very good.
You wish to see the former Comte de Tournay, is that so, Father? Yes, if you don't mind.
Very well, Father. They haven't long now. You'll find the former Comte de Tournay in that room over there.
Thank you. Thank you. Good morning. Are you the Comte de Tournay?
Yes. I suppose you have come to offer me the last rites, Father.
In a manner of speaking. If you will just look at this passage I have marked in the book, your spirits will be uplifted.
I am not afraid to die, Father.
Even so, it is sometimes better to live, my son.
To live? What do you...
Read there, in the book.
But there is nothing on the page except a red mark.
Look carefully.
It is a flower. A Scarlet Pimpernel. Father, are you the Scarlet Pimpernel?
Be careful, it will do you no good to know. Just listen to me. Before you start on your journey to the guillotine, I will bring your wife and daughter to you. You will ride in the same tumbril. On the way, there will be an accident. The wheel of the tumbril will come off. There will be a commotion. The soldiers guarding the cart will be jostled by the crowd, all carefully arranged for. Look sharp, then. An old hag will drive past in a wagon. There will be a place to hide in the back large enough for 3 people. The old hag will drive you through the city gates. If all goes well, you'll be safe in England in 3 days.
God bless you, whoever you are. God bless you.
Well, what is it?
Good evening. Have you a crust of bread for an old lady?
No, I'm sorry. Here, take these.
Thank you, monsieur. Thank you.
Good night.
Oh, wait. Isn't this the home of Monsieur Armand Saint-Just?
Yes, I am Armand Saint-Just. What do you want?
I want to come in, Armand.
Merci. Quickly, quickly. Good Lord, merci.
How are you, Armand?
I'm afraid I will always be startled at these disguises of yours. Last time I saw you, you were a priest.
Now I'm an old hag. Here, help me out of these clothes. I feel silly.
Did you get to the Tournays out of the city?
I got the girl and the countess. What happened to the Tournay? He wasn't in the tumbril.
I know. He was remanded the last minute.
Why?
Because Robespierre wants to see him. And Robespierre wants to see him because the ambassador of the French Republic has come over from London.
Chauvelin? Here in Paris?
Yes. All in your honor, Percy. Your work is becoming even more dangerous than it was.
Our work, Armand. Well, let's hope Chauvelin will go back to England, knowing less than ever. I'll be going back myself for a few days. Then we must lay our plans to free the Tournay.
Percy, aren't you risking too much? Why do you persist in this mad sport?
Why do you?
Why? Because I'm a Frenchman. This is my country. You are English. You are Sir Percy Blakeney, an English baronet with a lovely home and a charming wife.
Even if she is your sister.
My sister or not, I'd still say Marguerite is charming. Or perhaps you don't think so any longer.
Why do you say that? Has she said anything to you?
She hinted at it in her last letter. She said you changed, Percy.
Did she? Well, I have changed. I'm rarely at home now, and when I am, I play the fop. I'm insipid, vain, silly. I think only of the latest fashions in clothes, the latest court gossip. But all for good reason, Armand. The greater fool I am in England, the safer I'll be in France.
But you could tell Marguerite.
No.
Just so she would understand.
I said no, and don't you tell her. Armand, you ask me why I live over here in the shadow of the guillotine while heads fall one after another. I can save only a few, I know that. The rest have to die. People I know and love. Innocent people, kindly people. Herded together like sheep and butchered like cattle.
But what has it to do with you?
Armand, do you remember the case of the Saint-Cyr family?
I think so. You were one of the first families to go to the guillotine.
Yes, because they were betrayed, Armand. Before their execution, they told me who it was who had betrayed them. It was Marguerite.
My sister.
My wife.
It was a lie.
I wish I could believe that, but I can't. I watched that execution, Armand. The Marquis, his wife, his son. And it was my wife who put them there.
So that's when you stopped loving her. What a tragedy.
Stopped? I shall love her till I die. That's the tragedy.
And it's to make up for what she did to them that you are risk your own life, week after week, to rescue the others.
Oh, don't be so heroic, Armand. I got a smack in the eye and took refuge in sport. And what a sport. By gad, I think I shall give up fox hunting this winter.
Percy, don't joke about it.
I have to. It's the only thing that can save me. Well, I'm off for England in the morning, Armand. My love to Monsieur Chauvelin, if you should see him.
Gad, Percy, but it's good to have you at home again.
So far, so good, folks. I've still got my head.
You should hear them talk about you in London. You're the greatest mystery of the age.
Yes, well, I hope no one solves me just yet. But tell me about Marguerite. Has she been well?
As well as a neglected wife can be.
What has she been doing?
Having her portrait painted, mostly. Rumney's been there every day.
And our friend, Monsieur Chauvelin?
French ambassador. What will he be doing at your house?
Oh, one never knows, folks. One never knows. Well, England again. I shall have to become the fop once more. The London dandy, who has been at Bath for the past 10 days taking the cure. And sink me, I'm not cured yet. I shall have to go back to Bath again.
Lady Blakeney. Lady Blakeney, please. I can't paint you unless you sit quite still.
I'm sorry, Mr. Romney, but we were just talking of this man they call the Scarlet Pimpernel.
Oh.
He must be quite wonderful, Marguerite.
So they say. But it's maddening to think that somewhere there is a man as marvelous as that, and we never see him. He's of no use to us whatever.
Lady Blakeney.
Yes, Sprinkler.
Sir Percy, milady. He's just returned.
Percy.
Good day, ladies. So charmed to see you here. Have you been taking good care of my lovely wife, your servant, ladies? Marguerite, my dear, your slave.
Percy, why didn't you tell me you were coming?
So few things are surprising in this world, my dear. I should like to be one of them. And how are you, Romney? And how is the portrait progressing?
You may see for yourself, Sir Percy.
Yes, the eyes are wrong, aren't they? And is the nose all right? You know, I rather think you've missed the mouth altogether. Yes, you have, Romney. Otherwise, of course, it's the image of her.
I think that will be enough for today.
Poor Mr. Romney. You're tired, and so am I.
Tired. Zoons, I too. You know, dear ladies, I've just been to Bath to be cured of the fatigue. And now I'm so fatigued by the cure that I really think I shall have to go back to Bath again to be cured of the fatigue.
Marguerite, my dear, we must be going.
Yes, goodbye, my dear.
Goodbye. Goodbye. Your servant, ladies, your servant.
Well, Percy, what do you think of my portrait?
It's clever. But there's something lacking.
What?
I don't know. There's a look in the eyes. He's lost it.
Perhaps I've lost it. Perhaps it was happiness.
Good gad, my dear, how you could be unhappy, I can't imagine.
Can't you? Percy, can't you?
No, cursed if I can. Why, you're the most courted woman in town.
By whom?
By everybody.
Except you.
Oh, but my dear, I'm your husband.
Months after we were married, we were still happy. And then came this estrangement. Heaven knows it's not of my making.
Can you honestly say that?
Can you honestly deny that you've changed? So changed that I scarcely know you. You're never with me now. You're always away on some pretext or other. I'm always alone.
My dear, the fashionable belief today is that one makes one's own life. I'm trying to make mine. You must try to make yours. And now I must leave you for a while. There's to be a fight for a prize out in the countryside. Mendoza versus Jackson. Quite a battle.
Percy, you've only just come home. Do you have to leave right now?
My dear, the prince himself invited me. I'm trying to make my own life, Marguerite.
I see. Goodbye, Percy.
Mendoza's groggy. He's done for.
Don't you believe it, Your Highness. He's foxing. You wait until the 30th round.
I'll wager 100 guineas he won't last 2 more rounds.
Done. Come on, Mendoza.
Come on, Jackson.
Percy.
Fulks, sit down.
Percy, I've got to speak to you at once.
Pardon me, Your Highness. Well, Fulks?
Percy, it's Chauvelin. He's returned to England.
Chauvelin? Where is he?
He's...
Well, come on, Fulks. Come on, man. Where is he?
He's at your house, Percy.
My house? Order my carriage. I'm leaving at once.
I would advise you to tell me, Lady Blakeney. You are French. You know these nobles who have escaped. You must know who it was who helped them.
I'm sorry, Monsieur Chauvelin, but I don't know. And even if I did, I wouldn't tell you. You tricked me once into giving you information about the Marquis de Saint-Cyr. And I shall never forgive myself.
I'm sick of this sentimental twaddle about the poor, persecuted aristocrats. Have you forgotten what they did to the defenseless peasantry for centuries? What this very Saint-Cyr did to you?
No, I have not. But I'm no spy.
Then that is your last word?
Absolutely.
I wonder. Oh, by the way, how is your brother, Armand?
He is very well, I hope.
I hope so, too. But yesterday he was arrested.
Arrested?
At Boulogne.
What for?
As a traitor to his country.
Traitor? Oh, you're lying, Chauvelin, trying to trick me again.
I have the proof of his guilt in my pocket. A note he once wrote to the Scarlet Pimpernel. This scrap of paper will certainly send your brother to the guillotine. Unless, of course, you care to redeem it. Bring me the name of the Pimpernel, and this is yours.
But even if I wanted to, I don't know it.
Find it.
How can I if you can't with an army of spies?
Because you go everywhere and know everyone in his circle. That much I do know. And this also, that he will be among the guests tomorrow night at the Grenville Ball.
So will half the world. The thing's impossible.
To a clever woman whose brother's life is at stake, nothing's impossible. Well,
Do you swear to give me that paper?
the moment I catch the Scarlet Pimpernel.
Zoons, that name again.
Percy.
I've heard nothing else all day, at the club, at the fight, and now here. I protest the fellow's a public nuisance. Oh, I beg your pardon, my dear. Do I intrude?
No. This is an old acquaintance, Monsieur Chauvelin, the French ambassador. My husband.
Charmed, delighted, enchanted. The devilish clever race, the French. How they speak that unspeakable language of theirs defeats me.
You flattered us, Sir Percy.
No. You've got the cleverest heads in the world. The only trouble is you all go to pieces round the neck.
Round the neck?
Yes. Now look at your cravat. Sink me, what a mess. Now, if you'd really like to know how to tie a cravat, I'll tell you. But it isn't easy, you know. It takes all my brains.
Yes, I'm sure it would.
Yes, of course it would. Now, you see, look here. First of all, the thing goes twice round the neck. And then the front folds back to allow the back to come to the front. Otherwise, of course, the front would be all behind as it was before, you see?
Percy, what are you talking about?
You don't follow me, my dear. It's exactly what I say. It takes brains, doesn't it, Mr. Chauvelin?
One can see that.
Yes, of course one can.
Well,
yes.
Good day, Lady
No,
Baldpate.
don't go, no. I want you to hear my verse about that Pimpernel fellow. You'll love it, Chauvelin. Now, listen here. They seek him here, they seek him there. Those Frenchies seek him everywhere. Is he in heaven? Is he in... that dim, delusive Pimpernel.
Delightful.
Yes, I wrote it, you know. It's clever. Huh?
Yes,
Huh?
especially that line, those Frenchies seek him everywhere.
Oh, yes. I like that, too, yes. Because, you see, I hear that they do. And that gives the line sort of a something that gives it a sort of a something. If I make myself clear.
Yes, clear as crystal.
Yeah.
Good day, my dear Sir Percy.
Bonjour, monsieur, as the French say. Bonjour, monsieur. Oh, it was a magnificent fight this afternoon, my dear. Gad, I wish you could have been there. What's the matter, my dear?
Percy, who is this Scarlet Pimpernel?
Pimpernel? Gad, Marguerite, how should I know? What's your interest in the Scarlet Pimpernel?
Oh, no more than any other woman's. We'd all like to know who he is.
Yeah, so would your friend Chauvelin, I'll wager.
What makes you say that?
Well, isn't that what he's here for? Didn't he tell you?
Why should he?
Why not? Mind you, the man's clever, but a fellow who can't even tie his own cravat isn't likely to put a noose round the Pimpernel's neck, is he?
Oh, Percy, can't you ever rise above trivialities?
Can't rise above anything more than 3 syllables, my dear. Never could.
You were a man once. A man a woman could look up to. Could turn to in trouble. And now, I wouldn't know where to begin.
Could you begin by telling me what the trouble is?
What's the use? We don't speak the same language. We did once, but I don't think we ever will again.
Really? Well, perhaps you're right, my dear.
You have just heard Act One of The Scarlet Pimpernel, starring Leslie Howard and Olivia de Havilland. During our brief intermission, let's see what the Brownings are doing.
Jingle bells, jingle all the way. Oh, what fun it is to ride in one horse open sleigh.
Christmas spirit. That's Midge and Dot and 10-year-old Bobby practicing for the community sing. And here comes Mother, home from a shopping tour.
Hello, youngsters.
Hiya, Santa Claus. Whoopee, look at the packages.
Ooh, what a day. Here's your ribbon and wrapping paper, Midge.
Thanks, Mother. And did you get the,
Yes, here it is, Midge.
Zowie, what's that?
Now, Bobby, no fair peeking.
Well, gee, can't I just feel it?
Nix, you keep away. Mother, did you get the stockings?
Yes, here they are, Dot.
Who are they for, Di? Mary Lou. She's always running out of them. Running out is right. Gosh, did she pop a runner in chemistry today? Gee, it's something awful, the runs she gets. And snaky scenes, too.
I'm a snake wriggling through the grass.
Oh, Bobby. Oh, I know. Why, what? Why, look, Dot, you could wrap a box of Lux Flakes in with Mary Lou's stocking. Oh, I bet she'd love to know about Lux.
I'm sure she would, dear. Lux cuts way down on runs.
Gee, and we could write a little card like this. Lux these stockings, fine and sheer, to help cut down on runs, old dear. Well, I think that's swell.
Now, that was mighty helpful of Midge, thinking of Lux Flakes for Mary Lou. In a month's time, I bet Mary Lou will be very grateful to Midge, for she'll be glad to get the special help Lux Flakes gives. You see, Lux saves the elasticity in stockings, so they give under strain instead of breaking into runs so often. If you haven't tried Lux for your own stockings, you'll find it's great, the way it cuts down on runs and helps stockings wear longer and fit better. Buy Lux Flakes tomorrow in the large size package for extra thrift. Now, Mr. DeMille and Act 2 of our play.
We continue with The Scarlet Pimpernel, starring Leslie Howard and Olivia de Havilland. The search continues. The search for the cursed, elusive Pimpernel. Forced by Chauvelin to lend her assistance, Marguerite attends Lord Grenville's ball. As she enters the crystal and marble room, she glances nervously around, wondering which of the guests is the Scarlet Pimpernel, never suspecting her own husband, the vain and foolish Sir Percy Blakeney. Chauvelin appears suddenly at her side.
Well, Lady Blakeney?
I've learned nothing yet.
I only want to know who one person is. If you don't tell me, you know the alternative. The guillotine for your brother.
Monsieur Chauvelin, you can't do this. What if I can't find the Scarlet Pimpernel?
My dear lady, the Pimpernel is under this roof, at this moment, among your friends. Your move, my lady. And good luck.
I beg pardon, Sir Percy.
Yes, my man?
Sir Andrew Fawkes wishes to speak to you.
Of course, delighted. Good evening, Fawkes.
Good evening, sir.
Well, what is it?
Hastings has just arrived from France.
Any news?
The very worst. The king is doomed. He'll go to the guillotine any day.
Where is Hastings?
He's dancing. Shall I get him?
No, wait. I'll send him a note. Come over here to the desk. It wouldn't do for me to be seen with Hastings. I want you to give him this. Make certain no one sees you. I'm telling him to come to the library at midnight. You better come, too.
Very well.
Here, slip this note in the cuff of Hastings' coat. Then don't speak to him for the rest of the evening.
Ah, Lady Blakeney. Won't you take pity on a lonely compatriot?
Monsieur Chauvelin, are you asking me to dance with you?
Not with me. With Lord Hastings, madame.
Why?
He has a note in his cuff. It was just put there by Sir Andrew Fawkes. I want you to get it for me.
Oh, but listen,
Get
Chauvelin.
it. Hurry, please. It might be important. Come in, please. Well, Lady Blakeney, did you get that note from Hastings?
No,
You didn't?
I couldn't. I think he suspected me. I pretended to turn my ankle. He helped me upstairs, and then while I was sitting there, he read the note and burned it. Then he left.
He burned the note?
Yes, but not entirely. Some of the pieces were left. The note began...
Go on, quickly.
It said, "Start tomorrow myself," and the last sentence was, "Will be in the library at midnight."
Thank you, Lady Blakeney. And now, if your labors have tired you, you are quite at liberty to go home.
Thank you. I will.
Are you certain of this, Fawkes?
Quite certain. Hastings burned the note, Percy, as you've always ordered us to. Then he went back to the room, and she was reading what was left of it.
And she went Chauvelin?
Yes. You know what that means, Percy. It means that Chauvelin knows that the Scarlet Pimpernel will be in the library at 12 o'clock.
Perhaps. And perhaps he will.
Is this the library?
Yes, Monsieur Chauvelin.
Have you seen anyone go in or come out of this room in the last few minutes?
No, sir.
Who is that on the sofa?
Oh, I don't know, monsieur. He must be asleep.
Please wake him up and ask him to leave. I have an important engagement here.
It's Sir Percy Blakeney, sir.
Blakeney, that fool. Wake him up and ask him if he'd have the decency to go home and sleep in his own bed.
Yes, sir. Sir Percy. Sir Percy.
What is it? What is it? Is there no peace for the weary? What ails you, man?
The French ambassador, Sir Percy. He would like to have the library to himself.
The French ambassador? Ah, Monsieur Chauvelin.
I am sorry to disturb you, Sir Percy, but I have an important engagement here.
Really, Gad, there's not a comfortable sofa anywhere else in the house. I've tried them all. Sit down, Monsieur. What time is this gentleman to appear?
He's a little late. If you don't mind, I'll wait for him alone.
No, not at all, not at all. By the way, what do ambassadors talk about in libraries at midnight? It must be very fatiguing. Are you afraid England is going to declare war on France?
That does not concern me at the moment.
Is that so? Your revolution now. Now, there's a great bore. How's it going? Do you think you'll win?
We have won, sir.
Oh, you have, I see. Yes. Have I been asleep that long?
I hate to hurry you, Sir Percy, but I'm afraid your presence here is keeping my friend from entering.
Oh, he can come in. Is he outside? Oh, come in, do, sir. Please don't stand on ceremony.
I hardly think that will persuade him.
Ah, this must be a very secret meeting. I have it. I'll wager you're expecting that Scarlet Pimpernel. Is that it?
Sir Percy, you're becoming insufferable.
Oh, Monsieur Chauvelin, you would not deprive me. Let me hide behind a curtain. Anything. Just let me be the first in London to glimpse that mystery man. Well, I'll be the most popular man at the club.
It is too late now. He has been warned.
Oh, then I shall miss him. Oh, sink me. Well, good night, Monsieur. Better luck next time. Good night. You've packed my things?
Yes, Sir Percy.
Good. See that Sir Andrew Fulks receives this note, will you?
Yes, Sir Percy.
Well, Marguerite, what are you doing up at this hour? That's all, Brinker.
Yes, Sir Percy.
Well, my dear?
Percy, it's about Armand. He's in the most terrible danger. They've arrested him in Boulogne.
How do you know?
Chauvelin told me.
When?
Yesterday.
Why didn't you tell me when I asked you?
Well, I don't know. He threatened me.
Why are you telling me now?
Because I thought you might do something for Armand. You have influence at court.
Didn't you ask your friend Chauvelin for help?
He promised me that, but I don't trust him.
He promised you the life of your brother. What did you give him in exchange?
What? Oh, Percy, what has happened to you? Why do you hate me?
Why did you denounce the Marquis de Saint-Cyr?
Oh, so that's it. Why did you never ask me what the Marquis de Saint-Cyr did to me?
You didn't even know him.
No, I didn't even know him. But I knew his son. I was only 17 when he asked me to marry him. His father heard about it and had me arrested and sent to Saint-Lazare. Do you know what Saint-Lazare is? Do you know the sort of women that are sent there? I would have killed myself only...
Only what?
The revolution came, the 14th of July, and I was free.
Free to denounce the Marquis. Free to send 2 innocent people to the guillotine. It was your information, wasn't it?
Yes, it was. And yet, I still ask myself, am I really guilty of their death? The Marquis plotted with Austria. I told a friend, a man whom I thought a friend. He denounced him. The terror did the rest.
Who was that friend? Chauvelin? Yes. He promised you your brother's life. What price did you pay for it? What price did you pay for it?
A horrible one. I betrayed the Scarlet Pimpernel.
How?
Fulks gave a scrap of paper to Lord Hastings. I read it and told Chauvelin that the Pimpernel would be in the library at midnight. Oh, what am I to do, Percy? How can I warn him?
Warn him? Against what?
Against the danger that threatens him if he goes back to France.
My dear, if he's the kind of lunatic I take him to be, your warning won't help him.
But he might be going to his death.
Well, that's all the fellow lives for. Besides, he doesn't know that you're in love with him.
In love with him? I admire his heroism, but I don't love him.
Oh, but you do, only you don't know it.
Oh.
I didn't know it myself until a moment ago. You know, it's a dangerous game, falling in love with a phantom, my dear. For all you know, he may be a married man who's deeply in love with his wife.
Never.
Why not?
Would any man who is in love with his wife leave her continually to face death? Would you?
Me? Marguerite, Zoons, I'm much more romantic than you think. In a case like that, I wouldn't leave you, not even to go to my tailor's.
The horses are ready, sir.
Thank you, Brinker.
Are you going away?
Yes, didn't I tell you? Important business in town in the morning. Goodbye, my dear.
Your tailors, I suppose.
Not only my tailors, but also my bootmakers. And incidentally, I want to see what my influence is worth at court. That little matter of your brother, perhaps I can help.
Oh, Percy, if you could, I'd love you all my life.
Gad, I must remember that, my dear. Goodbye.
Milady,
What is it, Brinker?
it's very late, milady.
I suppose you want me to leave this room. I've never been here quite alone, have I?
I know, milady.
I've hardly even noticed the furnishings. Is that portrait of Sir Percy one of Romney's?
Yes, milady. A very fine one, too.
He's a great believer in detail, isn't he? Look at that ring on Sir Percy's finger. You'd think it was... Brinker,
Yes, milady?
have you ever noticed that ring?
Why, no. It's a seal ring, milady.
Look closely. That flower, engraved on the stone. What is it, Brinker?
Why, bless my soul. It's a Scarlet Pimpernel.
My lady,
Well,
a letter to be delivered into your ladyship's hands.
from Sir Percy?
No, madam. From His Excellency, the French ambassador.
Give it to me. Milady, I have at last discovered the identity of the Scarlet Pimpernel. I hope to catch him tomorrow, and true to my word... Brinker,
Yes, milady?
order my carriage at once. I must see Sir Andrew Ffoulkes.
Lady Blakeney. What's happened?
Sir Andrew, there's no time to waste in talking. Just listen to me. Your leader and friend, the Scarlet Pimpernel, he's my husband.
How do you know that, milady?
Don't ask me any questions now. He's in danger. Chauvelin knows that the Scarlet Pimpernel and Percy Blakeney are one and the same.
How does Chauvelin come to know?
Through me.
Ah.
Yes, I betrayed him. Never mind how. Just tell me this. Has Percy left for Boulogne?
Yes.
To save my brother?
And to Tournai.
What is their meeting place at Boulogne?
Why? Do you want to betray him again, milady?
Oh, look at me. Do I look like a woman who wants to send her husband to his death? I want to find Percy, to warn him, to save him, or die with him.
I'll go with you.
Can you bring your friends?
10 of them. The rest of them are in France. Percy has forbidden us to go over. It'll be the first time we've ever disobeyed him.
I'll save Percy if I have to kill Chauvelin. And if he goes to the guillotine, I'll go with him.
We pause for station identification. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System. We've dropped the curtain on the second act of The Scarlet Pimpernel. It goes up again shortly when Leslie Howard and Olivia de Havilland bring us Act 3. During this short intermission, we hear from our special guest and Mr. DeMille.
In addition to being foremost authority on the period of tonight's play, Madame Hilda Grenier, like our drama, has been intimately concerned with English nobility all her life. For many years, she had the title of Royal Dresser to Queen Mary, and has been on duty at every imaginable royal function, from baptisms to coronations. Her background makes her one of Hollywood's most valued technical advisors. If there's a more proper introduction for an ex-royal dresser, Madame Grenier, please enlighten us.
It was infinitely better, Mr. DeMille, than my first introduction to royalty. Princess Charlotte of Germany had granted me an interview. Entering her salon, I tripped on a rug and went flying along the highly polished floor like a sailboat in the wind. When I dared to open my eyes, there I was at the feet of the princess. She laughed, picked me up, gave me my first lesson in poise. And now, sir, I can tell you a little about royalty, a little about the Scarlet Pimpernel. Which would you like first?
Well, we'd like to know a little more about you. Suppose you tell us what a royal dresser is.
In addition to direct supervision over Queen Mary's wardrobe, my duties included the care of her jewels, orders, decorations, messages, and other personal activities. I suppose my greatest responsibility was to see that everything Her Majesty wore was absolutely correct, right down to her umbrellas.
Her umbrellas?
Indeed. Each one in her tremendous collection was named after the person who gave it to her. She'd simply ask me to bring her Lord Chesterfield, or Papa, or the Emperor, or Dolly. But far more famous than her umbrella collection is her priceless array of antique furniture. Many of her most treasured pieces originally came to England with aristocrats escaped from France at the time of the Scarlet Pimpernel.
What mementos do you have, Madame Grenier, of your days in the palace?
Several cherished gifts from both the late King George and Her Majesty. I was also given a pair of silk stockings worn by Marie Antoinette, who was the guillotine's most celebrated victim. Handmade, they have a texture like gossamer. Of course, Mr. DeMille, I wouldn't dream of wearing them, as you can well imagine. But just from showing them to my friends, they became soiled, and I finally had to make a courageous decision. I had to wash them. But I did the job myself, and Lux. With Lux, they came out perfectly. Lux, incidentally, was used in Buckingham Palace during all the years I served Her Majesty.
That's a real tribute. Looking back over those years, what stands out most conspicuously in your host of regal recollections?
And not the pomp and glory, Mr. DeMille, but the little human traits of Her Majesty. I remember how, as Princess of Wales, she wept because she had to leave her little baby, Prince John, for an official visit to India. How, coming home from a new musical show, she would whistle tunes from the play, just as you and I. And I well recall how she'd carefully tear off bits of unused papers from letters and save them for memoranda. She was and is a wonderful woman. Now the word I promised about the play. It may be a surprise to most Americans to learn he actually existed, Sir Percy Blakeney, called the Scarlet Pimpernel. To this day, his descendants are well known in England. As portrayed so excellently by Mr. Howard, he was vain and foppish, but underneath it all, courageous, almost to the point of being foolhardy. Was the Scarlet Pimpernel ever caught? Well, suppose we all listen to the third act of the play and find out. Okay.
You've entertained us royally, Madame Grenier. The Scarlet Pimpernel, starring Leslie Howard in the title role and Olivia de Havilland as Marguerite, with Dennis Green as Chauvelin. Armed with the knowledge that her husband is the Scarlet Pimpernel, Marguerite takes ship for France to be with him in his hour of danger. With Sir Andrew Fuchs, she stands on deck as their boat plows its way across the English Channel. Just ahead lies the coast of France, a few flickering lights in the darkness.
You'd better go below, Lady Blakeney. We'll be coming in soon.
What was the name of that inn, the one you told me of?
The Lion d'Or. Sir Percy's headquarters on this coast.
And he'll be there at 10 o'clock. You're certain?
If all goes well, he'll be there.
But Chauvelin knows that Percy is the Pimpernel. What if he goes there, too?
We can only hope that he won't. If Percy can escape this time, he'll never go back again.
Never again.
If he can free de Tournay and Armand, his mission is over.
His mission that I drove him to. Sir Andrew, will we be there in time?
I think so. Ah, there are the lights now.
Lights?
Yes, the signal. You see the window of that house off there to the left? That's the Lion d'Or. See the lights swinging back and forth? That means it's safe. Up and down means danger. You want to turn back now? I can't go with you, Lady Blakeney.
Don't worry. I shall be all right. He has been risking his life every day for me. I can risk mine once for him.
Who's there?
A message.
Well?
Is this the Lion d'Or?
Yes, madame, but...
Let me in, please.
Madame, what do you want here? This is no place for one of your sort.
I'm the sort that pays well, Citizen Brogard.
For what?
For a seat by the fire. I'll wait here for a friend of mine and yours.
What should I know of your friend?
You signaled to him before. You must be expecting him. What time? What time, please?
10 o'clock. Madame, do Do you know him?
Yes, I know him. Who is that?
I do not know at this time.
Where can I hide?
Up those stairs, to the room on your left. Hurry.
Open here. Open.
One moment.
Citizen Broga?
Yes?
Under arrest. Take him, Sergeant.
What for?
Betraying the Republic, helping the enemies of France, smuggling aristocrats out of the country.
That's a lie.
You've got one chance. Take it, or I'll hang you now from your own sign. Your leader's coming here tonight, isn't he? Isn't he?
Yes.
What time?
He ordered his boat to be off the point at 10 o'clock.
But he'll call here first for his passengers, won't he?
He might.
Might. You look pretty swinging in the wind. How does he know it's safe? What is the signal? Sergeant, ask him what the signal is. A twist of the arm will help him to remember. Speak up.
Don't. I'll tell. A lantern in the attic window, waved up and down for danger. Across the window, when all is clear.
Thank you, citizen. Sergeant, you may take Citizen Broga outside.
Oh, God, let him see the signal. Let him see it. Up and...
Put down that light, Lady Blakeney.
Chauvelin.
We meet again. Permit me, madame, but you were giving the signals incorrectly. Up and down means danger. That will drive the Pimpernel away. You must move the lights back and forth across the window. So. Now he will come to us.
Chauvelin, listen to me. He's my husband.
A fact that you neglected to mention a few days ago.
You've got to let him go. I'll do anything you want. I'll give you any information you can, but you've got to let him go free.
Don't be a fool. You've no more information to give. Even if you had, do you suppose I'd sacrifice my meeting with the Scarlet Pimpernel for it?
Monsieur Chauvelin.
Well?
Coach, monsieur, is pulling up at the door.
Our friend is early. I'll let him in myself. Sergeant, you shall have the privilege of watching over the Republic's most charming prisoner for the rest of the
Broga.
Don't move, Sir Percy. Stand where you are, please.
Monsieur Chauvelin. Well, this is a surprise.
Yes, I thought it would be.
Yes, a very pleasant one, too. How nice of you to wait up for me.
The time for laughing is past, Sir Percy. I've followed you for a year. Your energy, your ingenuity, your audacity have been quite admirable. But now, the game is over.
Because all the trumps are in your hand, eh?
Precisely. This house is surrounded by my soldiers. I have only to raise my voice.
Yes, of course, I see your point, yes. But suppose I could reach the door. The night is black. The sea is mine. I make a dash.
You won't.
Oh, of course I won't. I don't need to, because... You see, one of my friends might shoot you from behind, hidden in that clock.
What?
Come now, Chauvelin. You know that clock is too small to house a man. But there's still one other avenue of escape, one we could take together. In this pipe there is an ember, and in that cask behind me there is gunpowder. If I drop this ember here, I fly straight to heaven, and of course you know where you fly to.
Get away from that barrel.
Why, it isn't gunpowder. I merely wanted to see you turn pale. Come in the window, folks. You're a welcome sight. I would raise my hands if I were you, Chauvelin.
Another trick. I don't turn this time.
I don't think you'd better.
Why, you...
Now, you see, Fulks tricks us both. He must have sensed that you and I would meet here. Now, Chauvelin, I've had a delightful visit with you. In the meantime, my friends Armand Saint-Just and de Tournay are safely aboard my ship. And in a moment, if you'll excuse us, Fulks and I will join them.
You'll never get beyond that door.
You'll need the password, Percy.
Yes, the password. Yes. Well, Monsieur, do we have to use force?
Not at all, Sir Percy. The password is, the channel is free.
Thank you. Folks, give me your pistol. You get onto the ship, I'll take care of our friend here and join you in a minute.
Very good.
You know, that was quite sensible of you, Monsieur Chauvelin, to give us the password. Huh?
Not at all, Sir Percy. You may go because I know you'll come back of your own free will.
You overestimate the charm of your society.
I told you once the time for jesting was over. I have all the trumps in my hand. In that room upstairs, there is a woman. under arrest, who has forfeited her life by aiding the enemies of the Republic.
What woman?
Your wife, Sir Percy, who loves you very much.
Marguerite.
Is the game up, Sir Percy? Is this the last adventure?
All right, I give up, Chauvelin. What next?
There is a firing squad outside.
And my wife?
The Revolutionary Tribunal.
That means death.
It would have meant my death if I had not caught you. But don't be alarmed, Sir Percy. I don't want your wife's life. She's free the moment you die.
I offer you a pact. If you promise to say nothing to her, if you'll send her onto my ship immediately, I'll walk up in front of your firing squad.
I accept. Sergeant?
Yes, monsieur?
Bring the lady downstairs, please. You must be very fond of your wife, Sir Percy.
Yes, I am. Is that so strange?
Not at all. A charming woman.
Percy.
Marguerite.
Percy, I came to help you as soon as I knew. I wanted to give my life to save you. And now, oh, forgive me, Percy.
You came to help me. Chauvelin didn't bring you?
No, I came with Sir Andrew.
Oh, Marguerite.
What are they going to do to you? Tell me.
Well, I'm in no danger, my dear.
What? No, you're lying. I know. He's going to kill you. I can see it in his eyes. Oh, Percy, don't leave me. I want to die with you. I want... Oh.
Marguerite. She's fainted.
Some water, perhaps.
No. Our parting would be too cruel now, even for you. Take her while she's still unconscious. Goodbye, my sweet. It's good to know that you love me a little.
Sergeant, carry her to Sir Percy's boat. The boat is to sail the minute Sir Percy dies. The lady is free when you hear the firing squad.
Yes, monsieur.
Well, she's gone, monsieur. Now, are you quite ready?
Yes. By the way, do you like poetry, Monsieur Chauvelin?
That dim, delusive Pimpernel?
No. I mean poetry. This other Eden, demi-paradise, this fortress built by nature for herself against infection and the hand of war, this happy breed of men, this little world, this precious stone set in the silver sea, this blessed plot, this earth, this realm, this England. I forget the rest.
Irish party. Hope. Round muck.
The firing squad. They're waiting.
Will you come and see me die, monsieur?
No, thank you, no. I shall remain here. I shall picture the scene in my own way.
Oh, yes, of course. Yes, make it as horrible as possible. Yes. Good night, monsieur.
Good night.
Roll.
Present.
Present.
Fire.
Ah.
That dim, delusive Pimpernel.
I'm so sorry, monsieur.
Blakeney!
Yes, you see, I've come back for my hat. It's such a cursed good hat, you know.
You.
Oh, no. Don't look at me like that. Sink me if you don't think I'm my own ghost.
Geroge!
Oh, you mean the captain of your firing squad? I'm afraid it'll be an hour or so before poor Captain Duroc will be able to resume his duties. I regret that I struck him rather violently. Come in, gentlemen. This is my firing squad. Allow me to present Sir Andrew Fulks,
Yes.
Lord Hastings,
Yes.
Lord Belleville, and all the rest of them. But, of course, you know all about them.
Your firing squad?
Yes,
But
you
I
see,
don't-
those men you hired, excellent men, all of them, but oddly enough, they can't resist a drink of wine. Oh, they'll recover. It was just a mild drug, you know. But for the moment, they're all sleeping very soundly. And now, since the volley of shots has freed Lady Blakeney, I must make haste to join her. Good night.
By heaven,
Chauvelin. You know, I think a cooling off is what you need. Fulks, raise that trapdoor there. You'll find it very cool below, Monsieur Chauvelin, and you will have ample time to think things over. Bonsoir, monsieur. Vive la France. Long live the king.
You're here. They told me.
Yes. Marguerite, my darling, I'm here. We're on our way to England. That's all you have to know.
Are we free now? Really free?
I'm free, my sweet. But you... You know, Chauvelin said that you would not be free until the moment I die.
Darling.
And I won't let it be a moment sooner.
We take leave of the Scarlet Pimpernel. You know, hearing the Brownings get all excited over Christmas reminds me of something, and I'd like to tell you about it before Mr. DeMille comes back with our stars. I want to tell you a very snappy way to trim your Christmas tree. All you need is your old friend Lux Flakes. Now listen, pour a large box of Lux Flakes into a big bowl and add 2 scant cups of lukewarm water. Whip it up with an egg beater. Gosh, it's wonderful the suds you get. A big pan full of fine white suds that look like whipped cream in the bowl and like real snow on the Christmas tree. Now, take handfuls of the suds and spread them with your fingers all along the branches of your Christmas tree. If you want an even more glittering effect, while the suds are still moist, sprinkle the tree with artificial Christmas snow, the kind you get in the stores. Boy, what an effect you get. Your tree looks as though it had been out in a real, honest-to-goodness snowstorm. It certainly is pretty, all sparkling and everything. And you know, this is one way to help your tree last longer, because the Lux suds cling to the needles and keep them from drying out and falling off too soon. Want me to repeat the recipe? A large-sized box of Lux Flakes, 2 scant cups of lukewarm water, whip with an egg beater. That's all. Be sure to get the large-sized box of Lux so you can make plenty of snow. Here's Mr. DeMille.
Our stars drop their roles. Lady Marguerite is again Olivia de Havilland, and the Scarlet Pimpernel becomes Leslie Howard.
Well, it was every bit as enjoyable bringing this play to the air, Mr. DeMille, as it was bringing it to the screen. As Madame Grenier told us, the Scarlet Pimpernel really actually existed. I confess I didn't know that until I was making the picture, because surely no character seemed more a piece of elaborate fiction. So naturally, when someone sent me a note and said he belonged to Sir Percy's family, I wondered whether one of my friends had thought up the gag, you know. It was slightly embarrassing not long after when a Mr. Blakeney, a descendant of the original Scarlet Pimpernel, introduced himself to me.
2 weeks ago, Mr. Howard, I heard you say something on this program about turning motion picture director. Earlier tonight, Mr. DeMille added the word producer after your name. Apparently, you're really going into the picture business in all its branches.
Oh, you scare me, Olivia. As a matter of fact, we expect to produce certain pictures in England, but just to be sure that our efforts will appeal to our American audiences, we're going to write our first story right here in Hollywood. It'll be the first time, I believe, that this has been done by an English unit.
Well, there's no reason why the tie that binds the nations can't be made of celluloid. Mr. Havilland, you've been out of Hollywood a long time, filming Dodge Cities. Any adventures on location?
Well, I'm the Dodge City Dodger. I've been dodging kidnappers.
Not kidnappers?
Yes, kidnappers.
Really?
Let me tell you. We were on location near Modesto in the prairie country, and a very fine place, I thought, for a nice, quiet walk. But it seems that 2 very tough-looking gentlemen also decided to take a nice, quiet walk and follow me. And after a couple of miles, they were still right on my heels. There wasn't another soul around, and the only building in sight was a farmhouse. And when I made a dash for that, the 2 men dashed after me. I reached the farmhouse, found it was abandoned, and decided to face it out. I walked right up to the men, demanded what they wanted, and looked them straight in the eye. One of them took something out of his pocket. I didn't dare look. I was too sure it was a 6-shooter. Just as I was about to faint, the man poked it under my nose and said, "We sure would like your autograph, Mr. Havilland." Believe me, gentlemen, I signed. Well, Mr. DeMille, I hate to say goodnight, but I guess it's time to. Thank you for another grand evening.
Yes, with an added thank you to all who worked with us in the cast. Good night, C.B.
Good night, Mr. Howard. Good night, Olivia.
There's a great show awaiting you here next Monday night. Listen for Mr. DeMille's announcement of it shortly. Heard in the Scarlet Pimpernel were Dennis Green as Monsieur Chauvelin, Walter Kingsford as Sir Andrew Ffoulkes, Vernon Steele as Romney, Ramsay Hill as Armand St. Dieu, Reginald Sheffield as Count de Tournay, Eric Snowden as the Prince of Wales, Gerald Cornell as innkeeper, Keith Kenneth as Brinker, Lou Merrill as a barber, George Pembroke as Lord Hastings, John Toty as a voice, Dave Roberts as a guard, and Geraldine Peck, Ethel Sykes, Coral Colebrook, and Betty Sutter as ladies of the court. Mr. Havilland's current film is the Warner Brothers comedy Hard to Get. Mr. Howard is co-director of the new picture Pygmalion. Our musical director, Louis Silvers, appeared through courtesy of 20th Century Fox Studio, where he was in charge of music for the new picture Kentucky. We want to remind you that this is the time to help the 1938 drive to fight tuberculosis. Help make the world safer. Purchase your supply of anti-tuberculosis Christmas seals now. Use them on all your Christmas mail. Show that you are helping, too, to fight the dread disease. Buy seals for Christmas, and you buy health for the new year. Mr. DeMille.
It carries a punch like a prize-fighter's fist, the play you'll hear next Monday night. Kid Galahad. An exciting drama of the squared circle. It's the story of a manager, the boy he picks to win the title, and the women who love this naive thunderbolt called Kid Galahad. The same two stars you saw in the picture bring the play to our stage. Edward G. Robinson and Wayne Morris, and with them, Miss Joan Bennett and Andrea Leeds. Our sponsors, the makers of Lux Flakes, join me in inviting you to be with us again next Monday night when the Lux Radio Theater presents Kid Galahad, starring Edward G. Robinson and Joan Bennett, with Wayne Morris and Andrea Leeds. And as the evening's special guest, the former heavyweight champion of the world, Jack Dempsey. This is Cecil B. DeMille saying good night to you from Hollywood. The announcer has been Melville Ruick. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
From Hollywood, California, the Lux Radio Theater presents Errol Flynn and Joan Blondell in The Perfect Specimen with May Robeson.
Lux presents Hollywood. This is a play which tells how romance comes to a young man who never does anything the wrong way. Starred, as they were on the screen, are Errol Flynn, Joan Blondell, and May Robeson. And our special guest is Dr. Floyd L. Rue, distinguished psychologist of the University of Southern California. Conducting our music is Louis Silvers. Now, before turning the microphone over to Mr. DeMille, may I say a word about the famous white soap that brings you this program. When the lovely Hollywood stars talk about feminine charm, lovely women everywhere listen. And that's why Lux Toilet Soap, the screen star's gentle complexion care, is being used more and more as a bath soap, too. Such beautiful stars as Loretta Young say, with fragrant Lux soap, it's easy to be sure of daintiness. Its active lather leaves skin fresh and sweet. I always use it. You'll be delighted with the rich, fragrant lather of Lux Toilet Soap, with the delicate perfume it leaves on your skin. Make it your daily beauty bath. And here's your host and the producer of the Lux Radio Theater. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Cecil B. DeMille.
Holiday greetings from Hollywood, ladies and gentlemen. The start of a new year is always a time of adventure. And tonight we bring you an adventurer in the person of Errol Flynn. A constable in the New Guinea police at 17, then overseer of a copra plantation, then columnist for a Sydney, Australia newspaper, master of a trading boat, gold prospector, member of the Australian boxing team in the 1928 Olympics, he's never stopped roving. He hopes to do his next roving on his yacht, the Sirocco II, in the annual race from California to Hawaii. At present, he's starring in Dawn Patrol, Warner Brothers' current success. Tonight, Errol reenacts the same part he played in a previous film hit. He becomes Gerald Wicks in The Perfect Specimen. Joan Blondell is the lovely lady who stars opposite him tonight, just as she did in the picture. Born in New York, Joan spent her first 7 birthdays in 7 different countries, traveling with her father, a noted vaudeville comedian. Her first 22 birthdays were spent in 22 different cities. But Joan didn't troop directly into screen stardom. She ran a dress shop in Texas and worked in a New York bookstore before coming to Hollywood and such sprightly Warner films as her new one, called Off the Record. She's heard tonight as Mona Carter. And that grand veteran of the footlights, Miss May Robeson, begins her 56th year of acting by joining our cast as Mrs. Leona Wicks. And so the Lux Radio Theater opens its 1939 season, presenting Errol Flynn and Joan Blondell in The Perfect Specimen. Morning at Wickstead, the imposing estate of the fabulous Mrs. Leona Wicks and her still more fabulous grandson, Gerald. Approaching this Pennsylvania mansion, we see two guards patrolling inside the fence with savage-looking Great Danes on leashes. Before the door of the house is a sign that reads, "Don't enter without ringing." Beside it, another that says, "Don't ring." Disregarding all this, we peer into the Wickstead dining room. Grandma Leona Wicks enters briskly and is greeted by a retinue of servants. A chiming clock is heard as Grandma consults the old-fashioned watch dangling from a chain around her neck.
That clock's wrong again. 15 seconds slow. Well, don't stand around like a lot of ninnies. Serve the breakfast. Where's everybody? Where's Mr. Grattan?
Here I am, Mrs. Wicks.
Of course you are. I can see you, can't I? That clock in the hall's 15 seconds slow. Call the clockmaker.
But I really don't...
Then get another clock.
Yes, Mrs. Wicks.
And another thing. I heard a rooster start to crow this morning. Find out who is responsible and dismiss him.
Yeah.
Gerald's sleep must not be disturbed, nor Alicia's.
Yes, Mrs. Wicks.
Well, where is everyone this morning?
Good morning, Aunt Leona.
Good morning. It's practically afternoon. Alicia? I don't like your hair that way. Did you sleep well?
Like a log.
Nonsense. Logs have bumps. Young ladies don't. Where's Gerald?
Evidently overslept 30 seconds.
Now, don't you be impudent.
Yes, ma'am.
Alfred, what's my grandson's schedule for today?
Oh, outdoor study, 10 o'clock. Business administration, 11. Luncheon, 12:30. Scientific relaxation till 2. Gymnasium till 3. Industrial law and interstate commerce till 4.
Go on.
Relaxation in the open and the reading of some improving work till dinner. After dinner...
After dinner, he gets locked in his cell. What a life.
Don't mumble, Alicia. What were you saying?
Aunt Leona, you trust me with Gerald, don't you?
I decided he should marry you, didn't I? Well,
then why couldn't we go out and have some fun once in a while? There's a dance tonight.
Now, don't be absurd. You can dance here. Gerald dances perfectly, his instructors tell me.
That's the trouble, Aunt Leona. You have him doing everything perfectly. Perhaps too perfectly.
Well, what's wrong with that? You should be proud to know that your husband-to-be will soon take his place at the head of the Wicks Utilities. And he'll be the mental, moral, and physical superior of every one of his 10,000 employees. The perfect specimen.
Good morning, Grandma. Good morning, everyone.
Gerald, you're late.
Yes, I'm sorry, Grandma. Just a few minutes.
Few minutes? Ha! Empires have been lost, fortunes swept away, because someone was just a few minutes too late.
Yes, but Grandma...
Gerald, I don't like conversation at the breakfast table.
Oh.
Alfred.
Yes, Mrs. Wicks.
I don't like Gerald's attitude this morning. It's positively revolutionary. Now, after breakfast, if you'll be good enough to accompany Gerald outdoors and see that he really studies.
You know, it's a funny thing, Grattan. I don't understand Grandma saying that. She knows perfectly well I always keep up with my schedule.
Yes, so I see. Impressive-looking book, that. What is it, Mr. Gerald?
This? Oh, it's the effect of gravity upon inanimate objects. Very interesting.
Oh, a little beyond me, but then I was never a conditioned baby like you were.
What? Hello? What's that? Sounds like a tractor.
Oh, yes, that's what it is. There's some work to be done down by the fence. A new man was hired yesterday, a young man named Jink, I believe.
A new man? Well, I don't understand that at all. Of course, I know there must be employment for everybody, but Grandma knows perfectly well I know how to run a tractor. 6 years of motor mechanics, and she won't even let me put it into practice.
Someone had to pick the cotton. Someone had to plant the corn. Oh, no, 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 no. That's why darkies were born.
Hey, Jim!
Mona!
What are you doing in there, brother mine?
I happen to be working here, sister mine. I'm running a tractor. Now stay on your side of the fence.
All right. Now listen, my darling brother. I've been looking all over the place for you. I've got a real job for you, Jink. That bridge span at Providence. They want an engineer, Harvard man with experience and possibly not too bright. So you'd fit perfectly, darling.
Don't give me that. You don't care where I work. How did you know I was here, Mona?
Well, I figured when a man gives up a job as supervising engineer to be a jockey on a plow, there's a reason. You know, you shouldn't leave romantic summer resort letters lying around. And can that Alicia gal steam up a wicked fountain pen? Oh, who is she, Jink? She live here?
I ought to sock you, one says. Now beat it before you get me fired for talking to strangers.
Not till you tell me.
I don't intend to. You think I want old Wickstead down on my neck?
Wickstead? You mean the Wickstead? Where the heir to the Wicks millions is being scientifically developed into the first Superman? The perfect specimen?
This is the place.
Oh, do you suppose I could see him? Oh, Jink, please take me inside and introduce me to him. You can do it?
Nobody can see him.
Nobody?
Nobody.
Want to bet?
Now listen, Mona, for Pete's sakes. Hey, where you going?
I don't know. Maybe have tea with the perfect specimen.
Hey, young lady. What do you mean driving through our fence?
Oh, hello.
Are you hurt?
I don't know yet. Who are you?
My name is Wicks. Gerald Beresford Wicks. I live here.
Oh, I see. My name's Mona Carter. Do you mind if I get out and look at the damage?
No, not at all. Huh. You're certainly very calm. Most girls would be in hysterics by now, crashing through a fence. You must have plenty of nerve.
Nerve? You have no idea.
Oh, well, don't worry. I'm onto your game.
Game?
Yes. They all try it.
Who all try what?
Women, to be fascinating. But I was too smart for you. I saw through you almost at once. Are you a reporter?
No, I am not a reporter.
Well, they sometimes are, reporters and photographers. They pop out of bushes at you around here. Are you sure you're...
I told you I'm not a reporter.
Oh, well then, who are you?
Oh, I'm sort of a Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde. When I do things like crashing through a fence, it's the Tilly Specknagel in me coming out.
The which?
Tilly Specknagel. You see, when I was a kid and did anything like, stealing jam or breaking a window, I always said it was a little girl named Tilly Specknagel that did it. Yeah. I'm usually a very well-behaved young lady named Mona Carter, but Tilly's always there, lurking.
Lurking.
Yeah, and ready to smash through.
You certainly smashed through. Not much damage to the car, though.
How do you know?
Well, I've just been looking at it. I'm a master mechanic.
Oh, yes, you would be. The perfect specimen must be all things.
Of course.
Of course. You know, I've always wanted to meet you, Mr. Wicks.
Oh, you are a reporter.
I am not. Don't you dare call me a reporter again.
Well, there's only one other thing you could be. You're a designing female.
I am not, you idiot. I wouldn't marry you if... Well, in the first place, you're stiff and you're dull, and worst of all, you're conceited.
Conceited? No, I don't think I'm conceited.
Hey, tell me something. Have you ever been tight?
Tight? Of course not. Grandma wouldn't stand
Ever
for
seen
it.
a burlesque show?
Why, certainly not. Why, Grandma...
Ever kissed a girl?
Now, listen. Don't you start anything. I can't afford to be compromised.
You can't afford to. Well, and you think you're not conceited. Oh. Say, listen. Why don't you mix with the common herd? Are you really so fragile you have to stay cooped up in here? Hey, did you ever think of running away?
Running away? Where to? Nothing ever happens here or anywhere else that isn't dull or boring. Almost nothing. Would you care to stay a little longer?
Oh, you're unbending. Well, I'll stay for a minute. I feel as though there's something Tilly wants to tell you.
What's Tilly want to tell me?
Windmills. Do you know what you need, my friend? You need to tilt a windmill or two.
Windmill or two?
Yeah, didn't you ever read Don Quixote?
Well, naturally, I've read everything that's improving to the mind, but... Oh, yes, Don Quixote, the man that fought the windmill.
Marvelous. Well, thanks for everything. And if Grandma ever releases you on parole...
She won't.
Or if you decide to hop over the walls, remember you've got a friend.
You?
Nope. Tilly Specknagel. Tilly wants me to tell you that she'd love to help an escaped convict. Goodbye.
Hey.
Oh, I'd better stay.
Well, don't you dare drive off.
All right, Grandma.
Take a number, Gerald. What's all this?
It's an accident, Grandma.
Whose accident?
Well, this girl's.
What girl? Why did she do it? Why wasn't she killed? Anyone as stupid as that? Who is this young female?
Mona Carter's my name, and you, I suppose, are Grandma.
You're not supposed to suppose anything. What are you doing here? I know. She's got designs.
No, she hasn't any designs, Grandma. It was an accident.
She's good looking, isn't she?
Well...
And so you're Grandma, Gerald?
Well, yes, I suppose so. She
Well,
is.
there you are, then. She's got designs. Mr. Grattan, take a number.
I took it, Mrs. Wheat.
Take it again and look at the license.
Now, this is all very unpleasant, miss. I'll have to see your driver's license, please.
But, officer, I didn't know the light was red. You see, I'm colorblind.
Your license, please.
Here you are.
Now, girl, what have you got to say for yourself?
Why, I didn't know it was allowed.
What was allowed?
For anyone to talk but you.
Oh,
But since I have the chance, there's one thing I do want to say to all of you, and that is goodbye. It was nice running into you.
Oh, look, wait. Don't go through that fence again. Stop.
Dear. All I do is start and stop this car. Well, what is it?
Well, I don't know.
I do, Gerald. Remember what I said about windmills?
What are you two whispering about?
Gerald, do you remember?
Yes. You mean Don Quixote? Windmills? Yeah. Shoot 'em, eh?
Well, start with Grandma. You'll never meet a bigger one. Goodbye. And remember about Tilly Specknagel.
Yes. Goodbye.
I never. Why, the young hussy.
Yes. Grandma.
Well, what is it, Gerald?
Have we a copy of Don Quixote in the house?
Huh?
Darling Alicia.
Oh, Jink, stop. You can't do that. You can't kiss me.
Well, I did. And I'm going to again.
Oh, Jink, please. You mustn't.
Oh, why not?
Because I like it so much. It isn't fair to Gerald. It's bad enough I sneaked away for a moonlight ride with you. Oh, I've got to go in now.
Now, listen. If you don't tell that puffed-up ego he's not engaged to you anymore, I'm going to walk in there and kick the
It isn't Gerald I'm worried about. It's Grandma
Wicks.
Oh, why don't you try to understand? She's been set on my marrying Gerald since I was 16. She's my guardian. I have nothing of my own. If she cuts me off, I have to marry Gerald.
Alicia, are you in love with that Gerald squirt?
He's not a squirt.
Are you? Look who comes around the mulberry bush, the mulberry...
Who?
It looks like young Massa Wicks himself.
Gerald at this hour? Oh, Jink, better let me go. Bye, darling.
Hey.
What?
Hey, you.
Oh, yes, you're the tractor man.
Yeah, it's kind of dark. How'd you know?
Well, you're sitting on your tractor.
Brilliant.
Is that your car over there?
Down to the last rattle. What about it?
Oh, nothing, except I was going to steal it till I saw you. Now I think I'll just borrow it. I want to pay a visit.
If you'll stay away for a year, you can have it.
Oh, I'll only be gone for tonight. Will you rent it then?
How much?
$25.
Okay, it's a deal.
Right, here. And I say, my man, don't mention you saw me.
Oh, very well, my good fellow. If you never come back, it'll be too soon.
What?
I said give her plenty of oil and she'll take you to the top of the world.
Oh, yes. Thanks. That's where I'm going, the top of the world. Whoa-ho!
Now, Mrs. Wicks, please don't get excited. Don't get overwrought. In other words, compose yourself.
Oh, shut up, you idiot. Where's Gerald?
Gerald? Oh, yeah. Oh, yes. I was coming to that. He's nowhere to be found.
Well, he's got to be found. Don't tell me he can drop from sight in broad daylight.
But they've been over the estate with a currycomb.
Perhaps he's run away.
Oh, stuff and nonsense. What did he want to do that for? Didn't he have everything in the world? And he's been kidnapped. That's what. Well, don't stand about like a brace of nincompoops. Move. Telephone the G-men or whatever their ridiculous names are. Call the police.
Oh, yes, Mrs. Wicks.
Aunt Leona, do you think the girl who broke through the fence yesterday could have anything to do with it?
Hello. Get me the police.
Oh, fiddle-faddle. What earth did we... Alicia, you might be right. Whatever gave you that idea?
Well,
Here's the phone, Mrs. Wicks.
Well, give it to me. Hello. Police. My grandson's been kidnapped. What? Why, I'm Mrs. Leona Wicks. Who did you think I was? No, I haven't any photographs. What does he look like? Huh? Male, 6'1". Now, look here. Don't give me any of your impertinence. You find my grandson.
In just a few minutes, Mr. DeMille and our stars will return for Act 2 of The Perfect Specimen. Meantime, in our brief intermission, let's eavesdrop for a few minutes on someone who's a good friend of all of us, our corner grocer.
Morning, Joe. Oh, I'm okay. I was a little tuckered out Saturday night. You see, some people don't decide what to have for Sunday dinner till awful late. Oh, answer that, will you, Joe? Oh, Mrs. Van Buren? I'll take it. You, say somebody must have been walking on eggs over here. I don't understand. Broken? Oh, I'm mighty sorry. I'll send over another dozen right away. Oh, Bill, take these. And remember, Mrs. Van Buren prefers to scramble them herself. Oh, Mrs. Brown's chauffeur left her order this morning. Help me get it together, will you, Joe? And let's see. Dozen oranges, 3 pounds of print butter, dozen Lux soap. You know, Joe, that lady could spend any amount on expensive soaps, but she always gets Lux. Says it's fine for her skin. Some swell-looking lady, too. You know, I was telling the wife about her, and she kind of sniffed and said, well, what's wrong with my looks? Me and the movie star's been using Lux soap for years. And confidentially, Joe, you've got to admit that she's there when it comes to looks, now don't you? Oh, quick, Joe, here comes Mrs. Norton. You know how she hates to wait.
Yes, your grocer or druggist will tell you he sells dozens of cakes of Lux toilet soap to women who buy the best. For no finer toilet soap can be made than this gentle, white, delicately perfumed soap. And yet, it is very inexpensive. Lux soap cares for more famous complexions than any other soap in the world. 9 out of 10 Hollywood stars use it. And it cares for the complexions of just plain folks, too. Fine-looking women and girls the country over. Its active lather removes dust, dirt, stale cosmetics thoroughly. Screen stars tell you it's foolish to risk cosmetic skin, dullness, tiny blemishes, enlarged pores. Use Lux toilet soap regularly. We do. Here's our producer, Mr. DeMille.
We continue with The Perfect Specimen, starring Errol Flynn and Joan Blondell with May Robeson. Sunset that same day, the outskirts of the town of Barrisfield. Gerald drives up to a small garage and honks his horn. Getting no reply, he honks it again. Cicero Hooker, the proprietor, comes out and looks at Gerald with definite annoyance.
There, young fella. I ain't thief. Shall I fill her up?
No, thanks. I'm looking for the Carter residence.
Well, you can take your choice. There's a whole flock of them around here.
Well, the Carter I'm looking for has a daughter.
Well, they all got daughters.
Oh, well, this one's rather nice looking.
Well, why didn't you say so? That there is Professor Carter's gal. Say, if you think she's only kind of nice looking, you'd better get you some cheaters.
Yes, but where'd she live?
Well, you go straight down the street here, and you turn to your right at the first road outside of town. Then you sort of dog-leg past the red schoolhouse, and it's a white house there with a picket fence around her.
Oh, picket fence, eh? Well, thanks very much. Hello.
Oh, it's you.
Yes. Does a girl by the name of Tilly Sprecknagel live here by any chance?
Right through our fence. I didn't think you had that much nerve.
No? Well, I saw something on the porch that interested me. There's a girl reading on a front porch. My funny.
Funny. Say, tell me, how did you bust out of that Bastille?
Oh, through that hole you made in our fence. I stole Grattan's address book out of his pocket when he was asleep. Now he'll never remember your name or where you are. He never remembers anything anyway, so...
I beg your pardon, my dear, but...
Father, this is Mr. Gerald Beresford Wicks. Gerald, my father, Professor Carter.
How do you do, my boy?
Oh, how do you do, sir? I want to apologize.
Not at all, not at all. Always glad to have Mona's friends drop in.
Oh, I mean, I want to apologize about your fence.
You see, Father, Mr. Wicks had an accident. Something happened with his steering wheel, and he ran through the fence.
Oh, yes, to be sure. How unfortunate. I must apologize to you, Mr.
Wicks?
Mr. Wicks, for the fence being in the way.
Oh.
I can see now that it is a distinct menace to public safety. I shall have it removed.
Don't mind Dad, Gerald. You know, he's terrifically famous, aren't you, Dad?
Yes, indeed.
He's a horticulturist. The King of Sweden gave him a medal for, what was that for, Father?
For my study of the cytological detail in the development of the zygota of the Coleochaetae. That reminds me. The lily bulbs that Professor Mannheim sent me from China came in on the 10 o'clock local. They're at the station now. You will pardon my excitement, but these are genuine Tonghwas. Most rare.
Tonghwas, not the Tonghua from Yuanqiang Valley? Why, they'll have to be set out immediately, sir.
The perfect specimen. Sees all, knows all.
What were you saying, my dear?
Oh, about the bulbs, Dad. You want me to drive down and get them, don't you?
Would you mind?
Of course not, darling. Come on, Jerry.
Jerry? Oh, me? Yes, of course.
Goodbye, young fellow. I'll have that fence removed first thing.
Oh, thanks. Well, you know, Tilly, I must say your father could give Grandma a lesson in how to act when strangers come crashing through their fences.
He could give her lessons in anything.
Say, do you know what you called me back there?
No, what?
Well, you called me Jerry. Would you mind still doing it? You see, I've never been called that before.
Well, yes, I'd be glad to. Hello, Jerry.
Oh, hello. Thanks.
Would you like some music, Jerry? The station's still a way off, Jerry.
Thanks.
Ladies and gentlemen, we interrupt this program to bring you an unverified report stating that Gerald Beresford Wicks, heir to the Wicks Utilities and the $30 million estate of the nationally famous eccentric Mrs. Leona Wicks, is missing, feared kidnapped. Young Wicks, known the country over as the perfect specimen, disappeared at an early hour.
I think another station would be better, don't you?
So Grandma Wicks has unleashed the bloodhounds already. What are you going to do?
Well, I'm not going to let myself be hauled back there like a runaway schoolboy. I'm going to stay out as late as I like.
Bravo.
Yes, that Don Quixote. He was the one. Courage. Even if the world laughed at him, he didn't care. Oh, let him laugh at me, too. I don't care either.
Say, Jerry, it may be just head noises, but I think somebody wants to pass.
What?
Hey, that truck's on top of it. Jerry, get off the road. Jerry, that big ape's almost knocked us into a ditch.
Hey, what's the idea, punk?
What's your idea, you big chump, trying to run us into that tree?
Say, you can't talk to Pinky like that.
All right, down, Clarabella. Now, listen. You keep out of this, sister. You wouldn't be the first day my smackdown.
Oh, now, look here, my man. You can't speak that way to a lady.
My man? Don't you my man me, a stuck-up squirt. For 2 cents, I'd pop you in a push.
Well, you're making a big mistake,
Mistake, you know. Step on here.
Jerry, you can't fight him.
Come on.
Well, remember, my man, I didn't want to spar with you.
Spar? Come on, I'll mop up the ground with you.
You know, you ought to keep your chin covered and lead with your left, like this. Sorry I had to do that.
Grandma, I think you've got something there.
I hope I haven't hurt you seriously. Can I help you up?
Pinky, are you hurt?
I'm moited. Oh. Listen, I'm sorry, guy. You know you got a punch there.
Oh, thank you. My boxing instructor, ex-champion McGraw, used to tell me that. I believe he expressed it a kick like a mule.
Yeah, he must have had some terrific mules. Well, my name's Pinky Cassidy, and this is me Dame Clarabella Murphy.
Oh, how do you do? This is Miss Mona Carter, and my name is Gerald...
Gerald? You mean to say I got licked by a guy named Gerald? I'll call you Tricky.
Pinky, look at your eye.
Look at me eye? Where's me eye? What's the matter with it? Oh, how can a guy see his eye?
Look in my mirror.
Whoa, holy mackerel, get a load of that lamp. Hey, Tricky, this is terrible.
Now, Pinky, be a man. It'll be all right in a day or so.
No, it ain't that. It's just in about an hour I'm going to have another fight.
Well, don't forget to lead with your left. Where's the fight?
It's the annual picnic at a truck drivers and Teamsters local. They got eats and beer and games and dancing, but the best thing on the whole program is the prize fight.
Yeah, and Pinky was going to get $150 for fighting the headliner, but he can't with his eye closed up. We was going to take the dough and get married on it. Now we can't.
Oh, well, of course, he might not have won, you know. I say, how about my substituting for you? You know, allow me to fight in your place.
Whoa, what? Would you do that, Tricky? Say, what a pal. What a pal. Shake, pal.
Oh, thanks, pal. Now, if you'll tell me how to get to this picnic, then we... All right, come on, Mona. Remember those windmills.
Ladies and truck pushers, name bout 10 rounds between 190 pounds chloroform Connolly in this corner. And 165 pounds Tricky Berry in this corner. Referee, Sheriff Snodgrass.
Jerry, it's me. Here at the ringside. Jerry, you.
Hello, windmills.
Here goes the fight.
You nervous, Clarabelle?
Nervous? Say, I felt the same way once when I seen a guy walk a tightrope between 2 buildings. He almost made it.
Almost?
Yeah. Say, you in love with Tricky?
I have a great admiration for him.
Look, Tricky's dancing around.
Chloroform's jabbing at him all his face. Wait till Grandma sees it.
Hey, what's all those fancy steps Tricky's doing?
Hey,
He's
over
boxing.
there, over that butterfly. That's up for me when you catch him, chloroform.
Oh, Clarabelle, you'll kill him.
What's the matter with you, Tricky? You got saved by the stands, huh?
No, Mr. Connolly, but it's very kind of you to ask. Thank you.
Is That's your girl over there?
Where?
There. Right on the button.
2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9.
Boy, that was close. It's a good thing they rang the bell.
Oh, Clarabelle, I'm scared stiff.
Oh, Pinky's in there taking good care of him. Pinky used to work in a Turkish bath.
Let me throw in the top, pal. You ain't going back in there with that gorilla.
Oh, yes, I am. This Mr. Connolly is a very deceiving character. He might think he beat me.
What do you mean, think?
Ladies and gentlemen, the rest of this fight will be refereed by Ike Bloomfeld. Excuse me.
What? Hey, Sheriff, what's the idea?
Can't help it, Pinky. There's been a big kidnapping. Gerald's Beresford Wicks. They got a dragnet out all over the United States and Canada. We got orders to watch all roads, stop all cars. They say there's a woman involved, and it's my duty as sheriff of this county to assist the search. Carry on, John.
I'm sorry, Pinky, but I'm afraid I'll have to knock this nice Mr. Connolly out. Something unexpected's happened. I've got to get out of here immediately.
Yeah, that's it, kid. You knock him out, I hope.
Oh, hello there, Softy. You're coming up for more, eh?
I beg your pardon, Mr. Connolly, but I have to do this.
2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, out! Ricky Berry, the winner!
150 smackers. Gee, I don't know how to take it, Tricky, but you know, I feel like a tramp taking a whole wad.
Oh, go on and take it, stupid. You know you're going to anyway. Say, Tricky and Mona, why don't you stick around a while and maybe have a dance or something, huh? You ought to see me and Pinky dance the Scranton Bounce.
Oh, that's very tempting. But confidentially, I don't think I can.
No, you see, he's wanted by the police, and if he doesn't get away, you know what's...
Yeah, taking it on the lamb, huh?
Yes, on the lamb. Well, Pinky, goodbye. It's a pleasure knowing you.
So long, Prowsy.
Goodbye. And Tricky, if you ever get to Sing Sing, will you send us a postal
Where to now, Jerry?
Well, that depends what's on the radio. There ought to be a flash any minute.
Special bulletin.
Here it is.
A woman is under suspicion in the kidnapping of Gerald Wicks, the perfect specimen. Seen yesterday afternoon just before the kidnapping, her identity is still a mystery. The Department of Justice has released this description of her. Suspect number 1, female, white, 5 feet 2 inches, 108 pounds approximately, eyes blue, teeth good, hair blonde, good looking. This suspect has an assured, intriguing
Oh, that's enough of that. I knew that Grattan has a terrible memory.
Does that really sound like me, Jerry? The assured, intriguing manner part of it?
Well, come to think of it, it does.
Jerry, you better take me home. They'll catch up with me, you know. I'm wanted by the law for kidnapping, and I'm scared.
Scared? What about those windmills?
What's that got to do with it?
Well, you said if I was ever wanted to fight with a windmill, you'd be on it with me. Now, I'm not through fighting windmills, Tilly. We're not going home, either. In fact, we're going to park right here and look at the river.
Moonlight on the water. It's lovely.
Yes, and peaceful. Mona.
What?
Mona, you once asked me if I ever kissed a girl.
Mm-hmm. Well?
Well,
Hello there, folks.
Who's that?
Hi there.
Oh, Lord, a hitchhiker. Look at him.
Oh, he's wearing a flowing tie and shorts. He'll catch cold.
He'll catch a free ride back to the asylum if he's what I think he is.
Blessings on you, Samaritans, too. I fain would ask a hoist of you, me corns hurt.
Oh, certainly, but we were planning to sit here a while.
Oh, fine. I'm not in a hurry.
Oh. Well, do you mind riding in the back seat?
A lift I shall scorn not, be it ever so humble. A front seat, a back seat, or even a rumble. That's poetry.
Oh, a poet.
Perhaps you've heard of me. Killigrew Shaw.
No, can't say that.
I was afraid not. Few people have.
Where to, Mr. Shaw?
My home, if you don't mind. It's somewhere around here, but I'm not quite sure where. I'm not very practical, you know, but I think a couple of turns to the right would find it.
Very kind of you to ask us in, Mr. Shaw.
Yes, the sandwiches were lovely, but we really can't stay.
My house is yours, 'tas yours, 'tas yours. Do you happen to know what 'tas yours means? I use it a lot. I never knew what it meant. You know, it's a great honor to entertain you. What are the names?
Oh, Barry, Mr. and Mrs. Tricky Berry.
Mr. and Mrs. A, well, that'll fix the blanket situation fine. Now, I've an extra sleeping porch and a bedroom in there. Of course, the bedroom's just been painted. You can take your choice.
Oh, no, but wait. No, I don't think
We've got to, Jerry. What else could we do? Where could we go?
Well, thanks.
Fine. Well, good night. Good night. Parting is such sweet sorrow that I must say good night until the morrow.
Shakespeare.
He stole it. Good night. See you in the morning.
Well, Gerald, I'll flip you for the sleeping porch.
Oh, never mind. How dare you say you were married to me? Why, what would...
What would Grandma say? Oh, I knew it. Good night. You may find the paint pretty fresh, but you'll probably have a solution for that, too.
Good night.
Don't slam any doors on me.
Hey, what did you do?
I locked you in, that's what I did. Didn't Grandma always lock you in? How dare I say I'm married to you indeed? Who wants you?
Mona.
Who'd have you?
Mona,
They ought to give you back to the Indians.
Mona.
You have no sense of humor at all. You can't even take a joke. And that's what it would be like, married to you, a joke.
Mona, I can't breathe in here. I can't breathe.
Jerry, what's the matter? Jerry, speak to me. Oh, what have I done? Say something, Jerry.
Oh, yes. Yes, I'm all right now, I think. Couldn't breathe in here, the paint. Oh.
Oh, darling, I'm so sorry. Please tell me it's all right, Jerry.
It's all right, darling. Oh, my darling. Alicia.
Alicia? Why, you... Good night.
Oh.
Pause for station identification. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System. We've completed the second act of The Perfect Specimen. And right after this short intermission, Errol Flynn, Joan Blondell, and May Robson will be heard in Act 3. In just a minute, our producer, Mr. DeMille, will bring you our special guest of the evening. Meanwhile, here's a tip for those clever women who know that clear, lovely skin wins and holds romance. 9 out of 10 glamorous Hollywood stars use Lux toilet soap as their complexion care. This mild white soap has active lather that removes dirt, dust, and stale cosmetics thoroughly and leaves your complexion fresh and lovely. Use Lux toilet soap regularly. Before you renew makeup, always before you go to bed. Now, Mr. DeMille.
In a world where perfection is rare, a person as superlative as the Gerald Wicks of our play deserves a little investigation. So we've called in Dr. Floyd L. Rue, Associate Professor of Psychology at the University of Southern California. In his field, Professor Rue is somewhat of a perfect specimen himself. During 1938, his book, Psychology and Life, was the best-selling volume of its kind in the world.
Thanks, Mr. DeMille. But before you scare your listeners into thinking that I have a 3-foot beard and use words even longer than that, please let me say that I don't read palms, feel bumps on the head, or attempt to cure fallen arches.
Having read your book, I can say that psychology is simply a science which attempts to understand the feelings of people and the reasons why they do things.
Yes, that's about it.
Now, take Gerald Wicks, for example. As a perfect specimen, is Gerald a trifle balmy, Professor?
No, Gerald's just suffering from too much discipline. He's had an overdose of grandma. He's been bossed too much.
Well, what's wrong with discipline?
Too much bossing can make any man lose all hope. He'll swallow his pride till someday it boils over in an act of violence. The jails are full of such cases. Or he might easily seek to stimulate his wilted ego by reviving it in alcohol. Or he might do something as harmless as becoming a jitterbug, to forget his disappointment in sensations of sound and rhythm. Anyway, let's not worry too much about Gerald. Perhaps love may point the way, whether Grandma likes it or not. In any case, Act 3 will tell us.
Do you think love is the solution for all human unhappiness?
Not for all, but the right kind of love can go a long way to help. By the right kind, I mean the enduring kind of affection that involves cooperation between life partners and the surrender of certain selfish habits. The Casanova type of lover, who hurries from one girlfriend to the next, is trying to escape unhappiness in love, just as the drunkard attempts to escape it in alcohol. Neither method works. True love teaches us to sacrifice and to consider the feelings of others. It gives us no time for self-pity. And self-pity comes close to being the greatest single cause of human unhappiness.
Are there any qualities in a man, Professor, that will never come to the surface unless he's lucky enough to find exactly the right wife?
Let me answer that by saying that there's no woman capable of turning her husband's stupidity into genius. But she can certainly help him to keep from showing it. She can, for example, make the timid soul feel important. His job may be menial, but if he's appreciated at home, he'll feel that life's worthwhile and that he has something to work for. Sometimes an otherwise meek husband becomes a regular bully at home, roaring at his wife if the soup's cold and jumping on the children if they holler for the funny paper. On the other hand, a clever woman can show a conceited man the way off his high horse without his even knowing it. She can teach the spendthrift the pleasures of saving and the selfish man the joys of giving.
You seem to know all about happiness and marriage. Don't you psychologists ever quarrel with your wives?
We're human beings first and psychologists after. The answer's a humble yes.
What do you do in a case like that?
We go to see a psychologist. Goodbye, Mr. DeMille.
You're head man, Professor. The Perfect Specimen, starring Errol Flynn as Gerald and Joan Blondell as Mona, with May Robeson as Grandmother Wicks. It's the following morning. In Killigrew Shaw's kitchen, the poet and Mona are seated at the table eating a hearty breakfast. Gerald, with an apron tied around his waist, is at the stove frying flapjacks.
The flapjacks are pretty good. Where'd you learn to cook?
Well, you see, most of the big industrial plants today have their own cafeterias for the employees, and it's a duty of the employers to make sure the food is wholesome and well cooked. So, as the prospective head of... Oh, yes.
Oh, if I were the bride of a man who could cook, I do not but sit back in a nook with a book. I say that's pretty fair, isn't it?
Yes, your corns are certainly better this morning.
Yes. Too bad you folks can't stay. I'd be glad to engage you, Mr. Berry. $100 a month and board, nothing to do but cook.
Oh, it's very kind of... Oh, no, but there is something you could do for me, though.
Oh, it's already granted. What is it?
Well, we're rather short of funds. Do you think you could cash a small check for me, say $50?
Oh, delighted. I like to cash checks for my friends, though they're seldom any good. I'll get the money while you make out the check. Faith in my friends I'd quickly renounce if ever their checks were refused to bounce.
I'll always remember that Killigrew Shaw. Splendid chap, don't you think? Boom, boom, boom. Don't you think so?
What?
Hey, cat got your tongue? What's the matter?
Nothing.
Well, the rain's coming in. You better put down your window. Cold?
Nope.
Wet?
Mm-hmm. Soaking. It's been raining for hours.
What's the matter with you, Mona? You started out fine, but you've been getting grumpier and grumpier.
I'm not grumpy. I'm thinking.
What about?
Windmills, mostly. The kind you can't lick.
Who can't lick? I can lick 'em all.
I can't. This one's a female windmill. And I didn't know about it till last night. By the way, I hate to be fussy, but I'd like to dry off.
Oh, right. Well, we can stop right here in this town. You've got to get out of those wet clothes, quick.
Don't you think the townspeople might object?
I mean, stop in a hotel, of course. I'll get you a room.
Say you ain't got any luggage, huh?
No, you see, we only want a couple of rooms for a couple of hours until the storm lets up.
Well, I guess it's all right, then. Never let it be said that Poppinville was unkind to out-of-town folks. Will you sign right here? If you'll excuse me, I'll arrange for a suite.
Sign?
Yeah, you have to. Didn't you know that?
Well, Grattan always did the signing for Grandma and me.
Oh, well, don't sign your right name.
Oh, of course I won't. Mr. G.B. Berry.
What about me? I can't sign my right name either. I mean this as much as you are, even more.
I'll put you down as my wife. I never had a wife, so even if they find out it's me, they'll never know who you are, will they?
I wouldn't want anyone to know I was your wife. Who wants to be your wife?
What's the matter?
Nothing, you big dope. Who is it?
Me.
Come in.
Hello. Listening for radio reports?
Yeah, and I'm thinking about what Tilly Specknagel got me into this time.
Huh. Well, my clothes are all dried out. I'm all set to start again. If only the rain will let up. Oh, I say. You look very attractive.
Wrapped up in this old blanket, toasting my toes in the cinders. I'm an Indian.
You're a darling.
Look out, Jerry. You're weakening.
Oh, no, Mona, don't make fun of me. I mean it. Yesterday and today with you, I never knew before how marvelous life could be, and people on the outside could be. It's been thrilling. I've hated to think of it ending. Mona, do you suppose we could,
I think we'd better start.
No, listen to me.
We'd better.
Mona, darling, I'm in love with you. I suppose I have been ever since that time you came crashing through our fence.
2 days ago.
Or was it?
Yes.
Well, I don't care if it was 5 minutes ago. I'm in love with you for keeps. And you, Mona, do you care?
Care? Oh, dear, darling Jerry.
Ladies and gentlemen, this program has been interrupted at the request of the Bureau of Investigation of the Department of Justice, which is now engaged in a relentless search for the kidnappers of Gerald Beresford Wicks. The last person to see the missing heir was his fiancée, Miss Alicia Brackett. Stand by for further announcements on the Wicks kidnapping.
Well, that's that. Now, if you let me get dressed, you can go home to Alicia.
But, Mona, I'm in love with you.
You're engaged to her, aren't you?
Yes, but
And last night, when you were half-conscious, you called her name.
I did? You sure?
Yes, I'm sure.
Oh, so that was the windmill you said you couldn't make.
Yes. I'd forgotten about her for the moment, but Gerald, I really meant what I said about caring. But
what?
Oh, nothing. I guess just but. Go on, Gerald. I'll be dressed in a little while and we can leave. Remember, they're hunting for you. Me, too.
Well, let them hunt.
But, Alicia...
Oh, shut up. Now, you get dressed and I'll be back in 10 minutes and you be ready. Whoa, Mona. Mona. Oh, I don't think I'm going to marry you. You take too long to dress. Hey, Mona, it stopped raining. We'd better get along. Mona, hurry up.
Clerk. Good evening, Mr.
Clerk, did you see my wife?
Yep. She went out of here like a shot out of a gun. She was crying, too.
She was crying?
Yep. Too bad, mister.
Good morning, Professor Carter.
Good morning. You can dump it, let me see. Dump it behind the garage.
The what? What's that?
Are you the young man with the fertilizer?
Oh, no. I'm looking for your daughter, Mona.
Who? Oh, yes, of course. My daughter. Well, she's not in. She's gone to Europe.
Europe?
Or was it Europe? No, I'm thinking of the time she came back from Europe. She's gone to visit some friends. That's it, friends.
Well, where are these friends, sir?
I really don't know. But she'll be back in 2 or 3 weeks, I think. Won't you come in and wait?
Oh, well, no, thanks. I better be going along, I think.
And the net is being drawn closer in the nationwide hunt for the missing heir. The search for Gerald Wicks, being conducted by the police and Mrs. Leona Wicks, the heir's grandmother, is at last beginning to bear fruit. After almost 3 weeks, several witnesses and suspects have been rounded up by Mrs. Leona Wicks, and their alibis being carefully checked by the police and Mrs. Leona Wicks. An early hour solution to the mystery is promised by the police and Mrs. Leona Wicks.
Hello. Just a moment, please. Hello.
Oh, phones. They're always ringing and nothing ever happens.
Hello. What? Oh, my, you don't say. Why, isn't that interesting? Oh, yes, come by all means. Goodbye.
Who was it?
A Pennsylvania hotel clerk with a mysterious story. He's coming here. He says that somebody registered there as man and wife. And then he said something about the Pennsylvania state law.
Another crank. I don't know why I tolerate such stupid people around me.
Hello? What's that? The Bank of... Yes, go on. Oh, my goodness.
Well, now what is it?
Oh, it's the state police.
Oh.
A Pennsylvania bank received a check made out by Gerald for $50 the day after he disappeared. It was endorsed by one of the kidnappers named Killigrew Shaw. They're holding him for instructions.
Instructions? What do they want instructions for? Have him flown here at once.
Someone had to pick the cotton.
Jink, you're the most stubborn, unreasonable...
Alicia, you still here?
Oh, please help me, darling. Do you or do you not know where Gerald is?
Oh, wait a minute. Did you say darling?
Yes.
That's different. I might have an idea where to find him.
Then please tell me.
If I do, I'm asking this for the last time, I hope. Will you marry me? We could set up housekeeping mighty pretty with that $25,000 reward, honey.
All right, Jink. But we've got to find Gerald. Where is he?
Well, I don't know.
Jink.
But a girl once crashed through a fence.
Jink, will you please?
And I know where she lives.
Now listen.
In a little Pennsylvania town.
Oh, stop.
And if my hunch is right, then he's there, too. Come on, Alicia.
Jink, will you please?
There's a gas station up there.
What gas station?
The one Dad said he was working at.
Who was working at?
Keep down low and hide your face. Good morning.
Morning.
My car's on the fritz. Think you could fix it?
Sure. I'm master mechanic.
So's your Grandma Wicks.
What's that?
There he is, Alicia. Stick your head up.
Gerald.
Oh, no.
Here,
No,
come
no,
back
don't-
here, you.
What's the matter with you, Gerald?
Oh, Alicia, I'm so sorry. But when I saw you just now,
What?
Well, it wasn't you. It was bars, wicks, there, don'ts, musts. I just couldn't face it, that's all.
You won't have to, Gerald. But you've got to come home.
And don't worry about Alicia. She's going to marry me.
She's got... Alicia? You are? Why, that's marvelous.
And just what do you mean by that?
Well, it's my... Well, you know.
I know. It's the old Carter charm. You see, Alicia, I've got a fence-smashing sister named Mona.
Is this man mad? What's he talking about?
Now, please, Mrs. Wicks, I'll try to speak to him. Now, you say you cashed a check for Mr. Gerald Wicks?
For Gerald Wicks, I cashed a check. Oh, bad rhyme.
Now listen here, Mr. Shaw. Where's my grandson?
I don't know, but I'd like to see him again. He made marvelous flapjacks.
Miss Mona Carter to see Mrs. Wicks. Carter, I knew it. Show her in. Yes, sir.
You knew what, you idiot? Show who in.
I knew I'd remember it someday. Mona Carter. That's the name of the young lady who assaulted our fence.
Good morning.
How dare you run off with my grandson? Where is he? What have you done with him?
If you quit yelling, I'll tell you what I know.
Alfred, the girl's impudent. Young lady, you're impudent.
I'm not. I came here voluntarily to tell you that Mr. Shaw had nothing to do with Gerald's going away. He was not kidnapped. All he wanted to do was get away from this penitentiary for a while. And don't try to bully me like you did him. I won't stand for it.
You adventurous, you fortune hunter. You enticed him away.
Oh, no, I didn't. I simply told him he was a fool to let himself be shut up here by a selfish, domineering old woman. And it worked.
How dare you?
Yes, and how it worked. Oh, if you'd only seen your precious Gerald slap down truck drivers, knock out prize fighters, scoop flapjacks.
My grandson?
Your grandson.
Well, where's he now?
Well, I don't know. I haven't seen him for 3 weeks.
Don't you lie to me, girl. You've hidden him away somewhere where you can practice your wiles on him.
Don't talk to me like that. I wouldn't marry him if you paid me to.
Oh, you wouldn't, huh? And why not, miss?
Because you're his grandmother.
Oh, just a minute.
Mr. Wicks.
Did I hear you say you wouldn't marry me?
And I meant it.
It's Mr. Wicks. Oh, good.
Gerald, where have you been?
Hello, Grandma.
And why are you wearing those awful clothes?
I'm a $30 a week garage man, Grandma. How do you like the improvement?
Improvement? Don't flatter yourself. You look the same silly idiot you've always been and always will be.
Oh, but Grandma...
Gerald Wicks, if you think...
Windmill, Jerry.
Quiet. Now, the first thing you can get through your head is, Mona Carter, you're marrying me.
I am not. What about Alicia?
Alicia's marrying your brother Jink on the reward money.
What?
Yes, and you're marrying me, understand?
Not if you were the last man in the world. In the first place, I can't stand your family, especially this old tyrant.
Oh, who's the tyrant?
You are. Oh. You calling me a fortune hunter. I wouldn't marry that pet lamb of yours if he had $50 million.
Oh.
I suppose he isn't good enough
well,
for
you suppose right.
Of all the colossal brass. Now, let me tell you, young woman, you're marrying Gerald. And that's that. Grattan, bring me that envelope.
Yes, Mrs. Wicks.
Quiet. Sit down, Grattan. Quiet. Listen, Grandma, I'm choosing my wife, not you.
That's what you think. This girl's got a will of her own. I like her. She's no milk and water, shally-dally, flip-flop, weather vane like Alicia.
Here it is, Mrs. Wicks.
Now, here it is. You see that?
What?
The hotel register. That's where you registered yourself and this sassy...
Mona's my name.
My name's Mona as man and wife. And here is a copy of a Pennsylvania law passed in 1827 and never appealed or amended. You want to hear it?
Jerry, maybe we better.
All right. If a man or woman do jointly and before competent witnesses publish and acknowledge themselves to be man and wife, and in addition, if one or both do by written record under whatever name attest this status, this shall not does constitute a legal article of wedlock, and so may be registered and recorded. Whew. There, young lady. You try and get out of that. Well, what are you standing there for, Gerald? Go on, kiss the bride. Go on, go on.
Oh, Mona. Hey, what was that for?
For taking orders again from her.
Hey, Mona, where are you going? Come back here. So, you slapped me.
Go away. I'll slap you again.
This is a fine way to start our married life.
We're not married?
Oh, yes, we are, according to Pennsylvania law. On what grounds?
I'll get a divorce.
That you don't love me?
No.
Then you do, don't you?
Well, you needn't be so brutal about it. Yes, I do.
Well, that's all I wanted to know. You still want a divorce, darling?
Well, as an old-fashioned girl, I don't believe in him. Oh, but Jerry...
What?
I was so frightened.
Of what? Grandma?
I should say not. I was frightened that you never would find out about that old Pennsylvania law.
We've ended the play. And now let's talk to Errol Flynn and Joan Blondell, who made the perfect specimen perfect. Miss Blondell, incidentally, belongs to perhaps the oldest family of actors in the world. Did you know that, Errol?
Yes, I've heard that, sir. And then wasn't there an Eric Blondell who once belonged to a theatrical group called the King James Players?
That was back in 1603. Eric was a clown and got fired from the company regularly. But he had a friend who always managed to get his job back again. This friend also made quite a reputation for himself. His name was William Shakespeare.
Yeah, I seem to recall the name.
What part of Texas was he from?
Oh.
Anyway, Joan, who was the first Blondell to clown for American audiences?
Probably old Uncle George. I have a copy of a program dated 1783, telling about a party George Washington gave at Francis Tavern in New York, enlisting George Blondell as one of the entertainers. And the women didn't do so badly either. One of the Blondell girls has been on the stage for almost every generation for 300 years. Now, of course, Mr. DeMille, they didn't all use Lux soap. That's one of the good things that didn't come along until my time. But I'm one of your biggest boosters. I've always used it for the simple reason that I think Lux soap is the best complexion care there is.
Well, that's one of the nicest compliments of the season, Joan, from one of the screen's most charming assets. And here's one for you, Mr. Flynn. I've just seen Dawn Patrol, and my congratulations to you and Jack Warner for making it one of the finest aviation pictures ever filmed.
Thank you, sir. It was a grand show to make, and I think everyone in it enjoyed it.
Now that it's completed, you'll be sailing for Hawaii, won't you, Errol?
Oh, not yet. That's in the summer. Early in the spring, there's some things called giant tuna, which hold a sort of jamboree down around Cat Cay in the Bahamas. Joan, they're the biggest tuna you ever saw, 500 and 600 pounds. Sometimes they go out.
So? Yes, I know. Mm-hmm.
Oh, well, if that's the way you feel about it, all right. I was going to bring you back a tuna fish sandwich, but... Well, thank you, Mr. DeMille, and good night.
Make mine on rye, Skipper. Good night, Mr. DeMille.
Good night, Joan. Good fishing, Errol.
A dramatic event of unusual importance comes to this theater next Monday night. And in a moment, Mr. DeMille tells you all about it. The original story, The Perfect Specimen, was written by Samuel Hopkins Adams. And in its cast tonight, you heard Byron K. Folger as Alfred Grattan, Lindsay McHarry as Killigrew Shaw, Alma Lloyd as Alicia, Clem Bevins as Professor Carter, Eddie Waller as Sheriff Snodgrass, Ross Forrester as Pinky, Gay Seabrook as Clarabelle, Billy Bletcher as Conley, Frank Nelson as Jink Carter, Lou Fulton as Hooker, Earl Ross as hotel clerk, Lou Merrill as announcer, Bob Burleson as referee, and Edward Marr as butler. May Robeson's new Warner Brothers picture is They Made Me a Criminal. Louis Silvers appeared through courtesy of 20th Century Fox Studios, where he was in charge of music for the new film, Kentucky. Here's Mr. DeMille.
Every once in a while, a play comes to the screen which is lifted by sheer brilliance and dramatic power out of the field of entertainment and becomes an unforgettable memory. Such a play we've prepared for next Monday night. Mayerling. The story of a love greater than a kingdom, a devotion that triumphed even over death. I'm happy to announce that Mayerling brings back to this stage two superb artists. In the role of Prince Rudolph, you'll hear William Powell. And as Marie, the girl for whom he lost his heart and throne, Miss Janet Gaynor. Our sponsors, the makers of Lux Toilet Soap, join me in inviting you to be with us again next Monday night when the Lux Radio Theater presents William Powell and Janet Gaynor in Mayerling. This is Cecil B. DeMille saying good night to you from Hollywood.
Tonight's presentation, ladies and gentlemen, came to you with the good wishes of the makers of Lux Toilet Soap, the complexion care preferred by 9 out of 10 of the lovely Hollywood screen stars. This is your announcer, Melville Ruick, bidding you all good night and wishing you a very happy New Year. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
From Hollywood, California, the Lux Radio Theater presents Fred McMurray and Paulette Goddard in Front Page Woman with Roscoe Carnes.
Lux presents Hollywood. It's a